Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 361, Chapter 358, Luming Fay appears. Downstream of the Three Gorges Dam, the Moniaya sailed alone, its Poseidon searchlight sweeping back and forth, casting beams of light onto the pitch-black river. Caesar stood by the railing on the deck, using Itachi to continue scanning below the river surface. According to the infrared scan, the temperature at the lake's bottom is rising rapidly. Xiami, who was in the captain's room monitoring the instruments, stared at the massive red light blob on the screen, her expression serious. "Caesar, have we heard anything from Professor Manstein? This situation doesn't look good. High temperature. Could it be the word soul of the king of bronze and fire?" Caesar furrowed his brows, his blue eyes locked on the river surface, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Does this mean the mission has failed? Has the Dragon King awakened? Probably. A temperature like this. A flicker of worry passed through Xiami's eyes. She still had a half-finished sentence that she couldn't say out loud. A word soul powerful enough to make the river boil is most likely the ultimate word soul, the Candle Dragon. If the King of Bronze and Fire truly releases the Candle Dragon, forget about the mission's success. The people inside Bronze City are as good as dead. Chu Zihang, will you die? Xiami's gaze flickered as she bit her lip, seeming to resist the instinct in her heart. Just as she was lost in thought, the voice of Caesar came through her earpiece with a sharp cry, "No no. No no." Xiami froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something. She immediately ran out. It was Professor Manstein. He had one hand on Nono and the other on Chu Zihang, slowly pulling them up with a black rope. "Nono, are you all right?" Caesar ran quickly to the hoisting device, helping to pull all three onto the deck. He couldn't care about anything else and rushed to check on the girl he cared about. It was hard to imagine that the usually calm young master, who always appeared indifferent no matter what he was doing, would now show signs of panic. Although the bronze fragments that flew off had torn his diving suit, Nono wasn't seriously hurt. When Caesar got close, Nono immediately showed a look of disgust. "Can you not get so close? Compared to me, Chu Zihang over there is hurt much worse. Thankfully, he protected me, or I'd be dead by now." Caesar finally calmed down and turned to look at Chu Zihang. But when he looked, he was shocked. The monster, covered in dark scales with a terrifying face, could this really be Chu Zihang? "Professor, what exactly happened?" Caesar asked, turning to ask Manstein after a pause. "The draconization has gone too deep." Manstein lowered his eyelids, gazing at Chu Zihang for a long time before sighing and speaking hoarsely. His dragon blood concentration might have crossed the critical blood limit. Xiami bit his lip, staring at the unconscious Chu Zihang, who looked as though he had almost fallen into the abyss of a death servitor. His heart ached. Can he recover? Caesar gritted his teeth, hot blood rushing to his forehead as he tried to suppress his anger and asked in a hoarse voice. Manstein hesitated for a moment before answering reluctantly, "Not certain, but we can try." Everyone present could hear that this answer was more comforting than practical. Once the blood threshold is crossed, stepping through that door means there's no going back. It signifies crossing the line between human and dragon, and from then on, one would keep sliding deeper and deeper until reaching the bottom. Wait, something's coming. Suddenly, Xiami's pupils burst into golden light as he turned to look at the dark river, shouting a warning. Strong signals rapidly transmitted in his mind, and the terrifying sensation made everyone on the ship instinctively activate their golden eyes. A wave of intense unease surged through the cerebral cortex, like an electric shock. The skin was inexplicably stimulated, and goosebumps rose one by one, resembling a frightened cat. The fear embedded deep within the genes was awakened, spreading throughout the body along the bones and blood vessels. Every cell seemed to be screaming in a hysterical wail. Danger. Extreme danger. On the darkened river, countless fish flipped over and floated to the surface. The water seemed to be boiling, its steam rising in an ethereal mist. Then, everyone heard a loud rumble. It was the sound of the water being stirred, accelerating in turbulence. Following that, there was a deep, rhythmic sound, slow but powerful, like the heartbeat of an ancient war drum, resonating across time. A massive black shadow slowly emerged from the water, its back covered with towering bone spines, resembling a sharp divine sword cleaving through the boiling river. From the broken surface of the water, two blazing golden eyes, as intense as molten metal and filled with brutal rage, appeared. A long neck rose above the surface, and the noble, yet brutal, body was fully revealed to everyone. A perfect creature at the peak of the evolutionary chain, the true ruler and hunter of the world. In an instant, a terrifying pressure, as real as physical force, enveloped the river for several kilometers. A domain infused with the Dragon King's will, almost pure psychic power, spread out in a domineering and violent manner. A fiery explosion ignited the river's surface, as if celebrating the birth of a king. Everyone could clearly sense the domain that covered the area. Its majestic and tyrannical aura, like the raging waves of the ocean, constantly assaulted their mental state. Anyone with weak willpower or lower bloodline purity would have been crushed by this pressure. Fortunately, the people present had relatively high bloodlines, or the Dragon King's pressure alone would have caused some hybrids to kneel. This was normal. In front of a true king, many hybrids and even humans didn't have the right to even stand. Confirmed enemy identity as the King of Bronze and Fire, Norton. Manstein pressed the recording button, his voice low and hoarse. He said, "The Bronze plan has failed. The Four Kings dragon-slaying campaign officially begins." On the turbulent riverbank, the black-haired boy sat on a rock, staring at the fiery red night sky. He clicked his tongue and said, "They're making so much noise, are they really that serious? Who knows? They'll probably use some excuse to cover it up." Next to him, a girl with a high ponytail, her bright face lightly made up and two long sideburns hanging down, walked over with long legs. She crouched down beside the boy and asked, "By the way, Boss 2, are we just watching? Shouldn't we help?" "Boss 2? What's that supposed to mean?" The black-haired boy twitched at the corner of his mouth and glanced at the girl next to him. His gaze unconsciously fell on her long, slender legs. "How about, you touch them?" The girl noticed his gaze, and instead of avoiding it, she raised one of her pale, long legs, arching an eyebrow seductively. "Don't worry, I won't tell the Chips girl or the emotionless girl, and I definitely won't tell the big boss about you taking advantage of me. No need." The black-haired boy's eyelid twitched as he quickly looked away. Maybe boys in their teens prefer the fuller type, like Chips girl. The ponytail girl pretended to think. Such a pity. The boss assigned me this time. If not, I'd suggest next time Chips girl accompany you, route classmate. Luming Fay's forehead bulged with veins, gritting his teeth as he said, "No need, I'm not interested in you guys." He regretted agreeing to Luming's suggestion to go on a mission with this wild girl. The worst part was that he was completely out of his league, constantly left speechless by her teasing. All right, no more teasing." The girl chuckled a few times before turning serious. She looked at the fiery night sky and the river surface, tilting her head. "Let me ask you, Luming Fay, your first mission is to slaughter one of the Four Kings, the King of Bronze and Fire. Are you nervous?" Luming Fay looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the river's surface. He spoke calmly, "Not really. It's just a dragon. I've killed things far scarier than that." Chapter 362, Chapter 359, Caesar vs. Norton. Norton is approaching at high speed, currently at 50 knots. The first mate in the captain's room, staring at the radar where a red dot was rapidly closing in, shouted in shock, "The target speed is too fast. Our weapon system can't lock on." Hearing this, Caesar showed no sign of surprise. In fact, it was to be expected. 50 knots equals 25.72 meters per second, or about 92.6 kilometers per hour. The fastest fish in the ocean, the sailfish, only reaches about 90 kilometers per hour. In other words, the Dragon King's speed was even faster than a sailfish, and despite its massive size, it could move at such high speeds, far beyond human comprehension. Naturally, it was impossible for the weapon's targeting system to lock onto it. Caesar remained calm. He took out a cigar from his pocket. Right now, the ship's remaining combat power was just a newly enrolled Xiaomi Nono might still be of some help, but the most important person, Chu Zihong, was completely unreliable. All the heavy responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders. Snap. He lit the cigar, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly. Caesar squinted, meeting the fiery golden eyes from several hundred meters away with no hint of fear, his face cold and resolute. Manstein, though equally nervous, his heartbeat pounding in his ears, chose not to disturb Caesar. Instead, he placed his trust in him. He was the heir of the Gattuso family, a perfect noble, one of the strongest hybrids. Silence. The same silence. Norton was cautious, not rushing to attack. Instead, he resembled a patient hunter, carefully circling around the Moniaya. It was as if he were waiting for the prey to reveal a weakness in its desperation and turmoil, and then seize that fleeting moment, using his sharp teeth to tear apart the killers who had slain Constantine. Beneath the dark water, a massive shadow followed closely behind the Moniaya, its wings stirring up great waves that crashed against the steel ship. The helmsman tried speeding up, but no matter what, he couldn't shake it off. In frustration, he cursed, "This guy's too fast, we can't outrun him." And the ship's been hit multiple times. 3 watertight compartments are leaking, and the water level is already rising. The water level was less than half a meter from the deck, and every time a towering wave hit the deck, the entire Moniaya groaned as if it might break apart at any moment. Everyone had already moved from the deck into the cabin. Despite the rough seas, they still struggled to maintain their balance. Looking at the others, Caesar fell into brief thought, then suddenly widened his eyes. Cold flames burned in his blue pupils. Xiaomi, I'll handle the targeting, you control the torpedo launch. Wait for my command. Is that all right? With the Dragon King's speed of 50 knots, it's difficult to hit even if we launch, Xiaomi said, her gaze flickering slightly as she voiced her concerns. Unless, at extremely close range, no more than 100 meters. Even then, there's a high chance the torpedo's alchemy warhead will be melted by Norton's flames. How are you so sure that Norton's flames will melt the alchemy warhead? Nono raised an eyebrow, eyeing Xiaomi with a strange expression. Not just Nono, Manstein also cast a strange look, as if curious about her tone and why she was so certain. It was like she knew Norton very well. Facing their slightly doubtful gazes, Xiaomi suddenly fell silent. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She couldn't exactly tell them she was the king of earth and mountains, could she? But luckily, the situation wasn't one for questioning right now. Manstein explained, according to the equipment department's prediction, even if Norton melts the alchemical warhead, the material inside will still corrode him. Xiaomi was caught in a dilemma, lightly biting her lip, her eyes filled with struggle. She knew very well that even firing an alchemical torpedo couldn't kill a king. The flames would instantly burn off the alchemical sulfur, creating a large vacuum area to block out the deadly substances. And once they lost the alchemical torpedo, the Moniaya would lose its final chance to kill the Dragon King Norton. In that case, their only fate would be to sink into the sea. But if she said these things out loud, it would only make them suspicious. After all, how could a newly enrolled hybrid understand the Dragon King better than the people at Castle Academy? For a moment, Xiaomi found herself in a difficult position. At that moment, Caesar suddenly spoke, like a dictatorial king, giving an order, "First officer, disassemble the alchemical warhead and install it as a regular warhead." Caesar, are you serious? Manstein, no, and the first officer aboard the ship were all surprised by this command. Professor, we don't have any margin for error, Caesar said as he took a puff from his cigar and exhaled the smoke. If what Xiaomi said is true, and the Dragon King can melt an alchemical warhead with flames and high temperatures, then our only outcome will be total annihilation. So, you want to use the supercavitation generator? Professor Manstein, as a seasoned expert, understood Caesar's idea and continued to think aloud. With the original Storm torpedo warhead, the supercavitation generator on it, aided by rocket propulsion, could make the entire torpedo encased in a vacuum bubble, allowing it to reach speeds of 200 nautical miles per hour. That's right. A 27-ton metal object, no matter how hot the Dragon King's flames are, it shouldn't be able to melt it instantly at 100 meters, right? Caesar turned to Xiaomi, as if asking for her opinion. Ah. Xiaomi, under Caesar's icy blue gaze, felt unexpectedly nervous. She forced a stiff smile. Probably not, I don't think it can. Great, then let's execute it, first officer. Caesar placed his hand on the first officer's shoulder and added, Professor Manstein, please help steer. No, take care of Chu Zihong. With that, he pulled out a handkerchief from his combat suit pocket, covered his eyes, and with his massive Barrett anti-material sniper rifle in hand, walked confidently out of the cabin. Stepping onto the swaying deck, his steady figure stood firm like a mountain, unaffected by the constant rocking. To lock onto the Dragon King, which was traveling at 50 knots, he would need to push his hearing to the absolute limit. Having mastered the Kamitashi since childhood, Caesar knew that to enhance his hearing sensitivity, he had to abandon his vision entirely. Only by doing so could his hearing become exponentially sharper. Word soul, Kamitashi, domain fully activated. Caesar lifted the huge barrel of his rifle, relying entirely on his hearing to adjust his aim in the endless darkness. The sound of his own heart mixed with the roaring waves. Normally, it would be hard to capture, but with his vision shut off, the sharpness of his Kamitashi brought it clearly back into focus. Now. The flowing water had perfectly become the vessel for the vampire Kamitashi, expanding its range by several times. The wandering vampire Kamitashi locked onto the savage creature. By receiving feedback, they gathered data, calculated it in their brains, and Caesar pulled the trigger. Bang. The immense recoil shook even Caesar's body. The compressed gunpowder pushed the bullet out of the barrel, accelerating to the speed of sound in an instant, tearing through the roaring waves and air. Good. Thanks to the vampire Kamitashi, Caesar could clearly confirm that the bullet had hit the Dragon King's scales. The loud impact created sparks and a distinct, crisp sound. But that alone wouldn't harm the Dragon King. Alchemy bullets like these could only cause slight pain to the Dragon King, they couldn't break through its defense. Otherwise, the equipment division wouldn't have to assemble torpedoes. Come on, get angry, get angrier. Caesar murmured to himself. He wanted to enrage the Dragon King. Only by making it lose its temper and become irrational could they have a chance. Chapter 363, Chapter 360, Mission Failed. Caesar, are you going to use the vampire Kamitashi to target the Dragon King, Norton? Xiaomi was shocked by Caesar's reckless actions as he watched him fire the gun on the deck. Are you insane, Caesar? Manstein was stunned by Caesar's actions, his face turning pale. When firing the supercavitation torpedo, there's a massive cavitation shockwave. It's like standing directly beneath a space shuttle as it launches. The sound of your vampire Kamitashi will amplify the noise, and in an instant, your eardrums will be destroyed. However, Caesar didn't respond to Manstein, or rather, he didn't care. Bang. Another shot rang out, with the bullet trailing a bright fiery line, visible clearly in the night sky. The bullet struck the Dragon King's hard scales, sparking brightly, but caused no damage. Instead, it only enraged the already furious Dragon King. Do we have any other options? No, clearly understanding Caesar's thoughts, whispered, if we can't kill the Dragon King, we'll all die here. If we have to lose our hearing to take down one of the four great kings, Norton, it's a trade worth making, don't you think? Manstein opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. Rationality told him this was, so far, the only viable solution. The first and second mates were too busy to chat. They went to the torpedo bay to dismantle the alchemical warheads and reassemble the original metal warheads. Installation complete. Finally, the first mate's voice rang out. But we need to launch quickly. The torpedo bay is full of fuel and could explode at any moment. The storm torpedo is a rocket engine. Its tail flame will ignite the fuel. What do we do if it explodes? The second mate was dumbfounded. If it exploded, they wouldn't even have ashes left. Nono remained calm and looked at Xiaomi, then we gamble that it won't explode. Xiaomi gripped the launch gate tightly, her nerves on edge, waiting for the command. On the deck, amidst wave after wave crashing against the ship, Caesar remained as steady as a mountain, holding the sniper rifle and letting out a roar toward the Dragon King. The flame erupting from the rifle's muzzle was like a provocation to the Dragon King. One bullet after another streaked through the night sky, leaving clear and bright trails, hitting the Dragon King's head with precision. Roar. The furious roar stirred up the waves, and white mist filled the entire river surface. The fierce golden eyes pierced through the mist, like two giant searchlights. The massive and sacred body tore through the roaring waves, charging toward the Moniaya. At this moment, both sides launched their charges at the same time. It was Manstein. He controlled the Moniaya, injecting the last of its power into the wheels, driving the steel beast forward like an army of thousands, charging toward the Dragon King. The wind blades swirling in the air locked onto the Dragon King. Caesar silently counted the distance in his mind. As it neared 100 meters, he could feel the air itself ignite, the scorching heat rushing toward him. He roared at the night sky, now, fire. Xiaomi pulled the launch lever with a snap. Then, everything fell into silence. But it wasn't true silence. It was the brief loss of hearing caused by the deafening sound at the moment of launch. Boom. A thunderous roar tore through the night sky and the tsunami. The explosive sound was so intense it drowned everything else, instantly covering all, leaving only that sound in the world. However, more shocking than the sound was the brilliant beam of light, hundreds of meters long, pouring from the rocket engine, consuming everyone's sight, like a rising sun. The raging shockwaves and sound of sonic booms, as the cone-shaped torpedo, a symbol of humanity's century of wisdom and technological peak, cut through the air, dragging a massive gust behind it. In an instant, it left a blurry afterimage in the sight, shooting forward like a streak of light. An unimaginable high-speed torpedo, even the flames of the Dragon King, Norton, couldn't melt it in time. Boom. The torpedo collided with the Dragon King's body, the immense kinetic force lifting it into the air. Caesar, being the first in line, was swept by the shockwave of the storm. His body was thrown backward, crashing into the ship's glass, and he was cut by the shattered glass all over. The others weren't in a much better state. The shockwave from firing the storm torpedo at such close range sent Nono and Manstein flying to the side. Only Xiaomi managed to hold onto the launch lever, barely preventing herself from being thrown out. The river's surface churned violently, causing the Manya to rock uncontrollably. Did we succeed? Manstein asked, touching his bleeding head. Ignoring the wound, he scrambled to check the result. No, it failed. A voice answered, and everyone turned to see Xiaomi. Her eyes glowed with brilliant golden light as she stared at the raging storm at the center of the dark river, softly saying, "The King of Bronze and Fire is gravely injured, but he has not died." As if to confirm her words, a fiery tornado suddenly appeared at the center of the storm. Within the burning flames, a menacing black figure could clearly be seen stretching its massive wings, stirring up the turbulent waves. Though badly wounded by the storm torpedo, blood sprayed, turning the nearby river red, it still stood tall, exuding immense power. The King of Bronze and Fire is said to control metal, Xiaomi continued, her eyes glimmering with a hint of memory. Weapons made of metal cannot harm him. The storm torpedo may be fast, but that's all it is. It cannot kill a Dragon King. After her words fell, she turned to look at everyone. Her expression was indescribable, a mixture of indifference and hesitation. In the world of the dragon race, to kill a king, in the end, you can only rely on swords and blades. Any other method is useless. Manstein wanted to ask her, "Who are you? How do you know all this?" But unfortunately, the enraged king began chanting in dragon tongue. The dry, scorching air stirred up waves of heat, and a series of fiery red rings were forming above their heads. Though Manstein didn't understand the language, he was certain their ship wouldn't survive the next strike. Xiami stared at the dark, giant shadow, still hesitating in her heart. Should she make a move? Headquarters, the dragon-slaying plan has failed. Manstein dialed the phone and hoarsely reported the result. Unfortunately, we know too little about the King of Bronze and Fire. The storm torpedo can't kill the Dragon King. Please proceed with the Wrath plan. The Wrath plan involved tungsten steel dropped from space, accelerating with gravity. It would surely be enough to kill the Dragon King. This was the last plan, the sacrificial move. If you want to die, just wait a moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. It wasn't one they recognized. Nono froze for half a second, her face showing surprise. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black-haired boy who had somehow appeared in the cabin, sitting on the control console. It's you. Luming Fay. She never imagined that the S-rank boy would show up on the Moniaya. Yeah, it's me. Luming Fay nodded, messed with his disheveled bangs, and sighed. Though it might sound a bit boastful, leave the rest of the fight to me. Chapter 364, Chapter 361, Shura Luming Fay. The black-haired boy who suddenly barged into the cabin clearly gave everyone a huge shock. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Nono pressed her temples hard, struggling to control her surprised tone. Aren't you supposed to be in Bean High City? Why are you here? Under normal circumstances, Luming Fay should have been across the ocean, on a special Chicago train, traveling with Professor Guderian to Castle College to complete his enrollment. But why was he here, at the Three Gorges Reservoir, on the Moniaya ship? Luming Fay, how did you end up here? Manstein was so shocked, his jaw almost hit the floor. His eyes widened as he stared at Luming Fay. Who told you about the mission location? The dragon-slaying mission was top secret. Except for a few people involved, it wasn't meant to be revealed. Even the students at the academy didn't know the exact details of the mission. Not to mention someone who wasn't even enrolled yet, which confused Manstein. But then, he suddenly wondered if it was Hilbert. The only possibility that came to mind was that flashy old man. I can't explain this to you. Under the suspicious gazes of everyone, Luming Fay thought for a moment, then decided to just drop the act and said, "Anyway, I'm here to help you." Help us. These words shocked everyone again. Luming Fay couldn't be bothered to explain. He walked over to the corner, squatted down, and lifted a cover, pulling out a black box. Luckily, this thing is still here. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. It was the set of alchemical swords that Yisheng and Sakatokuaki, members of the previous team, had risked their lives to retrieve from Bronze City. The craftsmanship was unmatched, called the pinnacle of alchemy. Xiami's pupils shrank. Almost instinctively, she whispered the name of the swords, Bronze Purgatory, 7 Deadly Sins. Although the equipment department had studied these alchemical swords, they had never been able to open them. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Luming Fay gently touched the ancient box. He pressed down on the cover, and with a clear mechanical chime, the sides of the box unfolded like a fan. 7 different types of swords and blades, including the horse-slaying sword, the Atkin long sword, the straight-edged sword, and the short blade, representing the famous sword designs known throughout the world, were all here. These are the 7 deadly sins forged by Norton. Manstein rushed forward, eagerly yet cautiously admiring the perfect set of swords. It's perfect, like the inner workings of a mechanical watch. Each one is the pinnacle of alchemy. The surface of each blade was intricately engraved with complex, deep patterns, and its lines and edges were honed to perfection, reflecting the forging mastery of the King of Bronze and Fire. It was hard to imagine that this nearly flawless set of swords had been forged 2,000 years ago. The 7 swords of the 7 deadly sins, named pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Luming Fay gazed at the blades, a hint of sadness crossing his face as he whispered, "Wrath was used to judge Norton, and this time, I won't make the same mistake." He reached out to grab the heaviest blade, the horse-slaying sword, and with a deep exhale, he called upon all his strength. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and thick dark veins surged like awakening dragons, an indescribable aura of violence pouring out of him. After a low growl, he pulled the sword from its scabbard. Clang! A clear ringing sound echoed as the long-dormant, pitch-black horse-slaying sword was drawn. It was nearly 1.8 meters in length, a thick single-edged blade as wide as a palm, with a handle designed for both hands, engraved with intricate patterns that exuded an ancient, mysterious aura. Gripping the black horse-slaying sword, Luming Fay's aura changed completely. He seemed like a brutal king from the ancient times, or perhaps a swordsman stepping over a sea of corpses and blood. The air around him was thick with the stench of blood. For a brief moment, Nono suddenly had a strange illusion. The black-haired youth before them didn't seem like an ordinary high school student, nor a so-called hybrid. He felt like someone who had crossed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, an Azura. It was as if he wore a tattered red garment soaked in blood, his body ablaze with burning fire, the sins and blood that could never be washed away dripping from the broken blade. Thud. At first, everyone thought it was a mistake, but they could clearly hear the sound of a heartbeat. But soon, their gazes fixed on the pitch-black blade. The heartbeat was coming from within the blade itself, as if it were a living giant dragon, opening its violent eyes. Golden threads flowed across the blade, forming a complex alchemical matrix. This scene left everyone in the cabin stunned, unable to close their mouths. They stared blankly at Luming Fay, the black-haired youth who seemed to be stepping on bones and corpses, like a demon of war. At that moment, not far away, Norton seemed to sense the awakening of wrath. His bright golden eyes pierced through the smoke, focusing on the black-haired youth in the cabin. An unprecedented sense of fear slowly crept up his bones, spreading throughout his body. 4 times the boost. With a nonchalant voice, Luming Fay lowered his body and gripped wrath, as if dragging it, then suddenly stomped his foot. Boom. In an instant, his figure vanished from everyone's sight. What replaced him was the entire Moniaya ship being struck by what felt like a giant whale, with the deck almost level with the waterline. The massive recoil, like a rocket booster, propelled Luming Fay's speed to several times, even dozens of times its original rate. He was like a fierce and domineering black lightning, splitting the roaring river into a chasm several meters wide. The howling winds carried the waves, crashing in all directions. After struggling to stabilize the Moniaya ship, Manstein, through the shattered window, saw a scene he would never forget. Luming Fay was walking on the waves, his incredible speed making it look as though he was walking on solid ground. Behind him, the winds and waves churned, roaring like a wind dragon. He stepped straight into the forbidden domain of Dragon King Norton, smashing through the pure mental defense with an overwhelmingly brute force. The heavy horse-slaying sword, with the force of thunder, cleaved through the air and rushed towards the stunned Norton. Boom. The clash of metal and iron, a burst of immense force. In an instant, the waves created by the impact sent large sections of the river crashing up, rising tens of meters high, like a curtain that blocked the two figures. Rage overwhelmed Norton with its absolute crushing force, tearing through his body, which had the strength of alloy, and spilling out molten-hot dragon blood. The scream that followed, full of heart-wrenching pain, echoed through the night sky. This strike tore through the dragon's body beneath Norton, creating a gash several meters wide, deep enough to see the bones. Chapter 365, Chapter 362, The End of Despair. With a single strike from the wrath that Luming Fay held, the damage inflicted was far more extreme than a storm torpedo. Under the scorching dragon's blood spilling out, the dark blade gradually heated up, turning a fiery red. Its intense heartbeat could be heard even from 100 meters away, echoing like the sound of war drums, pounding deep in everyone's chest. It almost felt like a fleeting illusion. What Luming Fay was holding wasn't just a weapon, but a living, monstrous dragon. Wrath clashed with Norton, tearing deep, bone-exposing wounds on its body and greedily drinking the blood of the 4 great kings. This is unbelievable. Is this the 7 deadly sins crafted by Norton? Manstein watched the battle in shock, his heart stirred by massive waves of emotion that refused to settle. Only a weapon forged by the Dragon King can truly harm the Dragon King itself. Inside the shaking ship cabin, Xiaomi steadied herself against the control panel, looking at the 2 figures fighting in the river. A complicated expression crossed her face as she whispered, the 7 deadly sins were forged for dragonkind to fight each other, and Norton is naturally on that list. Norton seemed to realize it then, that 7 deadly sins he had personally crafted would become the weapon that sealed his own fate. No, at least, not yet. With a roar, the water surged, raising a towering curtain. In the next moment, the curtain was cut through, and Luming Fay stepped forward on the flowing waves, wielding his heavy sword in a quick, precise strike. The blade shattered the air, slicing through anything in its path. The ear-piercing sound of the sonic boom swept across all directions, making everyone in the cabin flinch, but no one dared to blink, their eyes locked on the stunning dragon-slaying battle. With unmatched power and technique, Wrath swept forward with a ferocious sword strike, as if it would topple the king from his throne. When the heavy blade made contact with Norton, it was stopped by a layer of dark, flowing energy. Then came a violent explosion. Boom. The blinding light was like a 1,000-watt bulb, instantly lighting up the night sky, turning it as bright as day. Then, a deafening roar tore through the air, and the intensely compressed heat evaporated hundreds of tons of river water. Endless white mist spread out. Luming Fay was blasted away by the sudden explosion. His body shot through the air like a cannonball, leaving a clear trench across the river surface before crashing violently into the Moniya ship. Finally, his sword stabbed into the deck, carving a long crack before he barely came to a stop. At that moment, his upper body was almost bare, his skin scorched, and the air around him was filled with intense heat. Luming Fay. Nono cried out, ready to rush forward to help, but was stopped by a single glance. No need to come over, this level of injury won't kill me. Luming Fay calmly shook his head, adjusting his breathing, controlling every muscle and nerve to reach the optimal state. He lowered his center of gravity, almost parallel to the deck, and with a powerful push, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Boom. The already damaged deck, with a large gash, couldn't withstand this impact. Immediately, with a tremendous force, the deck shattered, and the entire Moniya ship began taking on water, sinking rapidly. Damn, is this guy here to destroy us? Manstein was thrown by the violent shake, his head slammed into the wall, and he clutched his bleeding head, furious. Whoosh! The heavy wrath flashed through the air with a deep, resonant sound. Norton warily watched the shadow streaking across the river. He immediately expanded his domain to its limit, heating the surrounding environment to the extreme. The twisted air, the rising mist, and the flowing dark red solid, King's Blaze all signaled that the temperature within 10 meters of King Norton had reached a terrifying level. Entering this zone would be like jumping into a steel furnace. But Luming Fay didn't hesitate for a second. With determination, he stepped into the fiery domain. The intense heat mixed with high pressure formed an extreme field. Luming Fay felt waves of heat hitting him. His body seemed to be melting, as if his internal organs and even his blood were about to ignite. The burning pain stimulated his nerves, awakening his wild nature. Norton, do you think mere word souls can stop me? With a single stride, Luming Fay resembled a blood-soaked Azura, his gaze fierce and violent. His fingers tightened around the sword hilt, and immense power created a sound of air bursting apart. Roar! The black and gold wrath, suddenly releasing a dragon's roar, awakened its dormant power. In the next moment, the alchemical matrix of the blade fully activated, transforming into a ferocious dragon. Roaring, it swept forward with a devastating force, ripping through the wind and slashing fiercely across Norton's body. The serrated edges bit into his flesh, tearing a terrifying wound. Scalding dragon blood sprayed like a waterfall, and Norton roared in pain. But Luming Fay, now completely lost in a violent rage, did not stop his attack. He stepped onto the boiling river, stomping his foot like a giant whale breaching the surface, sending waves tens of meters high. Leaping into the air, he spun and hurled the enraged wrath forward like a dragon. Whoosh! The sound of air being split filled the air with a sharp, ear-piercing screech. Norton barely had time to react before the roaring wrath struck. The sharp tip, like lightning, pierced through his abdomen. Get up! Luming Fay yanked violently, unleashing his terrifying strength onto the river's surface, causing a massive collapse in the water that left a gaping hole. Then, gripping the 8-meter-long tail of the dragon, he swung it toward the other side, dragging the massive dragon King Norton, who weighed several tons, across the river. The dragon's body cut through the air in a graceful arc, then, like a meteor, it crashed back into the river with an earth-shattering impact. Boom. Like the sound of spring thunder, it was the sonic boom caused by the violent tearing of the air. Dozens of tons of river water were lifted tens of meters high, crashing down at extreme speed. The impact was as strong as if it had fallen from a great height onto cement. Dragon King Norton was sent into a daze, with his boiling hot dragon blood causing the river to boil. Broken dragon scales floated on the waves. Luming Fay gripped the wrath that had transformed into a monstrous dragon, his invisible momentum rising and exploding like a solid force. It felt like an overwhelming killing intent, turning into millions of sharp swords slashing through the air, cutting through the surrounding mist and waves, like a reborn Azura, the god of death descending. Who are you? Norton couldn't withstand such power. Even with his eyes wide open in anger, he was forced to retreat, fear welling up inside him. A passing high school student. As the words fell, Luming Fay stepped onto the howling wind, sending explosive waves across the river and pulling winds as solid as steel with every step. Amidst the surging waves, wrath, filled with royal anger and judgment, descended. The roaring winds, as if pulled by the sword's edge, swirled around him, forming a torrential flood, filled with bloodlust and killing intent, turning the river into a scene of execution. Die. With immense power, the broadsword swung down. No surprise, Norton was cleaved in half, his boiling dragon blood splashing several meters into the air. The sword's path shattered the winds and air currents, carving a deep trench in the river several yards wide, with violent currents rushing on either side. Luming Fay, holding the restored broadsword, stood on the tumultuous river, bathed in boiling dragon blood. His eyes glowed red and fierce, like an emperor ruling the world, exuding a tyrannical and intense aura. Even the people aboard the Moniaya in the distance felt a sense of heart-pounding, suffocating pressure. Chapter 366, Chapter 363, Rebirth. So this is the S-rank hybrid recognized by the principal. On the sinking Mania, the group of people who had transferred to the lifeboat stared in shock at the black-haired boy standing amidst the crashing waves, holding a great sword. For a moment, they all had the illusion. The figure standing there wasn't human but a being bathed in royal blood, declaring its return to the world. Luming Fay dragged the great sword, stepping on the waves, slowly walking toward the lifeboat. Although he had lost his hearing, Caesar could still feel the mixed aura of hostility and murderous intent emanating from Luming Fay, a dark, oppressive pressure that felt like the abyss itself, closing in. Luming Fay. Is that really you? Nono stared at the black-haired boy, her heart trembling uncontrollably. The overwhelming bloodlust and killing intent hit them like crashing waves, shaking everyone's soul. The black-haired boy standing on the water's surface seemed like a tyrannical emperor, bathed in the blood of countless beings, walking on a path made of bones, seated on a throne of cruelty. The invisible pressure gathered, and everyone anxiously awaited the black-haired boy's response. Caesar instinctively reached for his desert eagle, unsure whether the boy in front of him could still be called human under the crushing presence of murder. However, in the next moment, the aura of the violent tyrant suddenly faltered, and the black-haired boy scratched his head and said, "Hey, hey, hey, is this how you guys at Castle welcome a hero who worked hard to defeat the Dragon King?" The heavy atmosphere was broken in an instant. Caesar read the lip movements, and his eye twitched slightly, struggling to follow the erratic thoughts of this guy. "Welcome back, hero, Luming Fay." Nono relaxed a little, showing a bright smile and extending her hand to Luming Fay. "From now on, we're classmates." Luming Fay lowered his head, looking at Nono's pale hand reaching out to him. If this were the normal timeline, he might have felt ecstatic, even overjoyed inside, finally receiving Nono's recognition. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Nono would only be Caesar's girlfriend, and his connection with Nono would never be the same. Let the loser kid's secret crush end here, on this river mixed with dragon blood. No need for a handshake, Luming Fay tossed the sword over, then left without looking back, saying, "I'll leave the rest to you, I'm heading out." "I didn't expect the junior to be so cold," Nono chuckled, not feeling awkward as she withdrew her hand from the air. It wasn't until Luming Fay's figure disappeared into the distance that everyone snapped back to reality. Manstein stared at the rough river, feeling the breath he had been holding finally release. But Xiaomi remained frozen, staring blankly at the river, her eyes filled with a kind of sorrow. Mission complete. The King of Bronze and Fire, Norton, has been confirmed dead at the Three Gorges Reservoir at 1:13 a.m. Team members, Caesar, Chen Matong, Chu Zihang, Xiaomi, Manstein, and Luming Fay. All members survived. Manstein dialed an international call. Then, slowly lowering the phone, Manstein gazed at the stormy river and the Dragon King's remains sinking to the bottom, finally smiling. "Did I fail?" The black-haired boy had severed his body with wrath, erasing all life. Norton, sinking into the river's depths, was enveloped by darkness. The colors in the golden pupils gradually faded, turning into a dull, lifeless lead gray. Wrath severed its connection with the body fused with Samson, then cleaved through the tough dragon bones, directly piercing the heart. The alchemical matrix activated on the blade perfectly killed the dragon's regeneration abilities, destroying its chance of resurrection at the cellular level. For high-level dragons, as long as they prepare an egg before death and complete the soul cocooning process, they can be reborn countless times. But this time, it hadn't prepared an egg, let alone completed the soul cocooning process. Rather, this was the result Norton had deliberately engineered. From the moment Constantine was killed, his only remaining goal was revenge. A long life had finally reached its end. As he had once said, it was like being sealed in a black box, with only eternal darkness waiting for him. He reached out but touched nothing. So, this is the feeling of despair. Norton fell into the cold bronze city, witnessing the collapsed ruins. A strange thought appeared in his mind. "Englewood, is this the despair you sought? Then, let's make a deal." A light, floating voice echoed in Norton's mind. "As agreed, when you fall into despair and call upon my name, I will appear before you." It should have been a pitch-black cold riverbed, but the scene before Norton changed in an instant. Time and space shifted, and he found himself in a towering, magnificent cathedral made of bones. Behind an ancient bronze table, under a cross made of pure white bones, a figure of light, mixed with countless images, sat on a massive bronze throne. Golden vertical pupils observed Norton as he entered the cathedral, and the figure softly spoke, "Welcome to my divine kingdom. Are you Englewood?" Norton, after a brief moment of distraction, calmly stared at the shadow of light. Yes, and no. Uchiha Sogetsu's answer was ambiguous, neither admitting nor denying. Norton was speechless. After a moment of silence, he softly asked, "What exactly do you want, Englewood?" "In your moment of despair, I offer you hope. Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled lightly, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the bronze table, then said softly, give up the glory of the Dragon Clan in exchange for a completely new life. That is our deal, Lord Norton. The glory of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, Norton suddenly sneered, almost as if mocking himself. He said, the Dragon Clan has long lost its glory. Since the moment we were driven from the throne by humans thousands of years ago. Should I take this to mean that you agree? Uchiha Sogetsu smiled. I refuse. Norton shook his head, his gaze hollow and confused. Even if I gain a new life, what does it matter? To live on alone, I might as well die cleanly. Then, what if I tell you, Uchiha Sogetsu paused slightly, then said meaningfully, that it's you and your brother, a brand new life, Lord Norton. Norton's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't control his emotions. He stared in shock at the figure on the throne. Do you mean, you can bring Constantine back to life? The Dragon King, killed in its egg, meant complete death, with no possibility of soul cocooning. But he still chose to believe, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Well then, are you willing? Uchiha Sogetsu stopped his tapping, leaning slightly forward. His faint golden vertical pupils reflected Norton's figure. Imagine, if you could exchange the glory of the Dragon King for a brand new life. Norton exhaled and said, if it's with Constantine, then. Over the long years, he had long forgotten the glory of the Dragon Clan, and no longer thought about chasing those pasts. Yet, there was one thing he could never abandon, Constantine. The brother who was always timid but stayed with him through the lonely years. I'm willing. Norton's voice was firm, with no hesitation. Uchiha Sogetsu gave a slight smile and nodded, then, the deal is struck. For a Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, while it was impossible to truly bring a dead being back to life, there was another way. The Dreamweaver could separate identities they once held and make them into living beings. Even if these identities died, it wouldn't cause the original body to perish. This ability was a precursor to the Discerner's ability to create, so for him, allowing Norton and Constantine to live another life under new identities was a simple task. By extracting Norton and Constantine's personalities and memories, then placing them into newly created real bodies, an alternative form of rebirth could be achieved. Of course, Sogetsu did not tell Norton the price for this. That price was the power and authority of the King of Bronze and Fire. Chapter 367, Chapter 364, Xiaomi Exposed. The Bronze Plan has temporarily come to a close, and Manstein organized the task process into a report to submit to the Castle Board of Directors. However, there was something that bothered Manstein. The board's attitude toward Luming Fay seemed rather intriguing. Normally, after Luming Fay's sudden appearance, his astonishing combat strength, and his deep familiarity with the Bronze Purgatory 7 deadly sins, an inspection would be carried out to confirm the stability and safety of his S-rank bloodline. But surprisingly, the board had no reaction this time. It was as if they had known about it in advance, even instructing Manstein to hand over the Bronze Purgatory 7 deadly sins directly to Luming Fay for safekeeping. Manstein furrowed his brow. His instincts told him that there seemed to be some kind of tacit understanding, or perhaps even an agreement between the board and Luming Fay. Beyond that, he couldn't figure out why the board was handling Luming Fay's case in such an unusually calm manner. Hilbert, what exactly are you plotting? Manstein leaned over the desk, setting down his pen, and massaged his tired brow. Just as he was about to rest, a knock on the door interrupted him. He straightened up and looked toward the door. Come in. The person who entered was Nono, her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing faded blue jeans and a white tank top that exuded a youthful energy. Professor Manstein, the board called and requested the immediate retrieval of the dragon bone from the King of Bronze and Fire, the young woman said as she handed over a file. Noticing the exhaustion from the intense work in Manstein's demeanor, she asked with concern, Professor, do you want to take a break? After this busy period, Manstein waved his hand, sighing. Besides, leaving the Dragon King's remains at the bottom of the river doesn't sit well. It's better to pack them up and bring them back soon. True, the board probably can't wait to meet the Dragon King, Nono nodded approvingly. The hybrid secret faction had existed for over 1,000 years, but this was the first time anyone had truly killed the Dragon King. No one could resist the urge to see it for themselves. Moreover, Manstein was right. The longer Norton's Dragonbone cross stays at the bottom of the river, the more unstable factors it will accumulate. If it attracts the attention of certain mad secret societies, things could go wrong. It's better to resolve it as soon as possible rather than drag it out. All right, I'll arrange the salvage operation as soon as possible. Nono added. Thank you, Nono, Manstein nodded. After a moment of thought, he asked, how's everyone else doing? Caesar and Chu Zihang were sent back for treatment. Xiaomi is still on leave, and Luming Fay said he'll go to castle after handling things. Nono briefly updated him on everyone's current situation. Manstein fell into a brief silence, his brows furrowed as if considering something. Finally, he lowered his voice and asked meaningfully, "What do you think of Xiaomi? Which aspect are you referring to?" Nono seemed to have anticipated the question and wasn't surprised by Manstein mentioning Xiaomi everything. Manstein spoke gravely, "I need your judgment. You're the expert on this." Nono had a special ability, she could profile someone's psychology. The deeper her understanding, the more accurate the result would be. This was exactly why Manstein asked Nono, he already had some suspicions but needed stronger evidence. Xiaomi is hiding some secrets. Nono lifted the strands of her hair, her bright eyes glimmering with a faint light as she entered a state of profiling. She knows a lot about the Dragon Clan. During the time on the ship, she subtly pointed out key issues several times. She also carries a trace of sorrow over the death of Dragon King Norton. It's very likely that they knew each other, but considering Norton's human identity, there's no connection between them. At this point, she paused and didn't continue the profile. Manstein naturally guessed the reason for Nono's pause. A deep furrow formed between his brows, his face full of worry as he sighed. "I understand. For now, don't tell anyone about this. I'll report it to the principal personally." "All right." Nono nodded lightly, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say the words she was thinking. She suspected that Xiaomi and Chuzihang had known each other for a long time, and that there was some sort of hidden secret between them. Although Xiaomi hid it well, she couldn't escape Nono's keen eyes. Every time she looked at Chuzihang, there was always a subtle emotion in her clear eyes, something that was barely perceptible. In the pitch-black night, an old man, wearing a flower-patterned robe, walked into a subway tunnel with wooden sandals. A green mist, like an incoming tide, surged towards him, and the biting cold from it made the old man shiver involuntarily. He wrapped his flower-patterned coat tighter around himself. "Ugh, it's really cold. I should have dressed warmer." The old man muttered in complaint. "I'm almost 90, and I still have to run around doing other people's dirty work. What a heartless boss. At least, considering my injuries, they should have given me a few more days of rest." In the damp tunnel, a chilling wind blew, creating a mournful, low wail. The path ahead was pitch dark, as if it led to the underworld. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds came through the tunnel, carried by the cold wind. "Oh, are they here to welcome me?" The old man stopped walking, hands tucked into his sleeves. He looked up at the depths of the tunnel, his golden pupils glowing. Despite the lack of light in the tunnel, his exceptional vision allowed him to clearly see the creatures hidden within the patterns of the tunnel's rock walls, bat-like beings stretching their small bones, unfolding membranous wings, their clawed fingers at the tips of their wings, and their bodies shining with a bronze-like luster. Clearly, those creatures were awakened by the reckless intruders of the tunnel. Countless golden eyes, full of hunger and greed, lit up the darkness of the tunnel like candles. Kamitashi. How rare, I thought these things were extinct. An old man's eyes flickered with surprise, but it quickly faded, and he calmly said, "Hey, can you understand human speech? I'm here to visit your master. Can you please move out of the way?" But clearly, these beasts couldn't understand him, and even if they did, they wouldn't listen. The Kamitashi that had just awakened were incredibly eager for fresh blood. Just like Caesar's word soul, named after these monstrous beings, these Kamitashi also had the power to control wind. The tunnel was filled with them, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, screeching in unison, their sharp cries reverberating through the tunnel like a resonating echo. "TCH, looks like negotiation is off the table." The old man sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness as he said, "In that case, I'll have to kill all of you." Suddenly, a pitch-black corona appeared without warning. The terrifying gravitational force emitted by it pulled the flying Kamitashi towards it. The entire tunnel seemed to shake as fierce cracks spread out from the old man's feet, stretching to the walls in all directions. The Kamitashi were dragged towards the black corona by the gravity, but before they could get close, they were incinerated by the intense heat. The old man, no, Yusuji Koru, his double eyes burning with molten gold flames, stood as if an unstoppable force, releasing his word soul Black Sunday. Step by step, he advanced deeper into the tunnel. Tens of thousands of Kamitashi screamed in panic, but they couldn't escape the pull of gravity, all being dragged into the flames and reduced to ashes. Finally, a tall figure appeared at the end of the tunnel. "Human. Are you provoking me?" The aura of authority was like a tsunami, instantly filling the entire tunnel, creating a violent gust of wind. "The true master has finally shown up. I thought I'd have to wait longer." Yusuji Koru retracted the black sun and then looked at the tall figure, lowering his head slightly in respect. "I am Yusuji Koru. It's an honor to meet you, King of the Earth and Mountain." Chapter 368, Chapter 365, Report. Someone is cheating. This meeting was completely beyond Xiaomi's expectations. Staring at Yusuji Koru, who was marked as killed in battle in Castle College's archives, she suddenly felt like she had fallen into a web, shifting from the hunter to the prey. At the same time, more questions, no, more doubts, began flooding her mind like tangled threads. Honorable King of Earth and Mountains, please allow this old man to introduce himself. Yusuji Koru, unhurried and composed like a true gentleman, bowed respectfully to the tall figure in the darkness. If only he had a hat, the image would have been perfect. I am Yusuji Koru, the last Shadow Emperor of the East. By the will of my master, I have come to deliver a divine decree. A divine decree. Xiami was momentarily stunned, but soon, she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Are you seriously still playing this game in this day and age? How childish. Believe it or not, that is up to you. I'm just the messenger. Yusuji Koru shrugged indifferently. His job was to deliver the message, nothing more. Whether she believed it or not had nothing to do with him. Xiami was silent for half a second before speaking casually. All right then, let's hear it. You will die at the hands of your beloved. Yusuji Koru conveyed the message truthfully, but even as he said it, he found it utterly ridiculous. The four great kings of the dragon race were always ruthless and cold-hearted, their nature cruel and tyrannical. The idea of one falling in love with a human, and even dying at their hands, was about as likely as Hilbert coming out of the closet tomorrow, and on the receiving end, no less. Not impossible, but the probability was damn near zero. This was the kind of plot you'd only find in a romance novel. Yusuji Koru wanted to dismiss it as nonsense, convinced it was impossible. But then, he remembered, Adam's prophecies had never been wrong. Maybe the world was just changing too fast. All right, back to business. Leaving aside Yusuji Koru's increasingly wild thoughts, on Xiami's side, a sudden tremor ran through her heart. In her mind, a boy's shadow inexplicably surfaced, but she quickly shook her head, forcefully driving the thought away. Ridiculous. Xiami's voice carried a hint of anger as she loudly rebuked, "Is this what you call destiny?" Her voice was loud, yet there was an unexplainable trace of panic within it, like a little girl whose secret had just been exposed, making her both flustered and furious. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I'm just here to deliver the message. Yusuji Koru shrugged indifferently. My job here is done. Now, if you'll excuse me. With that, he turned to leave. But barging into Nibelungen uninvited and then speaking of destiny, such an act was nothing short of provocation. How could Xiami possibly let him go so easily? Stop right there. Xiami's golden eyes flared, burning like blazing flames. Her shout echoed through the tunnel, and under her overwhelming presence, the entire passage trembled. Cracks spread across the rock walls, sending fragments tumbling down, dust swirling in the air. Come and go as you please. Do you think this place is some kind of playground? Her piercing golden gaze radiated an indescribable majesty. A boundless and terrifying aura surged forth like an avalanche or a raging tsunami, filling every inch of the tunnel, as if several mountains were crashing down at once. Facing a dragon king, even one who wasn't in her complete state, the sheer weight of her spiritual domain was already suffocating for Yusuji Koru. Knew it would come to this. Yusuji Koru let out a heavy breath. His entire body felt like it was being squeezed. Unconsciously, his own golden eyes began to glow, but under the Dragon King's spiritual suppression, their once dazzling brilliance flickered weakly. O mighty ruler of earth and mountains, I meant no offense. Who sent you? Tell me who's behind this. Xiami's gaze was razor-sharp. She had to know, who was pulling the strings from the shadows. If looks could kill, Yusuji Koru figured he'd have been torn apart by now. Though he wouldn't die outright, a Dragon King's golden eyes held an undeniable power over hybrids, one that was impossible to resist. The air around him felt like it was about to solidify into glue. The immense pressure of the spiritual domain made him feel as if he were thousands of meters deep in the ocean. His bones, muscles, nerves, and even every strand of hair were screaming warnings, wailing in fear. This wasn't like last time with that fake Odin. This was a real, living Dragon King. Thinking of this, Yusuji Koru couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This job was way too dangerous. Dealing with Dragon Kings all the time, if he had known things would turn out like this, he might as well have just died in the ocean back then. But despite his complaints, he still wanted to avoid a fight if possible. He cleared his throat and said, "Respected Dragon King, I'm afraid I can't tell you who it is. But you won't have to wait long, soon, you will meet my master yourself. If you have any questions, you can ask them directly then." Oh. Is that so? Xiami's tall figure remained hidden in the darkness. Her voice carried a hint of displeasure as she let out a cold chuckle. In that case, you can stay right here. You'll leave when your so-called master arrives. She wanted to see for herself who was hiding in the shadows, playing tricks. Goodbye. Yusuji Koru didn't hesitate. He turned around and ran. Nibelungen was indeed the Dragon King's alchemical domain. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to escape. But he had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Xiaomi seemed to have expected this. Her calm gaze remained steady as her voice echoed through the tunnel. Fenrir. Boom. In the pitch-black subway tunnel, it was as if a 1,000-lumen spotlight had suddenly turned on. Blinding golden light burst forth. The tunnel walls trembled violently. As if some ancient mechanism had been triggered, cracks spread across the rock walls. Chunks of stone crumbled and fell, filling the air with dust. The ground shook violently as a massive searchlight blocked the path ahead. A blinding golden light completely filled Yuji Koru's vision. But in reality, that was no searchlight, it was a dragon. An ancient and majestic being, its massive body resembled mountain ranges from millions of years ago, covered in dark cyan black scales as hard as steel. Despite being a reptile, its presence was more awe-inspiring than any creature, powerful, deep, resilient. Every shift of its scales produced the crisp clank of metal striking metal. Its bone-ridged face carried the dignity of a king. With a single beat of its enormous wings, it sealed off the tunnel's only exit. Roar. A deafening bellow erupted, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air. Just from that one roar, Yuji felt like he had been slammed by a tidal wave. The impact sent him flying dozens of meters back, his feet carving 2 deep trenches into the tunnel floor as he struggled to stay upright. The dragon took half a step forward, and the entire tunnel trembled. Countless rocks broke loose from the ceiling, pelting against its scales with sharp, metallic clangs. Twin streams of scorching air shot from its nostrils, stirring up powerful gusts. An indescribable sense of pressure bore down on Yuji, making every hair on his body stand on end. Sweat poured uncontrollably from his pores. Under the piercing gaze of those golden eyes, an unstoppable chill crept into his heart. You're not leaving here until you talk. Xiaomi stepped forward, placing a hand under the dragon's chin, her eyes glinting with danger. Enough, enough. Yuji Koru sighed, shaking his head. I was hoping to avoid conflict, but in the end. His gaze swept over the wary dragon and the girl standing beside it. The teasing expression faded from his face, replaced by an icy, emotionless stare. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Ripples of light flickered in his pupils as he muttered softly. In the end, expecting reason from dragons is wishful thinking. At the end of the day, fists speak louder than words. Dark, armor-like dragon scales emerged from beneath his skin, spreading rapidly across his body. Layers upon layers of black scales shimmered with a grayish-white rock-like sheen. Faint, mysterious patterns were carved on the surface, so subtle that they were nearly impossible to see without careful observation. His muscles swelled to several times their original size, bulging as if inflated. The sheer force stretched his scales to the breaking point, and jagged bone spikes extended from his spine to the tip of his back. In the blink of an eye, Yuji Koru transformed from a human into a towering creature nearly tens of meters tall, an aberration resembling a smaller version of the Dragon King. Draconization. Xiaomi's heart trembled as she witnessed the transformation. Throughout history, every hybrid who had dared to walk this forbidden path had met the same fate, falling into madness and becoming mindless death servitor. Successful cases were virtually non-existent. Yet now, a human had taken the final step. He had turned into a dragon. Word Soul, Bronze Throne. Word Soul, Immortal. Word Soul, Instantaneous Amplification, Level 10. 3 layers of Word Soul stacked upon each other, pushing Yuji Koru's physical strength to an unimaginable level in an instant. Are you kidding me? Xiaomi's pupils shrank in shock. You're cheating, aren't you? Even the so-called King of Earth and Mountains, famed for unparalleled defense, would have to bow before this body, now tougher than any known alloy. The next moment, Yuji Koru vanished. Boom. A deafening sonic boom tore through the air. The entire tunnel collapsed under the force. Xiaomi's vision was filled with a pitch-black figure. Before she could react, she was struck as if by a falling meteor. The overwhelming force crashed into her like a tidal wave, sending both her and Fenrir hurtling against the tunnel's rocky walls. The shrieking winds of destruction howled without end. Chapter 369, Chapter 366, Next Target. Underneath the Castle College's Norma mainframe operating room, there's a forbidden zone no one can enter without the principal's approval. The remains of the Dragon King, transported from the 3 gorges of the Yangtze River, were secretly brought here. As for the use and specific research on the Dragon King's bones, all of it was temporarily suppressed by Hilbert in the name of the Board of Trustees. However, this has made the equipment department quite upset, and they even tried several times to break into the storage room and steal some of the Dragon King's bones. Fortunately, this idea remained on paper and was quickly shut down by Hilbert. Several professors raised objections, but without exception, Hilbert forcefully rejected them. This caused dissatisfaction among people like Manstein, Guderian, and Schneider, but ultimately, due to Hilbert's authority, they had to abandon their ideas. Apart from Norton, the most talked about subject among the students was the new student who was designated as the S rank by the principal, Luming Fay, who caused an uproar in castle for killing one of the 4 kings. Although the details were kept secret, the fact that Luming Fay was recognized as the key figure in the mission and that both the Lionheart Club and the student council leaders had extended olive branches to him caused a stir on Castle's forum, with many speculating about who this Luming Fay could be. It can basically be said that even before officially enrolling, Luming Fay had already gained a large fan base. The world of hybrids can be complicated, but in this academy, the belief in the supremacy of the strong is widespread, and Luming Fay clearly meets that standard. For a time, rumors spread all over the forum, and the war of words began. What was particularly amusing was that some people seized the opportunity to bet whether this newly debuted S-rank would be able to beat Chu Zihong, kick Caesar, and suppress the current generation of hybrids to become the young leader. Of course, Chu Zihong and Caesar's popularity was unquestionable, completely overshadowing this new S-rank student. Nono scrolled through the posts on the forum, sitting cross-legged in the dorm, unable to hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, I really want to know what that S-rank will think when they see this. After coming back, she did some research on Luming Fay again and found herself more and more intrigued by this younger student. If the other students saw the smile on Nono's face right now, they would probably shiver in fear. After all, being targeted by the little witch doesn't exactly mean anything good. As for Caesar, he's been quite busy lately. Originally recovering from injuries, he suddenly received a message from the Gattuso family, claiming it might be related to his father, the charming playboy Pompeo Gattuso. So, he rushed back to Europe in a hurry. Chu Zihong's injuries were quite severe, and due to the deep extent of his dragon transformation, he was placed in a separate room with no visitors allowed. Accustomed to loneliness, he didn't complain much about it. However, recently he had been plagued by strange dreams. In these dreams, he found himself back at Sherlon High School, reliving his school days. But the only difference was, this time in the dream, there was a quirky girl by his side, always talking non-stop, as if she had an endless supply of energy. The girl stayed with him for a long time, but no matter how hard Chu Zihong tried to remember, he couldn't recall her appearance, as if a filter had been placed over it. Her temperament and personality made him feel like he had seen her before, but he couldn't figure out where. Creak. At that moment, the closed door was pushed open. Chu Zihong, interrupted in his thoughts, turned and his eyes lit up slightly when he saw who had entered. It's you. Yeah, I came to visit you. Are you touched? The visitor had soft, slightly curly light golden hair, a warm aura like the sun. His lips curled up in a slight smile, revealing a gentle expression. His clear, light golden eyes resembled a serene mountain stream, easily calming his somewhat disordered mind. Adam Englewood. No, he should now be the new White King. The Academy's rule forbidding outsiders from visiting didn't apply to White King, of course. There was no restriction on him at all. Actually, who becomes the White King doesn't matter to Chu Zihong. His hatred for the Dragon Clan is rooted in Odin and that rainy night, so he doesn't resist it as strongly as Caesar does. Thank you. Chu Zihong forced a smile, but the fierce expression on his face was quite terrifying. No need to thank me. Adam walked to the bedside and casually placed the flowers he brought into the vase. Now, can you tell me the answer? Though he was anxious inside, Chu Zihong's tone remained calm. However, the anxiety and impatience flashing in his burning golden eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. Chu Tianjiao. Adam tilted his head, looking at Chu Zihong lying on the bed. Yes. Chu Zihong nodded without hesitation. He really wanted to know where his father was and if he was still alive. Since that stormy night a year and a half ago, it was as if he had been trapped on that elevated bridge, unable to escape the shadow hanging over him. With Odin wearing an iron mask and the grey-white giant dragon, these were the only clues he had to find his father's whereabouts. From that moment, he relentlessly fought, constantly pushing himself to the brink of life and death, all in pursuit of finding his father. The answer he desperately sought was right in front of him. Last time, you said you would see him again soon. Chu Zihong added. Haven't you already seen him? Adam quietly gazed at him and said, right on that elevated bridge. Boom. Chu Zihong felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind. He stared blankly, his entire being in a dazed state, as if shocked by electricity, then suddenly started trembling uncontrollably. You mean? Chu Zihong's pupils filled with blood, and a twisted, cruel expression flickered in his eyes, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. His voice was hoarse. The Odin on the overpass is my father, Chu Tianjiao. Adam patted his shoulder, calming the turbulent thoughts in Chu Zihong's mind, and spoke softly, don't worry, Chu Tianjiao isn't dead. He was just reduced to a puppet of the true Odin. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Chu Zihong's eyes. He cautiously looked at Adam, his lips trembling. Really? Really? Absolutely. Adam grinned. It was a skeleton, radiating a heavy bronze color. Like a craft made from pure copper, the skull's eye sockets contained crystallized eyeballs, resembling a pair of golden glass beads. Although it looked like a human skeleton, upon closer inspection, it was vastly different. Nearly 1,000 thin bones were interwoven, some fused with each other, while others formed organs never seen before. 2 delicate bones in the back spread open like a fan, once capable of tearing through the sky as wings. The skeleton's arms were spread out and intertwined, gripping the wing bones behind it. Its head hung low, as if mourning, like Jesus nailed to the cross. Is this the Dragon King's Norton's dragon bone cross? Hilbert's eyes seemed to burn with flames as he reached out to touch the Dragon King's skeleton through a specially made tempered glass bottle. Every Dragon King, upon death, turns into a dragon bone cross. The power within their bones and blood is sealed inside, a way of passing on the dragon's legacy. It's enough to drive both hybrids and purebloods mad, because once they acquire and consume the dragon bone cross, they can inherit the powers within. Even though it was through thick, special glass, Hilbert could still feel the deep longing from within his bloodline. According to our agreement, Norton's dragon bone cross is yours. Hilbert's voice was low, speaking as if he was certain someone was there, even though the surroundings were empty. He casually said, "Now, can you tell me who the next target is?" "The King of Earth and Mountains." A voice suddenly appeared in the vast collection room. Upon hearing this, Hilbert raised an eyebrow and said, "I thought it would be the King of Sky and Wind. He has a bigger role to play." The voice echoed again, carrying an indescribable tone. "The most delicious things are often saved for last, aren't they?" Chapter 370, Chapter 367, First Day of School. The joyful Siami vacation was quickly coming to an end, and the students were filled with a bittersweet feeling of reluctance. Of course, I don't know about everyone else, but for Luming Fay, there was a sense of relief. Finally, he could escape from the so-called happy Siami camp, which had been more like a hellish nightmare. As everyone knows, a happy Siami was far from happy. He spent the entire Siami trapped in endless battles and killings. By the time he returned from the camp, he almost had the same reaction as a war veteran with PTSD, nearly snapping his cousin Luming's neck without realizing it. Yeah, that's Luming's, his uncle and aunt's precious little treasure, not the troublesome little demon. "Brother, how was the training this time?" Just as he thought of him, the little demon appeared. Sitting with his legs crossed, he was at the window desk, his chin resting on his hand, smiling mischievously. It was miserable beyond belief. "If I had to describe it, the only word that fits is hell," Luming Fay said, pinching the space between his eyes. A deep fear flashed across his face as he softly recalled, the entire galaxy was burning in flames of war. Humanity was struggling under the invasion of alien forces. I've never seen such a hopeless world. Oh. Luming's seemed particularly interested in the word despair, his eyes lighting up for a moment. Sounds like it might be fun. You'll understand once you see it for yourself. Luming Fay glanced at him, shaking his head. A future with no hope. Billions of stars ignited by the flames of war. Endless blood and killing between the star seas. I can only be grateful that our world is safe. At least we don't have those evil beings. I hope such a future never comes to pass. Luming's suddenly asked, "Big brother, do you think those worlds really exist?" Upon hearing this, Luming Fay paused for a moment, then fell silent. "Hey, it's probably just a dream," Luming's shrugged, trying to dismiss the thought. "Hurry up and pack, the flight's ready. Don't be late for the first day of school, dear brother." Luming Fay turned and looked at the corner of the room, where 2 large suitcases were piled up, filled with everyday items. "Auntie packed for you. She thought you might need it, so she stuffed in a 12-hole comforter, a pillow, a pressure cooker, and clothes for when you change, among other things." Luming's spread his hands and said, "I don't think it's necessary, but what can I do?" A warm look appeared in Luming Fay's eyes as he nodded. "It's fine, it's actually perfect." Carrying the 2 suitcases out, Auntie was still grumbling, complaining that the professors at Castle College had poor taste, not recognizing her precious Luming's. But when she saw Luming Fay dragging his luggage, she went over to remind him with a few words, like being careful when traveling and that the situation in America was chaotic. Luming Fay smiled and nodded in agreement, then took his uncle's car to the airport. After getting off the plane, Luming Fay met Siami. Hey little junior, I'm over here." Siami, with her high ponytail and flawless appearance like a mythical creature, stood out in the crowd. She was jumping up and down, waving energetically at him, her whole body radiating youth and vitality. Luming Fay walked over with his suitcase, surprised. "Siami, what are you doing here?" "Hey, I just finished my Siami vacation." Siami grinned, showing her sharp little tiger teeth. "I heard you're starting school, so the professor asked me to show you around." Her luggage was minimal, just a backpack. Her smile was lovely, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, and her long lashes fluttered. Paired with her baby-faced look, she was incredibly cute. But unfortunately, after going through the hellish battles of the galactic battlefield, Luming Fay's heart had already turned as cold as if he had spent 10 years killing fish in a supermarket. What's all this love stuff? It's just an obstacle. Real men never care about these things. Thanks for your help, Senior. Luming Fay politely nodded, but there was no other expression on his face. Xiami felt a bit frustrated, not because she thought she was so charming that everyone should pay attention to her, but because Luming Fay's attitude truly made her feel defeated. Even Caesar, when he saw her, would unintentionally show a hint of admiration in his eyes. But Luming Fay was different. His gaze was cold, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, like a hard rock, completely ignoring her. Senior, it's time to go, Luming Fay said, reminding her. Oh, right, I know, Xiami snapped out of her thoughts and pouted as she followed him. Through the crowded streets, the two of them took a cab to Chicago train station. According to the directions, they needed to wait for the 1000th express train, as only that train could take them to Castle. Wait, where are you going? Xiami asked loudly when she saw Luming Fay walking in the opposite direction. To pick something up. Luming Fay stopped, thought for a moment, and explained, a package, it was sent to me by someone. A package. Xiami was a bit confused but didn't ask further. At the storage lockers in Chicago train station, Luming Fay hesitated for a few seconds. Then, following his memory, he entered the password. Bang. The largest locker at the bottom opened with a thud, revealing a black box about 1.4 meters long. Luming Fay crouched down, grabbed the black box's leather handle, and pulled it out of the locker. He noticed a note stuck on it, a belated birthday gift. Happy 18th birthday, Adam. He paused for a moment, then smiled and carefully folded the note, tucking it into his jacket pocket. Wow, such a big package. What's inside? Xiami waited at the station for a long time, and when she saw Luming Fay carrying the huge black box, she couldn't help but ask, curious. A gift. Luming Fay smiled slightly, clearly fond of this gift. Is it a gift from Mr. Adam? Little Devil Lumingza suddenly popped up, staring at the black box with curiosity. What's inside, big brother? Just as Luming Fay was about to answer, his brow suddenly furrowed. His sharp gaze scanned the crowd at the station, then locked onto a seemingly suspicious figure. Heh, some people just can't sit still, big brother, Lumingza said after a brief pause, noticing the figure and sneering. However, he was also a bit surprised that this time, he noticed the sneaky figure only after Luming Fay did. Ah, Junior. Are you okay? Xiami, seeing Luming Fay suddenly become cold, turned to look at him in confusion. What are you looking at? Someone's watching us. Luming Fay's eyes were cold, but his expression remained calm. What? Xiami was startled, her face instantly turning pale. We're being watched. By who? This is a train station, there shouldn't be any robbers around. Sometimes, Luming Fay really couldn't help but feel helpless. He glanced at Xiami and said, Senior, we're being watched by someone who seems to be a hybrid. The law has no control over people like that. Chapter 371, Chapter 368, Invitation from the Secret Order. Hybrid. Xiami's eyes widened, as if in disbelief. Are you sure you're not joking? This is Chicago, the headquarters of Castle College. Who would come here to cause trouble? Naturally, it's a madman. Luming Fay looked at the figures carefully approaching them through the crowd, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit, these people were terrible at hiding their presence. If they were on that planet, they probably wouldn't last even half a minute. So what do we do now? Xiami, nervously scanning the crowd for suspicious people, asked, why can't I find them? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Tell Norma to evacuate the crowd, quickly. Luming Fay slowly set down the two suitcases, then took off the black box from his back. The heavy thud when it hit the ground suggested what was inside wasn't light. He spoke in a calm tone, or, tell Norma to have the execution bureau prepare for the aftermath. As he spoke, Xiami finally spotted the suspicious people, 4 men with different builds and skin tones, some black, some white, looking completely unrelated, silently surrounding them. Hello, Mr. Luming Fay, Miss Xiami. One of the men, a 2-meter-tall, muscular white man wearing a tank top, walked up to them. He bowed politely and spoke fluent Chinese. We represent the secret order and invite both of you to meet with our leader, the tyrant. We kindly ask you not to refuse. In the bustling Chicago train station, the 4 men with different builds and skin tones, black and white, surrounded Luming Fay and Xiami. Although they were surrounding them, the 4 men were acting cautiously. They clearly didn't trust Luming Fay and Xiami. The distance between them was at least 4 or 5 meters. Only the blonde-haired white man moved forward to talk, while the others remained alert, one hand discreetly hidden behind their backs, clearly ready for a counterattack. Secret order. Sorry, I've never heard of it. Luming Fay, holding the black box with one hand, said flatly, "As for the so-called tyrant you mentioned, I'm even less interested. If there's nothing else, please don't bother us. It's my first day at school, and I don't want to be late. Thank you." In contrast to his calm reaction, Xiaomi seemed much more nervous, afraid that a fight would break out in such a crowded place. "Mr. Luming Fay, we are inviting you very sincerely." After being directly rejected, the blonde-haired, white man's expression turned cold. A hint of threat slipped into his tone, "and I suggest you think carefully before you answer." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 3 people silently drew out metal batons from their waists, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. "Well, this gentleman." Xiaomi, sensing the situation was getting worse, immediately stepped forward to mediate. She forced a smile and waved her hand. "I know you're in a hurry, but today is Mr. Luming Fay's first day at school, and both the professors and the principal of Castle College are waiting for him, so, how about another day?" She hoped to avoid the worst-case scenario, so she brought up Principal Uchiha of Castle College. After all, in the world of hybrids, Hilbert had some deterrent power. Now, Xiaomi could only hope these people would back down. Hilbert Ron Anju will soon become a thing of the past. The blonde-haired man also pulled out a metal baton, engraved with intricate, mysterious symbols, which was not in any known language. "This is your last chance. There's an old saying in the Eastern countries, those who know when to yield are wise. So, Mr. Luming Fay, Miss Xiaomi, now please tell me your answer." Luming Fay, holding the black box, tilted his head slightly and sized up the white man. "I, Luming Fay, love telling self-righteous people no. Norma, Luming Fay, and I are under attack by enemies calling themselves the Secret Order at Chicago train station. There are 4 enemies. Requesting backup." Xiaomi quickly reacted, decisively dialing her phone, and reported the situation in full. "Attack. Secret Order." Norma immediately made a judgment after receiving the message. "Please hold on, reinforcements will arrive soon, there's also more intel." ZZZZT. The harsh sound of electricity buzzed through the control room. "What's going on?" Norma. Schneider, who had been in the control room, immediately walked over after hearing the noise and asked. New student Luming Fay and first-year Xiaomi were attacked at the Chicago train station. The attackers claim to be members of the Secret Order, there are 4 of them. Norma explained everything. "How dare they attack our people at the Chicago train station?" Schneider was furious, slamming his hand on the table, standing up angrily. "Lock onto their location, I'll have the nearby execution team send support." "Professor Schneider, there's something I need to tell you." Norma spoke grimly. Just now, after Xiaomi sent the distress signal, their signals completely disappeared. Completely disappeared. Schneider froze for a moment, then quickly said, "Impossible, how could they disappear? Did the enemy use a jamming device?" "I don't think so." Norma hacked into the Chicago train station's surveillance system and played back the footage. In the footage, Luming Fay and Xiaomi were surrounded by 4 people. They seemed to be talking about something. Soon, a blonde white man with an angry expression took a metal short rod from his pocket, and the other 3 did the same. It was like they had coordinated, forcefully smashing the rods into the ground. There was a brief pause of 1,000th of a second in the footage, and then all 4, along with Luming Fay and Xiaomi, completely vanished. Schneider's eyes widened instantly, his pupils trembling as he stared at the screen. Nibelungen. The only possibility that could instantly make someone disappear from a space was the alchemy domain Nibelungen. The probability of Nibelungen is 99%, Norma gave her assessment. "Report this to the principal immediately." Schneider couldn't sit still, speaking in a low tone. "To create Nibelungen, the enemy must be at least Dragon King level. Someone has set their sights on our S-rank member, and ordinary execution bureau members won't be able to handle it. Is there anyone nearby?" "Finger," Norma replied. "No other option, then. Tell Finger to hurry." Schneider's brow furrowed. The name made him uneasy, but he sighed and said, "In the meantime, evacuate the crowded Chicago train station. I'll go find the principal. A Dragon King level enemy appearing at Chicago station, we have to take this seriously. We're already making arrangements, but how do we breach the Nibelungen domain?" Norma asked the crucial question. "Maybe, there's one person who can do it." Schneider crossed his hands under his chin, his gaze darkening as he clearly thought of the best person for the task. Chu Zihong. Norma guessed the person. "Exactly, Chu Zihong." Schneider spoke in a serious tone. Nibelungen, at its core, is an extension of alchemy. Chu Zihong's draconization is profound, almost comparable to a second-generation species. If we have him use Norton's Dragonbone Cross, he might be the key to breaking through the Dragon King Nibelungen. "Professor Schneider, I need to remind you of something." Norma paused before continuing. "Norton's Dragonbone Cross, it's impossible to borrow unless the principal agrees." "I'll go talk to the principal." You stay on top of the station situation. Schneider immediately stood, took a couple of steps, then turned back and said, hurry up and prod that lazy dog, tell him there's points involved. Chapter 372, Chapter 369, Surrounded. The perspective shifted back to Chicago's train station. After receiving a firm rejection from Luming Fay, the white male's face darkened. He sneered and exchanged a glance with his companions. Then, as if they had planned it, the four of them simultaneously gripped their metal rods tightly and slammed them onto the ground. The moment the metal rods collided with the surface, mysterious markings engraved on them seemed to come alive, writhing and extending onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious patterns on the rods closed off from all four directions, forming something resembling an alchemy matrix. Eh? What's this? Xiaomi looked down in panic at the sudden alchemy matrix that appeared underfoot, instinctively grabbing onto Luming Fay beside her. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scenery before them changed drastically. They were no longer at the bustling Chicago train station. Instead, they found themselves on a fog-covered, broken bridge. The dark, ink-like clouds swirled like waves, periodically releasing terrifying, thick bolts of lightning. The thunderous roar, akin to the sound of spring thunder, accompanied by blinding light, rushed from the distance and quickly enveloped them, dragging the still-dazed Xiaomi back into reality. Where is this? Xiaomi screamed in panic. Senior Xiaomi, please calm down. Luming Fay was taken aback by her sudden scream, his right ear ringing. He looked at her helplessly. This is Nibelungen. No matter how loud you scream, no one can hear you. Of course, Xiaomi knew this was Nibelungen. She suppressed the urge to voice her irritation, wondering if anyone knew what acting like a pretty girl really meant. However, she couldn't bring herself to say it, still in shock. Normally, the entrance to Nibelungen could only appear in fixed locations and couldn't just pop up randomly, let alone drag someone from one place into Nibelungen like it had just happened. This kind of operation was practically impossible in the field of alchemy. But the reality slapped her in the face, leaving Xiaomi feeling bewildered. Be careful. They're coming. Xiaomi whispered, her golden eyes involuntarily glowing. The smell of blood hit them through the mist, and the twisted black shadows that occasionally flashed by served as a warning of the terrifying events to come. Humans. Sweet scent. Incomprehensible whispers, as if mixed with some kind of disordered mutterings, filled the air. The shadows lurking in the mist resembled distorted crawling creatures, cautiously approaching them while making the sound of metal scraping. Soon, they could finally make out the shapes of the shadows. The creatures had snake-like lower bodies, torn yellow robes draped over their upper bodies, and deformed, vicious bone protrusions for faces. Their exposed skin was covered in dense, dark scales, and their eyes gleamed with a dazzling golden light, like gas lamps. Mourners. Death servitors. Xiaomi suppressed her breath nervously, her flawless face turning pale. The numbers, there are so many. Indeed, the death servitors that emerged from the mist numbered nearly 100, and that was just the ones they could see. It was safe to assume that deeper in the mist, even more death servitors were hiding. Even as a dragon king, facing such a large number of them made Xiaomi feel great pressure. Suddenly, the death servitors stopped, then parted like a tide, revealing a pathway. The white man they had seen earlier now wore a torn yellow robe and walked out from between the death servitors standing on both sides. He bowed first, then smiled politely. Mr. Luming Fay, Miss Xiaomi, welcome to our master's world. It's best for both of you to cooperate, or I can't promise what will happen next. As if to confirm his words, the surrounding death servitors began to stir, much like greedy hyenas. You talk too much. Luming Fay tilted his head, looking impatient, and said, I've probably mentioned it already. Today's my first day at school, I don't want to be late. Can you move aside? It looks like you two are refusing. The white man's face darkened once more as he coldly said, if that's the case, then don't blame us. With a wave of his hand, the group of death servitors, suppressing their thirst for blood and greed, immediately seemed to have received approval. They closed in, revealing sharp teeth and drooling as they hungrily eyed Luming Fay and Xiaomi, as if they were about to devour them alive. Hey, Luming Fay, let's run. Xiaomi decisively suggested. As the king of earth and mountains, her power was the weakest among the four great lords. A one-on-one fight would be no problem, but facing a large group of death servitors was clearly beyond her. Unless her brother Fenrir was around, her own strength wouldn't be enough to outlast this many death servitors. Moreover, there was still the Dragon King hiding in the shadows, and Xiaomi definitely didn't want to be consumed. No need, leave it to me. However, Luming Fay's response left Xiaomi stunned. He was actually planning to face nearly 100 death servitors alone. Brother, do you need a deal? The little devil always appeared at the most crucial moments, looking like a cunning merchant as he spoke, with just a quarter of your soul, I can help you kill these filthy things. No need, it's just right. I need some exercise. Luming Fay shook his head, rejecting the deal, and pulled the trigger on the black box, casually saying, "Remember a few days ago when you asked me if those worlds were real? I think that's what you said." The little devil sat on a nearby ruin, swinging his legs and tilting his head to look at Luming Fay. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up, brother? I just want to tell you that it's real." With the crisp sound of the trigger, the black box finally opened, and Luming Fay forcefully pulled out the item inside. When the item was revealed, not only the little devil but also Xiaomi was shocked. It was a massive chainsaw sword that could somewhat be considered a weapon. Its appearance was stunning, full of the beauty of mechanical craftsmanship, with thick single-edged saw teeth and a heavy spine that exuded a brutal and violent aura. Looking at its form, it was more accurate to say that it was a chainsaw rather than a sword. Boom. Luming Fay pulled the trigger on the sword's handle, and the silent saw blade erupted with a loud roar. The young man's cruel golden eyes locked onto the group of restless shadows. He licked his cracked lips, excitement mixed with battle intent, surging and rising around him, until it finally gathered into a terrifying killing intent that seemed almost tangible, filling the entire space. "Come on, filthy aliens, I will bring you death in the name of the Divine Emperor." In the next moment, under the stunned gazes of Xiaomi and Luming Fay leaped forward like a beast, charging at the group of death servitors. Boom. The roar of the chainsaw shattered the eerie silence in the mist. With each step, Luming Fay rushed into the group of death servitors, wielding the roaring chainsaw sword and striking down. It turned out that the exaggerated chainsaw sword had incredible destructive power. The sawtooth chain blade spun wildly, and with a chilling sound of bone and flesh tearing, it split one of the death servitors in half. Blood mixed with broken flesh splattered, staining Luming Fay red. Wait a minute. Death servitors are aliens, so what does that make the dragon race, which shares similar genetic traits? Luming's eyes widened as he watched his brother. Suddenly, an unexplainable chill ran down his neck. The chainsaw sword, so futuristic in design, and the cries of "aliens must die," and "the Emperor grants me glory," followed by one strike after another, splitting the death servitors apart. Covered in blood, Luming Fay rushed into the enemy ranks, taking on thousands by himself. Was this really his brother? Chapter 373, Chapter 370, Not Human. Luming Fay swung the chainsaw sword, each strike powerful and heavy, creating a dull whooshing sound. The blade's teeth spun rapidly, crashing into death servitors' dark, scaled armor. The sharp metallic sound echoed as bright sparks exploded in the darkness. A piercing scream followed, causing the surrounding creatures to show fear and quickly retreat. The spinning teeth cut into death servitors' bones, violently and bloodily slicing from the shoulder down. Stinky blood sprayed out like a burst pipe, splattering uncontrollably and covering Luming Fay in red. In the blink of an eye, Luming Fay had killed a death servitor, his brutal method shocking both Xiaomi and the little devil. However, Luming Fay didn't have time to care about their thoughts. It was only then that the shocked death servitors seemed to snap back to their senses. Their dark golden eyes glinted with fear and greed, bloodlust and savagery, different emotions blending together. At the sound of an angry yell from the white men, they charged one after another. Boom. The roar of the chainsaw sword still thundered. It seemed as though the sword was eager to drink the blood of the enemies in front of it. The vibrating teeth of the chainsaw sword seemed to constantly remind Luming Fay of that glorious and heroic journey. Following in the steps of the great emperor among the starry sea, hunting down the heretics and burning away evil. Heretics, face the wrath of the emperor. At that moment, Luming Fay felt like he had once again become the emperor's angel of death. He stomped hard, causing the ground to crack, his seemingly weak body exploding with unbelievable strength, rushing forward like a fierce tiger into a pack of wolves. In the great emperor's name, slay the heretics. Amidst the loud roar of the chainsaw sword, Luming Fay thrust the massive sword straight into a death servitor's stomach, then violently twisted it, letting the foul blood spill onto him as he unknowingly moved on to the next enemy. The weapon not only had an exaggerated appearance, but its performance and destructive power were equally astonishing. Or rather, it was a weapon created solely for the purpose of killing. The massive chainsaw sword in Luming Fay's hands felt like it gave him wings. Death servitors' steel-like scales were as fragile as paper in front of the spinning, serrated power sword. They were easily torn apart. The remaining death servitors, realizing they couldn't defeat Luming Fay, turned their focus to Xiaomi. They howled and charged toward her. Ah. This is bad, Luming Fay, hurry up and come save me. Xiaomi turned, terrified, and tried to run. But unfortunately, death servitors surrounded her from all sides. Luming Fay had already dashed off, and it was impossible for him to come to her aid anytime soon. At that moment, Luming Fay, who had charged into the death servitor group alone, was fully immersed in the battle. Suddenly, he heard the little devil's teasing voice in his ear, "Big brother, the little dragon girl is calling for help." Whoosh. In response to the little devil's voice, Luming Fay swung his weapon with great force. The roaring chainsaw sword easily sliced through several death servitors in half. His fierce, violent gaze swept across the area like a sharp knife. He wiped the blood from his face and said indifferently, "No need to worry about her. She's the Dragon King. She won't be so easily killed." He had already learned of Xiaomi's true identity from the Dragon Clan journal. She was the king of Earth and Mountain, Jormungandr. "Alright, so you think you can just push me around?" Seeing no escape, Xiaomi puffed out her cheeks in anger, baring her tiger teeth, and clenched her fists. "Just because I don't show my power doesn't mean I'm some helpless kitty." Usually, she pretended to be weak to disguise her identity, but that didn't mean she was truly powerless. Unlike her brother Fenrir, her strength was the weakest among the 4 Dragon King, but she had a unique talent. She could find the weakest point of anything and strike it with devastating force, easily destroying things much stronger than herself. As she faced the charging Death Servitors, a bright light sparked in her golden eyes. Everything had a weakness, and Death Servitors were no exception. She clearly saw the stress points on several Death Servitors. As she clenched her fist, she struck out suddenly. Bang! The seemingly weak fist struck the approaching Death Servitor with force. In the next moment, Death Servitors were suddenly stopped. The greedy, violent dark gold pupils went dim, and his body instantly shattered, as if it had broken apart from the inside. Luming Fay was covered in blood, and each roar of his chainsaw sword meant the end of one Death Servitor. It was hard to imagine that under the siege of dozens of Death Servitors, an 18-year-old boy's battle experience was shockingly skilled. He moved like a butterfly, narrowly dodging each deadly attack from Death Servitors, his reflexes absurdly fast. With the chainsaw sword in hand, Luming Fay was like a god of death reborn. The combat memories etched into his bones had now become instinct. He always found the perfect strike to end them and killed the heretics in the most efficient way. The blood seemed to transform into glory, draping over the young man. Unable to free a hand, Luming Fay gripped the chainsaw sword in his right hand, and with his left, he crushed a Death Servitor's skull. Frowning, he grumbled, "TCH, if only I had an explosive gun." "What's an explosive gun, the little devil?" Lumingza curiously asked. "A gun that blows heretics' heads into pieces," Luming Fay replied simply, swinging his chainsaw sword horizontally. Several Death Servitors attempting to sneak attack were instantly cut in half, their organs and flesh scattering everywhere. The killing continued, but it was slightly different from what the white male had anticipated. Smash! Luming Fay stomped on the heretic's skull, then hoisted his roaring chainsaw sword, locking his target on the mastermind. "Now, it's your turn," he said as he walked toward the white male. "You're not human." "Not human." The white male's legs trembled. He watched in disbelief as nearly 100 Death Servitors were slaughtered almost single-handedly by Luming Fay, leaving only a few scattered ones. His initial confidence shifted to doubt, and finally, terror filled his face. Looking around the broken elevated highway, the ground was littered with gashes cut by the chainsaw sword, and the place resembled a large slaughterhouse with dismembered limbs and meat. Even the most twisted serial killer would probably give Luming Fay a thumbs up and sincerely praise him, "You're better than me." Luming Fay's clothes were soaked with blood from the inside out. His hair was tangled with bits of flesh and dripping blood. With the exaggerated chainsaw sword in his hand, Xiaomi thought that the director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre could totally come to him for a shoot. That kind of vibe. It would definitely scare someone to death. Isn't this just a perfect example of a deranged serial killer? However, after hearing the white man's words, no one expected that Luming Fay would suddenly snap, gripping the chainsaw sword and quickly closing the distance. "Who the hell are you calling not human? I'll chop you up, you damn heretic." The one thing he hated most in this life was being told he didn't seem human. If it were in that world, this would be an insult, one that could only be settled with a fight to the death. Chapter 374, Chapter 371, Finger. The white man didn't understand why such a simple sentence could provoke the god of death into a violent rage. But when he saw Luming Fay's face contorted with fury, holding the roaring chainsaw sword, rapidly approaching him, his heart started pounding in fear. He valued his life greatly, so without hesitation, he turned and fled, shouting for help as he ran. "Damn it, stop watching, someone help me." V-room. The heavy steel blade tore through the air with a loud, thunderous roar. "No, don't kill me." The white man felt his scalp go cold as a bloody wind rushed toward him. Terrified, he screamed, "I'm useful. I can tell you." But it was too late. Luming Fay didn't care to listen. His mind was only focused on getting to school on time. With a swift spin of his wrist, the chainsaw sword slammed into the white man's back, tearing through his spine. As he twisted the sword, he ripped it sideways with brutal force, and in the midst of a scream, the man was torn apart and shredded into pieces. Pulling the chainsaw sword free, dripping with flesh and blood, Luming Fay slowly turned his head. His eyes, cold with murderous intent, locked onto Xiaomi. "Luming Fay, I'm human. I'm not a heretic." Xiaomi trembled in fear, worried that if he got carried away, she'd be next on the chopping block. However, Luming Fay seemed not to hear her. He slowly walked toward her, dragging the blood-soaked, brutal weapon behind him. Screech! Screech. The heavy metal blade scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. The sound of it grinding against the floor, to Xiaomi's ears, was like the approach of the Grim Reaper, a terrifying death knell. Luming Fay, calm down. Look closely, I'm not Death Servitor, I'm Xiaomi, your lovely senior. Xiaomi's face went pale, genuinely terrified of this god of death. She feared that if he was in the wrong mood, he might mistake her for an heretic and turn her into minced meat. Most importantly, considering Luming Fay's displayed combat ability, as the Dragon King Jormungandr, she had little chance of winning in a fight. After all, the scene where Luming Fay swung wrath and chopped Norton to death is still vivid in his mind. Boom. Suddenly, Luming Fay stepped forward, and his figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Ah! Xiaomi screamed, her muscles tensing, ready to resist. But then, she saw Luming Fay swing the heavy chainsaw sword, piercing just centimeters away from her ear. The sound of flesh and bone being shredded by the rotating saw blades echoed in her ears. Xiaomi swallowed hard, looking at Luming Fay, who was drenched in blood, standing so close that she could see him clearly. The nauseating, sharp scent of blood filled her nose, and she suddenly felt unwell. Senior, your front teeth are showing. Luming Fay said flatly as he withdrew the chainsaw sword. Thud. It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Xiaomi realized it was a misunderstanding and turned to look behind her. It was one of the 4 people who had cornered them at the Chicago train station earlier. The one who had tried to ambush and capture her but was impaled by Luming Fay's chainsaw sword, now in pieces. Sorry about that, Xiaomi said awkwardly. No worries. Luming Fay wasn't bothered by such trivial matters. He turned his gaze toward the thick fog and spoke, the two of you better listen up. Right now, immediately, get back here. Otherwise, when I find you, I'll rip your heads and spines out together. The little devil gave a big thumbs up and said, that's some high-level threatening. Xiaomi couldn't see, but she still gave a thumbs up, as expected of you, Junior. The Nibelungen domain was filled with thick fog, and an eerie silence hung in the air with no response. Junior, it seems like they plan to trap us here. Xiaomi whispered. I'll count to 3. Luming Fay gripped the chainsaw sword, his voice calm, with no trace of emotion. 3. 2. 1. At the shout of 1, the silent chainsaw sword once again erupted with a roaring sound. Just as Xiaomi thought a bloody battle was about to break out again, she saw the fog in front of her slowly dissipating, and the Nibelungen domain began to twist. Immediately after, the Nibelungen domain collapsed. You actually, really scared me. Xiaomi's mouth slightly opened, her eyes wide in surprise. That group of people really had been frightened by Luming Fay's intimidation and obediently cancelled the Nibelungen. Luming's rarely found himself so shocked, but right now, he was completely stunned. Did the summer camp with Mr. Adam have such an exaggerated training effect? In just one summer, it had transformed his brother from a timid high school student into a Rambo, shouting, for the Emperor, for humanity, and holding a chainsaw sword to slaughter Death Servitor. Wasn't that a bit too much? Witnessing Luming Fay's dramatic change firsthand, Luming's suddenly had a bold idea. Why not join Mr. Adam and try out the training camp for himself? After the Nibelungen domain was cancelled, Luming Fay and Xiaomi reappeared at the Chicago train station where they had left earlier. However, the station was now empty, with the crowds nowhere to be seen, and the loudspeakers were broadcasting an emergency evacuation alert. Senior. Junior. Suddenly, a voice floated from the side. Luming Fay turned his head toward the sound, and saw a burly man with messy, ramen-like hair and a full beard, staring at them in confusion behind a pillar, as if hesitating whether to approach them. Senior. Is that you? Xiaomi's eyes lit up, and she waved at him. Senior, I'm Xiaomi from the first year, and this is Luming Fay, who just joined. Seeing them approach, Finger's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly took a few steps back, waving his hands and shouting, wait, don't come any closer. What's wrong, Senior? Xiaomi asked, a bit confused. Finger took a deep breath, pointing at the person next to Xiaomi, Luming Fay. He swallowed hard and said, you're Xiaomi, I'm sure of that, but the person next to you, the chainsaw killer, is he really Luming Fay? Are you sure he's not Death Servitor or some kind of crazy murderer? It was only then that Xiaomi realized the seriousness of the situation. Due to all the killings, Luming Fay had almost turned into a blood-soaked person, covered in broken bones and bits of flesh, making it impossible to recognize him. Not to mention, he was holding a chainsaw sword, emitting a strong stench of blood that could be smelled from tens of meters away. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't look like a normal person. I am indeed Luming Fay. If you have any doubts, you can confirm my identity with Norma, Luming Fay said calmly. Finger took a few seconds to confirm with Norma, finally confirming Luming Fay's identity. But even so, he still felt deeply uncomfortable and refused to ride on the same train, preferring to wait until tomorrow rather than returning now. The train number 1000 headed towards Castle College. Upon receiving the news, Schneider immediately cleared the surrounding students, bringing along the execution bureau officers and a few others to welcome this S-rank person. However, when the train doors opened, everyone, whether it was the experienced Schneider, the few officers from the execution bureau, or even the excited Nono, were left speechless by the way Luming Fay appeared. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Luming Fay looked like a blood-soaked person, with blood staining everything visible around him. You could even see broken bones and bits of flesh stuck to his clothes, skin, and hair. The overwhelming stench of blood was so intense it was unbearable, making people's stomachs churn. It was hard to accept both physically and mentally. Perhaps because he had just experienced a slaughter, Luming Fay couldn't fully suppress the killing intent around him. Several officers from the execution bureau were shaken by the killing aura, trembling so much that they nearly lost control. He looked like someone who had just stepped off the most brutal, bloody, and terrifying battlefield, carrying an exaggeratedly large sword with jagged chains and blades covered in blood and flesh. He scanned the people around him and casually said, "Good evening, has everyone eaten?" No, not yet. Schneider's mind was momentarily unable to keep up with this guy's thought process. Perfect, neither have I. Luming Fay tilted his head, carrying the chainsaw sword, walking off the train, and said with a smile, "How about we go to the cafeteria and grab something to eat?" Chapter 375, Chapter 372, Shocking Scandal. What? The crowd in front of the train was completely dumbfounded when they heard Luming Fay's words. Especially Schneider, he had been in the execution bureau for years and thought he had seen it all. But now, looking at Luming Fay, who looked like he had just crawled out of a slaughterhouse, someone who wouldn't even need makeup to play a deranged serial killer. The first thing out of his mouth was, "Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together." Ugh. As soon as he said that, the execution bureau members behind him, who were already barely holding it in, completely lost control. The sour stench filled the air. Aside from a few people, almost everyone was vomiting like crazy. It was truly a sight to behold. Castle College's welcome ceremony is pretty unique, huh? Luming Fay raised an eyebrow, looking at the group hunched over and retching on the ground. Schneider's face turned green with frustration. He glared at the vomiting execution bureau members, mentally noting to settle the score with them later. Then, he turned back and said, "Sorry for the embarrassment. We were actually planning to assist in the rescue, but now it looks like that won't be necessary." Nono covered her nose and fanned the air, trying to dispel the awful smell. "Professor, maybe we should let Ming Fay go wash up first." "Yeah, it really stinks." Xiaomi grimaced and moved upwind. "Professor, can we not stand here? Luming Fay and I just went through a brutal fight, we're exhausted and starving. Can we at least clean up first? Where's Finger? Didn't I tell him to come back with you?" Schneider glanced into the train a few times, but there was no sign of that lazy mutt. His expression darkened in dissatisfaction. Professor Schneider." Xiaomi mumbled. Finger-san said, "He'll come back tomorrow." She hesitated for a moment before adding in a low voice, "I think he was scared to death by how Luming Fay looked. No matter what, he refused to come back with us." "Hey, is that so?" Schneider sneered, then turned his head and said, "Go back and tell Norma to deduct his credits." The reason? Mission failed. Not long after, Schneider dismissed the execution bureau officers and had Nono lead Luming Fay to the dormitory. He himself had some matters to take care of. He spent a full 30 minutes washing up, scrubbing off the bits of flesh stuck to his body. The nauseating stench of blood finally faded a little. After changing back into his Castle College uniform and tidying up his appearance, he couldn't wait to head straight for the cafeteria. He was starving. 10 German pork knuckles, 10 roast ducks, 50 servings of pan-seared foie gras with lemon juice, 20 truffle bread rolls, 10 giant bowls of meat sauce noodles, and more. Under the shocked gaze of the cafeteria chefs, Luming Fay wiped out the mountain of food stacked on the table. Amazing. Xiaomi gave him a thumbs up. As expected of my junior, strong and with an appetite to match. Nono eyed him up and down, genuinely curious about where all that food was going. "The taste is decent, but the nutritional value is too low," Luming Fay said as he elegantly wiped his mouth. He wasn't being picky, ordinary human food simply had little nutritional value for him. He had to make up for it with sheer quantity. Nutritional value, too low. Xiaomi tilted her head in confusion. "But these dishes aren't low in nutrition. Then what do you consider high in nutrition?" Luming Fay thought for a moment before answering, "Tau steel and nutrient porridge, I guess." Suddenly, he felt a pang of nostalgia, memories of following the Emperor in his conquests across the galaxy, sitting at the table with his battle brothers. Back then, he had found the food barely edible, but now, for some reason, he kind of missed it. Nono and Xiaomi were completely lost. Tau steel. That sounds like something you can actually eat. It's pretty late. You two didn't come here just to wait for me, did you? Luming Fay put down his napkin and looked at them curiously. Not really, No shrugged. Professor Schneider just asked me to tell you that tomorrow is a day of liberty. He hopes you'll make good use of it. With Caesar and Chuzihan gone, a day of liberty is probably going to be boring. So, S-rank, we're looking forward to seeing what you'll do tomorrow. Where did they go? Luming Fay was a bit confused. Without those two around, how was Day of Liberty supposed to stay lively? After all, the winner of Day of Liberty could make any request, as long as it was within moral and legal boundaries. Even asking the school beauty to be their girlfriend for a day wouldn't be refused. Because of that, both the Lionheart Society and the Student Council treated it as a competition to determine who truly held the highest status in school. But now, for the first time, both the Student Council president and the Lionheart Society president were mysteriously absent. Last time, the bronze plan caused Chu Zihang's dragon blood concentration to spike too high. He can't show his face right now. Nono rested her chin on one hand, absent-mindedly drawing circles with the other. As for Caesar, seems like something happened in the Gattuso family. His old men called him back. Pompey Gattuso. Luming Fay's brows furrowed. Something about this felt off. Although he hadn't read through that notebook entirely, both he and Lumingza had their suspicions about Pompey's true identity. What's wrong? Nono tilted her head. Nothing, it's fine. Luming Fay shook his head, keeping his thoughts to himself. He needed more time to properly investigate Pompey Gattuso. At the same time, Schneider returned to the control room, repeatedly reviewing the surveillance footage from the Chicago train station. Stop. Right there. He suddenly spoke, staring intently at the footage. Zoom in, Norma. I need to see the writing on that metal rod. Understood. Norma enhanced the image, focusing on the metal rod held by the white male. She then used advanced technology to extract and display the text. Can you translate it? Schneider asked. It's difficult, but I can try. Norma searched through the database while responding. The text doesn't belong to Dragon script. It appears to be an extremely ancient language. Comparing it with known records, I can only barely translate one sentence. What do you mean? Schneider's eyes lit up as he asked. If he could just decipher a part of it, he might uncover the secret behind how those people created the Nibelungen and forcibly dragged others inside. At that point, if they could reverse engineer the technique, they might even be able to invade the Dragon King's Nibelungen domains in the future. That would be a groundbreaking advancement for the cause of dragon slaying. That which sleeps eternally is not truly dead. In that strange and ancient era, even death itself may pass away. Norma displayed the only translated sentence on the screen. The completely cryptic passage left Schneider bewildered. He had hoped to steal the secret of invading the Nibelungen, but instead, the translation only deepened his confusion. He had no idea what it even meant. Professor Schneider, the principal is trying to contact you. Just as he was lost in thought, pondering the meaning of the passage, Norma suddenly interrupted him. It's something important. A board member, something happened. What? Schneider's expression shifted, and he stood up immediately, his face turning serious. Who? The head of the Gattuso family, Pompey Gattuso. Norma's tone remained steady as she continued. Just now, Principal Hilbert received word that during a family banquet, Caesar Gattuso assassinated Pompey Gattuso and took something with him. The Gattuso family has already issued a warrant demanding that the principal and the Castle College assist in hunting down Caesar Gattuso. Chapter 376, Chapter 373, Mission Selection. A shocking scandal erupted within the Gattuso family in Italy. The only son of the current head of the family, Pompey Gattuso, known as the Great Caesar Gattuso, actually assassinated his father during a family banquet. According to Frost Gattuso's account, after Caesar returned to Italy, Pompey invited him to a family dinner. There seemed to be no unusual behavior during the banquet, but after it ended, Pompey and Caesar stayed alone in a room, chatting for a long time under the pretext of catching up. Then, suddenly, a loud crash followed by a scream startled the servants outside. The servants immediately rushed in, but what they saw was Pompey Gattuso, decapitated, his head rolling on the floor, neck spurting blood as his body collapsed. Caesar stood there, holding a black blade, dictator, with blood dripping from the edge, coldly staring at the servants. Without saying a word, Caesar wrapped something in cloth, broke through the window, and disappeared into the night. Upon hearing the news, Frost rushed to the scene to confirm that Pompey, the head of the family, had indeed been decapitated. He also found the black blade dictator at the scene, confirming that Caesar was the one who had killed Pompey. Let's hear your thoughts, Mr. Schneider. In the headmaster's office, Hilbert was rubbing his aching forehead, looking as though he had a headache. According to his usual schedule, he should have been enjoying a cup of tea, having some delicate snacks, and resting in bed after washing up, not being woken up in the middle of the night to discuss a murder case from Italy. Very strange, too strange. Schneider, who had learned the details of the incident from Norma, frowned and said in a low voice, there are two main doubts. First, Pompey was a playboy, but he was still the head of the Gattuso family, an elite of the previous generation's hybrids. How could Caesar, so easily, kill him? We can't rule out the possibility of a sneak attack. Hilbert yawned, clearly tired, relying on coffee to stay awake. After sipping it, he replied, from Frost's account, it seems like father and son were having a heart-to-heart conversation, then Caesar attacked from behind, decapitating that charming nobleman with the black blade. The problem is, why would Caesar bring the black blade when talking to his father? Schneider asked. That's unclear. Maybe it's just a personal habit. Hilbert responded indifferently, seeming not at all troubled by Caesar's actions. So, the second question, what exactly did Caesar take? Schneider tapped his index finger on the table, asking the most crucial question. He leaned slightly forward, exuding pressure. Hilbert, do you know what it is? Whatever it is, it must be important if Caesar is willing to kill Pompey just to take it. I don't know. Hilbert leaned back in his chair, hands spread in a helpless gesture. I asked Frost, but he doesn't know either. They're still investigating it. What does the Gattuso family think? Schneider sighed, realizing they couldn't figure out Caesar's intentions by just looking at the missing item. He shifted his focus to the other board members and the key player, the Gattuso family. Do they want to kill Caesar? No, the Gattuso family insists on capturing him alive. Hilbert glanced at Schneider, speaking slowly, with help from Castle College, they want to capture Caesar alive without hurting him, and then leave it to the Gattuso family to handle. Are they trying to keep this quiet? Schneider thought for a moment but then shook his head, full of doubt. No, it feels like it's more complicated than it looks. Of course it's not that simple, Hilbert replied casually. Given Frost's personality, asking us to kill Caesar would be the most typical response, but he insists we capture him alive and unharmed. That's clearly suspicious. You mean? Schneider quickly made the connection, Frost's goal is the thing that Caesar took. That's my guess. Hilbert nodded, then spoke, what do you think? Who should we send on this mission? As soon as the topic came up, Schneider felt a headache coming on. Chu Zihang had been so deeply corrupted by the dragon's blood that he couldn't meet anyone. If exposed to the secret society, Castle College would probably be surrounded by them the next day. The best outcome would be a quick death, but the worst might be being captured and used for experiments until death. No. That was even worse. According to Castle's rules, couples weren't allowed to carry out the same mission together. Xiaomi. Although Xiaomi had experience with the Bronze Plan, in the end, she was still a first-year student, making it hard for her to take on such a big responsibility. As for the others, Schneider carefully looked around but sadly found that none of them met the requirements. After all, Caesar was the best elite at Castle, and the only one who could suppress him was Chu Zihang. But unfortunately, Chu Zihang couldn't be seen by others, so Schneider couldn't pick him. Clearly, Hilbert understood Schneider's concerns and suggested, what do you think about Luming Fay? Luming Fay. Schneider's mind flashed back to the scene at the train station, Luming Fay, holding a chainsaw sword, covered in chunks of flesh and dried blood. He immediately shuddered. No, absolutely not. He can't go. What was he thinking? If Luming Fay went on the mission, it would be a miracle if Caesar survived. Most likely, Frost would receive a pile of crushed meat. Why not? Hilbert was surprised by Schneider's reaction and said, logically, with no suitable candidates, Luming Fay should be the best executor, right? Principal, do you know about the Chicago train station incident? Schneider's eyelid twitched as he asked. I've heard Norma's report, but I don't know the details, Hilbert said. Norma, please pull up the footage from the station and show it to the principal, Schneider snapped his fingers. Okay, Professor Schneider. The ever-present Norma immediately pulled up the footage of Luming Fay, holding the chainsaw sword, walking out of the station. Even the person hailed as the greatest dragon slayer in history was stunned into silence after seeing Luming Fay's appearance. Is this Luming Fay? Now, do you understand why I refuse to let Luming Fay take on the mission? Schneider sighed, feeling utterly exhausted, and said, if we let this killer go, Caesar will be completely doomed. You don't plan on killing Caesar, do you? At this moment, Hilbert suddenly froze, his brows furrowing. After a moment, he said, for this mission, let Chu Zihang, Luming Fay, No, and Xiaomi join together. Principal. Schneider was confused by his sudden decision. All this time, he had been saying nonsense, and then he went ahead and put all four of them together. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Principal, I think you need to reconsider. Schneider spoke up seriously. Forget No and Xiaomi for now, but Chu Zihang's identity must not be exposed, and Luming Fay, this is just reckless. I think we should send someone else. That's settled then. However, Hilbert was firm and resolute as he said, go and inform them. In 3 days, they will head to Italy and cooperate with the Gattuso family to capture Caesar Gattuso. In the end, Schneider couldn't argue anymore and angrily stormed out. Watching Schneider leave, Hilbert let out a deep sigh, then turned to the side and said, "Are you satisfied with this outcome, Adam?" The blond young man sitting in the chair was Adam. He smiled softly and said, "Yes, this will do." Chapter 377, Chapter 374, Era of Dragons is about to end. Castle College, the Ice Cellar. This is where the most confidential secrets of Castle College are kept, for it holds Hilbert's collection. These items are all rare treasures, some of which, even in the hybrid world, could cause a massive upheaval. But compared to the most important item inside, the rest of the collection is just trash. The Dragon Bone Cross, left by Norton, the King of Bronze and Fire, after his death, is kept in the lowest layer of the Ice Cellar, in the Ice Vault. In the myths, the 3 fate goddesses wove, stretched, and cut the threads of life here, controlling the fates of all beings. This is a place of annihilation, a silent and ancient cavern where the only sound is the omnipresent drip of water, cold and lonely. A shadow carefully slipped into the ice vault, following the water circulation system. The shadow moved through the stainless steel pipes, its soft form like a fish, nimble and agile. These 2-meter-wide pipes are divided into freshwater and seawater pipes, providing water to Hilbert's vast garden and fish tanks. Every few hundred meters, there's a tough alloy mesh to prevent intruders, but now, they were easily torn apart. The alarm system inside the pipe no longer blinked red, and most of the barriers leading to the ice vault had been violently dismantled. Soon, the shadow reached the end of the pipe. After estimating the distance, it clenched its fist and struck the hard pipe wall. Bang! The pipe wall and the rocks outside seemed to have reached their breaking point, starting to crack and crumble. Immediately after, it was shattered by a punch. The water pressure carried the dark figure out through the broken pipe wall, into a massive dark space. The shadow carefully dropped from the pipe wall, stepped on the flowing water, lit a burning stick for light, and began observing the mysterious underground space. The floor, seemingly made from a single piece of polished bronze, was covered with deep-etched grooves, winding like snakes, with cyan water flowing through them. These grooves formed a pattern resembling a flourishing tree, unmistakably the crest of Castle. It branched out, again and again, ultimately merging into a quiet lake ahead. An incredibly powerful alchemical domain filled the entire space. The source of the domain was the metal patterns beneath his feet. Shaped like the bronze tree, countless alchemical symbols were hidden within the intertwined branches, collectively forming the powerful alchemical domain. Time seemed frozen here. No wonder there was no tight defense, this alchemical matrix itself was the perfect defense system. Humans can really push alchemy to this level, huh? The shadow lowered its head, staring at the flowing alchemical domain on the bronze floor, sighing with awe. At the places where the lines intertwined tightly, there were miniature alchemical domains to suppress the raging power inside them. Inside the miniature domains, there were various artifacts, unknown machines, stone boxes engraved with runes, half-dried mummies, faded and decayed bronze items, incomplete jade books, and more. Each of them could cause a stir in the world of hybrids. Pile of junk. The shadow glanced over at those world-shaking artifacts, a hint of disdain in its voice. He took a sharp knife and sliced open his wrist, letting thick blood drip into the grooves of the bronze floor. The moment it hit the water, it spread rapidly like molten lava, quickly soaking into the groove. The cyan liquid in the groove seemed to trigger a violent chemical reaction, causing the liquid in the groove, which depicted the world tree, to boil. The alchemical matrix was activated. The blood-red light flickered rhythmically, in sync with the beating of a heart. The deep chanting of the shadow echoed throughout the space. Under this ancient and powerful incantation, the blood light in the groove grew stronger, until the bronze world tree glowed as if it were heated metal. In the next moment, the alchemical realm was destroyed, and the sealed space regained its freedom. The treasures once suppressed by the alchemical matrix came back to life, bursting with extreme violent power, like a horde of demons dancing wildly, emitting restless sounds. Quiet. The shadow seemed to dislike the noisy environment, coldly scolding. An imposing force, vast like a mountain, suddenly swept across the entire space, as if it were an emperor's command from ancient times. The chaotic noise instantly ceased, and the treasures trembled into silence once again. The spirits inside the alchemical objects felt a pressure far more terrifying than death from the shadow's scolding. It was the aura of a tyrannical king, engraved in ancient memories. The shadow stepped forward slowly, entering the boiling water pool, and fixed his gaze on the round metal altar ahead. Like a devout believer, wherever he passed, the greenish water made its final struggle, attempting to stop the intruder. However, all was in vain. Climbing the altar, what came into view was a withered skeleton, glowing with a heavy bronze hue, separated inside by specially made glass. "We meet again, Norton." Through the thick glass, the shadow extended his hand as if to touch the bones inside, his voice carrying endless loneliness and melancholy. "No matter how great a creature is, it will eventually have its end. Even the once mighty Dragon King is no exception. You're right, a voice suddenly came from the darkness. The shadow paused, shifting his gaze toward the source of the voice. A person was already standing there. If his spiritual awareness had not detected them, then the only possibility was this: the person had been waiting for him, and his actions had long been under the other's control. A spotlight shone down, exposing the two figures. The shadow tensed upon seeing that figure, instinctively taking on a defensive stance. It's you, Hilbert. Yes, the person standing there was none other than the principal of Castle Academy, the greatest dragon slayer in history, Hilbert Ron Anju. Yes, someone broke into my collection room. I had to come see who was bold enough, Hilbert said casually, hands in his pockets. Wearing a crisp suit, his silver-white hair neatly combed back, and his golden eyes gleaming, he observed the intruder. But I didn't expect it to be a woman. Under the spotlight, the intruder, dressed in all-black combat gear, had a graceful and elegant figure, particularly her long, slender legs with a flawless curve. Does the principal of Castle have a prejudice against women? The shadow gently touched the dragon bone cross behind the glass, speaking softly, well, I never planned on hiding, and now that I've been discovered, let's make it simple. A visible, transparent field spread outward from the shadow, vibrating the entire space with an invisible force. Countless metal fragments, influenced by the powerful magnetic field, began to swirl around the shadow at high speed, forming a violent storm of metal. With the added kinetic force, these tiny metal fragments became incredibly destructive. The air within the field was pierced by the fragments, and erratic electric currents surged, turning the floating debris a fiery red. The high heat, combined with the rapidly spinning metal, created a giant blender, crushing everything in its path into dust. The field expanded rapidly, reaching 10 meters, 15 meters, then 20 meters. It was approaching Hilbert's position. However, Hilbert remained calm, watching the shadow at the center of the metal storm. He spoke, no need to make it so complicated. Your target is that dragon bone cross, right? And what if it is? The shadow replied calmly, her golden eyes locked onto Hilbert. She knew that, despite his old appearance, the men before her had the explosive power of a lion. Any moment of hesitation could result in her head being cut off. This was no exaggeration. Hilbert, with his mastery of time zero, was undoubtedly one of the most powerful assassins. As agreed, I'm giving you Norton's dragon bone cross. The rapidly expanding metal domain suddenly halted just before it would completely consume Hilbert. What did you say? The shadow was stunned and even thought they had heard it wrong, so they asked again. Isn't your goal the dragon bone cross? Hilbert said indifferently. I'm telling you, you can take it. That's all. Are you out of your mind? The shadow stared at Hilbert in disbelief, wondering if they were possessed by a spirit. Otherwise, how could Hilbert, who had made dragon hunting his life goal, so easily give the dragon bone cross of the Dragon King Norton to this unknown person? Don't want it. Hilbert sneered and asked in return. The shadow felt completely suppressed, hesitating for half a second before speaking slowly, I do, but why? Because the era of dragons is coming to an end. Hilbert's gaze was calm as they looked at the shadow, speaking slowly, relics of the old age don't need to be kept, they just take up space, don't they? Chapter 378, Chapter 375, Day of Liberty. Has the era of the Dragon Clan ended? When did it end? No one notified her. The shadow's mind was in chaos, suddenly feeling like the world line had changed, and she was the only one left behind. Or maybe, the long-standing pressure of dragon slaying caused Hilbert to go crazy. The shadow thought carefully. It wasn't impossible, and she looked at Hilbert suspiciously, trying to figure out how to phrase her thoughts. According to the agreement, I'll give you the Norton Dragon Bone Cross. Hilbert couldn't be bothered to explain much and said, as for the future, you'll see it with your own eyes soon enough. Aren't you curious about my identity? The shadow suddenly realized, after speaking, that she had asked a very stupid question. Not curious, you're just one of the 4 Dragon Kings, right? Hilbert lit a cigar, who knows where he got it from, stylishly exhaled smoke, and casually said, by the way, don't be late for class tomorrow, or I'll deduct your credits. The moment the shadow heard this, she panicked. She admitted that sneaking into the ice cellar was indeed a risky move, but with her black tactical suit and multiple disguises, she was confident she wouldn't be found. But now, she wasn't so sure. Has she really been exposed? You. The shadow opened her mouth, but then realized she had no idea what to say. She couldn't just ask Hilbert directly, do you know who I am? That would be too stupid. While the shadow was lost in thought, Hilbert flicked his fingers, tossing the cigar into a bronze tree's hollow, turned around casually, waved as a goodbye, and said, by the way, when you leave, remember to put this place back the way it was. Yeah, wait, no. The shadow responded habitually, but quickly realized who she was the Dragon King. Why was she speaking so submissively? But when she looked again, she found that Hilbert had already disappeared. In the empty bronze space, only she remained, staring at the ruined alchemical matrix. The thoughts and ideas that flooded her mind when she first infiltrated now turned into confusion and helplessness. Hilbert, no, it should be Castle College. Did they discover her true identity? Was giving her the Dragonbone Cross a test, or did it no longer matter? All kinds of chaotic thoughts circled in her mind. Finally, the young girl sighed, took out the bottle containing the Dragonbone Cross, and restored the alchemical matrix for the ice cellar. She carefully retraced her steps, cautiously heading back. The next day, morning. Although the leaders of the Student Council and the Lionheart Club were absent, the students still managed to secure their Day of Liberty, and it proceeded as planned. A shrill alarm suddenly rang out, echoing across the empty campus, as if a ghostly roar was racing through the air. Luming Fay, who had just finished eating a large breakfast for dozens of people in the cafeteria, still had a slice of bread in his mouth. As he stepped out of the cafeteria door, he saw a group of people dressed in black combat suits, holding firearms, emerging from the thick roadside bushes and trees. Without hesitation, they aimed their guns directly at him. Ah, almost forgot, today is the Day of Liberty. In the moment the gun barrels aimed at him, Luming Fay's body reacted before his mind could catch up. It was a reflex, instincts honed on the brutal battlefield, like killing techniques engraved deep within his bones. He tilted his head to dodge the incoming bullet, then, with a powerful push, stomped hard on the ground. Bang. The solid, smooth road beneath his feet instantly caved in, like it was packed with gunpowder, sending debris flying in all directions. The would-be assailants suddenly saw a flash before them. Then, a sharp whistling sound, mixed with a gust of explosive wind, slammed toward them. In the last second before losing consciousness, they vaguely saw a young boy in a Castle College uniform, with a handsome face, then felt a violent impact, as if hit by a heavy hammer. Their bodies flew backward, crashing into the trunk of a tree, and everything went dark. Looking at the students flying in all directions, Luming Fay only then realized what had happened and slapped his forehead. Damn, I hit too hard. But fortunately, Castle College had relevant preset protocols, and these people weren't too badly hurt. At most, they broke a few bones and suffered some mild concussions afterwards. Boom. Another bullet whistled through the air. However, Luming Fay seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head slightly and dodged the deadly bullet. Someone sniping. Luming Fay turned his head towards the direction of the bullet, narrowing his eyes into a slit. It was as though, despite the hundreds of meters between them, he was staring directly at the assassin. The assassin hiding in the tall clock tower saw through her sniper scope that Luming Fay was looking directly at her. Although she knew the distance made it impossible for him to spot her clearly, she still felt a sudden chill, as if she were being watched by a terrifying predator. I need to relocate. The assassin decisively put away her sniper rifle and spoke through her earpiece. First ambush position has been wiped out. Repeat, first ambush position wiped out. Understood. Continue relocating, we'll handle the rest. The voice of Nono came through the earpiece. 2nd to 10th squads, move slowly towards the cafeteria, cover each other and advance in staggered formation. Wearing combat gear, Nono looked like a commander, her eyes fixed on the monitoring screen of Luming Fay as she issued orders with a smile. Soon, Luming Fay sensed several hostile auras rapidly closing in on him. Lock on target, fire. Brothers, charge with me. Take down the S rank. Take him out. In the midst of chaotic shouts and killings, Luming Fay quickly saw several small teams surrounding him in a circular formation, constantly closing in on him. Fire. Fire. Their military skills were excellent. Though their slogans were different, their coordination was seamless. Countless bullets crisscrossed through the air, whizzing past his head, forcing Luming Fay to hide behind the stairs next to the cafeteria, his mind filled with question marks. Is this a joke? Wasn't it supposed to be a stalemate, with both sides attacking and defending? How did it suddenly turn into both sides chasing after him alone? S rank, he hid in the corridor. Use the rocket launcher to force him out. Someone shouted, and Luming Fay instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He peeked out from behind cover just in time to see a burly man with a stubbled face, excitedly carrying an RPG launcher, aiming at his hiding spot, and then pulling the trigger with all his might. The rocket whistled through the air, its tail flame expanding rapidly in his line of sight. Damn. Luming Fay rolled and scrambled with all his strength, dodging to the side just in time. Boom. The scorching heat wave whizzed past. Before he could catch his breath, Luming Fay saw a few grenades arcing through the air, landing near him. Why is everyone targeting me? Luckily, Luming Fay was incredibly agile. With several tactical rolls, he slipped into another cover. However, this wasn't a safe place either. He could already hear the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Brother, it seems like they're all after you. The mischievous little devil, never one to miss the drama, popped out and laughed loudly. This is so interesting. On your first day in school, you get surrounded and beaten by the whole school. Go, brother, I'm rooting for you. Hidden behind cover, Luming Fay took a few deep breaths and quickly regained his composure. The scorching flames seemed to dance in his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of battle rage mixed with excitement filled him, giving him the illusion of returning to the familiar hellish battlefield. Got back. Everything's back. This feeling, it's simply amazing. Luming Fay's whole body felt like every cell was burning. He shouted loudly and then charged out from behind cover. For the Emperor. Chapter 379, Chapter 376, One-Sided Massacre. Just as he got close to the cover, preparing for a sneak attack, he felt like his eardrum had been hit by a grenade. A loud bang, and his ears rang. They didn't know who the Emperor was, but in the blink of an eye, the S-rank dashed out of cover. His movements were sharp, practiced, and deadly, not giving them a chance to fight back. A whip-like kick, a punch, and a hand strike, just a few moves, and everyone was down. Next, Luming Fay bent down and rolled, grabbing the dropped gun, and with a few precise shots, he instantly took out the enemies planning to ambush from a distance. Anyone who saw this sequence would immediately give a thumbs up and praise, precise, deadly. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, their strike team was wiped out, and the Grim Reaper-like figure continued charging toward their rear with incredible speed. S-rank is out. Surround him. Surround him. Shoot. Shoot now. While yelling into the comms, they continued firing to suppress Luming Fay's movements. The bullets flew through the air, the hot air brushing past their faces. Although it was just a simple exercise, the sense of returning to the battlefield made Luming Fay immerse himself in the moment, his mind full of thoughts of the Emperor. He was here to eliminate these damn heretics. Dodging between the bullets, Luming Fay pushed his senses to their limits. His movements were swift, like dancing on a tightrope. No matter how they aimed, they couldn't lock onto him. Every time they thought they had him, he seemed to sense it and made a tactical evasion, smooth and quick with no delay. Rolling, drawing the gun, shooting, dodging, using the obstacles on the ground, his speed didn't slow down, it only got faster. In just over 100 meters, under the pressure of multiple guns, Luming Fay broke through the encirclement like a fierce beast charging into a flock of sheep. Step, punch. With a simple move, he sent one student flying. The other stood frozen, staring at the student who was sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk, completely stunned. Damn it, I want to file a complaint, one person shouted. This guy is cheating. He definitely used word soul. Impossible, there are rules at the school, another person retorted. No one can use word soul, not even an S-rank. But their argument was quickly interrupted as Luming Fay charged toward them. Stop him. Damn, let's take him down together. The two exchanged glances, clearly understanding that close combat would be humiliating. Rather than that, they decided to go all in and pulled out grenades, charging toward Luming Fay with the intention of taking him down together. But while the idea sounded nice, reality was harsh. Luming Fay immediately saw through their plan. He didn't seem bothered and even gave them an approving glance, though they were still too naive. As he stepped forward, he smoothly dodged, raised his hand, and struck one person's jaw with great force. Then, in one fluid motion, he extended his arm, clenched his fist, and knocked the other person down. The whole process took less than a second. He effortlessly executed a double kill, sending both of them flying and kicking the grenades they had dropped toward a hidden enemy team. Boom. Boom. The smoke from the two grenades formed a perfect natural cover. Using the smoke as cover, Luming Fay moved almost silently, blending into the mist like he was invisible. Without a sound, he approached his target. By the time the sixth team noticed something was wrong, Luming Fay was already right next to them. Then, it was an easy crush. They had northwest advantage in close combat against him and were knocked out one by one like chicks, each falling with a single punch. Next came the 5th, 7th, 8th, and 9th teams, all the way to the 10th team. In less than 10 minutes, all 10 assault teams that Nono had arranged were wiped out under Luming Fay's hands. Luming Fay picked up the fallen communicator, bringing it to his mouth and softly saying, "Now, it's your turn, Senior Nono, Senior Xiaomi." At this point, he no longer had any doubt. This was a full-on hunting operation specifically targeting him, Luming Fay. Who knew what kind of promises Nono had made on the forum that allowed the Lionheart Society and the Student Council to put aside their grudges and cooperate just to hunt him, a new student. Throwing the communicator aside, Luming Fay took a deep breath and once again slipped into the grass. The stealth skills he learned in a jungle called Katachan came in handy. Of course, this came at the cost of a few hundred lives. If he were in a jungle environment, he was confident that no one could detect him. Armed with just a dagger, he could wipe out the entire Castle College without even using his word soul. Target has disappeared. Repeat, target has disappeared. From another high ground, the sniper, seeing Luming Fay vanish from his sights, immediately issued the warning. Hearing the voice from the communicator in the command center, Nono and Xiaomi suddenly felt a chill, as if a cold wave had invaded them. They couldn't help but shiver. How about we surrender now? Xiaomi suggested quietly. In truth, she had never agreed with this plan. After witnessing Luming Fay's massacre of the Death Servitors, she didn't believe that the students of Castle could pose any real threat to him. Do you think that's possible? Nono twitched the corner of her mouth. If she had known it would turn out this way, she wouldn't have made that suggestion. Boom. The next moment, the door to the underground garage was violently smashed open. Nono and Xiaomi exchanged a glance, instantly knowing that the God of Death had arrived. They immediately sought the nearest cover and alternated positions in a staggered defensive formation. An eerie silence, accompanied by an invisible pressure, filled the underground garage. The two girls lowered their breath, cautiously peeking through the cover to observe the situation outside. However, what caught their eyes was nothing but emptiness. Did they give up? Just as this thought crossed Xiaomi's mind, she saw a shadow, almost ghost-like, appear behind Nono. Yet Nono seemed completely unaware. Nono sensed something was wrong from Xiaomi's expression, but before she could react, a sharp pain hit the back of her neck. Then everything went black, and she collapsed with a thud. Bang. At that moment, Xiaomi pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out. But no one expected that, despite the short distance of 10 meters, Luming Fay still dodged and, with a burst of power in his legs, instantly pounced in front of her. Wait. I give up. Xiaomi didn't even get to finish her sentence before she felt a kick to her stomach. No, it wasn't just a kick, it felt like being hit by a train. A massive force surged into her body, as if her internal organs were shifting. She couldn't stop the acidic bile from rushing out, and as the world spun, she felt someone grab her ankle. It was like riding a roller coaster as the surroundings blurred in a dizzying rush. Then, Xiaomi was violently thrown, slamming into the hard cement wall. Boom. The immense impact made her head spin, and stars appeared in her vision. Before she lost consciousness, the last thought in her mind was, why are you so gentle to Nono, but so brutal to me? We're both girls. If Luming Fay had heard her thoughts, he might have said, who told you to be the Dragon King? If I didn't strike hard, what if you killed me instead? Chapter 380, Chapter 377, Angel of Death. The combat strength of the two commanders was far below that of the people outside. Of course, part of it was due to a certain Dragon King's hiding her power. But with that, the decapitation was complete, and the farce should be over, right? As Luming Fay thought this, he saw a figure appear. It was the little devil, Lumingza. TSK, you're really ruthless, bro. Lumingza crouched down, sizing up Nono and Xiaomi, who had been blasted away and embedded in the cement wall. He sighed, bro, now you're the real killer. You didn't show any mercy. If Caesar and Chu Zihong knew, they'd probably be heartbroken. Got caught up in the excitement and forgot to hold back. Luming Fay could only explain it that way. Besides, he didn't think Caesar and Chu Zihong would be mad over such a small thing. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lumingza clapped his hands, looking at Luming Fay, who seemed like a completely different person. He sincerely praised, as expected of Adam. In just one summer, you've become a completely different person. Now, you truly deserve that throne. Sorry, I'm not interested in the throne. Luming Fay bent down, picked up the communicator, and shook his head. Now, it's just you left. Are you surrendering? Square. On the other side of the communicator, only two simple words came through. Clearly, the opponent was issuing an invitation for the final showdown. Luming Fay shrugged, crushed the communicator, then looked around, grabbed a katana, and walked out of the underground garage with large strides. He wasn't opposed to a fair fight. On the contrary, it suited the honor of the battle group perfectly. The boy in the Castle College uniform stood out in the vast garden square. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the ground right in front of him, leaving a hole that emitted faint white smoke. Luming Fay looked up towards the direction of the gunfire. About 500 meters away, on the third-floor windowsill of a tall building, a girl in combat gear was holding a sniper rifle far too large for her frame. It was an American-made Barrett M82A1, known as the King of Snipers. With a 5-inch caliber, it was typically used for anti-material sniping, targeting things like tanks and armored vehicles. If hit by this thing, it could make a hole the size of a basin in his chest. Forget about saving him, just take him straight to the crematory. 500 meters. Luming Fay narrowed his eyes. With the help of power armor, he could cover this distance in a few seconds, but now, as a mere mortal with his word soul suppressed by regulations, trying to outrun a bullet was nothing short of a fool's dream. The only option was to predict the trajectory of the shot in advance. Need some help, big brother? The little devil always pops up at just the right moment, offering a tempting olive branch. Just give me a quarter of your soul, and I'll grant you a word soul that breaks the regulations. Guaranteed to work. That's how devils are, showing up when people are in trouble, using temptation to strike a deal. But Luming Fay was no longer the same Luming Fay he used to be. He wasn't that unlucky kid who would curl up whenever faced with difficulty. After going through countless trials and wars in the galactic purgatory, he had transformed into a qualified soldier. No need. Luming Fay gripped his katana, his gaze sharp like a hawk's, locking onto the girl on the third-floor windowsill. For a moment, the large garden square became silent. Their gazes crossed over the 500 meters, colliding in the air like sparks, exchanging silent words through their eyes. Bang. The next second, the girl pulled the trigger. The recoil of the Barrett M82A1 caused the surrounding dust to fly, and the loud noise tore through the sky. The large-caliber bullet spun out of the barrel, trailing a noisy air wave. In the daylight, it traced an invisible trajectory that the eye couldn't follow. With the bullet's speed several times that of sound, the kinetic energy reached its peak, crossing the 500 meters in less than a second. The deadly intent, like a knife cutting through the air, triggered Luming Fay's instinct. In that fraction of a second, he predicted the sniper's intention. His right hand shifted the blade to his left, slashing upwards with a crescent-shaped cut. Clang. The moment the blade and bullet collided, bright and dazzling sparks exploded. Fortunately, the material of the sword was tough enough to split the large-caliber bullet in half, but the massive force still traveled through the sword and into his entire arm. His palm split open from the shock, and the katana almost flew out of his hand. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and used his right hand to press it down. Was she aiming for my torso? Luming Fay thought, analyzing where the next shot would land, while his legs bent like springs before suddenly shooting straight. Boom. The granite-paved square was immediately dented by his weight, and the shockwave sent shards of stone flying. In an instant, his speed was like an arrow leaving its bow, almost turning into a blur. A visible shockwave dragged behind him, like a dragon churning through the clouds. In just a second, he had covered dozens of meters, and the sharp sound of the sonic boom echoed through the square. On the other side, the girl, looking through the scope, clearly saw Luming Fay's move to slice the bullet. To an ordinary person, they would likely be stunned for a few seconds. But the girl remained expressionless, as if she had already predicted this. Without saying a word, the girl kept her focus on the shooting action, operating the rifle with mechanical precision. She pulled the bolt back, loading the next bullet into the chamber. Through the scope, she saw Luming Fay, adjusted her breathing, and felt like she had become one with the gun, her sights locked onto the speeding figure. Bang. The hot, spent casing was ejected and landed with a crisp sound. The second shot, still aimed at the torso, considering the destructive power of the Barrett, there was no need to go for a precise headshot. Even grazing the target would be enough to cause massive damage. However, Luming Fay didn't retreat at all. Instead, he charged forward, swinging his katana at the oncoming bullet. Clang. Another perfect hit, the bullet was shattered by the blade. After two failed shots, the girl's brow finally showed some impatience. She quickly pulled back the bolt, loading the next bullet into the chamber. At this moment, Luming Fay pushed his speed to the limit, like an ancient beast in a frenzy. Everywhere he passed, the granite ground was shattered, the sound of his destructive footsteps accompanied by a sonic boom, coming closer and closer, looking like a terrifying tsunami, ready to devour everything in its path. It was close, but not close enough. Through the crosshairs, the girl waited for the moment Luming Fay would close in. Only when he was close enough could she deliver a killing blow. Finally, when he reached a distance of 10 meters from the building, Luming Fay suddenly crouched low, then his legs shot out like cannonballs, crashing into the ground with immense force. The ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed like it was caving in, a thick cloud of dust rising up like a curtain, several meters high. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck, with shockwaves creating ripples in the air. With each step, the area around Luming Fay violently shook, and then his entire body shot into the air like a dragon rising to the sky, carrying a terrifying, screeching wind that propelled him across the 10-meter distance in an instant. Now. The girl seized the final opportunity and pulled the trigger. What she didn't know was that Luming Fay had been waiting for this moment. With a howl like thunder, his katana slashed out with unmatched strength, channeling an immense destructive power into the blow. The blade cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the bullet in mid-flight. It was the clash of flesh and technology, the final confrontation. In an instant, the bullet was split by the sword. The ferocity of the strike far exceeded the girl's expectations. She couldn't understand why, at such a close range, she had failed. However, Luming Fay had no intention of explaining. He flipped the sword in his hand and, with the back of the blade, struck her neck with brutal precision. The last enemy fell at his feet, her face a picture of confusion. Meanwhile, Manstein was flipping through documents, slamming his hand on the table in frustration, shouting, "This is just ridiculous." The final result of the Day of Liberty was beyond everyone's expectations. The Student Council and Lionheart Society factions had teamed up, but they were violently suppressed by Luming Fay, single-handedly. From the organizers like Chin Modong and Xiaomi to every single student, the medical rooms in Castle College were nearly overflowing. Broken bones, fractures, and mild concussions were everywhere, and it could almost be declared that the newly started semester at Castle College had come to a standstill. Since the only student still attending class was Luming Fay. Thus, the new student Luming Fay became well known at Castle College, earning the title of Angel of Death from the other students. Chapter 381, Chapter 378, Naples. Naples, an ancient city in the southern part of Italy, is full of history. Every morning, when the bright sunlight or the golden sunset shines on the Santa Lucia coast, the clear waves hit the rocks, and the gentle sea breeze carries a romantic and free atmosphere. It flows through the sacred church of the Virgin Mary, across the winding alleys, lifting the colorful clothes hanging on the clotheslines. Charming Italian folk songs, the sound of flutes, laughter, and even the noisy calls of street vendors come together to create the unique atmosphere of this city. Standing tall in the southeast direction of the city is Mount Vesuvius, the volcano responsible for destroying the ancient city of Pompeii in 79 AD. But from across the bay, you can see the grandeur of this ancient volcano and feel the deep history of the old city. Women walk the streets in tight clothes and high heels, while street vendors shout their sales of fake bags. From time to time, you can see electric scooters, carrying young girls, speeding through narrow alleys, leaving behind cheerful laughter like silver bells. The air is thick with the rich aroma of coffee. It is often said that coffee runs in the blood of Italians. While this may be an exaggeration, it certainly reflects their love for coffee. Of course, a fresh clam soup or a hot pizza pairs perfectly with it. Ripe tomatoes, buffalo mozzarella cheese, and simple basil leaves are enough to make a delicious pizza. Of course, when visiting Naples, one must also be cautious of the local thieves. After all, aside from its beautiful scenery and rich cultural history, Naples is most famous for its mafia. Bruno was a small-time crook, growing up in this neighborhood, where the local customs helped him refine his skills to perfection. It could be said that no one in this area was better at stealing than him. He could quietly and effortlessly steal a wallet from someone's pocket. Today, Bruno was leaning against a street corner, looking for his next target when he suddenly saw a tall man wearing a hat, despite the hot weather, dressed in a long coat that covered his face. The man was walking briskly with a black leather bag. Bruno had seen many suspicious people like this before. They were either mafia from outside Naples or people running from trouble, hiding in the city. Bruno lowered his head, pretending to be just another passerby, quietly following the man. After waiting for some time, he deliberately brushed past the man, bumping into him lightly. Quickly bending down, he acted apologetic. "Sorry, I didn't see you there." Without waiting for a response, he quickly squeezed into the crowd, disappearing into the streets and alleys. Bruno ducked into a small alley, a smug smile curling on his lips as he weighed the object in his hand. Hey, easy pickings. Just moments ago, while brushing past the man, he had used a small blade hidden between his fingers to slash open the black leather bag, quietly taking whatever was inside. Once he was sure he had lost the man, Bruno took a moment to check what he had stolen. From the feel of it, he had taken the largest item inside, but as he looked down, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is this? The item he had stolen was wrapped in expensive silk, and from the texture, it felt like a book. But a book isn't exactly something valuable. This is unlucky. I thought it was something worth more, Bruno said, feeling bored. Still, the item was in his hands, and he couldn't just give it back. So, he lifted the corner of the silk. Let me see what kind of book this is. Maybe it's worth something, I could sell it. As he peeled back the silk, a black cover was revealed. The book was thin, about the size of an octavo, and it didn't look like some ancient text. It seemed more like a modern print, with only 3 twisted symbols on the cover that stood out. Though the silk had concealed most of the symbols, Bruno felt strangely dazed, as if he could hear a mysterious, ambiguous melody in his ears. An impulse from deep within pushed him to lift the silk further, to see the full symbols. Just then, a large hand suddenly reached out, covering the thin black book, halting Bruno's next move. Startled and shaken from his trance, Bruno snapped back to reality. The haunting melody in his mind disappeared, leaving him drenched in sweat from the bizarre encounter. Fortunately, I made it just in time. If I were any later, it would have been too late. Suddenly, a voice floated over. Bruno snapped back to his senses and looked up at the owner of the hand. It was none other than the man he had just stolen the books from. Earlier, when they brushed past each other, Bruno hadn't looked closely. But now, up close, he was instantly captivated by the man. His golden hair shone like sunlight, flowing down to his shoulders like a proud lion's mane, complementing a face that resembled a Greek sculpture. His ice-blue eyes were devoid of warmth, coldly staring at him. What was that just now? Bruno asked, his lips pale and voice trembling, still shaken. The man frowned, seemingly unwilling to answer. He took the black leather book from Bruno's hands and said calmly, "If you don't want trouble, don't mention you've seen me." Understood. With that, the man rewrapped the silk cloth around the book and tucked it into his coat pocket. He leaned against the nearby wall, his steps heavy as he began walking away. Hey, you won't make it far like this. Bruno, with his sharp eye, quickly noticed the man was severely injured. The man stopped and remained silent for a moment before replying, none of your business. But after taking only a few steps, his injury seemed to worsen. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Hey, are you okay? Bruno rushed over in shock. I'm fine. The man's voice was weak, struggling to get up, his ice blue eyes staring ahead. I can't stay here. I must go. Before he could finish, the man passed out from the severity of his wounds. When Caesar woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed. His body was wrapped in bandages, and the gunshot and knife wounds on his chest, which had nearly rotted, seemed to have been treated by someone. Caesar suddenly sat up, instinctively reaching for his chest. When he found the silk-wrapped book still there, he finally relaxed and let out a deep breath. At this point, he finally had the chance to look around. It was a simple room. Apart from a wooden bed with a sheet on it, there was hardly any furniture to be seen. The space was small, with the street right outside. The sounds of street vendors calling out and the chatter of passing residents filled the air. Through the makeshift window, he could see clothes hanging on a line, fluttering in the wind, like colorful flags waving in the breeze. You're awake, Bruno said, entering with a basket of bread. Seeing Caesar sitting on the bed, he quickly explained, don't misunderstand, you saved me, so I won't just let you die there. I didn't touch that book, don't worry. Caesar remained silent for a long while before rasping out, thank you. It's nothing. No need to thank me, Bruno said, handing over the bread. By the way, my name's Bruno Frigo. What's yours? Another silence. All right, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Bruno shrugged and turned to make coffee. Caesar. Caesar sat on the bed, holding the bread with a lost look in his eyes. My name is Caesar. Wow, you're named after Emperor Caesar. That's pretty cool. Bruno genuinely admired him, then turned to look at him and asked, what's your full name? What's your last name? However, Caesar's eyes dimmed, filled with unspoken sadness. He softly replied, I don't have one. Just call me Caesar. Chapter 382, Chapter 379, I, Bruno, have a dream. There are two things that are essential to Italians, one is the romantic longing for freedom, and the other is espresso. Bruno poured the freshly brewed coffee into two small white porcelain cups, walked over to the simple bedside table, and handed one cup to Caesar. I'm not sure what happened to you, but at least for now, relax a little. Have some coffee. Caesar couldn't help but smile slightly as he looked at the steaming coffee in the porcelain cup, the rich aroma floating in the air. He then picked up the cup and took a sip. The rich and strong coffee had a slight bitterness, lingering in his mouth for a while. Caesar slowly closed his eyes and softly said, thank you, it tastes great. From the way you look, you don't seem like a poor person. You must have been quite wealthy before, right? Bruno sipped his coffee, looking Caesar up and down, guessing, I've seen many people, but not many like you, who give off such an annoying vibe. Annoying vibe? Caesar frowned, sniffed himself, and after confirming there was no strange smell, looked at him in confusion. It's the noble aura. Bruno grinned and pointed at Caesar. You look like one of those fallen princes in movies, totally out of place here. Caesar smiled but didn't answer the question. In a way, Bruno wasn't wrong. The heir of the Gattuso family was even more noble than some countries' princes. By the way, how did you get those injuries? Bruno looked at him curiously and asked, gunshot and knife wounds. Were you being chased by the mafia? Sort of. Caesar nodded slightly and said, don't worry, I'll leave here by tomorrow morning at the latest. I won't trouble you. Are you worried I'll get into trouble? Or do you think I'm scared of trouble? Bruno furrowed his brows, sat up straight, and stared at Caesar with a serious expression. He said, although I'm a thief, I've always wanted to become a true man. Since you saved my life, I will repay you no matter what. So don't worry. A true man. Caesar fell into silence, a bit surprised by Bruno's dream. Usually, many people's dreams revolve around money or power, but he rarely heard someone's dream was to simply become a true man. A true man, huh? That's a good dream. Caesar acknowledged Bruno's dream, his gaze sincere. Sorry, I take back what I said earlier and apologize to you. Though he was proud, Caesar had always been clear about right and wrong. He knew he had misunderstood Bruno earlier, so he apologized without hesitation. It's all right, a real man never worries about little things like that. Bruno smiled, not taking it to heart, and even comforted Caesar. For now, stay here. I'll go out and get medicine for you. Once your wounds heal, you can leave. I really appreciate your kindness, but I can't stay here for too long. Caesar politely declined his offer, smiling. The people chasing me are much stronger than you think. If I stay here, they'll find me soon. Stronger than the Mafia? Bruno asked. In his understanding, the Mafia was already a very powerful force. Much stronger. Caesar had no way to explain to a street thug how powerful the hybrid secret society was. After thinking for a moment, he tried to put it into simpler terms. It's like Marlon Brando. Do you understand? Someone even more powerful than the Godfather by a few hundred times. Upon hearing this, Bruno immediately understood. But seeing Caesar's injuries, he shook his head and said, "No, you're seriously injured. Instead of running around, you should stay here and rest." When Caesar tried to argue, Bruno reassured him, "Don't worry. This is the slums. I grew up here, and I can spot outsiders from a mile away. Nothing will happen." Caesar had no choice but to agree, "All right, but you need to be careful." Bruno, feeling idle, leaned against a wall on the street, looking for his next target to steal from. Suddenly, he noticed a few unfamiliar faces on the road. They were wearing black suits, clearly outsiders, which made Bruno instantly cautious. At that moment, one of the men in black seemed to sense something and turned to look directly at Bruno. "Damn, I've been spotted." Bruno's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his expression calm. The man in black walked across the street and stood right in front of Bruno, his cold gaze making Bruno uncomfortable. "Hey, brother, is there something you need?" Bruno tensed up, pretending to be nervous, but inside, he was on high alert. "Why were you looking at us just now?" The man stared at him, his words carrying an overwhelming pressure. "No, nothing." Bruno was visibly anxious, his face twitching as he stammered, Did you make a mistake, brother?" "Still lying." The man in black sneered, clearly seeing through Bruno's lie. Without warning, he grabbed Bruno's throat, his fingers tightening around it. "I'll ask you one more time, why were you looking at us?" Bruno, whose neck was tightly gripped, felt his breath suffocating, veins bulging on his face, and his eyes bloodshot. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Only then did the man in black loosen his fingers, his cold gaze lingering. "Speak. I don't think you want to lie anymore. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences." Cough, cough. Bruno knelt on the ground, coughing desperately, fear all over his face as he begged. Big brother, I was wrong, I was greedy, I was stupid. I was just spying on you because I thought you were rich, so I planned to steal something. Big brother, please spare me." The man in black frowned slightly. Looking at Bruno kneeling and begging, he sneered coldly, then raised his foot to kick Bruno in the stomach, cursing. "Little punk, get lost." The force of the kick was unimaginable. Bruno felt at least 2 ribs break, the sharp pain in his abdomen almost knocking him off balance. Sweat poured down his forehead, but he still forced himself to get up. Yes, thank you, big brother. I'll leave now." With that, he hunched over, limping, and quickly darted into the alley. A few others approached, asking, "Damon, what was that about?" Damon shook his head, looking slightly disdainful. "It's nothing, just a thief. I've already dealt with him. Forget it, just a little punk, no need to worry about it." His companion patted his shoulder and said, "Don't waste time. The intel says he was here 3 days ago. Let's start the search." "I'm already searching. The problem is, the snake territory is so vast. What can I do?" Damon sighed, grumbling. "Who knows where he went? Naples is so big. If we search one by one, when will we ever find him?" "It's fine. The people from above are arriving soon, and they'll help you out." His companion smiled. "The blood link can search for people with dragon blood within a certain range. With your snake, we'll find him soon enough." Blood link. Finally, they're thinking straight. Damon sighed in relief, then asked, "When will they be here?" The man checked his watch. "Soon, the word from above is they'll be here in a few minutes." Chapter 383, Chapter 380, Lie Exposed. A few minutes later, a black Mercedes stopped at the side of the street. The car door opened, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair, wearing a gold-trimmed striped suit, a gentleman's hat, and holding a cane, stepped out. As soon as Damon and the others saw the old man, they quickly walked over and respectfully lowered their heads. "Sir Albert, we didn't expect the family would send you to assist us. We're truly sorry for the trouble you've gone through." Albert Gattuso, in terms of seniority, was Frost and Pompey's uncle, and one of the actual leaders within the family. Among the hybrids of the previous generation, he was quite famous, with a glorious record of once single-handedly killing a third-generation dragon that had just awakened. Now, the family head Frost had called upon this old-timer, which clearly showed how important capturing Caesar was to them. "No need for such formalities," Albert nodded and smiled. "The family situation shocked and disappointed me as well. The most important thing right now is to capture the killer as soon as possible. He took off his hat, revealing a face weathered by time with deep lines. Yet, his deep sea blue eyes held both wisdom and charm. Here, you're in charge, Damon. From now on, what we do next is up to you. Yes, Sir Albert. Damon spoke respectfully, then, please use your word soul to search for possible targets in the area. All right. Albert was graceful and showed no hint of arrogance, smiling kindly. I'm getting old, please give me a moment. The Blood Link word soul had very low danger and no offensive ability, making it more of a supportive ability. This word soul could enhance the user's sensitivity to bloodline perception and, through their own bloodline, attempt to resonate with nearby dragons and hybrids, thus locating their position. The stronger the individual's bloodline, the easier it was to be detected by Blood Link. Of course, some individuals were powerful enough to hide themselves and block the resonance, and even stronger ones could use bloodline resonance to reverse the effect and kill the user's spirit. Albert's grip on his cane tightened, his sea blue eyes tinged with a hint of gold. The cane was an alchemical artifact, capable of amplifying and extending the sensing range of bloodline formations. It activated the dragon blood within a hybrid's body, which was otherwise uncontrollable, while also protecting the mind from being killed by stronger individuals. However, the downside was that it accelerated the depletion of the user's energy. Buzz. A wave of invisible energy spread outward from Albert's body. Damon could feel his bloodline respond as if called, his golden eyes instinctively glowing. The other two were in a similar state, their golden eyes also activating, and a subtle tremor ran through their bloodlines. If not, the moment the golden eyes appeared and the pressure of the hybrids was released, it would have attracted unnecessary trouble. Huh. Suddenly, Albert opened his eyes, furrowing his brow with a hint of confusion. Sir Albert, have you found his trace? Damon asked, noticing the confusion on the elder's face, thinking he had discovered some clue. There's been a hybrid here, with a very weak bloodline, and it hasn't awakened yet, Albert said, his eyes half closed. His voice was low and deliberate. Did you see anyone suspicious recently? Recently? Well, there was a thug trying to steal something, Damon said, pausing as the image of the thug begging on his knees came to his mind. A thug. Albert's expression darkened slightly, flames flickering in his golden eyes. His voice turned cold. Which direction did he go? Honorable Sir Albert, forgive me for speaking plainly. He's just a petty thug. Even if he's a hybrid, he's not worth focusing on. Our real target should be Caesar Gattuso. We shouldn't waste time on a small-time thug, Damon said. No, Damon, you're wrong. Albert's golden eyes were cold as he glanced over the group. After a moment, he said indifferently, that hybrid may be weak, but there's a high-level dragon blood reaction in him. High-level dragon blood reaction. Damon's face changed instantly, his heart shaken. Exactly, it's a very high-level dragon blood reaction, Albert said, stroking his cane. He ended the spell, breathing slightly heavier, his face looking a bit paler as he softly continued, I think you understand what it means when a hybrid with a weak lineage, who hasn't even awakened, suddenly shows such a strong dragon blood reaction. The answer was clear. It was Caesar Gattuso. A high-level dragon blood reaction could suggest an undiscovered hybrid, but that possibility was slim. A more reasonable guess was that the young troublemaker had come into close contact with Caesar Gattuso, and the reason he had been watching them wasn't to steal targets, but out of caution. Damn it. That damn little punk dared to trick me. Damon was furious, veins bulging on his forehead, his face turning red and purple. He couldn't believe he had been fooled by a street thug. It's fine, you're still young. Mistakes can be corrected, Albert patted the young man's shoulder and said calmly, now, the most important thing is how to fix the mistake. Since we've already narrowed the scope, we just need to tighten it little by little. He won't escape. Thank you for your guidance, Sir Albert. Damon took a deep breath, calming his anger, and made a phone call. With cold determination, he said into the phone, notify the execution team, surround this slum area. They won't escape. I'm going to personally wash away this humiliation. After hanging up, he crushed the phone in his hand, his eyes cold and murderous. Very well, they dared to toy with us. Damon turned his head towards the alley, gritting his teeth and said, once I catch that bastard, I'll crush every bone in his body. Bruno painfully leaned against the wall, limping as he made his way home. Having grown up in the slums, he'd been hurt countless times, so he knew the kick he took probably broke a few ribs. The sharp pain in his abdomen made him grit his teeth, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Even though the pain made his head spin, his step staggered, and he fell into filthy puddles multiple times, Bruno still gritted his teeth and pushed on. Leaning on the wall, he struggled to get back up, his goal clear and unwavering, he had to get back and tell Caesar. His gut told him those people's target was Caesar. Just then, he suddenly felt his heart race, as if someone was watching him. The sensation was like a prickling on his back, filling him with a deep, primal fear. But when Bruno turned around, the narrow alley was empty. Bang. 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 His heartbeat seemed to quicken, causing Bruno pain. Not paying attention to his feet, he accidentally stepped into a hole and fell. Clutching his wildly beating heart, blood began to blur his vision. The feeling was suffocating, almost choking him. In a daze, he saw his reflection in the puddle, and was immediately shocked beyond belief. His pupils had turned golden, glowing like molten lava, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Chapter 384, Chapter 381, Promises Worth. Bruno struggled to get back home, pushing open the old, worn-out door with force. "You're injured." Caesar sat by the bed, the sunlight from outside streaming through the window, shining on his golden hair, dazzling like gold. His face, handsome like a Greek statue, looked almost divine in the soft light, like a solemn statue of a Buddha in a temple, looking down upon the world. "It's not serious, cough, cough. I'm used to it." Bruno leaned on the table, sitting down while wincing in pain. "More importantly, I have something to tell you." Caesar looked at Bruno, who was in such a messy state, and froze for a moment. "Why are you in such a bad shape?" "That's not important." Bruno held his abdomen, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the excruciating pain from his broken ribs. From Bruno's expression, Caesar sensed a tense atmosphere. After a brief thought, he guessed the reason and said calmly, "Has someone found me?" "How did you know?" Bruno asked, realizing he had just asked a stupid question. He shook his head. "Never mind, you people are too mysterious. I shouldn't ask too much. I saw a few men in black suits on the street. My gut tells me they're here for you. They found you." Caesar frowned slightly, glancing at Bruno, whose clothes were dirty and disheveled. It was clear he had rushed back. "Yeah, but it's fine. I tricked them." Bruno forced a smile, gritting his teeth through the pain. "They won't expect this. You should leave quickly. I'll draw a map for you. Go to the port and find a man named Itachi. He'll take care of getting you out of here. Don't waste any more time." Saying that, he took out a piece of paper and started sketching on it. At the same time, he took off his necklace, folded it, and handed it to Caesar. Caesar hesitated for a moment, then took the map and necklace. "I'll go. What about you?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Bruno chuckled lightly and patted his chest. "Once you leave, I'll move to another place. Those people are after you, they won't care about a small-time thug like me." Hearing this, Caesar felt more at ease and nodded. "All right, thank you for these few days, Bruno Frigo. If I survive this, I promise to repay your kindness in the future." "Ha, sounds good, I'll be waiting then." Bruno laughed, opening his arms and giving Caesar a hug, patting his back. "Go on, don't waste any more time." Caesar knew time was tight. Staying here would only put him in more danger. He didn't hesitate further and, after saying his goodbyes, slipped into the alley. After watching Caesar leave, Bruno turned around, biting back the pain, and hurriedly began cleaning the house. His main task was to erase any trace of Caesar, including discarded bandages and other items. At that moment, his heart suddenly gave a strange flutter, only this time it was stronger. It felt like something inside him was stirring, and an ancient, solemn voice echoed in his mind, almost calling for something terrifying. Bruno accidentally knocked something to the floor, stumbling toward the drawer. He pulled out a mirror and stared at his reflection. His face was reflected in the mirror, but something was different. His veins were bulging, his expression twisted in a grimace. What terrified Bruno even more was that his eyes had turned golden, like burning hot molten lava, exuding an indescribable, violent aura. What is this? Bruno couldn't understand why he had changed like this. But the cautious instincts he had developed since childhood seemed to be telling him that these golden eyes signified an ominous presence. No, I have to leave quickly. Bruno was unsettled. His heart was racing. He felt like danger was closing in. After clearing away everything related to Caesar, he grabbed some cash from under the bed, hurriedly opened the door, and left, heading in the opposite direction of where Caesar had gone. Bruno grew up in this slum, and he had offended many powerful figures. Of course, he didn't have just one place to stay. This was also why he was confident that, even if those people found out later, he could still escape their pursuit. Who would go out of their way to find a petty thief? With this thought in mind, Bruno pushed through the anxiety in his chest, leaning against the wall as he navigated the alleyways. The roads in the slums crisscrossed like a maze. Even if outsiders wandered in, it would be hard for them to find the right exit, let alone track down a person. He reached a house, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then knocked on the door softly, saying, "Charles, it's me, Bruno." But there was no sound from inside. Not home. Bruno frowned, then knocked again. Charles, I know you're in there, stop playing dead. Still, no answer came. After thinking for a moment, Bruno decided to enter and see for himself. But when he pushed open the door, what he saw made his heart drop. Charles lay in a pool of blood, his wide eyes staring, filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. Charles. Bruno's face turned pale, his pupils shrinking. At that moment, he clearly saw 3 pairs of golden eyes suddenly glowing in the dark corner of the room. They were like searing hot lava, radiating an intimidating and overwhelming presence. Bruno Frego, born August 17, 1996, in the Spanish district of southern Naples. Your mother was a prostitute named Val, and you've lived alone since you were 7. You're skilled in theft, have been a member of the mafia, but after the leader's death, it disbanded. Now you survive by stealing and scamming. Am I right? From the darkness, the figures with golden eyes slowly stepped forward, holding several pieces of paper, their faces cold and sinister as they gazed at him. It's you. Bruno's heart almost stopped, his pupils slowly dilating. The person before him was none other than the men who had kicked him on the street not long ago. Let me introduce myself. My name is Damon Gattuso. The young man threw the paper he was holding onto the ground. The cold, murderous intent felt almost tangible as his eyes, dark and indifferent, stared at Bruno. Bruno Frigo, although you've deceived us, I'm willing to give you a chance. If you tell me Caesar's whereabouts, I'll forgive your deceit and even reward you handsomely. See Caesar. Bruno's expression stiffened instantly. His heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down his temples. I don't know, sir, I don't know anyone named Caesar. Bang. The figure before him blurred in an instant. Then, before Bruno could even comprehend what had happened, he was sent flying uncontrollably as if hit by a cannonball, slamming violently into the wall. Wah! A mouthful of blood spat out, and Bruno felt excruciating pain throughout his body. It felt like his organs were about to shatter. Damon slowly walked over and placed a foot on Bruno's chest. His golden eyes cast a cold, cruel gaze down at him, and he spoke indifferently, think carefully and then answer my question. Cough, cough. Yes, sir, I really don't know, Bruno gasped, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest. It was nearly impossible for him to breathe. He struggled to speak. Please, spare me. I'm just a small-time thug. I really don't know anyone named Caesar. Crack. Damon stomped down, and the sound of breaking ribs echoed through the air. Ah. Blood leaked from the corner of Bruno's mouth, his face contorting in agony as his complexion turned purple from suffocation. Bruno Frigo, I'm not interested in playing these little tricks with you. Damon twisted his foot, applying more pressure. The cruelty in his golden eyes grew more intense. You're wondering how we found you, right? Bruno couldn't speak. His mind was buzzing, and he was on the verge of suffocating. It's simple. Because you've come into contact with his blood. Damon bent down slowly, his cold, venomous eyes locking onto Bruno. See these eyes? This is the mark of a hybrid, someone with dragon blood in their veins. Once awakened, the golden eyes will appear, and people like you, trash, can have them too. Chapter 385, Chapter 382, Ghost Victory. Cough cough. Cough cough. Bruno coughed out thick blood clots, his golden eyes bloodshot, glaring at him fiercely. Now, do you understand? Damon sneered, loosening his grip slightly, and said coldly, your bloodline is too thin. If it weren't for Lord Albert's blood link, you probably would never have awakened. But you have high-level dragon blood in you, so, tell me, where is Caesar? So that's how it is. Bruno smiled bitterly, feeling an indescribable sense of sorrow inside. He had lived for over 20 years, surviving by stealing, living like a rat in the filthy sewers, so lowly. But in the end, just as he was about to die, someone told him that his body carried the great blood of dragons. It was like a cruel joke. I've seen Caesar. Bruno weakly spoke. Good. Where is he? Damon's lips curled into a slight grin as he looked down on him with a commanding gaze. Bruno's lips trembled, but his voice was too soft to make out, making Damon frown. He instinctively bent closer to listen. What are you saying? Speak louder. I said. Bruno suddenly widened his eyes, like a dying flash of light, gathering his last bit of strength. He broke free from Damon's control, his golden pupils burning like fierce flames as he threw a punch right at his face. I said, go to hell. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Damon's face. Even though Damon had a high concentration of bloodline power, he couldn't react in time to Bruno's sudden counterattack. He stumbled backward, a molar flying out of his mouth. Even though Bruno's bloodline concentration is low, when he goes all out, the power behind his punch is still not to be underestimated. Damon was knocked back, his vision blurred with stars, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Haha, did you really think you could buy me off just because I'm a thug? Bruno wobbled, leaning against the wall as he got back up. A mocking, cold smile appeared on his face. Let me tell you, I'm Bruno Frigo. Yes, I'm a thug. I can steal, I can scam, and I can be the rat in the sewers in your eyes, the big shots. But Bruno Frigo has a dream. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, clenched his fist, and hit his chest with a dull thud. His voice was steady and firm, each word full of conviction. That dream is to become a real man. I will never betray my friends. You're asking to die. Damon was completely enraged, his fiery golden eyes almost seemed to have a giant dragon roaring with flames in them. Ha 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 ha, Damon, need help. The two companions behind him couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking him. How about you step back? We can help you out. Shut up. Dean, Sacre. Damon wiped the blood dripping from his mouth, his voice cold. He's mine. No one touches him. In his blazing golden eyes, cruel and savage emotions flashed. He stepped forward, slowly closing the distance with Bruno, who staggered as if he might fall any second. A cruel smile formed at the corner of his lips. I'll make you fully understand the gap between you and me, in the world of dragons. The difference in bloodline, how huge it really is. Crack. The hard stone-paved ground cracked under his feet. It felt like a gust of cold wind mixed with killing intent rushed towards Bruno. Before he could react, there was a blur, and then his body was sent flying by a single strike. The force was as powerful as a cannonball hitting him. Bruno coughed out blood, his body flying through the air like a rag doll, crashing hard to the ground. But Damon clearly wasn't about to let him off so easily. He bent down, dashed forward, and stomped down with force. I'll show you what bloodline means in the world of dragons. How dare you, filthy scum, hurt me? Boom. Bruno's head was crushed into the hard stone by a kick. Then, Damon, with a fistful of anger, began pounding him with punches, one after another, like a torrential rain. Each punch was deliberately aimed at the most painful spots, avoiding vital areas, to cause immense pain without killing him. Damon wanted to break every bone in this damn thug's body, making him experience extreme pain repeatedly before he died. Blood flowed like a river, and Bruno's vision was filled with a sea of red. The fists, falling like a storm, shattered his bones, and intense pain flooded every nerve in his body. Damon roared in fury, still unsatisfied. He grabbed Bruno by the hair and lifted him up, coldly saying, "Now, do you understand? In the world of hybrids, the difference in bloodlines is often greater than you think. Do you, a filthy rat like you, think you can win against me?" Thick blood dripped from Bruno's mouth as he barely opened his eyes. Looking at Damon's ferocious face, he suddenly sneered, "Are you in a hurry? Damn it." Damon's rage flared, his pupils blood-red. He clenched his fist and unleashed it into Bruno's face. The powerful blow contained all of Damon's strength, shattering Bruno's facial bones. Blood exploded from his nostrils and mouth, and stars danced in his eyes. He didn't know how long the beating lasted, but when Damon finally grew winded, he threw the barely recognizable, bloodied Bruno to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, he coldly said, "What is this thing?" "A rat in the gutter. If it weren't for this matter, you'd never even deserve to see me." He took off his blood-stained suit and casually threw it on the ground, then walked over to his companions, who had been watching. However, at that moment, Damon suddenly felt a pricking sensation on his back, a terrifying pressure coming from behind. His body tensed, and his hair stood on end. "Damon, watch your back." His companions shouted, and although Damon was a noble, he had strong battle instincts. He immediately turned around to defend himself. Boom. A fist, heavy as 1,000 pounds, slammed into Damon's arms. The powerful force sent him flying more than 10 meters, his feet carving blackened marks on the ground. His arms felt as though they had been hit by a sledgehammer, the pain in his bones so intense it felt as if they were cracking. Damon's eyes widened as he stared hard at the figure. No way. With such serious injuries, there's no way you can stand up again. The one who attacked him was none other than Bruno, who had been barely alive just moments ago, like a pile of mud. But now, Bruno was like a beast. His golden eyes were filled with a brutal rage, and his body radiated visible black aura, like a demon crawling out from the underworld. Is this ghost victory? Damon squinted his eyes, quickly analyzing the situation with the little information available. "I see, so you awakened the word soul at the moment of near death." The effect of the ghost victory's word soul could only apply to the user, commanding their body to forget pain, allowing them to exert maximum strength. During the activation of the word soul, the body's self-defense mechanisms were shut down, unlocking genetic locks deep in the brain, enabling the user to fight without regard for their life. It also accelerated cell division, speeding up wound healing. But once the word soul expired, the user would face even greater injuries and pain. "Weren't you being so arrogant earlier?" Bruno grinned, his bloodied teeth looking like a terrifying demon. Now, I want to see, who's stronger. With a roar, he lunged forward, the air almost smelling of blood, throwing punches wildly, not caring about form. Though he had no formal training and didn't know how to attack properly, under the enormous boost from Ghost Victory, his punches were heavy and powerful, causing the air to vibrate sharply. Damon had no choice but to raise his arms in defense, being pushed back several steps from the punch. His internal blood and energy surged. But Bruno's speed increased instead of slowing down. Like a raging tiger, he charged forward, fists flying with reckless abandon, throwing wild punches like a madman. You. Damon's face showed shock and anger. He never imagined that a small-time thug, who had awakened a word soul just before death, would force him to keep retreating. Damon, need some help. The other two, seeing the situation, not only didn't intend to help, but even mocked him from the side. No need. Damon spat back fiercely. At that moment, covered in blood, Bruno stepped forward, crushing the hard bricks beneath him. His frail body whipped up a fierce wind, and like a mountain crashing down, he threw a punch at Damon. Bang. Damon was knocked back a few steps, his face turning bright red, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Just as Bruno was about to charge forward again, Damon suddenly drew the pistol from his waist, sneering as he pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 The Desert Eagle's black barrel spat out scorching flames. The large caliber bullets, carrying immense kinetic energy, pierced through Bruno's heart, lungs, neck, and skull, splattering blood all over the ground. Humph, ignorant little punk. Damon sneered, blowing the smoke off the barrel, his eyes filled with mockery. Even if your word soul is powerful, what difference does it make? Thud. Bruno fell onto his back, blood pouring out uncontrollably. His empty eyes stared at the narrow slice of blue sky blocked by the slum's alley, and his lips slowly curled into a smile. Caesar. Sorry. I guess. I can't keep my promise. But at least I should be considered a man, right? He didn't know whether, at this moment, he could truly call himself a man. But at least, he had no regrets. Chapter 386, Chapter 383, Caesar's Wrath. In the harbor of Naples, along the Santa Lucia coast. The warm midday sun shone on the sea, casting golden rays that glimmered on the surface. The salty sea breeze brushed against the face, carrying a refreshing scent. Caesar lowered the brim of his hat, glanced around, and after confirming no one was following, cautiously stepped out. However, as soon as he entered the harbor, his brow furrowed slightly. He quietly released his word soul Kamitashi, and the cheerful creature danced with the sea breeze, returning with several suppressed auras. Caesar remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. He boldly sat on a stone pillar at the dock and said indifferently, "Since everyone's here, why hide?" In that moment, he seemed like the noble young master, exuding an extraordinary and imposing presence. As his words fell, several figures emerged from around him, standing a few meters apart in a formation of encirclement. The leader had graying hair but was still in good spirits, leaning on a delicate cane. He walked out from the crowd, looked at Caesar sitting properly, and sighed deeply. "Caesar, give up. Come back with us and accept the family's punishment. Although you committed the great sin of patricide, you won't be sentenced to death. Uncle Albert, it's been a long time." Caesar sat upright, glancing sideways at the people around him. His voice remained steady and calm from start to finish. "I have nothing to explain, and I will not go back with you." "Ah, how did things end up like this?" Albert's face showed deep regret. "Caesar, you should have been the brightest heir of the Gattuso family. Why did you kill Pompey?" This matter was something Albert couldn't understand. Even if it were thrown out for others to consider, no one could comprehend it either. What could have driven a brilliant heir to take his own father's life? The key point was that Albert couldn't understand Caesar's purpose behind the action, and there was no clear benefit to it. "Uncle Albert, I cannot tell you the reason." Caesar lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse and muffled. "I advise you to stay away from the family. Frost, no, the Gattuso family, has already changed. Caesar. You are a criminal now, stop slandering the family." Damon, who had never liked him, stepped forward, angrily scolding him. Albert frowned slightly, feeling annoyed at being interrupted. However, Damon was someone Frost personally selected, and he was here just to cooperate, so he suppressed his irritation. "I was wondering why it was so noisy. Turns out it's you." Caesar glanced at him sideways, expressionless, and said, "Damon, did Frost send you here to make you the heir?" "Caesar, stop talking nonsense." Damon immediately snapped, pointing at him angrily, "You killed the head of the Gatsuo family, and now you won't admit it and come back with us. Still trying to argue. Not bad, you've got some courage, but your brain's a bit off." Caesar remained calm and composed, saying slowly, "Damon, ever since we were kids, you've been nothing but a dog in my eyes. What gives you the right to speak so loudly in front of me? Hearing this, veins popped up on Damon's forehead. Caesar. Don't yell so loud. I can hear you. Caesar didn't even bother to look at him, lazily adding, don't worry, even if I'm disqualified by Zetsu, that position won't go to you, you stupid dog. You're really eager to die, huh? Caesar. Being humiliated repeatedly in front of everyone, Damon's face turned pale with fury, gritting his teeth as he said, you're not the first heir anymore. Stop acting so arrogant. Too much talk, I don't like hearing it. Caesar waved his hand, stood up from the stone slab with a cold, indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone, eventually landing on Damon. He beckoned with his finger, come on, you wanted to prove yourself, right? I'm standing right here. I'll give you a chance to kill me. You. Damon's face instantly turned a dark purple, veins bulging all over. Could he dare? Of course, he wouldn't dare. Who is Caesar Zetsu? From the moment he was born, he was regarded as a symbol of glory by the Zetsu family, even given the name Caesar. It can be said that from childhood to now, Caesar has always been wrapped in light and honor. Whether it's in dealing with people, his demeanor, or even his strength and intelligence, he's always been a standout among his peers. You're a dog, and you really are just a dog. Caesar's mood soured. He coldly shook his head and said, Damon, you've never changed, have you? Damon, furious to the point of laughing, stared at Caesar. It seemed like something suddenly clicked in his mind, and a cold, sinister smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Caesar, you're so impressive. How about guessing how we found you? With Uncle Albert around, it's no surprise that you found me. Caesar replied indifferently, glancing at the elderly man with graying hair, but there was no hint of reproach in his eyes. You got half of it right, but not completely. Damon sneered, speaking slowly, actually, it's quite a coincidence. When Uncle Albert first came, he couldn't find your trail. But then, he found a little rat with faint dragon blood. We followed the trail and eventually found you. Now, isn't that a coincidence? Suddenly, a piercing golden light flickered in Caesar's eyes, and everyone felt the surroundings darken. Even the sun by the sea seemed to lose its brilliant shine, overshadowed by the fiery intensity of those eyes. The suffocating pressure of terrifying power surged like a tsunami. Only at that moment did they realize Caesar's true nature. Beneath the appearance of the calm and noble young man, what lay was a ruthless and tyrannical king. What about Bruno? Caesar's expression turned cold, and the molten gold-like light in his eyes flowed, releasing a chilling killing intent. Haha, what's this? Caesar, are you panicking? Under Caesar's cold murderous intent, Damon swallowed hard. He felt like every pore on his body was screaming in fear, but he forced himself to speak. Bruno. Ah, that little punk, of course, I killed him. Oh, I almost forgot. Before Bruno died, he said something. He pretended to think for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, right, he said something about being a man. Ha ha ha, it's so laughable. What do you think, Caesar? You killed him. Caesar's face remained emotionless, but the murderous intent in his eyes was so intense it felt almost tangible. Yes, that little punk even awakened a word soul before he died. Ghost victory. Damon looked at Caesar's furious eyes, and the humiliation he had felt earlier suddenly turned into exhilaration. He couldn't help but laugh. In the end, a rat in the sewer will always be a rat. He thought he could beat me, but didn't he end up dead? Albert furrowed his brows and couldn't help but speak up, Damon, enough. Are you angry? Furious? Ha ha ha. Damon didn't care at all. He loved the look in Caesar's eyes right now. Smiling widely, he said, Caesar, you're nothing now. Not only did I kill that punk, but I also ground him into a bloody pulp and flushed him down the sewer. That's the price for daring to challenge me. Bruno. Caesar's brows furrowed, his eyes burning with fury. He let out a long breath. Damon, if you wanted to anger me, you've succeeded. But I'll show you what happens to those who anger me, Caesar. I will personally break your bones. One by one. By one. On the dock at the harbor, the wind howled with a cold, mournful cry. Caesar looked like a burning volcano, his overwhelming presence bursting forth. The moment he moved, everyone felt as if a mountain was crushing them. He slowly approached Damon, his face rigid, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, cold, twisted, and brutal. No one had ever seen Caesar this angry. Right now, he resembled an awakened dragon king, his reverse scales touched, about to bring down ancient divine wrath. Chapter 387, Chapter 384, Corpses 1,000 Miles Away. Caesar's fierce golden eyes gleamed with a chilling killing intent, his violent aura crashing around him like tidal waves. In the air, a Kamitashi danced, picking up every detail, enemy numbers, positions, transmitting them back with perfect clarity, sharpening his hearing to the extreme. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Just this many people. Caesar sneered. As he stepped forward, a tremendous force rippled through the air. The muscles hidden beneath his trench coat swelled, writhing like a coiled serpent. An invisible pressure spread across the dock. Frost and Pompeii, they really underestimate me, don't they? Cut the crap. You're not worth more than this. Damon's eyelids twitched. He took a half step back into the crowd and waved his hand sharply. Everyone, get him. Just leave him barely alive, no need to hold back. Bang. The standoff shattered with a sniper shot. A hidden gunman, concealed in the shadow of a docked ship, had been waiting for Damon's signal. The moment it came, he pulled the trigger. A custom-made Freya bullet shot straight for Caesar's forehead. But Caesar, as if foreseeing the attack, tilted his head slightly. The bullet whizzed past, missing its mark. The assassins exchanged glances. All together. Don't hold back. As the greatest heir of the Gattuso family, Caesar's reputation preceded him. They all knew how dangerous he was. Normally, he played the role of a commander, a noble, the untouchable successor of a great house. But that didn't mean this noble prince didn't know how to kill. On the contrary, a true leader isn't just exceptional in one aspect but in all. Caesar Gattuso was no exception. You think just a handful of you can take me down? He took a step forward. The ground beneath his feet cracked as his figure blurred, leaving behind an afterimage. A violent gust of wind exploded outward, howling like a razor-sharp Kamitashi dancing around him, singing a deadly song. His goal was clear, to break out of the encirclement. And the best target? That arrogant Damon. Stop him. Damon panicked instantly. He kept saying he wasn't afraid, but his body betrayed him. Bloodline made all the difference. But, too slow. The others couldn't keep up with Caesar at all. In the blink of an eye, Caesar broke through the encirclement. His 5 fingers clamped down like iron, seizing Damon's throat. Then, with brutal force, he slammed him into the ground. Bang. The hard concrete shattered into pieces. Damon's head hit the ground hard, the impact making his vision blur. He wanted to call for help, but with his throat crushed, he couldn't form the words. Damon, do you remember what I said? Caesar held him down, golden eyes burning with rage. His cold voice was like a steel blade, scraping across Damon's skin bit by bit. I'm going to break every single bone in your body, one by one. And no. Help me. Damon's face turned red, then purple from lack of air. Survival instinct kicked in, and he struggled desperately, bloodshot eyes darting toward his companions for help. Caesar, let go of Damon. One of them reacted quickly, pulling out a gun and aiming at Caesar. But just as he was about to pull the trigger. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, carrying a bone-chilling cold. In the next second, his pupils shrank. The gun in his hand was cleanly severed in half. The cut was so smooth, it looked like it had been sliced by a water jet. I suggest you don't move. Caesar knelt on one knee, pressing down on the struggling Damon without even turning his head. It was only then that everyone realized, at some point, dark blue dragon scales had appeared on Caesar's face. His golden eyes burned even brighter, like raging flames, radiating a terrifying aura of violence and cruelty. Everyone, don't move. Albert shouted urgently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Whatever you do, don't move. It's the wind. The wind. Some people didn't believe it. But the moment one of them took half a step forward, a sharp force slashed across their cheek. It wasn't just their face, cuts instantly appeared on their clothes, arms, thighs, and body, covering them in countless tiny wounds. Blood quickly soaked their entire body. It was as if they had stepped into an invisible trap filled with countless razor-sharp blades. Each wound was small, but if one of them cut their throat, it would still be enough to kill. In fact, they might even be sliced into pieces. Blood trickled down their face as they froze in terror, eyes wide with fear, not daring to move a muscle. Can Kamitashi do something like this? The person asked in horror. Everyone knew that Caesar's word soul was Kamitashi, which enhanced his hearing. But could Kamitashi really do this? This isn't Kamitashi, Albert, with his vast experience, quickly pieced things together. His breath hitched as he gasped. It must be a strengthened word soul. Vampire Kamitashi. But could the enhanced vampire Kamitashi really turn invisible wind into deadly blades and lay them out like an inescapable trap? Damon, still pinned down, watched the reactions of the others. Fear slowly took over his mind. His eyes widened in terror, pupils shrinking to needlepoints. His lips trembled as he tried to speak. He wanted to apologize, to beg for mercy, to plead for Caesar to let him go. But Caesar's only response was a cruel, cold smile. Caesar had studied many things: vocal music, painting, sculpture, and other forms of art. He had also learned politics, leadership, and military tactics. And, of course, in his free time, he had read a few books on interrogation techniques, which he found particularly interesting. Caesar was always a man of his word. His left hand traced down Damon's skin, feeling for his ribs, then, with a sharp twist, he snapped one. Crack. Ah. Damon let out a scream of agony. Don't be in such a rush. This is only the beginning. Caesar continued, breaking the second rib, then the third, until every single one was shattered. At first, Damon's screams were loud and piercing, but as time passed, they grew weaker, until only faint groans remained. Caesar, that's enough. Albert could no longer bear to watch. He turned his head away, unable to stomach the sight. Even if Damon was wrong, he's still a member of the Zetsu family. You shouldn't be torturing him like this. Shut up. Caesar's icy gaze cut Albert off, forcing him to swallow his words. That look, it wasn't human. It was the gaze of a dragon. It reminded Albert of his younger days, of the time he had encountered a second-generation dragon in a fit of rage, merciless, feral, terrifying. That memory alone drained the courage from his body. Kill me. Damon no longer wished to live. He only wanted Caesar to end his suffering. Shoo, don't make a sound. Caesar stroked his face, his golden eyes cold and merciless. Aren't you proud of your bloodline? Then show me, what makes you any different from Bruno. What happened next was so gruesome that even the elites of the Zetsu family could hardly bear to witness it. The wind howled like countless blades slicing through the air. Each gust cut across Damon's body with precise accuracy, stripping away flesh with every pass. I once read about an interesting punishment in the history books of an ancient Eastern kingdom. Caesar's golden eyes burned with a chilling light, but his voice was low and eerie, like a whisper from the depths of the underworld. Lynchie, death by 1,000 cuts. They say it takes exactly 1,000 slices before the prisoner finally dies. But I'm really curious. Can someone actually survive 1,000 cuts before dying? Caesar controlled the flying wind sickles, sending sharp gusts of wind slicing toward Damon with surgical precision, as if wielding a scalpel. Let me test that theory on you, Damon. Ayahawk. Damon screamed in agony. He had thought about killing himself countless times. But with his limbs broken and his jaw dislocated, even death was beyond his reach. And because he was a hybrid, he was naturally stronger than ordinary humans. Even under the torture of 1,000 cuts, he still clung to a shred of consciousness. But to Damon, that only made it all the more cruel. Before everyone's eyes, the man who had once resembled a human was stripped of flesh piece by piece until only a bloody skeleton remained. Soaked head to toe in blood, Caesar finally let out a long, cathartic roar, as if releasing all his rage. But just as he completely let his guard down. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, drowning the crashing waves at the dock. A massive caliber anti-material bullet, carrying terrifying kinetic force, tore across hundreds of meters in an instant. It moved at multiple times the speed of sound, like a shooting star streaking through the sky. Caesar didn't even have time to react. The bullet struck his chest with pinpoint accuracy, its sheer force ripping through his dark green scales and blasting a hole the size of a bowl right through him. Blood sprayed wildly. Caesar's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief filled his gaze as he looked toward the direction from which the bullet had come. Chapter 388, Chapter 385, Tyrant Pathway. Under the Zetsu family, they have sponsored many industries, including investments in religious enterprises. Few people know that the Florence Cathedral has actually been under the Zetsu family's ownership for a long time. The tall, rising marble dome is constructed in the most perfect geometric form, resembling a temple. On its dome, the most elite artists have painted the Ascension of Christ. At this moment, the cathedral's hall is brightly lit, with golden lights illuminating the magnificent sanctuary. Frost walks briskly, showing no interest in the extravagant sculptures and paintings around him. He keeps his head down and walks into the inner hall, pushing open a door that is never open to the public. What comes into view is a much smaller but even more luxurious prayer hall. The floor is made of gold, and the surrounding columns inlaid with gemstones reflect each other, creating a dazzling display of wealth. In the center of the prayer hall is a massive round table, already surrounded by people. Everyone is dressed in yellow hooded robes, wearing pale masks. The masks bear strange symbols made of 3 twisted lines. Frost lowers his head, maintaining a submissive and respectful posture, and speaks softly, "Bishop, there's been an incident." "Do not panic, Frost." The person sitting at the head of the table is calm, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He speaks steadily, "Sit down and speak slowly." "Yes, Bishop." Frost steps forward and sits across from the table. Once he has composed himself, he says, "Just now, I received news about Albert. Caesar was attacked in Naples. The assassin's identity is unknown. The weapon used was a large sniper rifle. Now, Caesar has fallen into the sea and is suspected to be dead." Thud. The sound of the tapping stops abruptly, and the prayer hall falls into a deadly silence. In an instant, the others at the round table, all wearing yellow robes, turned their heads in unison. Though their faces were hidden by masks, Frost could clearly feel their gazes fixed on him. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere made Frost's heart race. His face turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Then what? The bishop finally spoke, breaking the silence. I've already arranged for Albert and the execution team to do everything they can to search for Caesar. Frost sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He nervously responded, I believe we'll have results soon. You won't be disappointed, Bishop. Who do you think did it? The bishop leaned back in his chair, asking in a casual tone. This. Frost looked troubled. He couldn't think of anyone who would do such a thing. Never mind. The bishop seemed uninterested, waving his hand. Caesar isn't so easy to kill, and this isn't so simple. I'll send someone to help you investigate and get to the bottom of it. Yes, Bishop. Frost finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he even thought he might die. The second matter concerns Castle. The bishop turned to the other members of the congregation, his voice carrying a hint of pressure. I was very disappointed by the last failure. An indescribable weight of pressure surged, like a tidal wave, as if a storm were about to hit the sea. The oppressive killing intent in the air made the candles flicker, as though they might go out at any second. Frost lowered his head deeply, his pupils filled with fear. The other masked members of the congregation remained silent, seemingly too afraid to provoke the bishop's bad mood. I can forgive you for the last incident. The bishop's voice was deep and heavy, like thunder hidden beneath dark clouds, making everyone in the room feel the pressure intensely. But this time, we cannot afford to make a mistake. We must gather all the sacrifices before Aldebaran appears. The bishop slowly stood, pressing his hand against the desk. His voice was filled with an overwhelming pressure. Luming Fay, Xiaomi, Caesar. Not a single one can be missing. Understood. Yes, Bishop. The congregation stood up and made the sign of the cross in front of their chests. Lancelot, Galwin, this matter, you two will work with Frost to complete it, understood. The bishop called out their names. The two men to his left lowered their heads. Yes, Bishop. The rest, prepare the ritual items. After the bishop spoke, he waved his hand. The invisible wind blew out the candles, signaling the end of the meeting. The masked, yellow-robed figures slowly exited the prayer hall. Frost was the last to leave. He stood outside the church, feeling a sense of exhaustion as the cool wind hit his face. His clothes were soaked in sweat. Looking back at the church, he felt deep fear in his heart. The secret order is terrifying. After everyone had left, the prayer hall was empty, except for the bishop. Suddenly, an old figure appeared in the deserted church, wearing a tattered yellow robe, with a frail, thin body. Faking death to escape, founding the secret order, using Caesar's patricide as a pretext, secretly manipulating the board of directors to bring out the 3 sacrifices. Truly, the deepest hidden person. Pompey. It's you, Sogetsu. At that moment, the bishop removed his mask, revealing his true face. He shouted passionately, everything is for the great king in yellow. The man had long golden hair that shone brightly, casually falling to his waist. When he raised his head, his handsome face could make most women fall madly in love with him. His sea blue eyes were like pure gems, and the smile at the corner of his lips added to his noble aura. If Caesar were still alive, he would immediately recognize the man sitting in the bishop's seat, his father, Pompey Gattuso, who he had beheaded with a single strike. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've delved deeper into our Lord's dream. Zeradal smiled, clearly pleased with Pompey's progress. He casually asked, how is the wind-blessed potion? It's excellent. It matches my authority perfectly. Pompey's face twisted into a grimace. When will you give me the rest of the potions? Zeradal carefully observed. Beneath Pompey's skin, his blood vessels seemed to squirm like worms, his entire body was in an extremely excited state. Clearly, the potion hadn't been fully digested yet, and his spirit was already tainted. Of course, Zeradal, or rather, Uchiha Sogetsu, didn't care whether Pompey had fully digested the potion. The powers of the King of Sky and Wind were highly compatible with the Tyrant Path, which had been expected. The combination of these forces created a fascinating chemical reaction, allowing Pompey to advance to sequence 6 without fully digesting the potion. This was truly miraculous. Uchiha Sogetsu speculated that it was likely the dragon race's unique constitution and their inherent control over authority that made the potions more effective for them than for humans. However, to be certain, further testing would be needed. Zeradal nodded in satisfaction. He then reached beneath his tattered yellow robe and retrieved a vial of thick, viscous liquid. This is the Sequence 5 potion, the Ocean Songster. Without hesitation, Pompey grabbed the Ocean Songster potion and drank it down in one gulp. I can feel the sky and the ocean calling me. he shouted with excitement, his voice booming like thunder, sending shockwaves through the hall. Zetsu smiled silently, observing the changes in Pompey's spiritual state. Well then, I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Pompey. With that, his figure gradually faded away, as if he had never existed. Chapter 389, Chapter 386, Hilbert and Luming Fay. At Castle College, it was another sunny day. After a day off, Luming Fay had finally become famous in school. His name was spreading fast, almost catching up to Chu Zihong and Caesar. After all, single-handedly defeating all the students was unprecedented in the history of Castle College. It was something that would probably never happen again for decades. An S-rank hybrid, truly deserving of the title. Of course, even though he had defeated all the students and slaughtered nearly 100 Death Servitor-like enemies with his chainsaw sword, Luming Fay was now facing a challenge many students would face. That challenge was the 3E exam. The 3E exam was short for Extraction Evaluation EXA, a bloodline assessment exam primarily used to test students' dragon bloodline. Descendants of dragons resonate with the draconic texts, and during this resonance, they experience a special sight, seeing draconic texts appear in their minds. Students who are not sensitive to the draconic texts are usually deemed to have insufficient bloodline power, and they are either downgraded or expelled. Luming Fay was squatting in his dorm room, staring at the old, real exam questions he had bought from Finger, scratching his head in frustration. Now, how did he end up in this situation? It all started with the draconic texts resonance issue. As an S-rank hybrid, Luming Fay had shockingly no resonance with the Imperium word soul whatsoever. In situations like this, it was typically considered a sign of a low-level bloodline. But the problem was that Luming Fay's impressive battle record was right there for everyone to see, and no one expected a hybrid like him to fail even the basic draconic text resonance test. The real reason, only Luming Fay knew. Maybe it was because his bloodline was too high-ranking, even a word soul like Imperium couldn't resonate with him at all. Hey, little devil, are you really not going to help me? He was both helpless and frustrated, glaring at Luming Fay, who was grinning mischievously beside him. Not helping is one thing, but just standing there watching, you're too cruel. Hey brother, you can't say that. The little devil, somehow having gotten a lollipop, stuffed it in his mouth and puffed out his cheeks, saying, I'm just letting you stand on your own feet, how is that just watching? Forget it, if you really had a conscience, you'd help me get through this tough spot. Luming Fay, with his last bit of hope, looked at Luming Fay. Don't look at me, I'm out of ideas, Luming Fay shrugged, sucking on his lollipop, saying, if it was before, I could have helped you bluff your way through, but now. I can't do it anymore. Then why can't you help now? Luming Fay asked anxiously. Brother, you should know that the Dragon King is always a pair of twins, one controls power, the other controls authority, right? Luming Fay bit down on his lollipop, tilting his head and looking at him. Yeah, and then? Luming Fay frowned, confused. Who do you think I am? Luming Fay pointed at himself and suddenly changed the topic. Black King. Luming Fay was no longer the clueless person he once was. So, he had a guess about Luming Fay's identity, but he couldn't confirm it. Not entirely right. Luming Fay shook his head, suddenly smiling. He jumped off the table beside him, turned his back to Luming Fay, and looked out the window. In a low voice, he said, it's a good thing you didn't finish that book. The rest doesn't matter. You just need to know one thing, no one can go against your will, including me. Is that the reason you can't help me? Luming Fay asked. Yes, unless you're willing to sacrifice a quarter of your soul. Luming Fay grinned, turning around. He pulled himself out of the sorrowful atmosphere and became that mischievous little devil again. Of course, I don't mind. But I wonder if you do. Forget it. I'll take the exam myself. Luming Fay decisively shook his head in refusal. What a joke. He was a powerless weakling before the training, and now he's supposed to trade his soul. Was all that suffering for nothing? Fine, he'd just slack off. If he couldn't pass, so be it. He didn't believe that Castle would really expel him over a 3E exam. I'm not looking anymore. Luming Fay tossed aside the expensive past exam papers, lying flat on his back on the dorm bed. The next day, under everyone's gaze, Luming Fay walked into the exam room. Due to the chaos from the Day of Liberty incident, Luming Fay was the only one attending the exam. The others were still lying in the school clinic. The exam was simple, a powerful rhythm in the music, with draconic texts mixed in. The test takers would unconsciously resonate with the draconic texts while listening, activating spirit vision, and writing out one or more segments of draconic text to evaluate their bloodline level. Luming Fay was bored. He couldn't resonate with the draconic texts at all. All he could do was look at the past exam questions in his mind and randomly scribble on the blank paper. Anyway, he didn't care about the results anymore. There was no way they'd really expel him, right? When the exam time was over, the proctor, Guderian, walked in and saw Luming Fay sleeping on the desk. He was so angry that he almost pulled out his beard. Luming Fay. Ah. Luming Fay woke up from his nap, drool hanging from his mouth, staring blankly at Guderian. Professor? Is the exam over? You're done with the exam. If I hadn't come in, would you have slept until it's dark? Guderian asked angrily, grabbing a few exam papers and staring at the pictures on them. His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't say much more. He tossed the papers into the black password box and said, Luming Fay, the principal wants you to go to his office. Ah. Now. Luming Fay glanced outside the classroom. It was already near dinner time, and he wasn't too eager to go. There was a limited edition Stuttgart pork knuckle in the cafeteria today, with crispy skin and tender meat. It was juicy with every bite, and he had been craving it for a while. If he went too late, it might be gone. Yes, now. Hurry up. Guderian tugged at his beard and glanced at the troublemaker who caused the school break. He angrily added, I don't want to see you here again, you annoy me. Great. Running into a powder keg. Luming Fay sighed and reluctantly left the classroom. He called Finger, asking him to grab a couple more pork knuckles for him. As for the price, it would be his treat. Though Finger seemed disheveled and had been held back 4 years, he was actually of A-rank hybrid, no ordinary fighter. Snatching pork knuckles was a piece of cake for him. After getting that off his chest, Luming Fay finally made his way to the principal's office. Knock knock knock. Standing outside the door, he knocked a few times, and a voice from inside called, Come in. Luming Fay opened the door and saw the elderly man with silver hair sitting at his desk, a tea set placed in front of him with 3 teacups steaming. Sit. Hilbert raised his hand, signaling Luming Fay to take a seat. Confused, Luming Fay could only obediently sit down next to him, waiting for what was next. Have some tea. Hilbert pointed at the teacup and said, calmly. Luming Fay picked up the teacup and drank it in one go, then asked impatiently, Principal, what did you need me for? You're in a hurry? Hilbert looked at him with some curiosity. The cafeteria has limited edition pork knuckles today. Luming Fay answered sincerely. Ever since the hellish galactic war, after returning to reality, he developed a deep love for food. It was one of his few hobbies. Ha ha ha, I love that reason. Hilbert laughed at the excuse, shaking his head. By the way, there's also this cup of tea. Let your little brother come out too. You know him. Luming Fay was a bit shocked. I know a little more than you do. Hilbert made a mysterious gesture with his fingers, leaving a small gap, looking cryptic. Got it, the finger universe, huh? Luming Fay looked to the side. Suddenly, the little devil appeared, sitting in a chair beside him, picking up a teacup and taking a sip. We should be meeting for the first time, right? He thought Hilbert couldn't see the little devil. He was about to explain when he saw Hilbert nodding. Yes, it's our first time. You can see him. Luming Fay was even more surprised. He always thought only he could see the little devil. I'm not blind. Hilbert glared at Luming Fay, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. Back to business. Caesar has gotten into some trouble in Europe. The Gattuso family is after him and wants our help. After thinking about it, I decided to send you, Xiaomi, Chu Zihang, and Nono. What do you think? Luming Fay shot a glare at the little devil beside him, then said, So, what do you plan to do about it? Smart kid, Hilbert chuckled, putting down his teacup. He spoke calmly, since he's a student of Castle, it's only natural that Castle handles it. Got it. Got it. Luming Fay nodded and asked, Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. Just leave Lumingza here. Hilbert's gaze fell on Lumingza, and he smiled faintly. Let's have a talk, shall we? Sure. Lumingza turned to Luming Fay and said, Brother, you go ahead. I'll have a talk with the principal. Chapter 390, Chapter 387, Gio Demai. Cold. Trembling. In his slumber, Caesar suddenly sensed the presence of another person. His eyes snapped open. Not bad. You're the most promising one in this batch. A bright, captivating face leaned in close. Her eyes, lightly shadowed, gleamed like crimson blades, sharp and mesmerizing. Her long, jet-black hair was tied into a ponytail, cascading over her ample chest. She grinned at him and said, Caesar Gattuso, welcome to hell. Caesar was utterly confused. Relax, just messing with you. The girl raised her slender, pale hand, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her crystal-clear ear. She chuckled softly, sitting back up straight. Let's do introductions. My name is Saki Tokugawa. I'm a mercenary. A mercenary? Caesar's mind was a mess. A sharp pain throbbed in his head as memories flooded in like a tidal wave. That's right. At the Santa Lucia port, a bullet had suddenly shot out from the shadows and struck him. He lost consciousness and fell into the sea. The sensation of having his chest pierced, it returned with the memory, like an illusionary pain echoing through his body. Instinctively, Caesar bolted upright from the bed, hands frantically searching his chest. But to his shock, there was nothing, no wound, no scar. It was as if it had never happened. Why? Caesar froze. He was certain that bullet had gone straight through him. Saki Tokugawa crossed one long, snow-white leg over the other. Reaching into her tight leather suit, she pulled out a bullet and casually tossed it over. Here, you should recognize this, right? This is a frayed bullet. Caesar's expression twisted in disbelief. He hesitated but picked up the bullet, examining it closely. It was real. No doubt about it. But then another question surfaced. But frayed bullets vaporize upon impact. How could it have made me feel like I was shot through? A little magic trick. Saki Tokugawa winked playfully, showing no intention of explaining further. You were the one who shot me at the coast. Caesar rubbed the bullet between his fingers, his brows furrowing slightly. His gaze darkened with wariness. What's your goal? Relax, I'm on your side, Gyodamai playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, before the main character squad arrives, I'm responsible for keeping you safe. Main character squad. Caesar was momentarily stunned. Yep, the protagonist is riding in on a horse right now to defeat the great evil demon king, Gyodamai joked with a mischievous smile. And who's the protagonist? Who's the demon king? Caesar asked curiously. Hee, take a guess. Gyodamai motioned to the side and said, oh, don't forget your stuff. We're almost at our destination. Caesar followed her gaze and saw a book wrapped in silk cloth. Seeing that Gyodamai was about to leave, he quickly grabbed it, stuffed it into his coat, and hurried after her. Destination. Where are we going? Gyodamai pushed open the door, and a vast, pitch-black seascape unfolded before Caesar's eyes. Only now did he realize, no wonder everything had been swaying. They were on a luxury yacht. The night outside was deep and dark, with even the moon hidden behind thick clouds. There was no way to tell which direction they were heading, only the faint glow of a distant shoreline in sight. Rome, the Pantheon. Gyodamai pointed toward a massive bridge stretching across the sea. That's where I should say, where you're headed. Who exactly are you? And how do you know all this? Caesar felt a growing suspicion about the girl in front of him. Almost no one should have known about this. He had only learned about it from Pompey, yet this girl had seemingly foreseen everything, predicting his destination before he even mentioned it. I already told you, didn't I? I'm here to help. Gyodamai turned around, leaning against the ship's railing. Her long black hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and her bright eyes shimmered. You don't have to believe me, but at least until now, I haven't harmed you. Then what was that shot about? Caesar asked coldly. Helping you shake off those people. Gyodamai answered honestly. Apart from the Gattuso family, there's another group tracking you. They're not like those weaklings, you can't just take care of them so easily. The secret order. Caesar frowned slightly, his voice deep. That's right. I've been following one of them. Gyodamai nodded, her face serious. I swear, the members of the secret order are strong. The one I encountered had at least an A-rank bloodline, and his word soul was moment. If my teammate hadn't helped, I'd be dead by now. More hybrids. Caesar gritted his teeth. He suddenly realized that the secret order's influence was far scarier than he had imagined. Right under the noses of Castle College and the board of directors, such a massive force had taken root in Europe. Even the Gattuso family was deeply entangled in it. Caesar could hardly fathom just how many hidden hybrid clans had secretly joined the secret order without them knowing. Gyodamai seemed to notice his thoughts and comforted him. Relax, you're not alone. How much do you know about the secret order? Caesar quickly shook off his frustration and asked. Not much. Just that they've been in hiding for years and only recently resurfaced. Gyodamai handed him a tablet. This is the intel we've gathered. We don't know much about them, but one thing is certain. Want to hear it? Caesar took the tablet and browsed through it. As she said, there was barely any information, he could skim through it in seconds. Go ahead. I've got nothing to lose now. One bad news, and one worse news. Which do you want first? Gyodamai asked. Is there even a difference? Caesar looked at her, speechless. All right, I'll just say them both. Gyodamai adjusted her expression, then spoke slowly. The bad news is, Pompey Gattuso isn't dead. The worst news, he's a bishop in the secret order. Basically, a leader. As expected, just as I guessed. Caesar wasn't shocked as one might imagine after hearing everything. Instead, he remained calm. His thoughts drifted back to that day, when he returned to the Zetsu family and met his father, who was always wandering outside. However, the scene he had envisioned never happened. Instead, Pompey told him about the secret order. And he let him witness a miracle with his own eyes, an eerie force from the vast starry sky, a terrifying illusion capable of piercing the mind. Then, Pompey revealed an even more chilling truth. He would lead the family to use a certain alchemical matrix to summon an unspeakable being slumbering beneath the eternal lake when the black star of Carcosa rose. What happened next was exactly as the Zetsu family announced to the public. Caesar cut off Pompey's head with the black knife and stole the crucial notebook. According to the contents of the notebook, summoning the Nameless One from the depths of the cosmos required the right time, location, ritual items, and a sacrifice to complete the descent ritual. If Caesar wanted to stop it, he had to recite the banishment incantation at the precise moment and place. And that was why he had to take the notebook to the Pantheon in Rome. He let me leave on purpose. Caesar's golden red eyes shimmered as he gazed at the churning black sea. He spoke calmly, everything makes sense now. His target isn't just me. If I'm right, the main character group you're talking about. They should be people I know, Castle College students, right? An hour and a half ago, Luming Fay, Chuzihang, Xiaomi, and Chen Modong arrived in Rome. Giodamai said softly, clearly, Pompey accounted for this and is waiting for you at the Pantheon, ready for you to walk right into his trap. A trap? Not necessarily. Caesar let out a cold chuckle. A confident smile appeared on his sharp, flawless face. Do you know who I am? I'm Caesar. Even if the odds are against me, I can still turn the tables. Chapter 391, Chapter 388, Arrival. Frost arrived early at the private airport, ready to welcome the commissioner from Castle. Amid the roar of the massive engines, Sleipnir, like a mythical chariot, cut through the clouds with its wings, dragging visible white air streams. It came diving almost vertically toward the road below, with wind pressure cascading down like a waterfall. The members of the Zetsu family, though all elites of secretive organizations, had never seen such a reckless, death-defying pilot before. The crowd erupted into chaos, with many shouting curses at the lunatic, trying to flee. But Frost, as the head of the family, furrowed his brows and ordered in a low, commanding voice, quiet. In an instant, the authority of the family had restored order. Though the fear remained, no one dared defy the head of the family's orders. They could only widen their eyes, staring as the steel beast dove toward them. With Sleipnir's fuel capacity, if it crashed at this speed, an explosion would be inevitable, and none of them would escape. Soon, when Sleipnir was only about 200 to 300 meters above the ground, they could clearly see the scratches on the plane's surface. Suddenly, Sleipnir shot upward, defying human limits, and in the final moment, adjusted its angle for landing. The landing gear deployed, and the tires scraped against the ground at high speed, creating a flurry of sparks visible in the dark night. The smell of burnt rubber mixed with the wind, and the plane finally came to a halt just before crashing into them. Madman. The people from Castle are all madmen. Someone was so scared they were drenched in cold sweat, and they could even see the smug expression on the pilot's face through the cabin. They were indeed lunatics. If there had been the slightest mistake in the descent, the result would have been the plane's destruction, a huge explosion from the hundreds of tons of gasoline, and everyone at the airport would be buried with them. As the cabin door opened, they finally saw the commissioner sent by Castle. There were 4 people in total, 2 men and 2 women. The pairing seemed reasonable, but their attire made the Zetsu family members feel somewhat strange. Everyone wore headgear on their faces. From left to right, it was Tangseng, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Seng, all wearing masks that gave off a surprisingly efficient vibe. Paired with well-fitted suits, no matter how you looked at it, it gave off an odd, mismatched feeling. Frost's usually expressionless face suddenly showed a small crack. The Journey to the West group walked down the stairs one by one. The leader, Tangseng, stepped forward and calmly said, I'm the leader of this mission, Luming Fay. Then, he raised his hand and pointed to the others, saying, these are my team members, Chuzihang, Chen Modong, and Xiaomi. Welcome, I've heard of you guys. Frost quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and asked, but why are all of you wearing headgear? Oh, just personal preference. If you want one, I have a few extras, Luming Fay casually replied, brushing it off. The real reason, however, was Chuzihang. With his almost dragon-like appearance, if he were exposed in front of Zetsu, the board member, who knew how much trouble it would cause. So, they had all agreed on wearing headgear during the flight. Whether it worked or not didn't matter, at least it would help them avoid unnecessary attention. No, that's fine. You can keep wearing them, Frost said, his lips twitching. No wonder people said that students from Castle College weren't exactly right in the head. Now, it seemed like the cause might be their shady principal, Hilbert Ron Enju. How could students possibly turn out well under such a person? Back to the point, where's Caesar? Luming Fay said quietly. The situation's a bit complicated, Frost said seriously. Caesar was ambushed by unknown assailants at the Santa Lucia port in Naples, fell into the sea, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Caesar is dead. Chen Motong, wearing a Zhu Beiji headband, couldn't help but ask. No, we believe that the person's goal wasn't to kill Caesar, but to use the illusion of his death to mislead our tracking. Frost gave the girl a meaningful glance, then said the speculation in his mind, and the most likely place Caesar would go is Rome. Why? Luming Fay asked, how do you know Caesar will definitely come to Rome? Specific reasons. I cannot disclose them. Frost shook his head, saying, but I am sure Caesar will come to Rome, and he will be at the Pantheon before midnight tomorrow. Time and place can be so certain. Luming Fay furrowed his brows slightly, half closing his eyes, carefully examining Frost. Is it related to what he stole from the Gattuso family? Yes. Frost nodded. So, according to you, if we just wait at the Pantheon before midnight tomorrow, Caesar will walk right into our trap. Luming Fay thought for a moment and asked. Yes, but considering Caesar has helpers, the capture operation will be dangerous. Frost waved his hand casually, saying, for tonight, I'll arrange a hotel for you. We'll discuss tomorrow's capture plan, aiming to minimize impact and loss. Then, thank you, Director Frost. Luming Fay looked at him, his tone meaningful. You really are going out of your way for us. I'm a bit flattered. I must be responsible for my students. Frost said calmly, without a hint of change in his expression, the car is ready, and I'll have my men take care of your luggage. Let's go. A few tall, muscular men dressed in black suits approached. They stood nearly 2 meters tall and exuded a fierce aura. Mr. Luming Fay, let us take your luggage, one of them said. As they reached for the black box, no matter how hard they tried, it felt like the box had become rooted to the ground, unmoving. Luming Fay placed a hand on the box and glanced at them, speaking lightly, no need, I'll handle it myself. Frost narrowed his eyes, staring at the box. Last time, the Castle College report mentioned that you received a strange alchemical weapon. Is this it? Yeah, what about it? Luming Fay asked, looking back at him. I'm just curious. Frost's expression remained unchanged as he casually asked, can you tell me who gave you this? I've never seen a weapon like this before. It was a gift from the Emperor, Luming Fay replied casually, lifting the box from the ground and placing it behind his back. He turned to the others and said, let's go. Looks like nothing's happening tonight. We should rest up for tomorrow, there's a big battle ahead. Chu Zihang, wearing a Sun Wukong mask, also carried a box and walked past Frost. This is the 7 deadly sins from the Bronze Project, retrieved from Bronze City, right? Frost raised a hand and stopped Chu Zihang, his gaze fixed on the metal box. Yes. Chu Zihang's voice was deep and hoarse, like a broken saw, sending an uncomfortable chill down one's spine. Though Frost found the voice strange, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he touched the metal box and said in a low voice, according to the secret society's rules, alchemical weapons as dangerous as the 7 deadly sins must be handed over to the board of directors. Didn't Hilbert tell you this? As he spoke, several muscular men subtly surrounded them, as if ready to leap into action and take the alchemical weapon that had cost Norton so much effort. The Bronze Purgatory's 7 deadly sins, its threat was too great. They had to figure out a way to take it. Frost's expression slightly hardened as he spoke with authority, Chu Zihang, bloodline rating A+. It's too dangerous for you to carry the 7 deadly sins. Hand it over now. I refuse. Chu Zihang's golden eyes burned fiercely with a cold and brutal rage as he spoke, his voice icy. You. Frost's face twisted in anger, ready to make further threats when. Bang. A muffled sound suddenly drew everyone's attention. At some point, Luming Fay had opened the sealed black box, holding a fierce, menacing chainsaw sword with a 1.5-meter diameter. With a calm tone, he addressed them, Frost, I suggest you think carefully before deciding what to do. You threatening me? Looking at Luming Fay's action, Frost was both shocked and furious. No, it's a warning. A cold smile spread across Luming Fay's face. In an instant, Frost and the entire Gattuso family could feel the chilling murderous intent in the air, like a blade cutting through their skin. They looked at the seemingly gentle, humble young man now emanating an overwhelming killing aura. It was as though he had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stepping on countless bones. They wouldn't doubt for a second that if they pressed forward, the chainsaw sword would roar and slice off their heads in the next moment. I suggest you listen. At this moment, Xiaomi stepped forward and added, perhaps some of you aren't familiar with him, but it doesn't matter. Let me introduce him. This is Luming Fay, an S-rank hybrid from Castle College. He single-handedly killed the King of Bronze and Fire and slaughtered over 100 death servitors on his own. At these words, gasps immediately echoed around them. The few who were still intent on challenging him quickly backed down, their thoughts vanishing. Now, is anyone still thinking about making a move? Xiami smiled warmly at everyone. If anyone doubts it, feel free to step forward and try. Take one step, and at worst, just be more careful next time. The closest few large men, sensing the situation, quickly took a step back, making way. Frost took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. His cold eye swept over the group as he spoke in a low voice, so this is a student of Hilbert. I see. This matter needed to be reported immediately. Chu Zihong was carrying the 7 deadly sins. If he truly activated them, it would be a huge trouble. Chapter 392, Chapter 389, Return Countdown. Zeridal walked slowly through the bustling streets of Florence, his tattered yellow robe draping over his body. Strangely, despite his eerie appearance, no one seemed to notice him. The crowds moved around him as if he didn't exist. Suddenly, his figure shattered like an illusion, disappearing from the lively street. With a single step, Zeridal seemed to cross space itself. Thick gray fog surged like a tide, swallowing the surroundings. The sky was dark and lightless, and nothing could be seen in any direction. It was an eerie void. This feeling, is this a Nibelungen? Zeridal was slightly surprised. This place felt very similar to the Nibelungen realm created by the Dragon King's alchemy. But when he used spirit vision to observe, he noticed something different. While this space had the same core structure as a Nibelungen, it wasn't purely alchemy. It was a fusion of alchemy and dreams, a creation woven from both authorities, something that existed between reality and illusion. Interesting. Truly interesting. Zeridal stroked his beard and smiled. Combining two powers like this, quite the ingenious idea. After his brief moment of admiration, he continued deeper into the gray fog. This path wasn't as simple as it seemed. The dense mist surrounding him wasn't just for show. With his spirit vision activated, Zeridal could sense the hidden guidance and hypnosis lurking within the fog. Without the right countermeasures, the longer one stayed inside, the deeper their mind would be eroded. In the end, they would become a puppet controlled by the fog, losing all reason and turning into a wandering soul with no will of their own. Soon, the sound of crashing waves reached his ears. Looking up, he saw a deep and eerie ribbon-like structure hanging in the gray sky, like a bridge stretching across the entire space. This is the Sea of Collective Subconscious. Zeridal was once again shocked. He actually projected the vast sea of collective subconsciousness into this space. Truly a masterpiece. At this moment, the ocean formed by the subconscious of all living beings flowed like a dazzling galaxy across the gray sky. The stars reflected in the spiritual sky shimmered like those in the real world, adorning the deep and dark subconscious sea with an otherworldly brilliance. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zeridal let out a deep breath and continued forward into the depths of the gray fog. Before long, he finally stepped out of the fog, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Even he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. A vast, desolate, and perilous mountain range pierced through the clouds. Towering, black peaks, rising into the sky, stood abruptly on the icy land. The jagged ridges, like rows of menacing fangs, exuded an ancient and fearsome aura, as if they were walls erected at the world's edge. For a moment, Zeridal remained in awe. Then, gazing at the breathtaking black mountains, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Forged from bronze and fire, truly remarkable. Yes. This rugged and bizarre mountain range was entirely cast from bronze, an unparalleled marvel of the world. Even the true king of bronze and fire himself might not have been able to create such a grand and extraordinary structure. Eagerly, Zeridal moved toward the mountains. When he reached the foot of the peaks, he saw a man dressed in a pure white clerical robe, with short golden hair, holding a black leather-bound scripture. It was as if he had been waiting there for a long time. "Am I late, Adam?" Zeridal asked with a smile. "No. You came at the perfect time." Adam's expression remained gentle and composed. "Come with me. He has been waiting for a long time." "All right." Zeridal nodded with a smile. Adam raised his hand, and the power of dreams enveloped them both, causing their figures to gradually fade and blur. In an instant, they arrived at the mountaintop. At the highest peak of the Black Mountain range stood a grand and magnificent temple. Looking up, one could see the subconscious galaxy spanning the entire sky, cascading down like a radiant aurora. The temple, bathed in its brilliance, exuded an unparalleled majesty. The raging blizzard and shards of ice, illuminated by the spiritual light, resembled countless stars orbiting in the heavens. Zeridal followed Adam and stepped into the temple together. "Welcome back. You've worked hard." Uchiha Sogetsu sat on a towering bronze chair, looking down at the two who had just entered. He gave them a faint smile. Ever since he advanced to Sequence 3, he had rarely left the temple. Most matters were now handled by Adam and Zeridal. But whether it was Zeridal or Adam, both were beings he had created using his Dream Weaver authority, blending the power of weaving dreams. They were directly separated from himself, while they had independent thoughts, they would never betray him. Even if they died, it wouldn't affect the original body. That was the nature of the spectator pathway. Compared to the infamous 3 pathways of survival, they were just as difficult to deal with. Anything you could see was rarely the true body. Most of the time, they were merely fabricated personas, disposable, even if destroyed. Zetsu stroked his beard and shook his head with a smile. It wasn't hard, just a few extra trips. Report the results. Uchiha Sogetsu lightly tapped the table and spoke. Things with Pompeii are nearly settled, Zetsu said. Now, we just wait for the 3 factions to converge and observe the outcome. What's your plan for Pompeii? Adam asked seriously. He's at sequence 5 now, but if he tries to advance to sequence 4, the chances of him going mad are extremely high. Even with our help, controlling his insanity would be difficult. The gap between a demigod and a human is vast, you should be well aware of that. Uchiha Sogetsu turned to Zetsu. What do you think? I believe sequence 4 is already Pompeii's limit. Zetsu pondered for a moment before answering. Even if we give him more time, it will be difficult for him to completely digest the potion and stabilize his state. I think we should postpone the advancement ritual. Adam frowned slightly, clearly not in agreement. Pompeii is highly compatible with the tyrant pathway. If we keep him, he could eventually produce a sequence 1 trait. Acting too soon would be a waste. The problem is, it takes too long. Zetsu shook his head and turned to Adam. Waiting for Pompeii to reach sequence 1 would require too much cost and too much time. So, it's decided. Adam sighed, then looked toward the person sitting at the head of the table and said, but, a mere sequence 4 characteristic. I don't think it's necessary to go through all this effort just for that. Heh, I wouldn't say it's a complete waste. Zetsu shook his head and chuckled. With a sequence 4 characteristic in our possession, all we need is the right person. That would be enough for us to create a demigod next time. By then, we won't have to worry about losing control, we can push them straight to sequence 1 in one go. Then let's do it. In the end, Uchiha Sogetsu made the final decision. His golden eyes carried an air of authority as he said, but compared to sequence 4, there's something else I care about more. Hearing this, Adam and Zetsu turned their attention to him, waiting for his next words. The staff of the stars fell into slumber when it arrived in this world. Uchiha Sogetsu paused for a moment, then his golden eyes rippled faintly as he spoke in a deep voice, but just in the past 2 days, the staff of the stars has awakened. That means, we can finally go back. Chapter 393, Chapter 390, Advancement Ritual. The awakening of the staff of the stars was completely unexpected. When Uchiha Sogetsu was first transported to the Dragon Raja world, he had tried to use the staff of the stars to return. But the result was disappointing. For some unknown reason, the staff of the stars seemed to have fallen into a sleep state, and no matter what he did, he couldn't awaken it. So, reluctantly, he could only make plans in the Dragon Raja world, waiting for the staff of the stars to revive while considering how to advance his own power. Then, just 2 days ago, Uchiha Sogetsu was thrilled to discover that the staff of the stars had finally revived. This meant that he could finally return to the Naruto world. However, because of the plans he had made in the Dragon Raja world, he decided to wait a little longer. No wonder you were so eager, Adam said with sudden realization. After understanding the whole story, he finally understood why Sogetsu had to abandon Pompeii as a piece in his plans. You see, in the original plan, Pompeii was an essential piece, at least it wouldn't be like this, hastily feeding him to help him advance quickly without regard for the future. But now, everything made sense. Compared to the plans in the Naruto world, the Dragon Raja world was obviously more limited. The power of the 4 Dragon Kings was nothing compared to the allure of Sequence 0. Since that's the case, Pompeii has to be sacrificed. Adam shifted his stance in an instant but then said, however, simply throwing away this piece that we've worked hard to cultivate seems wasteful. How about we add a little more fuel to the fire? Zetsu became intrigued and curiously asked, what do you want to do? Adam smiled mysteriously and didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Sogetsu and asked, can we use 0-08? Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use it. Uchiha Sogetsu rubbed his brow and sighed helplessly, that thing is too dangerous. Last time, I almost used it to weave a script, but it nearly attracted certain unknown existences. Last time, after using the Quill of Alzahad to weave the script, it seemed to have triggered some unpredictable threats. For example, in the deep recesses of the starry sky, there were some restless beings that even he couldn't peer into. So, he decisively resealed the Quill of Alzahad and hasn't used it since. Where do you plan to use it? Uchiha Sogetsu asked. Although the danger of the Quill of Alzahad was far greater than in the original story, if the rewards were substantial enough, he didn't mind taking the risk. The King of the Ocean and Water. Adam said succinctly. Zetsu immediately guessed his intention and was surprised. You plan to have Pompey devour the king of the ocean and water. Exactly, that's what I have in mind, Adam said with a slight smile. The king of the sky and wind, while it fits the tyrant path well, still lacks a piece of the puzzle. I see now. Zetsu's eyes lit up as he quickly spoke. The king of sky and wind, the king of ocean and water, they complement each other. And once Pompey devours the ocean portion of the authority, his limits might be greatly raised. Exactly, in this way, Pompey can become the perfect tyrant vessel. Adam nodded slightly and shared his thoughts. At the very least, in a short time, it's highly likely that he'll directly advance to Sequence 3, or even Sequence 2. The Tyrant Path Sequence 4, named Cataclysmic Interror, can control extraordinary powers like heavy rain, lightning disasters, and storms. Sequence 3, Sea King, can control the oceans, causing apocalyptic tsunamis, which perfectly aligns with the King of Ocean and Water's authority. If Pompey can devour it, it's as though he's already partially gained Sequence 3's power. In this way, it breaks the bottleneck of potion advancement and greatly increases Pompey's chance of reaching Sequence 3. Interesting, seems worth taking the risk. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled after listening and said, then, let's proceed as you've suggested. Even a Sequence 3 ability is far more valuable than Sequence 4. He didn't mind taking a small risk because, in the end, the reward was worth any minor sacrifice. The only thing we need to worry about is Pompey, Adam said, voicing his concern. Once he advances to Sequence 3, it'll be easy for him to break free from our control. That's not something to worry about too much, Zetsu said with a calm smile, stroking his beard. I've already planted suggestions in Pompey's island of consciousness. Unless he advances to Sequence 2, he won't be able to escape our control at the same rank. Pure suggestion might not be enough. Adam shook his head. Once someone enters Sequence 4, they can begin to delve deeper into the mental realm. Although the Tyrant Path isn't good at it, we still need to strengthen the control. His concern wasn't unfounded. No one could be sure if a Tyrant Path Beyonder could detect the mental suggestion from the Spectator Path. However, in response to their concerns, Uchiha Sogetsu remained calm and smiled lightly. Don't worry. Even if Pompey advances to Sequence 2, with his current mental state, he'll lose control as soon as we intervene. A Sequence 2 forced upon him was full of flaws in the face of the Spectator Path. There were 1,000 ways to take him down. Upon hearing this, Zetsu and Adam finally felt at ease. I'll leave 0-08 to you later. Uchiha Sogetsu turned to Adam. Pay attention to the logic of the story connection. As for the rest, handle it as you see fit. As expected of you. Adam adjusted his glasses and gave a wry smile. Are you planning to sacrifice me if anything goes wrong? Exactly. Uchiha Sogetsu nodded slightly and smiled. That's the reason for separating you. In any dangerous situation, the separated personality would take the fall. Even if 0-08 noticed him, it wouldn't be able to interfere too much. I'll be careful and try not to involve you. Adam adjusted his glasses and smiled in response. He quickly accepted this seemingly unfair task, with no other thoughts in mind. After all, his purpose was to bear some of the risks for the main body. By the way, if we're heading back, don't forget that there's still a big problem, Adam's eyes flickered briefly, reminding him. It all started when he was trapped by the first-rank divine anomaly, which forced him to use the Staff of the Stars to teleport, leading to a major mishap and an unexpected arrival in the Dragon Raja world. Considering the nature of the Staff of the Stars, while the chances are slim, we can't rule out the possibility that we might end up teleporting back to the moon, Zetsu frowned. I think it's best to be prepared, at least until you've consumed the powers of the 4 great dragon kings. Uchiha Sogetsu had already considered this and calmly said, don't worry, I'm very close to the Sequence 2. So soon? Adam showed a surprised expression. Hee, it's thanks to Luming Fay. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and said, this protagonist has quite the weight. Every time he weaves a dream, it allows my potion to be digested a lot faster. What about the Sequence 2 advancement ritual? Adam pondered for a moment before asking the most crucial question. To advance from the Sequence 3 to the Sequence 2, an advancement ritual had to be prepared in advance. And the Spectator advancement ritual usually required a lot of time to set up. This could delay their progress in returning. Don't worry too much about the advancement ritual, Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze grew deep, as if looking beyond the temple into the subconscious sea of all living beings. He spoke softly, I completed the Spectator's advancement ritual a long time ago. The Sequence advancement ritual was essentially a means to help digest and understand the potion. As for the abilities in the Sequence 2 of the Spectator path, it was essentially the ability to clearly judge and perceive the direction of an entire era, laying the groundwork for the Discerner, as well as the foundations for the Sequence 1 and 0. What is the trend of the times? The answer is, the plot. Under normal circumstances, advancing to become a visionary would be just as difficult as the trials of the three great families. It's not a matter of life-threatening danger, but rather the immense effort and time required to perceive the trend of the times. The amount of dedication and time spent is immeasurable, taking an extremely long time. The discerner's promotion ceremony is actually an upgraded version of the spectator's ceremony. Only by perceiving the most fundamental trends and predicting the development of the times can one subtly influence and guide the entire era to meet their expectations. Therefore, an spectator is essentially laying the groundwork. However, by chance, he is a traveler from another world, someone who has foreseen the trend of the times in advance. As a result, he doesn't need to spend years of effort, he can directly take the Beyonder potion and ascend. The layout of the Naruto world is enough to handle Sequence 0. Now, the only thing left for Uchiha Sogetsu to face is the final hurdle. Commenting low TM until I get 1k followers. Chapter 394, Chapter 391, Trap. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled. The fierce wind carried the heavy rain, and a low, oppressive air blanketed the city. Luming Fay stood alone on the observation deck of the hotel's luxurious top-floor suite, as if standing on the edge of the clouds, looking down on the city veiled in mist. It's worth mentioning that the hotel Frost arranged for them was only about a kilometer away from the Pantheon. If the weather were clear, he could easily see the Pantheon and its surroundings from here. Ever since we entered this room, you've been acting suspicious. Why's that? At that moment, Chuzihong walked over and asked. Senior brother, have you ever heard the saying? Luming Fay continued staring at the city, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick fog, landing on the ancient Pantheon. The mountain storm is coming, the wind fills the building. The calm before the storm, huh? Chuzihong looked at the torrential rain outside, feeling the cold rain hitting his skin. His brows furrowed slightly. Are you suspecting Director Frost? I thought you were going to say Caesar. Luming Fay turned his head and couldn't help teasing. Chuzihong leaned against the glass, looking at Luming Fay with his ever-glowing golden eyes, still bright and intense even in the rain. He spoke seriously, because from the start, I never trusted Frost's words. I know Caesar well. He wouldn't do something like that without a reason. I get it. You're rivals, right? If this were a manga, you'd definitely be a hot couple, Luming Fay said seriously. It's not that complicated. I just think Caesar's actions must have a deeper reason behind them. Chuzihong stared at him and said. Both the principal and Director Frost's attitude towards Caesar is strange. What do you think? What about you? Chuzihong looked at him and said, you used to be very lonely, stuck in your own world. What happened for you to change into who you are now? Luming Fay smiled but didn't answer the question. But just as Chuzihong was about to say something else, the lights in the living room suddenly flickered, flashing on and off, accompanied by the harsh sound of an electrical short circuit. Zzz. Bang. Suddenly, the light bulb exploded with sparks, and the entire room was engulfed in darkness. Someone's coming. Luming Fay's tone was calm, as if he had expected this to happen. Frost's people. Chuzihong's eyes glinted with ferocity, his voice low and hoarse. The muscles hidden beneath his dragon scales rippled with every breath, radiating explosive power. His cold, violent golden eyes signaled that in the next second, he could transform into the most terrifying killing machine. No, it's not that simple. Luming Fay furrowed his brows, but his gaze shifted to the other side. Just now, the connection he had with the little devil seemed to be severed by some force, preventing him from sensing Luming's presence. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, no matter what happened, that little devil, Lumingza, was like an unshakable gum stuck to him, always around. But now, unable to sense him, all he felt was endless loneliness and sorrow. What's wrong? Chuzihong noticed something was off and asked. No, it's nothing. Luming Fay took a deep breath, forcing all his scattered thoughts back down. Now wasn't the time to think about that. He walked from the viewing platform into the living room, pressing a mechanism on a black box and pulling out the fierce, violent chainsaw sword, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Let's meet up with Nono and Xiaomi first. We'll handle the rest later. All right. Chuzihong, always action-oriented, strapped the 7 deadly sins on his back, and carried Muramasa at his waist. The 7 deadly sins forged by Norton was incredibly brutal, meant to completely kill the Dragon King. So once drawn, it had to drink the dragon's blood. In some ways, it was less convenient than Muramasa. Besides, not every situation required the use of the 7 deadly sins, so he kept Muramasa by his side. The two of them reached the entrance. Having experienced countless life-or-death situations, Luming Fay's instincts had been honed beyond ordinary people's. His pupils suddenly constricted, sharp like a hawk's, the murderous intent spreading around him. Before Chuzihong could react, Luming Fay pulled him forcefully aside and used the momentum to roll, diving into the shoe hallway next to the entrance. Boom. A violent impact shattered the door. A dark, menacing shadow, like a beast, rushed into the hallway. Its vicious golden eyes scanned the darkness, searching for prey. Its death servitor. Having crossed paths with him several times, Luming Fay immediately recognized the terrifying shadow. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibrating chainsaw sword roared to life. Death Servitor's golden eyes scanned the hallway, locking onto the source of the noise. Just as he was about to pounce, Luming Fay darted out. In the moment they collided, his long, sharply defined hand clenched into a fist, and like a cannonball, it slammed into Death Servitor's face. Crack! Death Servitor's grotesque, exoskeleton-covered face caved in from the punch. Blood erupted from the shattered dragon scales, and during the brief moment when Death Servitor was pushed back, Luming Fay's right hand, gripping the chainsaw sword, swung with a deadly strike. Despite the dragon scales' strength, comparable to steel, they were as fragile as paper before the spinning teeth of the chainsaw. With a horrible scream from Death Servitor, the chainsaw sword sliced through muscle and bone, cutting him clean in half. Thick, crimson blood sprayed like a fountain. Chu Zihong stood frozen, staring at Luming Fay, drenched in blood and pieces of flesh, stunned by the brutal sight. Though he had heard from Xiaomi and Nono about Luming Fay's almost savage killing behavior, only now did he fully grasp how savage it truly was. After dispatching one Death Servitor, Luming Fay turned his attention to the hotel hallway, his tone suddenly heavy. "Senior, there's no time to daze around now." Snapping out of his daze, Chu Zihong looked toward the hallway, his pupils narrowing. In the dark, eerie hotel corridor, the sight of numerous terrifying Death Servitors filled the space. Their golden eyes glared menacingly in the darkness, a chilling sight. "Hey, quite the big gift, huh?" Luming Fay sneered. He had already guessed who was behind this. Who else but the Dragon King could mobilize so many Death Servitors to silently surround the hotel? This isn't right. With all this noise, Nono and Xiaomi should have reacted. Chu Zihong furrowed his brow, glancing at the room across the hall, a sense of dread creeping into his mind. Luming Fay's gaze darkened. His hand gripping the chainsaw sword tensed, veins popping on his back. Normally, with such a disturbance in the hotel, even if Nono and Xiaomi were asleep, they couldn't have remained completely still without any reaction. The answer was clear: something had happened to Nono and Xiaomi. In an instant, the temperature in the hotel hallway seemed to drop dramatically, and a chilling, murderous aura spread like a tsunami. The Death Servitors crowded in the hallway suddenly let out uneasy growls. In their brutal golden eyes, there was a flicker of fear, as if they were terrified of that man. Boom. The chainsaw sword, which had stopped, roared to life again with a deafening noise. Luming Fay, like an angel declaring death, stepped over the broken bodies of the Death Servitors in the entrance, slowly walking towards the group. The roaring chainsaw sword slashed across the wall, leaving behind a grotesque crack. His deep brown eyes were filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. The handsome young boy's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile. "In the name of the Emperor, I hereby declare your death sentence for being abominations." In that moment, the Death Servitors seemed to sense the soul-shattering killing intent. It was like the tyrant who ruled the world millennia ago, with wings covered in broken corpses, bringing death to the entire world. That incomparable fear awakened the deep-seated terror etched into their souls. They screamed and retreated, desperately trying to escape. But it was too late. Chapter 395, Chapter 392, Missing Xiaomi. Death Servitor, once all hybrids. But on the road to seeking dragon blood power, whether by mistake or choice, they crossed the critical bloodline. Then, the powerful corrosiveness of dragon blood rewrites human genes into dragon genes. No matter how much it's refined, it can never cross the final threshold. Hence, the fallen hybrid's genes are infinitely close to, but never quite reaching, 100%. So, they aren't true dragons, but they are no longer human. Thus, a being without consciousness, one that obeys the will of dragons, was born. This is how Death Servitor came to be, a creature with no self-awareness, completely controlled by the desire for slaughter, and only obeys dragons of purer bloodlines. But, the irony is that this creature, meant to have no self-awareness, was actually frightened by a human. Luming Fay stepped forward, and the Death Servitors, crowded in the hallway, took a fearful step back. This scene made Chu Zihong feel a strange mix of laughter and helplessness. Though the Death Servitors should have the numerical advantage, under Luming Fay's terrifying pressure, they seemed like the weaker party. The standoff didn't last long. Because the Death Servitors had nowhere else to retreat to, they were all pushed to the edge, desperately crowding together, the sharp sound of their dark, scaled bodies rubbing together echoing. But that killing god still approached. The roaring sound of the chainsaw sword, to the Death Servitors' ears, was like the funeral bells of death. Fear, trembling, horror. Extreme emotions made the normally senseless Death Servitors more agitated, growling as they tried to threaten, warning that killing god not to come any closer. Boom. 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 The heavy, muffled footsteps grew louder, like the beat of a war drum in the midst of battle. The heavy sound struck Death Servitor's heart, and the anxiety and fear, already at their peak, finally surged back up when the threat to his life was felt. Death Servitor in the front row roared, using all fours, like a beast, charging from both walls and even the ceiling toward Luming Fay. Be careful. Chu Zihong warned. But soon, he realized he was overthinking. Luming Fay's reaction speed was far quicker than his words. Boom. Luming Fay stomped his foot down, and the hard ground immediately cracked. No words were used, just pure explosive power. In the next moment, his body seemed to squeeze through the wind barrier, moving so fast that only a fleeting shadow was left in Chu Zihong's eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, the figures of 4 Death Servitors reflected in Luming Fay's eyes. At the moment the killing intent rose, the chainsaw sword immediately shifted direction, cutting through the air like lightning, and then swiped upward again, a brutal killing intent that needed no concealment. When the chainsaw sword passed through the corridor, the air rippled slightly. As it swept past, 2 Death Servitors, charging from the sides, were cleaved in half at the waist, their intestines and blood spraying out. The upward slash directly shredded the 2 Death Servitors above. In an instant, blood mixed with shredded flesh poured down like a torrential rain, splattering and soaking the hotel corridor. Come again. Slaughtering 4 in one breath caused Luming Fay's momentum to surge several times, his low growl like thunder in spring. His already violent aura surged like a tide, and bathed in blood, he seemed surrounded by a layer of burning blood light. Boom. A thunderous roar rang out. The shockwave sent large rocks flying as Luming Fay, dragging the chainsaw sword, charged forward like a roaring dragon, rushing into the Death Servitor group. The overwhelming killing intent felt almost tangible, crashing mercilessly into the Death Servitor group. In this moment, Luming Fay seemed to transform again into the death angel of an emperor, charging toward the heretics. The roaring chainsaw sword in his hand swept across, directly turning several Death Servitors into minced meat. Watching Luming Fay charge into the Death Servitor group, a single phrase suddenly popped into Chu Zihong's mind, a tiger in a flock of sheep. Death Servitor is not some random nobody, nor is he a mere street-side cabbage, each of them is a formidable threat. But in front of Luming Fay, they all turned into mere sheep. The roaring chainsaw sword dragged behind it a trail of blood, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, recklessly reaping the lives of those Death Servitor clones. The hotel corridor instantly became a blood-soaked hell, the red carpet soaked with thick dragon blood, and the once clean walls were now smeared with broken pieces of flesh. Just moments ago, the corridor had been filled with Death Servitor clones, but now, in just a few minutes, it had turned into a sea of shredded meat, with not a single whole part left. It seemed like he didn't even need help. Chu Zihong was both stunned and a little shocked. It turns out, this junior brother of his had wiped out all the Death Servitors on his own. Wait, this isn't the time to think about that. He shook his head forcefully, then hurried to catch up with Luming Fay, only to see the latter swing his chainsaw sword and violently smash through the door. Very good, very direct. Chu Zihong thought to himself, then followed Luming Fay into the room. They split up to check, and found that the entire room was neat and tidy, with no signs of any intrusions. However, Xiaomi and Nono seemed to have disappeared without a trace. There's no trace left. How did they do this? Chu Zihong's eyes darkened as he felt a strange surge of restlessness inside. He punched a nearby wall, gritting his teeth and saying, their target was Nono and Xiaomi, but why them? Last time, at the train station, their target was me and Xiaomi, Luming Fay said solemnly. As for Nono, she should have been dragged into this by us. Though the exact reason was unclear, he could guess that the people behind this wanted to take their powers. But Xiaomi is the Dragon King. Who exactly could quietly make a Dragon King disappear without leaving a trace? And then there's Lu Mingze, who was inexplicably cut off from contact. Looking back at all of this, Luming Fay suddenly had a very ominous feeling. Why were the targets you and Xiaomi? Chu Zihong's eyes were sharp, and it seemed that when it came to Xiaomi, he couldn't control his emotions. In his agitation, he grabbed Luming Fay by the collar, his expression tense as he urgently questioned, "Do you know something? Please, tell me. Please. Senior brother, calm down." Luming Fay wasn't angry. He calmly tried to persuade him. He was still hesitating whether or not to tell his senior brother that Xiaomi was actually a Dragon King and that they had once had contact, but the memories were erased after they parted ways. If he said it, it would probably cause more trouble, but if he didn't, he couldn't explain the situation. How can I calm down when Xiaomi is missing? As soon as the words left his mouth, even Chu Zihong froze. He didn't understand why he had become so agitated. It felt as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out, losing something that was the most important to him. Sorry, I shouldn't have acted like that. Chu Zihong released Luming Fay's collar and took a few steps back, sitting on the sofa, holding his head with his hands. His eyes were bloodshot. I don't know why, but after finding out Xiaomi was missing, I just couldn't control myself. I'm sorry. It's okay, I understand. Luming Fay patted his shoulder, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Chapter 396, Chapter 393, Journey. Caesar was running for his life, carrying the heavily injured Gyodamai on his back. He could swear to God that he'd never run so fast in his life, even wishing he had 2 more legs. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something tearing through the air echoed like thunder across the sky. The flying weasel, circling around, brought back the information. Caesar, almost instinctively, slammed his foot into the ground, using the huge recoil force to slide sideways several meters. A flash of cold light, faster than the eye could follow, grazed his cheek, narrowly missing. Then, on the smooth ground, a clear and precise line appeared, as though something extremely sharp had cut through it. Beads of sweat, as fine as yellow beans, slowly trickled down Caesar's temples, gathering at his jaw before finally dripping to the ground. So close. That was close. If he had been even half a second slower, or if there had been any mistake in his movement, his head would have already rolled off. Caesar turned his head, looking into the chaos of smoke and dust, his gaze locking onto the figure in yellow robes. It looked as if he had trouble swallowing. The person in the yellow robes, with a pale mask on his face, slowly raised his tattered sleeve, extending his slender white wrist. His long fingers gently formed a light grip in the air. Caesar could clearly feel an inviolable sacred field expanding around that person. The weasels flying in the air seemed to notice the terrifying presence before their master did. They shrieked in a panicked warning. In the next moment, the space within several dozen meters around them instantly seemed to be sucked into a vacuum. The air itself, visible to the eye, converged directly in front of Caesar, forming into a roaring wind dragon. The dust and smoke on the street within a 100-meter radius were all drawn towards the roaring wind dragon. Broken concrete fragments, steel bars, and even streetlights and car wreckage were all sucked in, then shredded in the high-speed whirlwind, as if it were a giant cutting machine, howling as it rushed towards Caesar. This is beyond human strength. The wind dragon, wrapped in steel debris, roared and spun forward. Wherever it passed, everything was directly crushed. How did things end up like this? Well, it all started an hour and a half ago, when they had just landed. Gyodamai was steering the yacht, checking the direction while saying to him, "We're almost there. Be careful. I bet those people are looking for you everywhere. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I already die?" Caesar replied casually, his expression showing a hint of indifference. "You don't seriously think a fake death can fool them, right?" Gyodamai rolled her eyes at him, saying with annoyance, "Your dad survived having his head chopped off, let alone you only got shot. They're not that easy to fool. You say Pompey faked his death, but what evidence do you have?" Caesar frowned slightly, still finding it hard to believe. At the time, he had personally chopped off Pompey's head and was sure he was truly dead. There was no way he could have been mistaken. How can you be sure that what you see, touch, hear, and feel is real? Gyodamai laughed lightly, saying meaningfully, "Don't be too confident. There's a lot in this world you don't know. Hallucinations." Caesar narrowed his eyes, quickly guessing the possibility, or maybe it was a hypnotic spell or something, right? "I don't know. I'm not a god." Gyodamai shook her head, saying, "Anyway, that's what the boss told me." "Who is your boss?" Caesar asked again. Hee, that's a secret," Gyodamai shrugged, sighing. "I'm just a worker, no authority to spill any boss info. Don't ask too much. My job is to take you to Rome, and after that, it's up to you to handle things. You won't help me?" Caesar raised an eyebrow, surprised. "I thought you would come with me." "Not happening, Mr. Caesar." Gyodamai crossed her arms and made a big X with her hands, shaking her head like a rattling toy. "I'm not getting involved in any trouble. Once we disembark, we'll part ways." "You're quite clever." Caesar sighed. If he could, he wouldn't want to be dragged into this mess either. But unfortunately, the moment he rejected Pompey, there was no turning back. Under the thick cover of night, the yacht passed through the bay harbor, quietly docking at the shore. Gyodamai pulled down the gate, then turned to Caesar and said, "Oh, before I leave, there's one thing I need to tell you. The main characters have arrived." "Good luck." "Main characters?" Caesar paused, then quickly realized she was referring to the people sent by Castle. He nodded. "Thanks. If I get the chance, I'll repay you." "Wow, the favor of the heir to the Gattuso family. I'll have to think about that." Gyodamai twirled a lock of her hair, smiling with her lips, and under the dim moonlight, she looked exceptionally bright. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew across the shore. Suddenly, the cold chill it carried made Caesar shiver with goosebumps. The latest small novel is on 69.com. Word Soul, Itachi. The dancing wind spirits cheered and scattered, expanding like a radar, gathering all nearby information. Caesar quickly turned to the bridge of the harbor. A figure stood there, draped in tattered yellow robes, like a ghost. The person wore a pale mask, with 3 tentacle-like, twisted yellow symbols painted on it, making Caesar's scalp tingle with a sharp buzz. Secret order. Caesar had just blurted out when he saw the ghostly figure in yellow robes, as if reaching out with an open hand to grasp something, then casually threw it toward them. Boom. What seemed like a light movement caused a huge commotion. The air instantly erupted like boiling water, violently churning with waves. A beam of light, so faint it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, streaked across the dim, hazy night. The beam of light sliced through the sky at an angle, creating a curtain of water as it skimmed across the lake's surface. In that life and death moment, Gyodamai forcefully shoved Caesar aside, but at the cost of being pierced through the abdomen by the beam of light. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering across the deck. Run. Gyodamai's pupils were dilated. She coughed up blood, using her last bit of strength to say in broken sentences, "It's the word soul. Judgment." After saying those words, she lost too much blood and fainted immediately. Judgment. Caesar's pupils contracted sharply, as if struck by lightning. He turned his head, shocked, staring at the figure in yellow robes standing at the bridge's edge. His bloodshot eyes seemed like they wanted to tear apart that yellow robe to see who was inside. However, the figure in the yellow robe opened his fingers again and slowly clenched them into a fist. A chilling murderous aura filled the air, and a faint light that seemed capable of piercing everything cut through the misty night sky, with its target unmistakably Caesar. Without time to think, Caesar grabbed the wine-decked Mai and instantly entered blood rage mode. His foot slammed down on the deck, and all his furious strength erupted, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow. Boom. A massive explosion came from behind, and Caesar glanced back. He saw the entire yacht, split cleanly down the middle as if it had been sliced by a water blade. Run. 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 In an instant, only the thought of escaping filled Caesar's mind. Chapter 397, Chapter 394, Last Moment Appearance. Bang. Frost, furious beyond belief, threw an expensive crystal cup, shattering it against the wall. His eyes wide with anger, he growled, "Who gave you permission to act on your own?" Just a moment ago, he received news. A group of death servitors had invaded the hotel and, without making a sound, kidnapped Xiaomi and Chen Mo Tong. He thought for a moment and immediately figured out who was behind this. Besides the 2 yellow-robed priests sent by the bishop to assist him, who else could control so many death servitors in plain sight and kidnap 2 high-ranking officers? The bishop told you to assist me. Frost felt his authority was being challenged. He glared at the person in front of him, gritting his teeth. Do you realize what you've done? You've only made Luming Fay and the others more suspicious. All the hard work he had set up was ruined. Originally, he planned to wait for the 3 sacrifices to gather and then take them all at once. Now everything was in chaos. How could he not be angry? A figure in a yellow robe slowly stepped out of the shadows, crushing the broken crystal shards beneath his feet. Calm and composed, despite facing an enraged Frost, the person sat down without a hint of panic. The yellow-robed figure tilted his head and looked at Frost, his pale mask, adorned with distorted yellow symbols, seeming to come to life, twisting and writhing in Frost's eyes. What's wrong? Not satisfied. Its voice was hoarse, like a broken bellows leaking air, making a sound that was physically uncomfortable to hear. Frost's eyes darkened, his anger practically manifesting in his gaze, wishing he could tear the person apart. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, satisfied. Too satisfied. Give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll report this to the bishop and have him decide. No need. The yellow-robed figure sneered, saying, "This is the bishop's will. Your efficiency is too low, and he's very displeased." What? Frost's pupils suddenly contracted, as if falling into an ice cavern. The bishop doubts whether you are still loyal. The man in yellow propped himself up on the desk, slowly rising, and then walked in front of Frost. He reached out an aged hand, gently caressing Frost's twisted face, which had contorted in fear, and finally placed his fingertip on his forehead. Although his expression was hidden, the cold, murderous aura emanating from the man in yellow pierced through, like a sword thrusting into his heart. Frost had no doubt that the men would truly kill him. I have never betrayed the bishop. In the face of overwhelming terror, Frost's pupils nearly became a thin line. His body trembled like a sieve, cold sweat pouring down. His voice was hoarse as he desperately tried to explain, "The bishop should understand, I don't know why this happened." The man in yellow stared at him and asked, "The bishop ordered you to capture the sacrifice as soon as possible. Why haven't you carried out the command?" I plan to wait until Luming Fay, Xiaomi, and Caesar gathered, and then capture them all at once." Frost swallowed hard and explained, "Luming Fay and Chu Zihang are both incredibly strong, and they have the artifact, 7 deadly sins. If we act too soon, I'm worried it will alert them. That's why I didn't act recklessly. Heh. I'll let it slide, for now." The man in yellow retracted his hand, speaking indifferently, the ritual time is approaching. The bishop doesn't want any more accidents. Do you understand? Understood. I understand. Having narrowly escaped death, Frost's face was as pale as paper. He wiped his cold sweat away and lowered his head to hide the twisted anger on his face. His hand, hidden in his sleeve, clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white. Veins bulged, and the fury in his eyes was on the verge of exploding. Of course, these movements were invisible to the man in the yellow robe. Very well, continue with what you must do. The man in yellow spoke indifferently. Caesar's situation is being handled. Your task is simple, capture Luming Fay. Yes. Father. Frost was as humble as a servant. After waiting for a long time, with no response, Frost slowly raised his head. He found that the man in yellow was already gone. His face twisted grotesquely, a gloomy, cold smirk curling on his lips. Bishop. Hey, who gets the last laugh? That's still uncertain. The roaring wind vortex, filled with countless steel scraps, resembled a giant meat grinder. Wherever it passed, everything was crushed into powder. The ground was carved into a massive trench, several meters wide and 3 meters deep. As the violent tornado subsided, the once smooth road was now a chaotic wreck, resembling a tunnel that had been dug out, with steel fragments scattered everywhere. Caesar, fortunate to have taken shelter in an underground garage, had survived the terrifying wind vortex. However, the unfortunate part was that a steel rod had pierced through his thigh, severely impairing his mobility. Not to mention, he still had someone to carry. Under the moonlight, the man in yellow walked over, standing at the edge of the exposed garage platform, looking down at Caesar amidst the debris. He raised his arm again. It's over. At that moment, only one thought remained in Caesar's mind. But just then, a sharp sonic boom pierced the air. A cold light streaked through the night sky, dragging wind and air behind it like a meteor, directly heading toward the man in yellow. Stop. Even though no sound was made, Caesar could still hear it, as if someone was softly speaking to the entire world, issuing an irrevocable command. The next second, the cold light aimed at the man in yellow seemed to be paused, freezing in place right in front of him. The man in yellow's slender fingers grasped the incoming cold light. It was a katana. Muramasa. Caesar immediately recognized the sword. It was Chuzihang's katana, Muramasa. The man in yellow held the Muramasa with a light motion, as if casually throwing it, sending it back the way it came. But just as Muramasa left his hand, it vanished from Caesar's sight, replaced by a sharp sonic boom. Like a cruise missile, it stirred up a fierce air shockwave. At that moment, a dark figure, dragging a wake of air, shattered the sound barrier, crashing into Muramasa with a deafening roar. Boom. The violent impact generated shockwaves. Visible wind currents, accompanied by a loud bang, swept everything around them away with the force of an army. The ground was torn up, concrete and stone debris crushed by the violent shockwave, dust and smoke rising tens of meters high, like a curtain blocking the sky. A rebellious and domineering figure broke through the smoke. In his hand was a roaring chainsaw sword, his body covered in blood and pieces of meat, causing Caesar to gape in shock. Luming Fay. Not far behind, another figure appeared, carrying a huge black metal box. His entire body was covered in dark, scaled armor, and his face was surrounded by an exoskeleton, making him look fierce and terrifying. His golden eyes glowed like an eternal flame. Long time no see, Caesar. Looking at the creature that could almost be called a dragon, Caesar suddenly laughed, his tense nerves relaxing. He couldn't help but complain, "You guys, took too long to get here." "The main characters always show up at the last moment," Luming Fay said, smiling as he carried the chainsaw sword. However, with his appearance and expression, the smile looked a bit unsettling to Caesar. Chapter 398, Chapter 395, Grudge. When Caesar saw Luming Fay and Chuzihang, his anxious heart finally relaxed. It's hard to describe, but to see the most trusted comrades in a foreign land, especially when life and death are at stake, the emotions are something most people would burst into tears over. But of course, Caesar was no ordinary person. He forced down his emotions and reminded them, "Be careful. That guy's word soul, it's judgment." Judgment. Luming Fay and Chuzihang were both shocked, their faces showing different reactions. Chuzihang was stunned. He had participated in missions in Japan, so he had witnessed the scene with the red-clad girl. With a wave of her hand, she could cut through hundreds of enemy corpses in an instant. But since the White King disappeared, the red-clad girl had also vanished without a trace, and no one knew where she had gone. Why would the super-dangerous word soul, judgment, appear here? Chuzihang couldn't understand, his burning golden eyes staring intently at the figure in the yellow robe, as though trying to find some clue. But the broken yellow robe concealed all the physical features, making it impossible to tell whether the person inside was the red-clad girl from Japan. As for Luming Fay, his emotions were more complicated. He hated his weak past, knowing how fate would unfold, but he also felt pity for the red-clad girl. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was sympathy. A mix of emotions stirred within him, causing him to uncontrollably turn his gaze towards the figure. However, the moment the figure in the yellow robe met Luming Fay's gaze, it seemed to stir an extreme sense of disgust, which even affected the surrounding atmosphere. A tremendous pressure, like a violent tsunami, swept towards them, enveloping them all. Wait. Before Luming Fay could say another word, his vision was overtaken by a blinding flash of light. His instincts, honed through countless life-or-death battles, made him raise his chainsaw sword, holding it horizontally in front of him without thinking. Boom. It was like being hit by a giant cannon. A powerful force crushed down on him, sending Luming Fay flying. His legs scraped violently against the ground, his shoes worn through, leaving 2 black scorch marks over 10 meters long. It wasn't until they finally stopped that he saw his arms shaking. The shock had cracked the skin of his palms, and there was a small crack on his chainsaw sword that had been holding up in front of him. This was Adam, the weapon given to him. Luming Fay was horrified in his heart. If it had been an ordinary alchemy sword, it probably wouldn't have even blocked a single strike. The judgment really was an ultra-dangerous level word soul. Its destructive power was beyond reason, it was terrifying. While Luming Fay was having this mental whirlwind, the person on the other side reached out with a pale, jade-like hand. His long fingers curled in midair, as if holding an invisible weapon, and with a motion, he struck at Luming Fay from half a street away. Danger. His instincts screamed a frantic warning. Luming Fay's body froze in shock, his pupils shrinking in fear. The battle instincts sharpened in the bloody trials of the Inferno once again saved him. His body reacted faster than his mind, he covered his head, bent down, and rolled to the side. Whoosh. Smoke roared like a dragon, and the fierce wind sliced like a sword. The entire street shook with a loud rumble. A sword-like energy cut through the air, unstoppable and sharp, like a river being cut in half, severing the street. A deep, narrow rift appeared in the ground, visible yet unfathomable, stretching several hundred meters long. It was so close. Just a little more, and he would have been sent to the Golden Throne. Luming Fay's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he swallowed hard. Just a moment ago, if not for his battle instincts, he would probably already be meeting the Emperor by now. He couldn't shake the feeling that the person seemed to really dislike him. As this thought flashed through his mind, the figure hidden under the yellow robe gripped the illusory sword and swung it horizontally with a slash. This time, Luming Fay was prepared. His calf muscles exploded with power, veins bulging like a fierce dragon as they ran through every muscle. He bent his legs and stomped, unleashing immense force that cracked the ground around him, creating a deep pit several meters wide. Boom. Amid the rising dust, Luming Fay seemed to leap like a tiger crossing a ravine, jumping several meters forward. A slash almost grazing the ground, carrying an extreme sharpness, its cold gleam like a waning moon sweeping across, cutting everything it touched cleanly in half. Boom. Boom. In Caesar's shocked gaze, the houses along the street were slashed diagonally, collapsing into ruins. The fallen wreckage, along with the terrifying slash that cut through the entire street, made even the battle-hardened Caesar shudder. If anyone got hit by that slash, they would definitely be dead without a doubt, right? Seeing that the person was about to strike again with a fatal slash, Chu Zihong no longer hesitated. He pressed the top of the bronze box, and with a mechanical click, without even looking, he reached in and pulled out a blade. Clang. A sound like a dragon's roar rang out. Amid the rising dust, Chu Zihong, like a raging dragon, charged towards the figure. The blade he drew was pitch black, with a slender, curved edge, a katana named Sloth from the 7 Deadly Sins. As it was unsheathed, the dark golden patterns on the blade responded to its wielder's bloodline, resembling a dragon breaking through the sea. The blade cut through the air with incredible sharpness, heading straight for the figure's neck. However, a long, jade-like, slender finger met Chu Zihong's slash, and with a light flick of the finger, it was deflected. With a flick of her jade-like fingers, a crisp bell-like sound rang out as they struck the blade. Then, an unstoppable, terrifying force crashed down like a mountain, and Chu Zihong felt as though he had slammed into an indestructible steel wall. His body was sent flying through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing violently into the street ruins. Word soul, vampire Kamitashi. Caesar's eyes gleamed with blinding golden light as he forcefully raised his bloodline purity. The howling wind turned into sharp blades under the side's wings, rushing from all directions to devour the yellow figure. Cancel. Though no sound was heard, everyone's minds echoed with those 2 words. Then, the fierce wind blades disappeared without warning. Caesar widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. His word soul had failed. Before he could process what had just happened, he saw the yellow figure's sword, which had been held loosely, now swung again, this time striking towards another rapidly approaching figure. Boom. The chainsaw sword roared, releasing the Emperor's fury. Luming Fay's figure broke the sound barrier in an instant, the chainsaw sword cutting through the air with violent wind, crashing down on the yellow figure. Boom. The chainsaw sword collided with the intangible sword, releasing a massive shockwave in the air. Like a mushroom cloud, the shockwave rose dozens of meters into the sky, and the sword intent was so sharp it sliced the chainsaw sword in half. Not only that, the slash had a fatal curse-like power. Even after cutting the chainsaw sword, its force didn't diminish, grazing Luming Fay as he fell. The visible shockwave was severed mid-air, creating an almost vacuum-like area where the air was violently pushed away. Is this damn word soul? Luming Fay angrily cursed, his eyes bloodshot. This is pure cheating. He's hacking. He had seen word souls before, but a word soul like judgment, this was the first time. It was ridiculously OP. His newly acquired chainsaw sword was cut in a single strike. This was totally cheating. However, no matter how frustrated Luming Fay felt, the yellow figure kept closing in on him, once again holding the sword of nothingness. The chill in the air seemed to grow even stronger. Did you provoke him? Chu Ziheng asked. What does it have to do with me? I was about to ask you. Luming Fay was extremely irritated. He was still wondering why it was only him being targeted. Could it be that the two of them had some sort of grudge? Chapter 399, Chapter 396, The Black King's Authority and New Followers. At the moment the hotel lost power, Lumingza could clearly feel something strange and out of place. It was as if, in that split second, he had briefly drifted off course from the entire world. His instincts told him that something had definitely happened. Although he couldn't yet understand exactly what, Lumingza was sure it was far from simple. Big brother, you'd better be careful, he slowly spoke, warning Luming Fay, something is getting closer to us. However, Luming Fay seemed not to hear him. He looked toward where Lumingza was sitting, his eyes showing a hint of shock and worry. Big brother. Lumingza felt confused. He was clearly sitting right there, but Luming Fay seemed to not see him at all. Could it be? A flash of lightning struck his mind, and Lumingza's pupils suddenly contracted as if he'd realized something. He took a quick step forward and reached out toward Luming Fay, who was standing on the viewing platform. However, his hand went straight through Luming Fay's body. Luming Fay still seemed unaware, his gaze wandering as if still searching for Lumingza. Just as I thought. Lumingza's face darkened as he slowly withdrew his hand and turned to carefully observe the room. Everything in the room, from the furniture to the placement of objects, seemed reversed, as though it was the world inside a mirror, and he was on the inside of it. Interesting. Pulling me into a dream. Is the plan to isolate me from Big Brother? Lumingza's expression remained cold as his eyes shifted toward the hallway. He sneered, since you're here, stop hiding like a rat. Come out. The temperature of the air dropped rapidly, even forming thin layers of frost. The rain outside was whipped into the room by a wicked wind, seeping into every crack in the floor. As it did, the iron railings, expensive wooden furniture, and even the steel-reinforced concrete building were visibly decaying and rotting at a rapid pace. This is the most luxurious hotel, with every material and decoration carefully selected. But whether it's the expensive wood or the high-strength steel and concrete, it all seemed to have been stripped of its life, slowly decaying and cracking. Boom. A flash of lightning pierced the clouds, bringing an overwhelming aura of death. In the instant of the blinding light, a ghostly figure, appearing almost like a specter, suddenly appeared outside the observation deck. The ghostly figure was draped in a tattered yellow robe, wearing a pale mask with no holes, upon which 3 twisted symbols were drawn in yellow paint. Lumingza's expression changed slightly. He had never let his guard down, but he still hadn't noticed when that figure had appeared. Who are you? Sticking to his cautious nature, Lumingza didn't rush in but instead stared at the ghostly figure, asking coldly, did Odin send you? The figure in the yellow robe didn't respond. It just silently stood outside the window. Though masked, Lumingza could feel the figure watching him. Not speaking. Are you mute? Lumingza frowned slightly, unable to resist a mocking remark. But then, something that filled him with horror and dread happened. The fierce wind occasionally lifted a corner of the torn robe, revealing what was inside, and it wasn't a person, but something writhing, twisted, ugly, and covered in slimy liquid, like thick, tentacle-like limbs, disgusting to behold. The slippery limbs, resembling tentacles, were engraved with countless deep, twisted patterns, almost like forming some kind of incomprehensible script. In an instant, Lumingza felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his brain. Evil whispers poured into his mind, mixed with nauseating, screeching noises. 2 completely different eerie tones seemed to call out to something nameless from the depths of the stars. In the mental realm, lightning flashed, and the stormy waves rose hundreds of meters, as if they wanted to devour that tiny fragment of spirit. Just at that critical moment, Lumingza's chest grew hot, pulling him out of the terrifying illusion, and the chaotic noises and evil whispers vanished completely. The moment Lumingza regained his senses, he was terrified to find the eerie figure in yellow was reaching out towards him, just a few centimeters away. His pupils were instantly filled with blazing gold, and despite the seemingly frail body, an incredible strength erupted from within. Like a wild horse breaking free, his feet shattered the neatly arranged tiles as he nimbly dodged the yellow-clad figure's hand that was about to touch him. In one fluid motion, he flipped backward, pushed off the ground, spun, and in one swift action, opened up a few meters of distance, landing near the entrance. Phew. In just a few seconds, Lumingza felt like he had returned from hell to the real world. Sweat soaked through his back, his heart pounded like a motor, and a feeling of fear began to creep in, causing him to shiver. After seeing the yellow figure's strange appearance, he wasn't about to gamble on what might happen if he were touched. Lumingza touched the pendant on his chest, feeling a bit lucky. If it wasn't for the protection granted by Adam just now, he might have been dragged straight into the terrifying illusion, and would have stayed trapped there forever. But the yellow figure wasn't about to let him go. A pale finger slowly emerged from its tattered sleeve. The skin of the finger was shriveled, as if it had long since died, exuding a thick aura of death. The finger bent and twitched slightly in the air. It seemed to be tugging at an invisible thread. And at the other end of that invisible thread, Lumingza was tightly bound. Buzz. Suddenly, a multitude of thoughts and violent screeches filled his mind. Twisted and terrifying ideas, like a plague, rapidly multiplied in his brain, soul, and spirit, quickly growing uncontrollably. Haster. 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 The chaotic shrieks came in waves, filling Lumingza's mind. The voices all called out a single name, chanting for the great Yellow King, the Lord of the Deep Starry Sea, the Nameless One. Lumingza screamed in pain, curling up as if in a spasm. His pupils were covered in black threads, and veins and capillaries bulged out on his pale skin, yet they moved like living creatures. Blood flowed from the 7 orifices. Then, that figure in yellow, like a ghost, slowly floated closer. King of Yellow, Haster. King of Yellow, Haster. King of Yellow, Haster. Lumingza's pupils scattered, losing focus, like a puppet in a daze, repeating the words echoing in his mind. The King of Yellow took off his mask, revealing none other than Uchiha Sogetsu. He hadn't come here to intentionally scare the boy, his goal was to seize the authority of the Black King. In the original plan, he hadn't intended to covet the Black King's power, but the sudden awakening of the Staff of Stars had completely disrupted his arrangements. Considering the sinister being waiting for him in the Naruto world, Uchiha Sogetsu had no choice but to change his plan. I will gladly accept the authority of the Black King. Looking at the completely lost boy, his expression never changed, and he slowly extended his hand, fingers gripping Lumingza's head. He spoke indifferently, in exchange, I will grant you the title of follower. Exchanging the power of the Black King for becoming his follower, in some ways, this deal should be considered a huge gain for Lumingza. Chapter 400, Chapter 397, Usugi Arii. At this moment, Luming Fay suddenly remembered a commercial slogan. Why are you always chasing me? But unfortunately, the figure in yellow didn't intend to explain. With a graceful hand, it gripped the sword of nothingness and struck down. In the area of judgment, the overwhelming pressure came like a landslide. The seemingly light strike created a huge storm in an instant. Boom. The space actually split apart, like a miracle, akin to Moses parting the sea. The air cleared in a surge, like a tidal wave, rolling and scattering. The devastating strike caused the entire street to collapse and shatter. By a hair's breadth, Luming Fay and the others dodged the slash. After exchanging glances, Chu Zihong threw the metal box he was carrying, use this. Luming Fay, stepping on the collapsing ground, used the force to leap high and catch the metal sword box that was thrown. He let out a deep breath. The hidden power under his muscles erupted like a volcano. His 5 fingers gripped the saber inside the metal box, and a flash of golden flame flickered in his pupils. With a desolate and fierce dragon's roar, Luming Fay pulled out the saber named Wrath. The thick, pitch-black blade was covered in intricate golden patterns, and with each flicker, it emitted a heavy heartbeat-like sound. The violent and ferocious aura swept through like a tsunami. Luming Fay gripped the sword's hilt, and the unmatched power dragged the saber, slashing upward at a sharp angle, sending out a gust of fierce wind. Whoosh! The raised, terrifying blade light forced the yellow figure back. The fierce wind from the saber seemed like a tangible blade of energy, leaving a small crack on the pale mask of the yellow figure. Umph. The temperature around suddenly dropped. The yellow figure seemed very angry and directly raised a hand to grasp the void. Then, that jade-like hand actually pulled a sword from the void. No, rather than a sword, it was more like the bone of some creature. It was completely white like jade, the slender blade flat-edged, resembling a fine piece of artwork. It didn't resemble a weapon of slaughtering like a sword. Instead, it seemed more like a jade object forged from the essence of heaven and earth, crafted with divine skill, beyond the reach of human hands. I think I've seen this thing before, Caesar muttered, staring at the sword in that person's hand, furrowing his brows and desperately trying to recall where he had seen it. Kusanagi. Its name is Kusanagi. At that moment, Luming Fay's gaze fixed on the sword, and his voice became deep as he said, in the legends, Susanoo killed the 8-headed serpent and found the divine sword named Kusanagi inside its tail. It's the sharpest sword in the world. I should have realized it earlier, only you deserve to wield Kusanagi. Suddenly, both Caesar and Chuzihang recalled the origins of the sword in their minds. Usuji Arii. Luming Fay's expression grew complicated as he looked up at the figure standing on the street lamp, with the yellow robe fluttering. I wasn't wrong, was I? Judgment, the girl, Kusanagi. When all the clues came together, even an idiot would have figured it out. But, why? Chuzihang's pupils shook, his mind going blank. Usuji Arii, wasn't she with the White King? This was a question Caesar wanted to know too. After the mission in Japan, only a few of them knew about Adam equals the White King. As for Usuji Arii and Adam, they had all seen their relationship back then. Even though Usuji Arii had disappeared for a long time afterward, she was practically assumed to be with Adam by Castle. Wait, Adam. Caesar and Chuzihang suddenly locked eyes, both realizing the shocking possibility. After the Japan mission, Adam had completely disappeared from the school, and no one knew where he went. But if they connected the dots now, with Usuji Arii, dressed in yellow and joining the secret order, it could only mean one thing. The White King, could he have fallen? Caesar swallowed nervously, voicing his guess. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine why Usuji Arii, once by the White King's side, would suddenly transform and join the secret order. Could it be that the secret order was founded by the White King? The thought flashed in his mind but was quickly snuffed out. He shook his head to deny it. Impossible, the goal of the secret order is to summon the King in Yellow, the master of the deep space star sea and cosmos. He once saw him in a dream, and has no connection to the White King whatsoever. So it must be that the White King encountered the secret order somewhere and fell without a sound. As for Usuji Arii, she must have been controlled by the secret order, becoming their puppet. Yes, it must be like that. Caesar thought through everything in his mind and then shared his thoughts with the two. Hiss. Luming Fay gasped. He wasn't like Caesar and Luming Fay, who had speculated that Adam from the academy might have some connection to the Adam they were thinking of. But now, everything was much clearer. When they first met, Adam told him and Lumingza that there were many terrifying unknown beings deep in the vast universe. The ancient old gods, who had existed before the birth of the universe, were constantly eyeing this planet. It was that Adam, who, unseen by humans, was alone resisting the terror from the depths of space. The Adam at the academy was a casualty in this conflict. If sacrificing a Dragon King couldn't stop the secret order's progress, what would it take? At that moment, Luming Fay felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. That Adam was secretly protecting the world, even sacrificing a Dragon King for it, yet still couldn't stop the terror from the depths of space. What kind of existence could that be? Could it truly be something humanity could resist? Luming Fay couldn't help but deeply doubt it. If this is true, the secret order is too terrifying. Chuzihang, standing beside him, said with a heavy heart. We must report this to the academy as soon as possible. First, let's figure out how to get through the current situation. Caesar muttered to himself because he saw the person raise the pure white Kusanagi. Whom? The sacred and inviolable domain suddenly expanded, immediately stirring up violent gusts of wind. Centered around Usuji Arii, the air visible to the naked eye was pushed away, growing more intense, swallowing everything around like a tsunami. In that instant, the world in the eyes of Luming Fay and the others seemed to turn into a dead, grayish-white. The raindrops falling from the sky seemed to slow down by countless times, with clear, visible trails as they fell. The noise faded away, and the whole world seemed to be paused. Only the girl, walking through the rain, appeared like a divine being. Her delicate hand gripped the translucent, jade-like divine sword. In the eyes of the onlookers, her movements were light and slow, drawing a bright, clear arc as she swung the blade. We're going to die. At that moment, the only thought left in Luming Fay and the others' minds was that. The suffocating pressure, accompanied by the sharp sword intent, felt as if the world would be reset, making them feel like there was no escape. However, at that moment, the person wearing the pale mask, dressed in a long yellow robe, holding the Kusanagi, suddenly stopped. It was as if someone whispered softly in his ear, and the sacred, inviolable mental domain that enveloped Luming Fay and the others collapsed and disintegrated with a loud rumble. The rain curtain that had been cut off by the slash suddenly resumed flowing. The paused world seemed to have been pressed on the start button again. The rain fell fiercely, and water vapor rose like a curtain, with the noise slowly returning. They were still alive. For a moment, Luming Fay truly thought they were dead. His heart, experiencing such drastic ups and downs, could not stop beating wildly. It was more thrilling than jumping out of an airplane without a parachute, by 100 times. Chapter 401, Chapter 398, Don't Leave Me, Lumingza. The group, who had narrowly escaped disaster, only relaxed when Usugi Arai disappeared. That was close, they almost met God today. Even Caesar, who had been through many dangerous situations, was sweating cold on his back, still feeling uneasy. He said to the others, "We need to leave now, we can't stay here." "I don't know why," she stopped, "but if she comes back, we won't be so lucky next time." This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by Luming Fay and Chu Zihong. No matter what happened with Usugi Arai, whether she had become a puppet of the secret order, just surviving was already a huge blessing. "Get on." Luming Fay threw Caesar over his shoulder and ran. The rest, including Jiodamai, had to be taken care of by Chu Zihong. He shook his head helplessly, carefully picking her up and then pulling 7 deadly sins along. Caesar, on his shoulder, was dizzy from the bumps and almost vomited his dinner. But for the sake of maintaining his last bit of noble dignity, he held it in. Even though they had just fought a fierce battle, Luming Fay still had incredible stamina, which surprised everyone. Even Chu Zihong, following behind, felt like he was about to fall behind, unable to stop himself from saying, "Isn't it enough? We've run far enough. This is good." Luming Fay found a secluded place and kicked open the door. Luckily, there was no one inside. Otherwise, breaking into a house would be no different from being bandits. Caesar sighed in relief but was then thrown to the ground by Luming Fay, causing him to wince in pain. "Can you be a little gentler?" "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time," Luming Fay said, sitting on the side, panting heavily. "What do we do now?" Chu Zihong gently laid Jiodamai on the bed. He sat down cross-legged, like Luming Fay, and started analyzing the situation. "Frost, I don't know if we can trust him anymore. Xiaomi and Nono were also captured." "No way. The Gattuso family has ties to the secret order," Caesar said weakly. "What happened to Nono and Xiaomi?" Chu Zihong paused for a moment, then recounted everything that had happened. Caesar's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "I can roughly guess their intentions." Saying that, he took out the black leather book wrapped in silk, his tone serious. "This is why I had to betray Gattuso. The secret order plans to perform the ritual in this book and summon a terrifying existence. Xiaomi and Nono are probably the chosen sacrifices." "Sacrifices?" Luming Fay furrowed his brows. As he suspected, it was just as he thought. Mr. Adam had temporarily fallen into a disadvantage in his confrontation with the secret order, and they had also lost a Dragon King. Otherwise, the secret order wouldn't have been able to act so smoothly. "What do you think?" Chu Zihong looked at Luming Fay. For some reason, he felt that this junior seemed to know a lot about things. Perhaps he might have a solution for dealing with the mysterious secret order and the ritual to summon the King in Yellow. I don't know." Luming Fay lowered his head in confusion. He couldn't tell them that not only Xiaomi and Nono were missing but also his little demon. Caesar then turned to Chu Zihong and said, "Let's try contacting the academy. Tell the principal about what's happening here." Right now, they were like stray dogs. Even though Rome was big, there was no place for them to hide. "All right, I'll try." Chu Zihong pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency contact for Norma. But it seemed the enemy had anticipated this, and they immediately cut off the signal. "It's no use, I can't get through." After several failed attempts, Chu Zihong had no choice but to give up, shaking his head. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Frost's doing." Caesar gave a bitter smile. Who else, besides his uncle, could be so powerful as to cut off an entire city's signal? "I'll try other methods to contact the academy." Chu Zihong thought for a moment and said, "Cutting off the signal of an entire city won't last long, and it will definitely attract Norma's attention." "All right." Caesar nodded, agreeing with his point. "Let's take a break for now." Luming Fay finished bandaging Jiodamai's wound and said to the two of them, "There's less than 5 hours until dawn. Tonight, Chu Zihong and I will take turns on watch. You two get some good rest. We'll need you for tomorrow's battle, you're an essential force. Thanks for your hard work." Caesar nodded, not wanting to argue, as he really did need rest. "I'll take the first shift." Luming Fay looked at Chu Zihong and said, "You can replace me in 2 hours. Chu Zihong, always simple in his actions, found a corner and curled up. Soon, the room fell silent, with only the soft sounds of breathing. Luming Fay quietly stepped outside and sat on the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the city below. Lost in his thoughts, Luming Fay suddenly felt like he was seeing an illusion. In the depths of a dark church, a pale boy was nailed to a cross, blood flowing down his body and gathering in intricate and mysterious patterns on the altar below. Luming Fay stood in front of the boy, his face filled with deep fear. he recognized the boy nailed to the cross. His name was Luming Fay, his little devil. It seemed like Luming Fay was dead, but slowly, his eyes opened. His pupils gleamed with a brilliant golden hue, exuding an overwhelming, terrifying presence. However, when he saw Luming Fay, the golden eyes that held so much authority softened, taking on a dependent look like a little kitten. "Brother, you finally came." On Luming Fay's pale face, a weak, forced smile appeared. "Luming Fay, how did you end up like this?" Luming Fay's pupils shrank, his teeth biting down on his lip. A heart-wrenching pain surged through him, as if it was going to destroy him. Everyone has a day like this, don't they? Luming Fay gazed at the anger in Luming Fay's eyes and smiled as if relieved, a slight comfort in his expression. "Brother, I'm going to die. The rest is up to you now." "No, no." Luming Fay was terrified. Upon hearing those words, he suddenly felt a fear like never before. It was as if his heart had been ripped out, and his chest was empty, filled only with endless sadness and rage. "You're a demon. You won't die, right?" Luming Fay stared intensely at the boy, his face full of pleading. "You're so strong, you won't leave me, will you?" "Yes, I'm a demon. I won't die." The boy's eyes, as hot as the sun, reflected Luming Fay's image. He spoke softly, "I'll be with you until the world ends, but let the demon rest this time." "No, I won't allow it." Luming Fay shouted suddenly, golden light bursting from his pupils. An unparalleled sense of authority filled the church. "I won't let you die. Luming Fay." His voice was like an emperor's command. The air and even the space trembled as if fearing the crazy young man. "Brother, be careful of the secret order. Be careful of the king in yellow, Haster." Luming Fay's blazing golden eyes slowly dimmed, but he smiled with satisfaction. "Brother, no one can stop your steps, as long as you're willing to take back the supreme power." "I don't want it, I don't want power, I only want you." Luming Fay's voice cracked, filled with a pleading tone as he desperately begged. "Please, don't leave me, okay?" However, the boy's golden eyes still went out, replaced by another pair of golden eyes lighting up. At that moment, Luming Fay had reclaimed power. He could clearly feel the dragon blood coursing through his veins, roaring with fury and releasing the mighty power capable of destroying the world. Deep within his golden eyes, burned the pitch-black flames of vengeance. "No, no." Luming Fay's face twisted in rage, like an awakened lion, his eyes shining with blinding gold. A violent, fierce aura surged like a tsunami, instantly filling the room. Waves of air crashed through, causing the already decaying wooden planks to shatter into pieces. "Luming Fay." His voice was heart-wrenching, as if crying blood. Tears streamed down Luming Fay's face as he desperately reached out, as though trying to hold onto something. But his fingers grasped only emptiness, responding with nothing but void. Chapter 402, Chapter 399.1, Nidhthog. Uchiha Sogetsu's pupils were a pale gold, as if ripples stirred within them, concealing countless mysterious symbols in their depths. Thoughts in his island of consciousness churned like boiling water, quickly and rapidly drilling into Luming Fay's consciousness, stirring up violent gusts of wind. These winds carried his will, sweeping out in all directions. In an instant, the sky above Luming Fay's consciousness island darkened, with dark clouds gathering and thunder flashing. In that mental sky, ominous signs appeared, reflecting an almost suffocating foreboding. Roar. A king, whose wings were covered in bones and exuded a savage and brutal aura, glared at the intruder entering this domain with blazing golden eyes. Though he had seized control of Luming Fay's mind in the moment of his shock and terror, the inheritance imprinted deep in the bloodline of the dragon clan, engraved in his genes, instinctively resisted. The creature, resembling the mythical dragons of Western legends, covered in pitch-black scales, with wings adorned with bones and a thick aura of death surrounding it, was fierce and majestic, both sacred and cruel, as if born to be an emperor. This was the Black King in the depths of Luming Fay's consciousness. In other words, this was the authority of the Black King. To take the Black King's authority, one must first defeat its projection. Only by battling to the death can one seize that supreme power. This was very much like the Dragon Clan. As expected, it's not that simple. The countless winds gathered and formed a hazy consciousness avatar. Uchiha Sogetsu looked down from above, gazing at the black dragon. His brows slightly raised, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. "Black King Nidhthog, just right for me to test how much strength you, the emperor who created the Dragon Clan, truly have." Since entering this world, he had never used his true power. "I hope this will be enjoyable." Uchiha Sogetsu's pupils vertically aligned, turning pale gold. This meant he would hold nothing back. Roar. It seemed like he heard his voice. With a roar, the Black Emperor shook the entire island. His body, as perfect as a Greek statue, erupted with unmatched strength. His wings, covered in corpses, flapped, creating powerful gusts of wind that moved his massive form. He shot upwards like a meteor dragging flames, breaking the sound barrier in an instant and charging directly toward the blasphemer in the sky. Too slow. Uchiha Sogetsu spoke calmly, and layers of flames erupted around him. The burning flames quickly condensed and formed into a giant skeleton, hundreds of meters tall, which then threw a powerful punch at the incoming Black King. Boom. Gold and black collided in a massive clash, like a meteor striking the earth. The terrifying roar almost ripped the sky apart. At the center of the explosion, a mushroom cloud shot up, and the overwhelming shockwave caused the entire island to groan under its pressure. The void was torn apart by the roaring wind, leaving gaping cracks, and the shockwaves made the subconscious sea ripple. Neither side budged an inch from the blow. Not enough. Let's go again. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes burned with battle intent. He controlled the Susanoo, pulling out a golden sword from the void and swinging it down. The massive blade cut through the air with the force of a mountain crushing down. A huge shadow covered the Black King beneath the sword, but he was the eternal emperor of the dragons. His perfect body exploded with unimaginable power. The dragon's claws met the sword head-on. Clang. The black scales clashed with the sword, sending a sharp, metallic sound echoing through the air. The Black King closed his claws, grinding his scales together, and gripped the sword, using his immense strength to pull the Susanoo down. With the other claw, he ripped through the wind and slashed fiercely across the Susanoo's body, creating a shower of dazzling sparks. Susanoo, the ninjutsu in the Naruto world known as the absolute defense, was shattered by the Black King through pure brute force. Hey, this is interesting. When Susanoo shattered, Uchiha Sogetsu didn't show any panic. Instead, his eyes revealed even more interest. In an instant, his pupils became vertical, and his skin grew gray-white, like stone scales. He transformed into a mythical beast form, clenching his fists fearlessly, engaging in combat with the Black King. One gray, one black, two supreme beings dominating the world, like ancient beasts from the wild era, tangled in a fierce battle. Thunderous explosions rang through the sky, and waves of air surged like tides, shaking the heavens. Word Soul, King's Blaze. The Black King threw his head back and exhaled a burst of fire. Mind Breath. Uchiha Sogetsu was unfazed, responding with a breath of his own. The two forces collided across the sky, the terrifying sound of the shockwave echoed for a long time. The wind howled, and the sound of the air explosion rocked the entire sky. The clouds were directly blasted away, and the two figures fighting separated briefly. But the next moment, Uchiha Sogetsu flapped his wings, leaving a shadow in the sky. Before the Black King could react, his terrifying dragon claws suddenly gathered blinding lightning and slammed into the Black King's chest. Boom. The thunderous explosion shattered the dark scales. The Black King let out an angry roar, the temperature around him rising rapidly. Flames of scorching red light burned in his hands, then slashed through the air like a sword of judgment, aiming at the gray-white giant dragon. Not enough. What I want to see is not this level of power, Black King Nidhthog. As he watched the fiery sword, Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes flashed with displeasure, and he exhaled a breath of air. Although the spectator pathway didn't focus on direct combat, from the beginning, he wasn't just a pure spectator in the sequence. Moreover, if he used the full power of the spectator pathway, destroying the Black King would be but a flick of the finger. Word Soul, Indra. Countless thunderbolts descended, and in the blinding destruction of lightning, they transformed into a blazing white spear. Uchiha Sogetsu controlled the Susanoo, directly gripping the blazing white spear. The aura around him surged violently, and the overwhelming energy spilled out, expanding the Susanoo's armor and filling it completely, releasing a terrifying force of destruction. This technique was the peak state of Uchiha Sasuke in the Naruto world, combining the power of the six paths and the tailed beasts. With Susanoo as the source of power, it unleashed a brief moment of power surpassing the six paths. Now, it was naturally being borrowed by Uchiha Sogetsu. Chapter 403, Chapter 399.2, Rhine. Black King Nidhthog. Like a deity, Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes seemed to contain blazing lightning and golden flames. His cold, indifferent voice echoed through the sky, "Don't die so easily." Indra's arrow. In the next moment, the Susanoo suddenly gathered strength and threw the destructive lightning bolt. The sudden burst of intense light immediately split the sky. The dazzling light even stole the brilliance of the world, plunging everything into a gray-white, dead silence. The Black King suddenly became alert, feeling a sharp, almost tangible pain, once again sensing the overwhelming danger of being on the brink of death. In just a moment of distraction, the Black King snapped out of it and saw a beam of light, like a comet trailing its fiery tail, or like thunder descending from the sky. It was so radiant, interwoven with lightning and golden flames, that it even outshone the sun. Boom. Finally, Indra's arrow hit the Black King. However, due to an invisible barrier, the arrow was still half an inch away from the Black King. But the barrier was breaking apart. Until, it completely shattered, and the Indra's arrow exploded. The sharp sonic boom that pierced the eardrums sounded, and the Black King's chest was pierced. The friction between the Indra's arrow and the air created sparks that vaporized the surrounding matter. The remaining force continued along its path, creating a vacuum channel hundreds of kilometers long. Blood surged wildly, the Black King's blood splattered high into the sky, and screams echoed through the air above the island. Then, the massive body of the Black King crashed down, slamming into the consciousness island, raising a cloud of dust hundreds of meters high. With a pierced chest, the Black King finally realized that the enemy before him was terrifying. He no longer held back, opening his mouth to chant the ancient and mysterious dragon language. Word Soul, Rhine. There was no need for any preparation time. The moment he spoke, it was already a final move. Is it finally happening? Uchiha Sogetsu not only had no intention of stopping it but was also watching with great interest. The elements within a few hundred kilometers around them were instantly drained to a vacuum state, and it was as if tangible elemental currents gathered in the sky, rushing like a flood that had broken through a dam. Uchiha Sogetsu activated his spirit vision, and what he saw was a scene of colorful streams, constantly surging toward the Black King. The increasingly violent elemental currents formed a giant vortex in the sky, and inside, the fast-moving elements collided fiercely. The flash-melting reactions acted like catalysts, causing the elements within the domain to accelerate friction. The temperature above the entire island rose rapidly, like a pressure cooker with increasing pressure. Is this the ultimate Word Soul? Uchiha Sogetsu observed carefully. Even though he possessed the authority of the White King, the ultimate Word Soul wasn't that simple. Each ultimate Word Soul was the pinnacle of alchemy, the utmost use of authority, and his use of it seemed more like a crude imitation. Finally, he could see the real, ultimate Word Soul with his own eyes. Uchiha Sogetsu's right eye glowed crimson, as though a windmill were spinning, his long-unused Mangekyo Sharingan. Eye technique, Mugen Rikai. Every movement of the Black King, even the strength of his chant and the direction of the controlled elements, all appeared in Sogetsu's eyes. I see. In just a few seconds, Uchiha Sogetsu understood what was meant by the ultimate Word Soul. At that moment, the chant of the Black King finally reached its end. Elemental turbulence erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance due to the flash-melting effect. At this instant, it was as if thousands of nuclear bombs had exploded, releasing enormous orbs of light that even outshone the sun. Boom. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and in the silence, only the sound of a deafening roar that tore through the sky could be heard. It was like the roar of an ancient behemoth, shaking the sea of subconsciousness. The islands of consciousness swayed in the storm, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. The light ball, with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, emitted a blinding white brilliance that was even brighter than any star, more dazzling than any sunrise, scattering the dark clouds above the islands of consciousness. The intense heat wave and shock wave spread out in all directions. In the explosion's core region, the temperature reached that of a star's core. With a terrifying heat of 15 million degrees Celsius, it was enough to vaporize or even atomize any material instantly. It was the pinnacle of Word Souls, the peak of destruction. As the light ball gradually dimmed, the air inside it evaporated, forming a vacuum-like area. The external air rushed in at high speed, causing violent waves, with layers of air currents surging like a tsunami. The intense nuclear explosion triggered by Rhine engulfed an area of several hundred kilometers. The massive ball of bright white light resembled the radiant glow of countless suns from Indian mythology, exploding in the sky all at once. The temperature, close to the core of a star, obliterated everything within its reach, both tangible and intangible, completely annihilated. From this, it's easy to understand why Rhine's danger level is considered world-ending. In the real world, such a vast explosion would instantly turn a city of millions into nothing but ashes. The most powerful hydrogen bomb humanity has created, if we disregard the nuclear radiation, might not even cause one-third of the destruction Rhine could cause. And don't forget, this is still an incomplete version of the Black King's authority. If it were in the era of the ancient past, when the Black Emperor still reigned, it's hard to imagine how terrifying the scene would be. Perhaps the mythological stories passed down in human history aren't just stories. Perhaps they were real events that occurred at some point but have been deliberately hidden or altered over time. The fierce winds and waves caused by Rhine lasted for a full quarter of an hour before slowly dying down. The Black King, at the center of the explosion, was surrounded by dark membrane wings, looking like a giant egg. Around him, a barrier was placed, as if forged from gold, with ancient dragon runes flowing on its surface, completely isolating the explosion from the outside. Mental power, diamond barrier. With the purity of the Black King's bloodline, the effect of his mental power naturally far surpassed that of any lowly hybrid. Chapter 404, Chapter 400.1, Sogetsu vs Nidhthog. Crack. However, even the enhanced diamond barrier was destroyed by Rhine. As cracks spread across its surface, the barrier began to peel away like an eggshell, revealing the Black King hidden inside. His long, snake-like neck rose, and his vicious dragon head, covered in an exoskeleton, tilted upward. The black scales glistened with a metallic sheen. His muscular body moved, and the scales parted, releasing hot, white smoke. His wing membranes, covered in debris, unfurled, sending violent winds swirling. Roar! The Black Emperor roared toward the sky once more. Like a physical shockwave, the soundwave stirred up layers of dust, crashing through the empty void like a tsunami, shaking the island of consciousness beneath his feet, as if it bowed in submission to the Emperor's authority. The clouds hovering above the island of consciousness were instantly shredded by the rising shockwave. Thunderstorms vanished in an instant. At this moment, the Black King unleashed its ancient and overwhelming aura of authority. But, in the next second, the Black King's roar suddenly stopped, and its pupils shrank sharply. After the dark clouds, thick as ink, dispersed, a fierce wind surged like a tide. A dragon-shaped figure appeared, standing proudly in the sky. Its massive wings spread out, accompanied by a thunderous explosion of sound, blocking the sunlight. The figure cast a chilling shadow over the island of consciousness. Its gray-white, rock-like scales, strong and beautifully shaped limbs, and eyes with vertical, light golden pupils made the Black King's heart stop for a moment. Indeed, you truly are the imperfect Black King. I should not have expected too much from you. Uchiha Sogetsu's face showed a deep disappointment. The wings, large enough to cover the sky, did not even need to flap. The roaring winds, like a royal carriage, lifted the figure high. The sky, which had just cleared, quickly became clouded again. Lightning, thick like a python, erupted with a deep, rumbling sound. The intense deathly aura, like an invisible hand, tightly gripped the Black King's massive heart in its chest. In an instant, the air became thick and heavy. The pressure descending from the heavens made the Black King feel as if it were walking on the surface of a planet with a gravity 1,000 times heavier. Its body, as tough as alloy, groaned under the crushing weight, and blood seeped from the cracks in its shattered scales. Carrying the immense pressure, the Black King let out a low growl and raised its head. Its pride would never allow it to lower its head to anyone. Its fierce golden eyes, like a candle flame in the wind, locked onto the figure in the sky. It was as if a god, standing high in the clouds, looked down with cold and indifferent eyes, gazing upon the lives on the island below, which seemed as insignificant as ants. Still, I must thank you. Uchiha Sogetsu said calmly, thanks to you, I was able to truly grasp the ancient power of the Dragon King. An indescribable sense of power spread, like a raging wildfire, igniting the atmosphere of the entire sky. A blinding white light occupied the heavens, forming a fierce shape in the clouds, like an ancient beast from the wild, spreading a terrifying and oppressive aura. In the midst of the flashing lightning, an extreme heat surged, causing the air to bubble and distort, while a giant dragon stood in the vast sea of lightning, gripping a glowing and blazing spear with its bare hands. Indra's arrow. Whoosh! The arrow fell from the sky, like a divine sword breaking through the air. As the shock waves exploded, it created an airburst, like a furious wind dragon roaring, scattering layers of blocking air and releasing an intensely dazzling light. In an instant, the sky became blindingly bright. The brilliance of Indra's arrow eclipsed the entire sky's radiance, making even the rising sun appear dim in comparison. The dazzling light of the thunderbolt pierced the sky, and wherever it passed, the atmosphere and space were torn apart, as if the heavens themselves were split in two. As the lightning expanded in their sight, the Black King let out an unwilling roar. But, no matter how unwilling, what could he do? He wasn't the true Black King Nidhthog. He was merely a fragmented will of power. When the fragmented body of the Black King's will faced that arrow, which seemed like a judgment, it still refused to just sit and wait for its end. It poured its remaining strength into its body. Ancient and majestic dragon runes appeared, attaching Word Soul to it. Word Soul Immortal. Word Soul Bronze Throne. Word Soul Diamond Barrier. Word Soul Glass Brahma City. In the blink of an eye, the Black King's body suddenly grew several times in size. His dense muscles burst through his scales, as if he had completely gone berserk, falling into the endless depths of hell like a demon. He was no longer divine and majestic. Instead, he resembled a blood-soaked warrior. The Black King was like a lone warrior marching to his death, or a hawk striking down the sun itself. His wings soared through the sky, dragging a roaring wave of air. He surged upwards, breaking through layers of air, and with the deafening sound of an explosive shockwave, he pushed his final strength to the limit, colliding with the blinding light spear. Boom. The piercing sound waves tore through the void, and the consciousness island was the first to be hit, shattering under the violent storm. The ocean of subconsciousness was directly stirred up, creating massive waves. It danced with the roaring dust and wind, and the powerful gusts tore the very fabric of space, creating a 100-mile-long rift in the sky. The outer layers of the Diamond Barrier and Glass Brahma City were instantly shattered, collapsing under the onslaught of the thunderous light spear. However, the Black King showed no fear. His blood-soaked flesh, strengthened by the power of words, tore through the air as he reached for the light spear filled with destructive power. SSSS. The extreme heat instantly cooked his flesh. Chapter 405, Chapter 400.2, Angel of Concealment. In that moment, the Black King's chest swelled violently, as if his blood and flesh were burning from the inside. The layer of black dragon scales, harder than metal, covering his muscles, was shredded to pieces by the spiral force of Indra's arrow, producing a sharp, metallic sound. Roar. As if sensing his end, the Black King's golden eyes, filled with fury, glared at Uchiha Sogetsu, who had reverted to his human form, letting out one final roar. In the next moment, the arrow of Indra pierced through the defenses, soaring into the distant sky. The Black King's tough black scales, mighty flesh, densely packed bones, and even his internal organs were all vaporized by the extreme heat. Lightning flashed across the sky, pinning the ancient king in midair. Blood poured out, falling like a torrential rain. Sound waves and air currents ravaged everything, as if the heavens themselves were weeping, mourning the fall of this ancient king. The fall of the Black King meant that the Consciousness Island had completely lost its last line of defense. Uchiha Sogetsu stepped down from the sky, walking slowly on the invisible stairs. Though he could use the power of the spectator to silently invade and seize the Black King's authority without being noticed, he decided to be more direct. Partly to experience the ancient authority, and partly to test his current power, in preparation for the future, especially when encountering the abomination on the moon. So far, it seems to be working well. At least, Uchiha Sogetsu is quite satisfied. After combining the chakra system with the Dragon Clan system, his true strength far exceeds the typical sequence 3. Every plant and tree on the island of consciousness bends under his footsteps. It feels as if Luming's subconscious instinct has completely given up resistance, like opening his arms to welcome Sogetsu's arrival. Uchiha Sogetsu took a step forward, and the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. An ancient church stood in the middle of a weed-filled island, its surface marked by the passage of time. Upon entering the church, he found Luming's nailed to the ground with a golden holy spear. The boy's face was pale and bloodless, his eyes tightly closed, as if he were truly dead. Buzz. He grabbed the golden holy spear and with a slight force, pulled it out from the boy's chest. After the spear was removed, the boy suddenly opened his eyes. His golden pupils burned like the sun, but upon closer inspection, they were hollow, like a lifeless puppet. Uchiha Sogetsu spread his arms and embraced the boy. Then, they began to slowly merge. No, to be more precise. The boy was being absorbed into Sogetsu. The supreme authority from ancient times, the mental element of domination, everything that belonged to the Black King's memory, power, knowledge, and more, was completely devoured. Such a pity, it's not complete. After the absorption, a trace of regret flashed in Sogetsu's eyes. The 4 great lords are all twins, each holding power and strength. The Black King's authority was split between Luming Fay and Luming's. What he just devoured was only Luming's strength, and the final piece, Luming Fay's authority, was still missing. If he becomes the complete Black King and combines the power of the 4 great lords and the White King, only then will he truly be the complete Dragon King, the one and only elemental Dragon King. At that moment, the long-forgotten system voice rang out again. Hearing the clear synthesized sound, Uchiha Sogetsu smiled slightly and turned his gaze toward the transparent subtitles. Main quest, rank up to sequence 2, the Discerner. Completion ritual, delve into the subconscious of at least 10,000 humans, uncover their deepest fears, most primal desires, and the root of all their psychological issues, then leave a mark of oneself. At the end, consume the potion. Reward, 0:17, Angel of Concealment. Angel of Concealment. Hiss. It's actually this thing. Glancing at the reward, Uchiha Sogetsu showed a surprised expression. The Angel of Concealment, to be precise, isn't an item but rather an angel of the darkness pathway, ranked sequence 2. The background in the book describes it as the descendant of the destructive magic wolf, Frayed. In the 4th era, it was defeated by the Evernight goddess Amon-Isis, and then turned into a sealed object. However, it didn't lose its life, it merely had its intelligence erased, becoming a shell with no ability to think. As for its purpose, it serves as a vessel for the Evernight goddess to descend. Now, the question is, can this Angel of Concealment, as a vessel, summon the Evernight goddess Amon-Isis? Uchiha Sogetsu thought about it and decided it was probably best if it couldn't summon her. If Amon-Isis were to truly descend, how she would treat him would be a minor issue. The real problem would be that with the names of Adam and Zeradal on his head, along with the inspiration he took from Klein, wouldn't he be immediately opened up? Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. But if it can't summon the Evernight goddess, then what's the point of having a Angel of Concealment? Moreover, the negative effects of the Angel of Concealment were no less significant than that Quill of Al-Zahad. Anyone or anything that comes close to the Angel of Concealment will completely disappear. Even if divination or other methods confirm its continued existence, it still cannot be found. Uchiha Sogetsu guessed that this was the special effect of the darkness path, servant of concealment. The people or objects that disappeared were likely thrown into the hidden world, or maybe at the end of time and space. Those zero-level sealed items are no good. Fortunately, this time the reward was Angel of Concealment. If it had been a magic wishing lamp, the result would have been disastrous, straight to the bottom of the storage. Unless a life-or-death situation arises, there's no way he'd ever use it. I wonder how things are going on the Hokage side, Uchiha Sogetsu side, raising his hand to rub his forehead. You see, inside that moon, there's still an Angel of Sequence 1 hidden. Better to be safe than sorry. He feared that when he returned, he might find a scene of blood and carnage, with chaos and reproduction spreading everywhere, blooming in every corner. Let's hope such a thing won't happen. Chapter 406, Chapter 401.1, Arei and Sogetsu. A figure dressed in yellow, walking with light steps as if a butterfly strolling through a flower garden, entered the grand church. Looking at the empty church, the figure in yellow seemed a bit lost. But soon, she gathered her emotions and, familiar with the place, entered a side door of the church. Behind it was a garden. The sky was a clear, bright blue, with warm sunlight pouring down. The endless, lush grasslands were covered in a sea of vibrant flowers. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and groups of cute fairies flitted through the flower beds, creating a scene as beautiful as heaven. This was a space specially created for her by Sogetsu, named Eden. The figure in yellow removed her pale mask, revealing a face as delicate and perfect as an elf's. Just as Luming Fay and the others had guessed, it was Uchiha Arei. The flying fairies brought a red and white robe, playfully circling around the girl. The shimmering wings of the fairies flapped, scattering tiny rays of light. The girl took off the tattered yellow robe, revealing skin as white as jade, smooth as milk. Her long, graceful figure was a masterpiece, every inch a reflection of divine craftsmanship, making one unconsciously think of the words, beauty like jade. The girl put on a shrine maiden outfit again, as she really liked this dress. Her bright red hair cascaded like a silky waterfall. The girl lifted a strand of hair and picked up her beloved yellow duck. With her white, delicate feet stepping lightly on the grass, she happily skipped back along the same path, crossing the side door that ordinary people couldn't see, and returned to the grand, imposing bone church. Arei sat at the bronze table, her slender hands propping up her chin, quietly waiting for the person to return. Soon, a figure shrouded in soft light suddenly appeared, as if emerging out of nowhere. Uchiha Arei, who had been half asleep, suddenly opened her bright eyes and instantly became fully awake, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Then, like a joyful child, she jumped up and threw herself toward the figure, burying her head deep in their chest, affectionately rubbing against them. You're back. Removing the hazy light, Uchiha Sogetsu, revealing his true face, couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently ruffling the girl's hair. I'm back. Uchiha Arei was a very pitiful child. At least, that's how he saw it. Uchiha Arei could have had 1,000 different endings, but unfortunately, the damn person decided on the most tragic one. Perhaps, this sentence could describe Uchiha Arei's ending, which made everyone who saw it feel angry and helpless. She prepared an exam for you. No matter what you wrote on it, she would give you a perfect score, but you skipped it. There were countless ways to save her, to save this poor girl. But him. He was hiding in the wine cellar, drinking. So, Uchiha Sogetsu chose to save the girl, to give her a new life. If I didn't stop you, would you have killed him? Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly remembered that scene and deliberately asked with a stern face. No. Arei shrank her neck and buried her head completely in his chest, mumbling, it's just, that guy was so annoying. I couldn't help myself, just took it a bit seriously. As she said this, she stretched out her hand, pinching her thumb and index finger together, feeling guilty as she whispered, really, just a little bit. Her attempt to act cute was practically a cheat. Seeing the girl's guilty expression, Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't help but laugh. Just a little bit. Luming Fay almost got killed. If he hadn't noticed and called for a stop in time, he'd be performing CPR right now. Actually, if it were the original Uchiha Arei, she wouldn't have completely overwhelmed the trio. But with Uchiha Sogetsu granting Arei the White King authority and making her his vassal, the double enhancement made it impossible for the trio to win. Don't be so impulsive next time, okay? Uchiha Sogetsu didn't plan on scolding her, gently patting the girl's head. After all, he was actually quite pleased to see Arei give Luming Fay a beating. He totally deserved it. Arei enjoyed the sensation of being petted, her eyes narrowing into a crescent, like a crescent moon. Her delicate red lips pressed together, occasionally letting out soft breaths, like a well-behaved and adorable cat, so endearing. Is everything done? Almost. Uchiha Sogetsu thought for a moment, then asked, want to go watch a play with me? A play? Arei showed a cute, puzzled expression. Of course, a good one. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled. He prepared thoroughly for this play, just waiting for the protagonist and the villain to show up. Okay. Arii lightly nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Arii, if, one day, I leave this world, what would you do? Uchiha Sogetsu looked at the girl in his arms, suddenly struck by a thought, and asked. He would soon be leaving the Dragon Raja's world, but before that, he wanted to give the girl freedom. Uchiha Sogetsu wouldn't interfere with Arii's choice, whether she chose to follow him or stay behind. For him, it would fulfill the wish he had when he was young. That alone was enough. Why ask such a question? Arii's eyes showed a hint of confusion as she tilted her head, looking at him. I just wanted to ask you. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled. Don't you want me anymore? Arii suddenly grabbed his clothes, her eyes misting over with worry and the fear of being abandoned again. You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Uchiha Sogetsu gave a wry smile. Sometimes he really felt like he had raised a daughter. What I mean is, if I were to leave this world, would you stay, or... Before he could finish, Arii's determined voice interrupted him. Wherever you go, I'll go. Her answer was without hesitation. She clutched his clothes tightly, her eyes reddened, her gaze full of resolve. Okay. Uchiha Sogetsu ruffled her hair gently, his eyes soft like jade, and smiled. Where I go, you will follow. Forever. 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 Arii emphasized the word 3 times, childishly. You will always be by my side. Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze was tender, and he whispered softly, when I gain immortality, you will share its glory. If I fall, will you follow me? Regret it? No, I won't regret it. Arii said softly. A follower is a blessing and recognition given by the gods to those who show extreme faith in them. Preaching and serving are the absolute duties of a follower, and the gods providing help to a follower is considered a gift. From the moment Arii made her wish, she was no longer just a simple follower. Chapter 407, Chapter 401.2, Save 1 or 10,000. The next day, in that small room. Caesar and Chu Zihang exchanged a glance, their expressions full of helplessness. Then, they both turned and looked toward the side, where Luming Fay sat on the ground, his expression blank and lifeless. They didn't know what had happened last night, but when Chu Zihang came to take his shift, he found Luming Fay sitting at the edge of the roof, as if his soul had left him. No matter how much they pushed or shouted, he didn't respond at all, as if he had been struck by a great shock. Hey, Luming Fay, what's going on? Caesar was getting restless, ready to use force to wake this guy up. They were in a difficult situation. The ceremony was just around the corner, but the strongest member of their team was in this kind of state. Wait, don't be so impulsive. Just as Caesar was about to roll up his sleeves and punch Luming Fay in the face, Chu Zihang stopped him in time. Do you have another way? Caesar shot him a glance and asked. Chu Zihang remained silent. In fact, he had no idea how to handle Luming Fay's current condition. Then let me do it. Caesar forcefully pushed Chu Zihang aside, clenched his fist, and said, Don't worry, I'll control the strength. Besides, we're all hybrids. One punch won't kill him. But... Chu Zihang frowned, still not agreeing with this method. Those people aren't going to wait for us, Caesar said sternly. Don't forget, we're still being chased, and the ceremony is only a few hours away. Nono and Xiami are still in their hands. We need to move quickly. Hearing this, Chu Zihang sighed and finally stopped trying to stop him, stepping aside quietly. Luming Fay, how long are you going to space out? Caesar twisted his waist, and with a forceful punch, hit Luming Fay square in the face. Bang. Luming Fay was sent crashing into the wall, dust falling from the ceiling. Blood trickled from his lips, but he still looked the same, seemingly unaware of what had just happened, slowly sliding down the wall and sitting on the floor. One punch, no effect. Caesar stepped forward with large strides, winding up again for a left hook, and landed another heavy punch on the boy's cheek. Bang. Luming Fay collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Chu Zihang suddenly stepped in, stopping Caesar from throwing another punch. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Stop. Hitting him like this won't wake him up. Caesar gritted his teeth, and then, as if venting his anger, he let out a furious roar, his fist slamming into the wall. The hard wall immediately caved in from the punch. So, what do we do now? Caesar's eyes were red, resembling a furious lion. I'll leave a message so that the people from Castle can come and assist them. Chu Zihang silently turned around, walked to the corner, grabbed the bronze box from his back, and sighed. Although I don't know exactly what happened, my instinct tells me that whatever turned him into this must be related to the secret order. Are you planning to go directly after them? Caesar raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. They had experienced the depth of the secret order's power just yesterday, almost losing their lives on the spot. Now, with their already weakened team, And having lost the powerhouse, Luming Fay, trying to stop the summoning ritual with just the two of them seemed nearly impossible. Unless you have another solution. Chu Zihong said indifferently, either way, we have to go. As for Luming Fay and Jiu Demai, they can stay here. To die. Caesar's eyes burned with fire as he spoke in a low voice. I have a plan. Want to hear it? Chu Zihong turned and glanced at him, slowly speaking. Tell me. Caesar's eyes lit up, quickly saying, no matter what the plan is, as long as there's a chance of success, I'm in. Skywatcher. Chu Zihong looked into Caesar's eyes, speaking each word slowly. Caesar's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression turning horrified. You mean? He was no stranger to the Skywatcher, in fact, he was very familiar with it. It was a satellite in low Earth orbit, revolving around the planet roughly every 90 minutes. Once it reached the target coordinates, it would drop 6 tungsten alloy metal rods, which were extremely dense, and the rest would be left to gravity. The only recorded use was in the Mount Fuji area in Japan. However, back then, Divine Punishment was destroyed by the White King using a word soul, failing to land and causing destruction. But that didn't mean the Skywatcher was useless. On the contrary, the Skywatcher's deterrent still existed, and after the last incident, the equipment department made further adjustments to it. It was loaded with an alchemical chain reaction and deadly mercury, with a shell made of tungsten alloy. Even if the impact from falling didn't kill the Dragon King immediately, the alchemical reaction chain and poisonous mercury inside would be enough to cause a fatal strike in the second round. However, the immense destructive power it carried was the reason it was sealed away. The damage it could cause was too massive, with too wide of a range. But what really made Caesar hesitate was that once Heaven's wrath descended, the entire city of Rome could be destroyed. This included them, as well as Nono and Xiaomi. Destroying a city to stop the secret order, was it really worth it? Caesar asked himself, suddenly feeling lost. It felt like the classic trolley problem was right in front of him. Is it really necessary to do this? The cost of countless lives made him feel suffocated. It was as if he saw the prosperous city turn to ruins, with vibrant lives fading away. Was this the right thing to do? I don't know. Chu Zihong lowered his gaze, as if he was also going through a painful decision in his heart. But I know this is the last option. He took a deep breath, then looked at Caesar and said seriously, I'll do everything I can to stop the ritual. If I fail, the rest is up to you. You'll have to stop them. Caesar understood his meaning, his eyes flickering slightly. You're going alone. Someone has to sacrifice. Chu Zihong patted the bronze box on his back, his gaze burning with intensity. The 7 deadly sins is not just an alchemical weapon. It also hides an alchemical secret, the greatest trump card of Norton. Only I can activate it, so I have to go. It's something only I can do. Save one person. Or save 10,000. No, no. Caesar painfully closed his eyes. He would rather be the one to sacrifice himself. To personally destroy millions of lives, this kind of pain could drive anyone insane. Chapter 408, Chapter 402.1, Battle Preparation. Caesar remained silent, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the bed. Cold and mechanical, he repeatedly loaded bullets into the magazine, as if this simple task was the only thing that could momentarily pull him away from the pain of indecision. The number of bullets was limited, and soon, he had filled 5 entire magazines. For a battle, 5 magazines would be enough. On the other side, Chu Zihong's preparations were far simpler. Sitting cross-legged in the corner of the room, the broken sword, Murakumo, once called Judgment, lay across his knees. He dampened a piece of cloth with water and, with slow and careful movements, wiped down the fractured blade. Chu Zihong's actions were serious, as if he were caring for a treasured possession. It was almost like the meditative practices of an ancient samurai, each movement cleansing the dust from his heart and soul, allowing it to shine with a new, sharp edge. Ever since his father's disappearance, his days were mostly spent either practicing swordsmanship or maintaining his sword. Although the sword, Murakumo, made of alloy by the equipment division, didn't actually require maintenance, as it could easily be replaced when broken. Still, did a broken sword even deserve care? As for Luming Fay, he had hoped the boy would wake up, but in the end, he remained curled in a corner, his eyes vacant and lost. Caesar found this rather boring and shifted his gaze to the window. The golden sunset bathed the ancient city in warm light, as if coating it in a layer of gold leaf. A city of millions, all within his grasp. By the time the sun had fully disappeared below the horizon, and the black star rose to the center of the night sky, the terrifying forces from the stars would soon descend upon this beautiful city. By then, more people would die. Caesar sighed deeply, his eyelids drooping, his voice rough as he muttered, "The time is almost here." Chu Zihong replied softly, then stopped wiping. The broken Murakumo sword was set aside, and he slowly lifted his eyelids, looking at Caesar, who still couldn't make a choice. He spoke calmly, "We don't have the luxury of choice." Caesar remained silent, a pained expression on his face. "If we don't do this, more people will die." Chu Zihang's golden eyes gazed deeply at Caesar as he spoke softly, "I don't know if this is the right choice, but I know for sure that if we don't stop them here, not only will Castle Academy fall, but many more people will die." Caesar's pain deepened. He knew the consequences of this action well, but he understood the outcome of inaction even better. He had been raised with elite education. Pride and talent had accompanied him through his growth, allowing him to easily become a leader and gather a large following. But never had he felt pain like this before. Only those who have truly felt the weight of countless lives resting on their shoulders can understand the suffocating, almost breathless kind of pain that comes with it. "You seem so at ease, haha." Caesar laughed bitterly, his eyes filled with dark despair as he looked at the calm Chu Zihang. In a way, Chu Zihang's mission was simpler, at least he didn't have to bear the pain. If the rescue failed, all he faced was death. Chu Zihang didn't argue, instead looking at him seriously, "Because you're Caesar." Yes, because he was Caesar. He was proud and arrogant, but only he could make such a cruel decision and carry the weight of millions of lives. Silence lingered for a long time, until the sun completely dipped below the horizon. The whole city was covered by nightfall, the gray clouds still lingering in the sky, hiding the stars and the moon. The air was heavy with moisture, as if warning of an impending storm. Pedestrians had returned home early, and the city's colorful lights lit up the streets. The wall clock showed 9:25, with less than 3 hours remaining until the summoning ritual at midnight. "I should go." Chu Zihang grabbed the strap of the bronze box and looked at the silent Caesar, saying lightly, "If the rescue fails, I'll signal you. The rest is up to you." He didn't put any more pressure on Caesar, because there was no need. He believed Caesar would make the right choice. With those words, he pushed open the door and left. 1 drop, 2 drops. Soon, heavy rain poured down. The rain poured in dense streams, raising a cloud of mist. Chu Zihang, carrying the heavy sword box, moved with agility, unaffected by the rain, moving quickly through the downpour. In fact, after crossing into the blood boundary, his body had become almost as resilient as a dragon, and the weight of the sword box didn't hinder him in the slightest. His feet landed on the steel-reinforced concrete rooftop, slightly bending his knees before launching forward with immense force. Boom. A sound like a cannon firing echoed through the night sky, cracking open the stormy rain. In an instant, Chu Zihang broke through the sound barrier, leaping between rooftops separated by dozens of meters, his body surrounded by explosive shockwaves that created a water dragon in the rain. The sound waves and fierce winds wrapped around him, making it seem like an ancient beast from the wilderness, releasing a suffocating aura, headed straight for the Pantheon. As Chu Zihang neared the Pantheon, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Holding his breath, he blended into the night and the storm, darting between the blind spots of the streets, like a ghostly apparition. The night sky hung low, the clouds thick and oppressive. The air seemed to have been soaked in ink, the low pressure making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a sharp bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by deafening thunder, like the roar of gods, echoing through the heavens. The dome of the Pantheon appeared even more solemn and mysterious in the heavy rain. Water slid down the curved roof, as if draping the ancient building in a misty veil. The crisp sound of raindrops hitting the stone pillars blended with the distant thunder, creating a magnificent symphony. Chu Zihang carefully hid in the shadows, letting the rain soak him. His eyes, sharp as a hawk in the night, scanned the area around the Pantheon. To his surprise, there were no defenses around the Pantheon, and not a single watcher in sight. Chapter 409, Chapter 402.2, Alone. The infiltration process was unusually smooth, which made Chu Zihang feel increasingly uneasy. But now that he was here, no matter how strange things seemed, he had no choice but to press forward. He stared at the stone pillar before him, thought for a moment, then climbed to the top without hesitation. Then, he lowered his body, moving like a gecko. Using the immense strength of his Death Servitor abilities, his fingers latched onto the Pantheon's ancient dome, slowly working his way into the main hall. A flicker of flame lit up the hall. Chu Zihang hung upside down like a spider, observing the inside from the dome. Suddenly, his breath caught in his throat as he saw Xiaomi and Nono, the 2 women who had been kidnapped. They were pierced through the shoulder blades by alchemical tools, their arms bound behind their backs. Their bodies were marked with numerous scars, and their condition looked poor, pale faces and clearly tortured. They were kneeling in the center of the hall, just like criminals awaiting execution. Around them were strange, red-painted symbols, with lit torches surrounding the area. More than 10 strange figures, wearing yellow robes and pale masks, stood nearby. It seemed this was the site of the summoning ritual. The people were likely waiting for the right moment to begin. Chu Zihang stared at the 2 women below, his mind racing to devise a rescue plan. In the midst of his thoughts, the yellow-robed figures surrounding them suddenly parted, creating a path. A taller figure, clearly of higher status than the others, stepped calmly into the center of the hall. As he passed, the yellow-robed figures lowered their heads in respect. This immediately raised Chu Zihang's guard. The yellow-robed figure walked to the center of the sacrificial area. As he did, the torches around him flickered, as if trembling in fear of him. "Welcome, Bishop. Welcome, Bishop. Welcome, Bishop." Dozens of people in yellow robes shouted "Bishop," and then directly knelt down, bowing their heads. "Everyone, today will be a great day." The bishop raised his arm high, his voice passionate and infectious. The echoes resounded in the main hall. "Soon, we will all witness the arrival of the great lord of the deep-sea starry sky, the unspeakable one, as he breaks free from the prison that has held him for thousands of years and descends upon this planet. For Carcosa, for the great unspeakable one. For Carcosa, for the great unspeakable one. For Carcosa, for the great unspeakable one." Dozens of yellow-robed saints erupted in thunderous shouts. Their voices ignited fervor, as if they were about to set the air on fire, wildly and recklessly waving their arms like mad lunatics. From the dome above, Chu Zihang watched this scene, a chill running down his spine. These people. It's like they've been brainwashed. You won't succeed. Xiami struggled, glaring at the frenzied crowd, cursing them with venom. The bishop heard her voice and turned around, looking down from his height, gazing at Xiami and Nono, kneeling on the ground, and said with a playful tone, "Why do you think we will fail? The villain is always defeated by the righteous protagonist. Isn't that reason enough?" Xiami showed a sarcastic smile on her face, sneering, "Luming Fay, Chu Zihang, and Caesar will definitely stop you lunatics. I believe in them." "Is that so?" The man known as the bishop reached out, gently lifting Xiami's face, and chuckled, "Then I'll wait for the ones you speak of to come stop me." Peh. Nono spat at him with all her might, her delicate face filled with defiance and resistance. "Hey, Chen Modong, if this were before, maybe you'd still be of some use." The bishop raised his hand to wipe the spit off his mask, looking at the saliva in his palm before sneering coldly. "But now, I no longer need you. So, die." He suddenly extended his hand, aiming straight for Chen Modong's chest. At that moment, a pitch-black cold light swiftly streaked across the main hall and directly pinned the bishop's hand. It was a broken blade, deeply embedded into the bishop's palm. Blood dripped down, yet the bishop seemed unaffected. He casually pulled the broken blade out and tossed it to the ground, then looked up at the sky and sneered mockingly. "What's this? Can't hold back any more." Before the words even finished, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. The ground was instantly smashed, leaving a deep crater. The surrounding yellow-robed figures were blown away by the shockwave, their gazes all turned toward the smoke. Meanwhile, the bishop on the platform seemed to have anticipated this, turning his head with a meaningful smile. Finally arrived, still waiting for one more. As the smoke cleared, a humanoid dragon covered in dark green scales, with an exoskeleton growing on its face, appeared. Its form was terrifying, and its golden eyes, shining like the sun, were clearly visible even through the smoke. Looking at the vicious figure, Xiami's pale face changed slightly, and his pupils widened. "It's you, Chu Zihang. Why are you the only one here?" Chen Modong also noticed him, but at the same time, doubts arose in his mind. Why is it just Chu Zihang? Where are Luming Fay and Caesar? "I thought you could hold on a bit longer." The bishop glanced around as if searching for something, then turned to Chu Zihang, giving a mocking chuckle. "Where are the others? They're not hiding somewhere, waiting for their rescue, are they?" "You guess." Chu Zihang answered indifferently. The bishop fell silent for half a second, then seemed to realize something. A playful smile spread across his face. "You didn't come alone, did you?" "Guess." Chu Zihang's answer was still simple. He placed the 7 deadly sins down and then pressed the top button. As the sound of the mechanism echoed through the main hall, a series of alchemic swords, forged specifically for dragon slaying, were revealed. The air was thick with a chilling killing intent, and the 7 blades seemed to sense the call of dragon blood, trembling ever so slightly. Buzz. The blades all rang in unison, creating a resonance effect. The tiny particles in the air, and even the heavy rain outside the divine hall, seemed to respond to the resonance of the swords, spreading an invisible killing aura that enveloped everyone present. Bronze Purgatory, 7 deadly sins, pieces of junk forged by Norton. The bishop on the high platform looked down at Chu Zihang and the 7 swords with disdain. "Do you really think you can defeat me with these toys? How would you know unless you try?" Chu Zihang's eyes burned fiercely, like a star on fire. The dark-scaled, muscular expansion of his body made a faint cracking sound as they rubbed together. His fingers gripped the hilt of the sword, Wrath, from the 7 deadly sins. With a dragon's roar, the massive broadsword was drawn from its bronze case. The pure dragon blood within him instantly released the restriction on the sword, and it expanded into its full, primal form of nearly 7 or 8 meters. The blade, resembling the teeth of an angry dragon, seemed to come alive, moving and grinding, creating bright sparks on the ground. The blade, dark golden in color, reflected the light, almost as if it had been ignited by a blazing fire. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 410, Chapter 403.1, Chuzihong vs. Pompeii. Crack. Wrath was like the jagged blade of an angry dragon, biting mercilessly at the bishop. The sound of metal clashing exploded, and the jagged blade left a gruesome wound on the pale mask. Not bad, you managed to activate the alchemy matrix. The broken mask revealed part of a face, and deep in the sea blue eyes was a cold, murderous aura. I underestimated you, Chuzihong. You truly are someone worthy of my attention. Clang. The bishop raised his arm and, using pure brute force, flicked away the wrath. The yellow robe was shredded by the jagged blade, exposing his bare upper body. However, to everyone's surprise, his skin was replaced by dark black scales. The overlapping scales were so tough they could rival the blades made by Norton's forging technique. Even with the alchemy matrix activated, wrath could only leave a white mark on the scales. The friction between the jagged blade and the scales sparked blinding flames. The bishop stepped back, chanting an ancient dragon script, causing the elements in the air to stir. They quickly gathered into crackling lightning. But he wanted to retreat, and yet, could Chuzihong let him? Word soul, King's Blaze. A burst of intense heat wrapped in an explosion instantly interrupted the bishop's chant. At the same time, the rising smoke became the perfect cover. Chuzihong crouched low, moving through the smoke like a wild beast. His right hand swung the activated wrath, stirring the atmosphere like a giant dragon. The jagged, blade-like edges of the weapon sliced through the air, accelerating and leaving afterimages. Boom. 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 The air was repeatedly shattered, sounding like thunder exploding in the ears. One of the yellow-robed saints couldn't dodge in time, and the whip-like wrath struck him. He was instantly crushed, his body turning into a mist of blood. The stone pillars in the Hall of Gods were also marked with deep whip marks, half a foot deep. At that moment, Chuzihong suddenly stomped on a stone pillar, his body compressing like a spring to its limit, before exploding with an earth-shattering force. Boom. The stone pillar, thick enough to be embraced by several people, was shattered forcefully. Using the immense force, Chuzihong turned himself into an arrow leaving its bow, instantly surpassing the limits of visibility, leaving a dark afterimage in the air, rushing straight toward the bishop. However, just as he charged at the bishop, an unprecedented pressure suddenly descended like a tangible weight. The heavy pressure felt like a swamp, pulling at the speeding Chuzihong and forcing him to slow down. Hey, is this all you've got? The bishop sneered, clenching his fist with 5 fingers, crushing the rocks beneath his feet. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Chuzihong, throwing a punch. Boom. The air exploded with a deafening sound. There was no time to react. Chuzihong quickly placed wrath in front of him to serve as a shield. The punch landed on the blade of wrath, and its terrifying force spread like a tsunami, hitting him directly in the chest, making him cough up blood and sending him flying at a faster speed. Chuzihong crashed into a stone pillar, breaking it in half. Pain, his bones felt like they were shattered. If not for the blood-fueled modifications to his body, that punch alone could have killed him. Fortunately, though dragon blood was poison, for a half-blood turned into a death knight, it acted as a powerful tonic. In just a few breaths, Chuzihong's injuries had mostly healed. It's not over yet. Chuzihong growled lowly, breaking free from the weight of the pressure, his golden eyes burning like fierce flames. He reached into the bronze sword chest with his left hand, and with a sharp hum, pulled out a short sword, which resembled a Japanese wakizashi. As soon as the short sword was drawn, it activated under Chuzihong's pure dragon bloodline. The blade vibrated slightly, instantly tearing through the air and cutting open a nearly transparent passage. The bishop, who had been handling the fight relatively easily until now, saw the short sword and his ocean blue eyes behind the mask suddenly narrowed. His voice rose sharply, lust. In the blink of an eye, Chuzihong shattered the rocks beneath his feet, his figure shooting out like a missile. Fragments of stone flew, scattering in all directions. The savage wind slammed into his face, and before the bishop stood a pair of fiery golden eyes. The furious roar of wrath surged like a roaring dragon, the jagged, razor-sharp blade forcing the bishop to dodge to the side. However, in that split second of vulnerability, Chuzihong seized the opportunity and exploited the flaw. Now's the time. The slash of lust was expertly angled, its trajectory as unpredictable as an antelope's horns. Shing. The blade sliced through the air effortlessly, not even encountering the slightest resistance. The bishop had no time to dodge and could only raise his left hand to block it. His hand, covered in scales, looked as menacing as a dragon's claw, bracing for the incoming strike of lust. Sizzle. The seemingly thin short blade cut through flesh and bone with ease, embedding itself deep into his skeleton. The bishop's gaze was filled with malice, yet he ignored his severed left hand. With his right fist, he swung it like a cannon, crashing directly into Chu Zihong's face. Ahhh. Chu Zihong's ferocity matched his own. Facing the incoming fist, he showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he lowered his head, meeting the blow with his forehead. And then, with the intent of trading injury for injury, wrath was driven straight toward the bishop's head. Come on. Let's see who dies first. In the final second, the bishop hesitated. He withdrew his right fist and kicked at Chu Zihong, narrowly avoiding being struck by wrath that shattered his mask. The two of them separated at the same time. A kick to the abdomen sent Chu Zihong flying again, his body embedding into the wall of the Hall of Gods. The violent impact made him feel like his internal organs were displaced, and he wasn't sure how many bones had broken in his body. Thick, bright red blood soaked into the short blade, and the bishop's mask slowly peeled off, revealing his true face. His sea blue eyes turned to gold, with fiery white light flickering in his pupils. A trickle of blood ran down his forehead, his face contorted in wrath, as if he were extremely enraged. He was actually frightened away by a mortal. Chapter 411, Chapter 403.2, Xiaomi Exposed. Chu Zihong struggled to stand up again, holding lust in his left hand and wrath in his right, breathing heavily. Xiaomi, seeing him look as if he might collapse any second, bit her lip tightly, a look of deep sorrow in her eyes. After seeing the bishop's true face, the gold in his pupils grew even deeper, flowing like lava. The rage hidden within them seemed as though it wanted to devour the bishop's flesh and blood. It's you. Pompey Gattuso, king of the sky and wind, Odin. You were the one behind all of this. He, very good. Pompey touched the spot on his forehead where wrath had pierced, his face as dark as a 1,000-year-old iceberg. His eyes, cold and sinister, said, I underestimated you, Chu Zihong. I didn't expect that in just a little over a year, you'd grow to this level. I'm quite satisfied. Where is Chu Tianjiao? At this moment, Chu Zihong could no longer suppress the wrath burning inside him. He shouted in a loud, furious voice. Chu Tianjiao. Oh, I remember now, that foolish man. Pompey sneered mockingly, his lips curling into a cruel smile. A man who foolishly tried to strike down a god. Naturally, he's already dead. Then, he greedily eyed Chu Zihong, licking his lips and suppressing his excitement. His expression became slightly manic, almost insane. But it's all right, soon, you and your father will reunite. Odin. A roar erupted, and the air trembled. Scenes from the past replayed in Chu Zihong's mind, the man who raised his sword against a god on a stormy night. The accumulated wrath turned into power, and Chu Zihong's eyes glowed a blood red, filled with murderous intent. He took a step forward, a powerful wind howling behind him, dragging a fierce wind dragon, as he charged straight toward Pompey. Pompey sneered coldly, raising his hand, and lightning struck down from the sky. In the dazzling lightning, a black spear, engraved with complex and deep patterns, resembling a natural branch that had not been refined, suddenly appeared. Gungnir. Upon seeing the dark spear, Xiaomi was instantly shocked, turning to Pompey and saying, So it's you. You never died. The Norse god Odin forged this divine weapon from the world tree, blessed so that once thrown, it would never miss its target. Pompey turned and sneered at the girl, saying, Don't compare me to you. We are not the same. Whoosh. The wind howled, and a terrifying figure rushed forward. Like that stormy night, Chu Zihong rushed toward the high god, just as his father had done. Boom. Golden flames surrounded Pompey as he swung the famous Gungnir, as if a mountain had been pushed in front of him. The immense shockwave pressed against every nerve of Chu Zihong, even his blood, flesh, and bones seemed to scream under the overwhelming pressure. Yet, his heart, burning with heat, pumped even more fiercely, sending blood to his limbs. He was going to slay a god. Wrath suddenly expanded into the shape of a dragon, roaring as it danced through the air. Like a steel whip, it created afterimages, accompanied by a sharp sound as it cut toward the god surrounded in golden flames. Not enough. Gungnir struck lightly, meeting the blade of wrath. Clang. Both were divine weapons of alchemy at their peak, and the collision sparked countless bright flashes. Wrath coiled around Gungnir like a dragon, its serrated teeth locking the spear in place, preventing it from being pulled back immediately. Seizing that moment, Chu Zihong lunged forward, drawing his left-hand dagger lust from his waist, slashing toward Pompey's neck. Not enough. Pompey's voice boomed like thunder. He spun the spear and suddenly swung it back. It knocked lust away and, with a fierce sweep, struck Chu Zihong in the waist and abdomen, sending him flying through the air. The dark blue-black scales on Chu Zihong's waist and abdomen were easily torn by Gungnir, leaving a deep wound. Blood sprayed out as his body was sent flying, rolling across the ground for dozens of meters. Before Chu Zihong could catch his breath, he saw Pompey raise his divine spear high. Boom. A thunderclap shattered the dome of the Pantheon. Then, countless bolts of lightning struck the spear's tip, emitting a blinding light. The entire spear seemed to radiate an overwhelming sense of pressure. The intricate patterns carved on it seemed to respond to the lightning in the clouds. Pompey gripped Gungnir's dark spear and thrust it forward with all his strength. From the sharp tip, torrents of dazzling lightning poured out, instantly engulfing Chu Zihang's figure. Chu Zihang. Xiaomi's voice echoed through the pantheon. After a moment, the blinding light faded, revealing Chu Zihang, now charred all over. The lightning had left horrifying scars on his body. The dark scales were shattered, and his exposed skin had turned black and hardened, steam rising from the intense heat. Pompey leaned on Gungnir, his eyes cold, and said indifferently, "This is the consequence of challenging a god." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Zihang collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chu Zihang. Chu Zihang. Xiaomi struggled to rise, but the alchemical shackles bound her firmly in place. Even the slightest movement caused the shackles to dig deeper into her collarbone, the pain so intense that she gritted her teeth, blood flowing from her shoulder and staining the ground. Odin. The girl's eyes were bloodshot, her hatred almost tangible. "Hey, don't look at me like that, Jormungandr." Pompey's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked down at Xiaomi, coldly saying, "You were naive back then, and I never imagined that after all these years, you'd still be so naive." Odin. Xiaomi endured the searing pain in her collarbone as she growled through clenched teeth, her eyes burning with anger. "I will kill you." What? The mighty Dragon King has fallen in love with a human. The mockery in Pompey's eyes grew stronger as he raised the tip of the Gungnir spear and pierced Xiaomi's shoulder blade. He scoffed, "Jormungandr, you really make me laugh. Always so childish." Wait, you're the Dragon King." Chen Mo Tong's eyes widened in shock. She felt like the news she had heard today was far more shocking than all the gossip she'd heard over the years. Her roommate was the Dragon King. And on top of that, she had fallen for Chu Zihang. What's wrong? Didn't you tell them? Pompey couldn't help but laugh, then taunted, Xiaomi, is Jormungandr, the king of earth and mountains." Chen Mo Tong, stunned, turned to look at the girl beside her. The girl was in pain, eyes closed, lips bitten and bleeding. "It's fine, soon you'll all reunite in hell," Pompey said, a hint of boredom in his voice. He glanced at the yellow-robed saint below and said lightly, "Go, bring him here." "But, Archbishop." One of the yellow-robed saints hesitated. "Aren't we still short 2 sacrifices?" "It's fine," Pompey's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Nono. "Even if we're missing 2, she can still make do." "Understood." The yellow-robed saints moved toward the unconscious Chu Zihang. Just then, several bullets shot out from the darkness, hitting the saints with precision. Bang. The heads of the saints exploded like watermelons. "Oh." Pompey's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing a hint of coldness. It felt like the oppressive atmosphere of a savage beast, carrying a chilling killing intent that surged from the darkness. Footsteps, growing louder as they approached. Gradually, a figure stepped into the main hall. In the light of the surrounding torches, a delicate face was revealed. "Luming Fay, you've finally come." Pompey's lips curled into a slight smile, his grip tightening around Gungnir, as his entire body once again glowed with light. Luming Fay slowly walked to the unconscious Chu Zihang's side, coldly gazing at the wrath that was embedded in the rock, casually pulling it out with ease. Golden veins ran along the dark blade, as though awakening a slumbering beast. Next, he drew out lust, and only then did he suddenly raise his head. His eyes, red gold and filled with wrath, made everyone feel as if they were staring directly at the sun. "When I return to this world, all the traitors shall die." Chapter 412, Chapter 404.1, Sin and Punishment. Is that really Luming Fay? Nono stared at the cold-faced young man, suddenly feeling something unfamiliar. It was as if the boy standing before her wasn't Luming Fay, but a brutal king, awakened from an ancient slumber. In that moment, even Xiaomi seemed shaken by the aura, reassessing the delicate-looking boy. The familiar feeling stirred up memories buried deep within. Pompey, on the other hand, erased the expression of disdain, replacing it with a cold, iron-like demeanor. His eyes glowed with a golden flame, and his deep voice rumbled like thunder, echoing through the roiling clouds. "I've searched for you for 10,000 years, and never thought we'd meet like this." It was as if the storm above Rome sensed the turmoil deep inside him, surging with unprecedented intensity. Thunder, thick as a snake, cracked through the dark clouds, branching out like a tree's roots. The wind, mixed with a torrential downpour, lashed against the stone pillars like countless whips, while the howling winds outside sounded like the roar of an army, creating a terrifying pressure. "Yes, I've returned." Luming Fay's pupils were golden, with a brilliant glow brighter than any dragon's golden eyes. No one dared to meet his gaze. They instinctively lowered their heads, afraid of being blinded by the light. Only Odin, no, it was Pompey, stared at the boy without flinching. No, you're not him. Pompey's hard face suddenly softened into a smile, as though the ice had melted. His laugh was laced with mockery. He's dead, truly dead, and you are his descendant. Yes, that's it, you're not him. He clapped his hands and laughed lightly, as if he had finally understood something. The Holy Trinity. The Holy Trinity. I see now, he really has fallen. Ha ha ha. Watching the nearly insane Pompey, Nono felt a chill down her spine. The Holy Trinity. What does that mean? At this moment, Xiami seemed to understand as well. She looked at Luming Fay with a complex expression and softly said, it's a fundamental doctrine in Christianity. Though God is one, he exists as the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In short, it means. She didn't finish her sentence, but Chen Modong immediately understood what she meant. Luming Fay is the legendary Black King, Nidhthog. Her eyes widened, and her pupils slightly shrank, unable to believe this speculation. No, to be precise, it wasn't a speculation anymore, but a fact. At this moment, Chen Modong suddenly felt how incredibly strange the world was. How lucky was she to be studying at the same school as two dragon kings? You're not him. You're not him. It seemed that Pompey had noticed the flaw, and a smile appeared on his face. I can feel it, you haven't regained your true power yet. You're not in your complete form. Your nonsense is enough. Luming Fay interrupted Pompey's laughter and walked over to the 7 deadly sins that had crashed into the ground. He extended his hand and gently traced the patterns on the bronze box, his eyes seeming to reminisce about the past, a trace of inexplicable sorrow showing. This time, it's just me. Then, he exhaled lightly, and the air around him immediately became heavy. It was as if a tangible killing intent, like raging waves, crashed against the surrounding air, slowly forming ripples centered on him. The 7 deadly sins are perfect for executing traitors. An unimaginable heat descended upon the bronze box. The bronze box quickly turned bright red, the scorching heat seeming to reach thousands of degrees, sending up large plumes of white smoke. However, Luming Fay pressed his bare hand against the red-hot bronze box, as if it didn't harm him at all. In the next moment, the sword box containing the 7 deadly sins let out an unbearable scream. Cracks appeared on its surface from the extreme heat, and then the alchemical spirits inside let out a piercing roar before exploding from within. Boom. Without any warning, the shattered bronze fragments, like shrapnel, scattered in all directions. The fiery red fragments, fueled by the high temperatures, became a death storm. The yellow-robed saints nearby didn't have time to react, and in an instant, their heads were severed by the flying fragments. Pompey raised Gungnir, and with a twist, a barrier was formed. The flying bronze fragments were blocked by the stirred air currents. Meanwhile, the 7 alchemical swords inside the box exploded, dragging visible shockwaves with them as they scattered in all directions. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. 7 swords, forming what seemed like a perfect matrix, trapping Luming Fay and Pompey inside. Buzz. 7 explosive sounds, shaking the sky and earth. Inside the main hall, the 7 scattered swords were simultaneously activated, each triggering the alchemical matrix engraved on them. A violent tremor erupted, like the beat of a heart, as if there was hidden dynamite within. The resonating shrill sound, accompanied by dragon roars, made Xiami and Nono dizzy and lightheaded. The two felt their internal blood and energy surge, a chilling sensation that felt like brewing a vast, invisible terror. The 7 alchemical weapons reacted with each other, triggering a massive domain. And the target of this domain was none other than Odin, the king of sky and wind, holding Gungnir, his pupils glowing with golden flames. 7 deadly sins, sin and punishment. Pompey obviously recognized it. He looked at the towering swords around them, his face rarely showing a serious expression. Within this domain, even the Dragon King's word soul will be restricted. Luming Fay's eyes burned bright gold as he walked toward Pride, pulling it out of the wall with one hand. It was an 8-sided Chinese sword, engraved with complex alchemical formulas. Execution begins. Before the voice reached, the figure was already there. With a cold glint, the sword cut through the air like a streak of light, fast and sudden. Step, draw the sword. Luming Fay emptied his mind, focusing on the one belief left, to kill him. The sword's edge cut through the air, heading straight for the heart. So fast. Pompey's pupils contracted, his arm suddenly shaking. The powerful force gripped the divine spear, shooting out like a meteor. Boom. Gungnir collided with Pride, creating a clash of gold and iron. The air swirled, visible shockwaves spread out, and the rock was torn apart by the intense winds, carving deep grooves. The booming shockwaves seemed to empty all the air from the temple, and Nono and Xiami, watching from nearby, both gasped for breath, feeling as though they could hardly catch their air. Chapter 413, Chapter 404.2, Pompey dead. Pompey jolted his spear, deflecting the incoming sword's edge. However, Luming Fay seemed to have anticipated this, his wrist twisting, and the sword's tip strangely dropped, bypassing the incoming Gungnir, and directly stabbing into Pompey's chest. Buffed. Buffed. Two sounds echoed at the same time. Gungnir pierced through Luming Fay's right chest, its tip splashing a spray of blood. But at the same moment, pride pierced through Pompey's left chest. The activated alchemy matrix instantly woke up, like a rampaging dragon, revealing its fangs. Ah! Pompey screamed, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at Luming Fay in anger and shock, as if he hadn't expected his opponent to exchange injury for injury. The activated pride deeply stabbed into his heart, continuously drinking dragon blood, causing Pompey to seethe with rage and try to pull it out. But once it was embedded in the heart, it couldn't be pulled out unless the execution was over. Luming Fay ignored the wound on his chest, raising his hand directly. He sensed the summoned envy and wrath approaching instantly. Boom. His form was like a ghost, yet incredibly forceful and unyielding. He broke through the shockwave, stepping through the howling wind and the loud noises of the hall. The moment his feet hit the ground, it sounded like the beating of war drums. Terrifying dust and broken stones flew into the sky. For a moment, the entire hall of the gods seemed to shake under his step, cracks spreading across the stone pillars, as if they were silently mourning. Pompey's pupils constricted, his heart filled with extreme fury. You'll never succeed. Gungnir shot out like a shooting star. Even though he was in the realm of sin and punishment, where his word soul was restricted, the guaranteed hit effect still worked. With a swing of his arm, terrifying power made his muscles swell, the dark scales on his body stretched nearly to the breaking point. He tightened his grip on the divine spear, pouring all his strength into it. Bathed in the brilliance of thunder, he fiercely hurled it, creating a perfect parabolic arc within the temple. Screech! The sound wave exploded, thunder rumbled. A beam of light, wrapped in blazing lightning, shot through the air like a meteor. The speed was extreme. Almost the instant it left his hand, it was already mere meters away from Luming Fay, and what was most terrifying was the deathly stillness that seemed to follow the glowing trail, spreading like a barren wasteland. Staring at Gungnir, so close now, a flash of the little devil's image suddenly crossed Luming Fay's mind. What would he do if it were him? Luming Fay. Suddenly, a voice, unknown to him, pulled him back from his thoughts. Luming Fay's eyes suddenly brightened, then he whispered softly, as if calling something, Lumingza, if it were you, you'd do this, right? The next moment, pink flower petals blossomed in front of him, layer after layer. Divine Sky's seven-ringed shield. What was supposed to only exist in anime, he had now recreated in reality. Known as the strongest defense against flying objects, based on ancient Greek mythology, the seven-ringed shield of petals stacked upon each other, creating the ultimate defensive stance. Boom. Gungnir collided with the seven-ringed shield, instantly erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. With the effect of guaranteed hit, the complex and profound inscriptions around Gungnir, along with the dazzling lightning, emitted a radiant glow. Its power not only didn't diminish, but over time, it became increasingly terrifying. The spear spun, creating a spiral wind, like a high-speed impact drill. Each time it pierced through a layer, a deafening explosion rang out, and waves of air pressure continuously struck in all directions, tearing apart the ground beneath Luming Fay's feet. Boom. But in the end, even the seven-layered celestial ring couldn't block the legendary Gungnir. That's enough. Luming Fay lowered his head, almost as if apologizing to someone. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around him into his lungs. The massive airflow stirred up a storm, and the visible air seemed to gather from all directions, flowing into the boy's body. He lifted his head, and his golden eyes, fierce and terrifying, blazed with a fiery light as bright as the sun, 16 times, enhancement. In the next moment, an overwhelming force descended from the sky, like a divine strike, entering his body. His muscles and bones were instantly torn apart, only to be immediately repaired. His entire body was undergoing a terrifying transformation, with sounds like glaciers cracking, dense and unsettling. Sharp bone spikes protruded from his body, and layers of pitch-black scales, like armor, covered him. His flesh on the back suddenly tore apart, and two black membranous wings extended fiercely, as if proclaiming his immense power, spreading wildly. The Gungnir, which had been aimed at Luming Fay, was suddenly stopped in midair by an invisible force. And when thrown, the Gungnir, which was supposed to hit without fail, was instead sent flying by that same force. Boom. 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 The heavy, thunderous heartbeat seemed to awaken the ancient kings of old. At this moment, Luming Fay looked like a demon, covered in dark scales, with huge black wings growing from his back. His hands had turned into claws, and his pupils burned with a fiery golden glow. In the blink of an eye, Luming Fay vanished from his original position. A hurricane tore through the granite floor of the Pantheon, and the fierce wind, like an enraged dragon's roar, surged through the sky with thunderous speed, even leaving its sound far behind. Pompey's pupils suddenly widened in shock, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger. Instinctively, he recalled Gungnir, directing it toward a certain spot with his consciousness. Swish. Gungnir struck a shadow. But before Pompey could smile, the shadow disappeared in front of his eyes, like a reflection in water. No, it's an afterimage. He realized he'd been tricked, but his body couldn't react in time. Boom. The murderous glare flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, a ground-shaking punch struck, causing the entire temple to tremble as if the very air around them was about to shatter. Fierce. Brutal. Overbearing. In an instant, Pompey couldn't withstand it and was struck in the abdomen. The rocky ground cracked inch by inch, huge chunks of white stone shattered, turning into swirling sand and dust. A visible shockwave rapidly expanded, creating a powerful explosion of sound. Ah! Even with the Dragon King's body, he couldn't handle the power of this punch. Pompey was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing through several stone pillars. His body carved a wide trench in the ground, as if plowed by a harrow. His previously strong scales shattered under the force of the punch. Pompey was coughing up blood, looking completely battered. Luming Fay's figure flickered, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. Before Pompey could recover, he raised his foot and slammed it down. Boom. Pompey was stomped into the ground, and the surrounding area immediately caved in. Luming Fay's foot pressed on Pompey's chest as he raised both arms, his fingers curling inward. In an instant, the 7 deadly sins, as if summoned, flew into his palms. With lust and gluttony, he stabbed into the kneecap. You shall repay your transgression with pain. With greed, he sliced open the dragon scales on the head. With sloth, he pierced both eyes and cut through the nose. You shall repay your arrogance with your eyes. With pride and envy, he severed the roots of the dragon wings, piercing the bone spikes and pinning them to the ground. With wrath, he pierced the back of the Dragon King's head. You shall repay your betrayal with blood. The cleaver cut into the dragon's spine, severing its spinal nerves. At this point, the judgment of the 7 deadly sins was nearing its end. Luming Fay lowered his cold golden eyes, his voice like the vengeful fire from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone, as he looked at the struggling Pompey and spoke the final judgment. On the day I return to the world, all traitors shall die. In the next moment, the alchemy domain, sin and punishment, was fully activated. Chapter 414, Chapter 405.1, Help. Alchemy Matrix, Sin and Punishment. The entire temple suddenly filled with a terrifying aura, and the air became thick, almost like gel, making it hard to breathe. The 7 swords embedded in Pompey's body continued to drain his dragon blood, and the golden markings etched on the blades grew hotter. The awakened power flowed into the ground, following the blood as it spread, gradually forming a perfect circle filled with countless intricate and profound dragon symbols. These were the swords created by Norton, forged from his blood to slaughter his own kind, an alchemical masterpiece. Was it over? At least, that's what Nono and Xiami thought. Once trapped within the 7 deadly sins domain, unless the power of the person being judged was far superior to the judge, there was no way to escape. Only the cruelest punishment awaited Pompey's fate. Perhaps he would be torn apart, his wings shredded, every bone snapped, and then thrown into the cold currents of the Arctic, where he would endure endless pain in the cold and dark for what seemed like eternity. Just like the White King's fate from 10,000 years ago, who rebelled. In the end, he would be engraved on the bronze pillars until his soul was completely erased, vanishing from the world forever. Xiami sighed softly, not wanting to witness the upcoming scene, slowly closing his eyes. There was more than just Odin who deserved punishment. He, the king of the earth and mountains, Jormungandr, was also a shameful traitor in Nidhthog's eyes. However, he didn't reject such a fate, at least it was better than dying at Odin's hands. The domain of sin and punishment was like a searing pain that pierced the heart and gnawed at the bones. It tormented Pompey constantly, his flesh being torn apart, his bones slowly crushed, his power draining away. His soul descended into an endless abyss, filled only with darkness, cold, and eternal solitude. Your hands are stained with too much of your kind's blood, Odin. Luming Fay gripped the largest greatsword, his hands steady as he bowed his head, locking eyes with Pompey, who glared back with unwilling resentment. 10,000 years ago, you personally betrayed my most trusted White King, dragged me off my throne. Today, I will grant you death. Cough cough. Death? Ha ha ha. Even though he was pinned down by 7 swords, stuck in the alchemy matrix, Pompey still showed no signs of regret. Instead, he laughed wildly, you're wrong. You are no longer the Nidhthog you once were. Now, you're nothing but an empty shell. You can't kill me. Faced with his insane provocation, Luming Fay, on the other hand, remained calm. His gaze toward Pompey was devoid of joy or sorrow, cold and indifferent. No, you will die. I say so. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority, like a decree from an emperor. One by one, the alchemy matrix lights up in sequence, resembling the Big Dipper. Each time a star flares, a corresponding sword ignites in dark flames. Tian Shou, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yuhang, Kai Yang, Yao Guang. When all 7 stars were lit, the ground suddenly revealed a massive tree with flourishing branches and leaves. The inscriptions on the swords were filled with flames, and the 7 deadly sins, in their fully unleashed state, emitted a powerful heartbeat. Ah! The 7 blazing swords made Pompeii feel like death was better than life. Once, the word soul destroyed the ancient city overnight. You should be familiar with it, right? Luming Fay's voice was cold. Black flames erupted around him, creating a heat so intense that the air warped, and nearby rocks melted, flowing like magma. Upon hearing this, Pompeii's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a trace of fear. "You're crazy!" he shouted, both angry and terrified. "In your current state, if you use this word soul, you'll die too." "So what?" Luming Fay's eyes remained icy. But from the depths of his cold pupils, Pompei saw a will to die. In truth, from the moment Luming's died, he had already died inside. Both his heart and soul had sunk into the abyss with the little devil. If that was the case, then why not use this life to completely end this sorrowful era? "No, you can't do this." Pompei began to struggle desperately, trying to free himself from the swords and knives embedded in his body. However, just as Xiaomi had said, once someone becomes the target of the 7 deadly sins judgment, there is absolutely no escape from this prison until the judgment is complete. Everything will end. Luming Fay looked up at the sky, then turned to the side. "Senior Nono, Senior Xiaomi, it's up to you now." The next moment, like divine flames descending to purify the world, a blinding light enveloped the alchemical matrix. Word soul, Rhine. No. Pompeii's face twisted in horror as he truly felt the breath of death. It was so intense, as if an invisible rope was tightening around his neck, the suffocating coldness sweeping through his entire body, while endless fear gnawed at his sanity like insects. Pompei screamed in terror, "Zetsu, save me!" Suddenly, a figure resembling a ghost, wearing a tattered yellow robe, appeared in the temple. Not so fast. Luming Fay's pupils contracted. The moment the figure appeared, he felt an icy chill. Without hesitation, he tried to unleash the word soul, even if it meant perishing together. At least he could stop the summoning ritual. But at that moment, the figure in the tattered yellow robe, skeletal and thin, suddenly crossed dozens of meters and stood directly in front of Luming Fay. A withered hand, almost just skin and bones, shot out from the broken robe like lightning, opening its fingers wide to seize Luming Fay's throat. The gathered elemental turbulence suddenly lost control and exploded. The word soul was interrupted. Luming Fay's face changed dramatically, panic flooding his mind. But just as quickly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The great saber swung out sharply, slicing towards the men in yellow. Clang! The heavy blade was effortlessly blocked by the yellow-clad man with a single raised hand. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the yellow-clad man tossed Luming Fay aside, sending him crashing hard against the rock wall of the Hall of Gods. "Help me!" Pompei, pinned to the ground by the 7 deadly sins, could only plead with the men in yellow before him. "Please help me, Zetsu." Chapter 415, Chapter 405.2, New Plan. "This doesn't match the promise you made to me," Zetsu said, not rushing to help him, but showing some displeasure. Cough, cough, "I made a mistake." Pompei gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain from the torment of the 7 deadly sins. His eyes reddened as he spoke. "Help me, Zetsu. You should know, only I can complete the ritual. If I die, you won't succeed either. This is the last time, Pompei." Zetsu's voice was cold and stern. His yellow robe fluttered without wind, and slimy tendrils extended from the hem, etched with eerie symbols that exuded a disturbing aura of distortion and madness. A slippery tentacle brushed across Pompeii's face, and he instantly felt like he had fallen into an ice pit. His pupils filled with deep fear, and he quickly spoke. "Yes, I promise, it's the last time." "I hope so." Seeing the right moment, Zetsu used his tendrils to pull out all 7 swords from Pompeii's body. Ah! The 7 deadly sins, fully unleashed, were forcibly extracted from his body, which felt no less than flesh being torn from bone. Even Pompei couldn't help but let out a chilling scream of agony. "Luming Fay! Luming Fay! Luming Fay!" In his pain, Pompeii's hateful gaze fixed on Luming Fay. His voice, coming from deep within his throat, sounded inhuman. His hatred was not only for the punishment of the 7 deadly sins but also for missing the ritual time. The pointer on the clock was exactly at 12:01. The position of the black stars in the sky shifted, signaling that the summoning ritual had completely failed. Damn it! Pompei vented his anger, pounding the ground with his fists, his eyes bloodshot and ferocious. He had planned for so long, only to end up with nothing. And the one who stopped him was Luming Fay. Watching Pompei, whose fury was on the brink of losing control, Zetsu remained calm and said lightly, "Since the ritual has failed, there's no point in staying. Let's go." Luming Fay, remember this. Pompey, true to his nature as a schemer, quickly regained his composure. His eyes darkened with malice as he looked at Luming Fay. Next time we meet, it will be when I have completely replaced you. Luming Fay, struggling out from the rubble, seemed to have exhausted all his strength, gradually returning to his human form. Staring at Pompey, who was leaving with Zetsu, he gritted his teeth, using the last of his strength to grab the nearby lust. His dim, almost fading golden eyes locked onto Pompey's figure, holding it firmly in his sight. Taking a deep breath, his lungs expanded to their limit, and his heart pumped blood to his limbs. He squeezed out the last of his energy, shakily standing up from the ruins, tightening his grip on lust, then swung his arm and hurled it with all his might. This is my last strike, please, it must succeed. Boom. It was like thunder striking down, with the air ripping apart in an instant. The thrown lust shot like a meteor, carrying a deadly intent, wrapped in intense, pure white holy light. In a flash, it crossed both time and space. Word soul, sacred judge. Once the target was locked, it was certain to hit. A strong sense of danger pierced his heart. Pompey, in his shock, barely had time to react before the activated lust pierced his chest, blood pouring out in torrents. At the same time, the tear domain attached to lust immediately shredded his heart into pieces. Ah. Pompey never expected that, after leaving behind a harsh word, he'd almost end up losing his life. Zetsu furrowed his brows, glancing at Luming Fay, thinking to himself, this kid really knows how to stir up trouble. However, Pompey couldn't die yet. Zetsu raised his hand, enveloping Pompey in a faint glow. Then, the two of them vanished into thin air like bubbles. Damn it. Luming Fay's face twisted in frustration, but the power was fading, and he was completely powerless to pursue them. So close, just one more step. Then, his vision went dark, and the accumulated pain surged through him, knocking him unconscious. Luming Fay. Luming Fay. Brother. Before falling into complete darkness, he thought he heard familiar voices. But, he was so tired, let him rest for a while. Darkness fully consumed his consciousness, plunging him into an endless void, losing all sensation. Zetsu looked at Pompey and casually asked, so, what are you planning to do next? Pompey forcefully pulled out the desire lodged in his heart. Blood immediately gushed out like a spring. His face twisted in pain as he snarled fiercely, when will the next summoning be? Zetsu gave him a surprised look and feigned shock. In your current condition, I don't think you can succeed. Heh, this level of injury can't kill me. Pompey sneered, staring at the desire in his hand. His expression grew darker. I never expected Luming Fay to be the Black King. So what? Zetsu lowered his eyelids, a faint ripple flashing in his gaze. Unnoticed by Pompey, a thought suddenly began to grow deep in his mind, taking over his brain. However, to Pompey, it seemed more like a sudden flash of insight. It's fine, he's still incomplete. Pompey weighed the desire in his hands and grinned, saying, I need your help, Zetsu. You should understand well enough, although we're closer to the King in Yellow, we're still limited in certain ways. Zetsu spoke calmly, stating the reason he'd already thought of. If you're asking me to take action, then you might be disappointed. Is it that Twilight Hermit Society again? Pompey furrowed his brows. He'd heard from Zetsu that this organization had always been in opposition to them. Zetsu and the others couldn't move freely because of the Twilight Hermit Society. There was said to be a mysterious being secretly blocking the ritual that the secret order was trying to perform to summon the King in Yellow. However, those people seemed to be restricted by something too, unable to act freely in the human world. This forced Zetsu to find him as a proxy to complete the summoning ritual. Yes. Zetsu nodded lightly, saying, last time, we already attracted their attention. I have to be careful now. It's fine, I don't need you to act. Pompey's eyes gleamed with intense desire and greed, speaking in a low voice, I need you to help me find the traces of the King of Oceans and Water. He had come up with a way to defeat the now incomplete Black King. That way, was to devour the dragon bones of his kind, to usurp the power that rightfully belonged to them. How about it? Pompey looked at Zetsu. After a brief silence, Zetsu slowly spoke, sure, it's easy. Looking at Pompey, who was gradually descending into madness, Zetsu's bearded face beneath the hood curled into a strange, mysterious smile. Good, the plan is going smoothly. Pompey has taken the bait, now we just wait for the right opportunity. By the way, I almost forgot something important. Zetsu pulled a potion out of his sleeve and handed it over. This is a Sequence 4 potion, Cataclysmic Interror. Now. Pompey was a bit surprised, but the temptation instinctively made him take the potion without thinking. Not now. Wait until you devour the King of the Oceans and Waters before drinking it. Zetsu smiled faintly and said, at that moment, you will truly leave behind your mortal form, with one foot stepping into the realm of the gods. Chapter 416, Chapter 406.1, Xiaomi's Fate. When Luming Fay reopened his eyes, the white ceiling came into view. After a few seconds of confusion, his brain rebooted, and he quickly recognized that he was lying in a hospital room. Awake. At that moment, a voice came from the bed next door. Luming Fay was about to sit up but felt his entire body aching, as if 100 people had taken turns beating him. He couldn't help but gasp. You're badly injured. 80% of your muscles are torn, 60% of your bones are fractured. Even the doctors say it's a miracle you're alive, the person in the next bed continued. Just lie down and rest. You won't be able to move on your own for at least 3 to 5 days. Huh? Then how do I use the bathroom? As expected, Luming Fay's first thought was of some inappropriate scene from a certain country's adult media. There's a catheter, came the reply. The person in the next bed couldn't have guessed what kind of thoughts were going through his mind. Oh, Luming Fay said, feeling a little disappointed. He turned his head to look at the person in the next bed, then hesitated. Senior brother Chu, you. Lying in the bed next to him was someone completely wrapped in bandages, looking almost like a freshly unearthed mummy. His limbs were even fixed in place, clearly in worse shape than Luming Fay. What happened after I lost consciousness? Chu Zihang, bound up like a mummy, could barely move his eyes, and he glanced over at Luming Fay, asking. I'm sorry. I failed. Memories flooded back, and Luming Fay's expression fell. I defeated Odin, but he was suddenly rescued by someone who appeared out of nowhere. I was powerless. You didn't fail, you did great. Chu Zihang said seriously, you stopped Pompeii's plot, prevented the summoning ritual, and saved me, Chen Modong, and Xiaomi. But Luming Ze is dead. Luming Fay muttered softly, only loud enough for himself to hear. What? Chu Zihang didn't catch it clearly and asked, thinking he'd just murmured something. No, it's nothing. Luming Fay quickly adjusted his emotions, shaking his head. I think Pompei won't give up so easily. He'll try to conduct the summoning ritual again. As for this, the principal has already reported it to the board of directors. Chu Zihang paused before continuing. With Caesar's testimony and other pieces of evidence, soon the entire hybrid secret faction will come together to track Pompei down. He has nowhere to hide now. What about Nono and Xiaomi? Luming Fay asked. Chu Zihang, unusually, went silent. What's wrong? Seeing his silence, Luming Fay began to worry. He hurriedly asked, Brother, what happened to Nono and Xiaomi? Are they okay? Don't worry, they're fine. Chu Zihang hesitated for a moment, then added, Did you already know about Xiaomi? Ah. Luming Fay froze, unsure of what to say. It seems you already knew. Chu Zihang sighed, his voice full of an indescribable melancholy, as if speaking to himself. Actually, I wasn't completely unconscious back then. I vaguely heard Odin's words. Xiaomi, she's actually the Dragon King. Brother, actually. Luming Fay wanted to comfort him, but the words got stuck in his throat, unsure of how to speak. I understand what you mean. Chu Zihang lowered his gaze, his tone emotionless as he said, the principal will discuss this matter with the board of directors. At this moment, deep underground at Castle Academy, inside several tightly sealed cells. Since Xiaomi's identity was exposed, under Schneider's strict orders, she was transferred to a safer location. Specifically, a prison specially built for her. It had enough space to accommodate a normal person, with all daily necessities provided. However, it was covered with surveillance equipment, sealed by massive alloy gates weighing dozens of tons, and even had high-voltage currents, alchemical mercury spray traps, and other devices designed to restrain dragons. Xiaomi herself was shackled with alchemical manacles on all 4 limbs, limiting her range of motion. Each manacle was equipped with monitoring devices. If any signs of an escape attempt were detected, an explosive device would be triggered, capable of crushing the limbs of a Dragon King. Had it not been for the principal's opinion, Schneider had even considered using alchemical instruments to directly pierce Xiaomi's clavicle, severing her limbs' tendons, and then submerging her in mercury to ensure safety. Xiaomi's clothes were clean and neat, her simple ponytail standing upright as she sat cross-legged in the prison. The heavy gates were opened one by one, and footsteps grew closer. She opened her eyes and looked toward the approaching figure. I didn't expect our second meeting would be under such circumstances. The elderly man stared at Xiaomi in the cell and said calmly. It seemed that since her identity had been exposed, she no longer needed to pretend. Even though she was in prison, she still sat like a ruler, her eyes filled with authority. She gazed at the men in a suit standing outside the electrified bars and asked indifferently, Have you decided how to deal with me? The elderly man, his silver hair neatly combed back and dressed in a sharp suit, was none other than the principal of Castle Academy, the greatest dragon slayer in history, Hilbert Ron Hilbert. Pretty much. The board of directors' opinions are quite unified. Ong reached for a cigar, lighting it and holding it to his lips, then calmly said, Xiaomi, king of the earth and mountains, Jormungandr, you will be sentenced to death. This result was clearly something Xiaomi had anticipated. There was no surprise, no fear of death. From start to finish, she remained calm, as if nothing mattered at all. She was the Dragon King, one of the 4 great monarchs, the enemy of humanity. The seeds of their conflict had been planted thousands of years ago, and it was impossible to change. Only when one side was completely destroyed would the war end. Oh, when? Xiaomi thought for a moment and still asked, curious about when it would end. Probably in a few days. Hilbert flicked the ash off his cigar and answered, his voice calm. Xiaomi lowered her eyelids, sinking into a long silence. Don't you have anything you want to say? Hilbert exhaled a smoke ring and said casually, I can pass on a message for you, like, to Chuzihong. Chuzihong. The name dropped into Xiaomi's heart like a stone into a lake, sending ripples through her thoughts. Her gaze struggled for a moment, as memories of the most beautiful times seemed to surface, but in the end, she sighed softly and shook her head. No, don't tell him anything. It's fine like this. Do you think the Dragon Clan and humans can coexist peacefully? Suddenly, Hilbert looked at her meaningfully and asked an absurd question. I don't know. Xiaomi, confused, lowered her head, staring at her hands as if talking to herself. Actually, I never intended to hurt anyone. Even when I joined the academy, I only wanted to steal the Norton Dragonbone Cross. I just want to live. Does that make me an enemy of humanity? No, it doesn't. Chapter 417, Chapter 406.2, Chuzihong's Fate. Hilbert exhaled a puff of smoke casually and grinned, saying, just to correct you, the Dragonbone Cross from Norton, that was a gift from me to you, not theft. Can I ask why? Xiaomi looked at the elder seriously. This matter, from start to finish, she couldn't figure out. What was Hilbert's goal in giving a Dragon King's most precious remains to another Dragon King who was an enemy of humans? Was the greatest dragon slayer in history actually a Dragon King? That would be an absurd joke. Why not devour his Dragonbone Cross? Hilbert didn't answer directly but instead stared at the girl with interest, countering, from what I know, devouring the bones of your own kind should make you stronger, right? Devouring dragon bones requires cocooning, transforming from human form into a Dragon King form. There isn't enough time, Xiaomi explained. Lie. Hilbert ruthlessly called out her lie, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Xiaomi remained expressionless and said flatly, then what other reason could there be? It's simple, you can't bear to leave your current life. Hilbert's gaze was penetrating, as if seeing straight into her heart, staring at the girl intently. You're addicted to the easy, peaceful school life. You don't want to regain the Dragon King's identity so soon, and you don't want to leave Chuzihong. Am I right? King of the earth and mountain, Jormungandr. Xiaomi's eyes grew cold as she looked up and sneered at the elder, you speak as if I've fallen in love with Chuzihong. Isn't that so? Hilbert seemed to return to his flirtatious demeanor, making a suggestive face and winking. Chuzihong, top 3 on the school popularity list, good-looking too. Oh, right, maybe not as handsome now, but with your Dragon Clan's taste, he must still count as handsome, right? Can you be serious for once? Xiaomi felt speechless with the old man. If her hands weren't bound by chains, she would have punched him by now. It's fine, young people these days are a bit shy, I get it, Hilbert chuckled, his tone playful. Xiaomi was furious, quickly retorting, I'm the Dragon King. Yeah, of course, Hilbert replied casually. I, the great Dragon King, how could I fall in love with a human? Ah, yes, of course, Hilbert agreed, still smiling. No, I, Jormungandr, the Dragon King, am here to destroy humanity. Oops, sorry, couldn't hold it in. Continue, Hilbert said, trying to suppress a laugh. In just a few lines, Xiaomi's smooth forehead had a cross-shaped vein popping out from anger. Can you be more serious? The young girl gritted her teeth, her fangs showing as she glared at the old man. Did you come here just to piss me off today? Jormungandr, if you really want to devour Norton, then why didn't you notice that skeleton was fake? Hilbert stopped laughing and spoke seriously. Jormungandr, you actually don't want to devour Norton. You don't want to break this peaceful life, and you don't want to return to being the Dragon King. Fake. Xiaomi widened her eyes in shock, are you saying, you gave me a fake bone? Of course, who would give you the real one? Hilbert looked at her strangely and laughed, handing over the Dragon King's remains to another Dragon King. Betraying allies. Do you think I'm that stupid? No, but that's not right. I checked, the remains were definitely. Xiaomi started, but then stopped abruptly, glaring at him. You really are something. No wonder you're the greatest dragon slayer, and here I was touched for so long, only to find out it was fake. If there hadn't been a fence in the way, she would have rushed out and punched that disgusting face 180 times by now. Forget it, it's my own fault for not being careful enough to tell real from fake. But soon, Xiaomi returned to her calm state. After all, they were all people who were about to die, so why bother arguing over so much? Looking at Xiaomi's indifferent face, Hilbert suddenly spoke, by the way, there's one more thing. I thought about it carefully and decided to tell you. Hearing this, Xiaomi looked up, waiting for what he would say next. To her surprise, Hilbert's words were earth-shattering. According to the decision of the board of directors, because Chu Zihang's dragon blood concentration is too high and he might lose control, he will soon be handed over to the board for strict supervision and imprisonment. Of course, his life will be spared. Xiaomi, who had just been indifferent and had no attachment to life or death, suddenly became agitated. How could this happen? I did my best, but the board insisted on this. Hilbert sighed, looking helpless, and said, no matter what, the board will never ignore Chu Zihang's situation. Especially after what happened with the Gattuso family, this decision is in line with their philosophy of controlling risks. You can't do this to him. Xiaomi stood up, glaring at Hilbert. If it weren't for Chu Zihang, Pompei's plan would have succeeded. Keeping him locked up like this is no different from killing him. At least he's still alive. Hilbert said coldly, with no emotion on his face. Is this how humans treat heroes? Xiaomi gritted her teeth, a fierce golden light flashing in her pupils, her tone clearly filled with anger. The shackles binding her, sensing the power of dragon blood, suddenly released a high-voltage current, with dazzling arcs of light flashing. The girl let out a painful groan, uncontrollably falling to her knees. Struggling, she looked up with difficulty. Hilbert, you should know, Chu Zihang doesn't deserve this ending. Of course, I know. But so what? Hilbert sneered and mocked, isn't this always how we treat dragons? Even if he saved humanity, so what? He chose that path, so he must bear the risks, right? He's your student. Xiaomi's pupils turned blood red, as if feeling anger for Chu Zihang's fate. But this outcome is of his own making. Hilbert grinned and said, besides, didn't you say you don't care about him? Xiaomi opened her mouth but hesitated. But when she saw Hilbert's half-smiling, half-sneering expression, a sudden flash of realization struck her. Are you lying to me? I'm not exactly lying to you. The board originally decided this. Hilbert spoke indifferently, but I stopped it. My student is not someone anyone can touch. Xiaomi, if I gave you another chance, what would you do? Hilbert's expression turned serious as he looked at the girl in the cell, his voice deep. Would you be willing to give up your dragon heritage, abandon revenge, abandon power, and become a human from this point on? These words were like a sharp arrow, piercing Xiaomi's heart. She looked lost. What does that mean? You'll understand soon enough. Hilbert revealed a mysterious smile, then turned and left, leaving behind a final sentence. Xiaomi, you shouldn't die here. Destiny is something none of us can defy. Destiny. Destiny. Xiaomi's pupils contracted sharply, and she heard that word once again. Wait, come back. She shouted at the disappearing figure. What does it mean? Who are you? What is destiny? However, Hilbert did not answer her questions. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Click. The chains that bound her were undone, and the prison door automatically swung open. I'm free. Xiaomi looked around in confusion, her restraints removed, but her mind was a mess. Chapter 418, Chapter 407.1, Pompei vs. Leviathan. Greenland, the Ice Sea. A rare blizzard, seldom seen in decades, swept through the area with a violent storm, covering the region in a blanket of snow and ice. The world was nothing but white, as if only the howling winds remained. In this freezing environment, everything seemed to fall into a deep slumber. At the edge of the endless ice plains, an ancient ice wall stood, as though it had been there since the dawn of time, blocking the harsh storm from reaching the interior. In weather like this, it was almost impossible to find any sign of human activity. Yet, two clear and scattered sets of footprints broke this law, stretching into the depths of the snowstorm. A figure stood on the ice shore, unmoved by the raging winds and snow, as if they could not budge an inch. Leviathan. The person slowly removed their hood, revealing a handsome face, none other than Pompei Gattuso, who had been severely injured by Luming Fay not long ago. His sea-blue eyes turned into a fierce golden hue, and an indescribable pressure radiated, sending ripples across the water's surface, reaching even the deeper seas. Boom. The sky covered in snow was suddenly torn by a flash of lightning. The deafening roar echoed through the snowstorm, traveling hundreds of miles, never fading. Deep in the sea, in a certain underwater canyon, an enormous creature suddenly opened its eyes. It sensed a familiar presence. In an instant, the currents around the giant shifted, as if lifting it upward toward the sea's surface. The next moment, a massive shadow emerged from the depths of the shattered ice domain. The surface of the water suddenly surged up, rushing toward the icy shore. Beneath the churning waters, a massive shadow swam back and forth. Its size was estimated to be over 30 meters, much larger than the largest known animal to humans, the blue whale. It was unimaginable what kind of terrifying creature this was. Suddenly, a pair of golden eyes, as large as car headlights, flashed brightly below the turbulent water, dozens of meters beneath the surface. They shone like searchlights in the deep sea, and up close, their dazzling brilliance rivaled that of two suns. The massive shadow below clearly realized that it was being called by the person on the shore. Although a long time had passed, it still recognized the person on the shore as a former comrade, one of the four great monarchs, just like itself. It was surprised and, from those car headlight-like golden eyes, a trace of caution could clearly be seen. Though they were both part of the four great monarchs, their relationship was far from peaceful. In fact, it could be described as tense, especially since the fall of the Black King. Now, with this sudden appearance, Leviathan was understandably confused. Leviathan stared at the figure on the shore and let out a deep, thunderous roar, sending ripples across the calm water. Leviathan, my brother. Long time no see. Pompey's gaze remained fixed on the massive shadow in the water, a slight smirk on his lips. I've searched for you for so many years, and I never imagined you'd be hiding in Greenland. The thunderstorm in the sky grew more furious. The air pressure dropped sharply, brewing an invisible killing intent. Leviathan, trapped in the icy sea, sensed this malice, and its huge golden eyes, like car headlights, flashed with rage. Leviathan, I need your help. As the words were spoken, Pompey suddenly drew the pitch-black divine spear Gungnir from the void. Come, my brother, use your flesh and bones to help me ascend to the highest path. Roar. Leviathan suddenly opened its massive jaws, revealing its complex rows of sharp teeth. With a roar, the once calm water surface instantly surged into a violent torrent. The underwater current sped up, exceeding over 100 kilometers per hour. If this were in a human settlement, they would face a devastating tsunami. The superfast underwater currents, like a thick wall, directly swept up a tsunami over 30 meters high, overwhelming Pompeii on the shore with unstoppable force. At this moment, the sheer power of nature was fully on display. A small push is all it takes to unleash world-shattering power. Pompey's body was glowing with a brilliant white light, as if bathed in explosive thunder. With a slight shift of his foot, he uttered two words, moment. Word soul, moment. In the blink of an eye, his figure broke through the sound barrier, stepping across the roaring waves, with a trail of violent wind swirling behind him. The sky was filled with thunder, crashing down like it was empowering Gungnir. With a forceful swing from Pompeii, a towering tsunami, several dozen meters high, was directly split in half. The seemingly ordinary strike, yet at the tip of his spear, thunderous power gathered. Boom. With a sound louder than thunder, a massive shockwave rippled through the air. The tip of the spear was gathering lightning compressed to its extreme, and with a casual swing, it evaporated the waves into steam. Then, the residual force from the divine spear cleaved through the surging waves, heading straight toward the colossal Leviathan. But unfortunately, despite its massive size, the Leviathan was anything but clumsy and bulky. It was surprisingly agile. It immediately changed direction and swam hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Leviathan about to dive into the deep sea, Pompey's face twisted into a cold smirk. Running away. After all these years, you're still as cowardly as ever. Let's see where you can run now. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the blizzard in the sky. It wasn't thunder, it was the shockwave generated when the air pressure was compressed to its limits, dragging the fiery glow of Gungnir, which pierced straight through the violent waves. The Leviathan's massive body couldn't evade Gungnir. The slender spearhead sank deeply into its skin, and the lightning contained within it seemed like thousands of bombs, detonating inside the Leviathan's body. Boom. A deep, muffled sound rang out, and the surrounding sea, hundreds of meters in radius, was dyed red with blood gushing out. You can't escape. Pompey, bathed in lightning, dove straight into the deep sea. With the power of moment enhancing his speed, he shot forward like a missile, even underwater, heading directly for the Leviathan. The creature's instinct sensed a great danger. It raised its head, singing in the ancient dragon language in the form of low-frequency sound waves. Being in the ocean region, it held the advantage of the terrain. In an instant, the vast sea surface was frozen, and the intense coldness felt like the harsh winter. A storm, freezing everything, swept across the area. Is this all you've got? Pompey sneered, his body covered in a dense layer of lightning. The powerful current released an extreme temperature, even the surrounding space was ionized to an incredible degree. The sea that had just been frozen was quickly melted by the high-temperature ionized layer. Pompey walked toward Leviathan, bathed in the lightning. His smile grew more vicious, and his golden eyes glowed with greed. Don't struggle. Just give me everything you have. Chapter 419, Chapter 407.2, Leviathan Killed. Roar. Looking at the approaching Pompey, Leviathan let out a long, deep whale song. It knew escape was impossible, so it unleashed its final power, aiming to heavily injure its former kind. Boom. Invisible power spread across the ocean floor, sending waves of water swirling and crashing. For a moment, it felt as though some force was stirring the sea, the entire water region boiling. Visible ripples expanded continuously, converging toward Leviathan. The surging water seemed to be bowing to their king. The calm ocean seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, creating a terrifying sight of fractures. Pompey's pupils suddenly contracted as he felt a suffocating pressure. Good, I've been waiting for this moment. He summoned Gungnir back, gripping its black spear tightly. Lines of inscriptions began to glow. Invisible threads of fate shot out from the tip of Gungnir, locking onto Leviathan's heart. Then, Gungnir was hurled, its trajectory erratic under the immense pressure of the deep sea, twisting and spinning, its deathly aura closing in. Roar. Leviathan didn't try to stop the approaching Gungnir. Instead, it squeezed out its final bit of strength, forcing its ultimate incantation to activate. Word Soul Guishu. In the next moment, the once calm deep sea suddenly turned into boiling water, with countless waves and undercurrents rising and falling. The raging waters surged at hundreds of kilometers per hour, and the roar of the waves gradually became deafening, as if nature itself was angrily howling. Pompey, caught in the undercurrent, was swept away by the incoming tsunami. The immeasurable sea, like a moving mountain, collided with Pompey's body with overwhelming force, the booming sound echoing in his ears. The roar of the waves grew louder and more deafening, like nature's furious scream. The terrifying impact, carrying millions of tons of pressure, made cracks appear on Pompey's body as he was caught in the superfast current. However, he still laughed, his face twisted with savagery and arrogance. Ha ha ha, now is the time. In the midst of the rapidly sweeping ocean currents, Pompey directly pulled out the bottle of magic potion. Looking at the thick, storm-like liquid swirling inside, he didn't hesitate, uncapping the bottle and drinking it all in one gulp. Clad in a yellow robe, Zetsu stood on the icy shore where the waves crashed, his gaze fixed on the deep sea. With his spirit vision, he could clearly see that Pompey's spiritual and mental state was undergoing a tremendous transformation, and the man himself was experiencing a qualitative leap. Next is Sequence 3. Zetsu's eyes were cold and indifferent, like a piece of ancient, unmoving ice. Then, his figure slowly faded away like foam, as if he had never existed at all. During the short rest in castle, Luming Fay and Chu Zihang quickly regained their mobility. Although Schneider protested vehemently, he couldn't go against the higher authority. Reluctantly, he released Xiaomi, though he still harbored deep hostility toward this Dragon King. Xiaomi, however, was indifferent to Schneider's attitude. What bothered her more was the meaning behind the words Hilbert had left when he departed that day. Last time, someone had forcibly entered her Nibelungen, leaving behind a similar sentence before leaving in a carefree manner. Aya, this is so annoying. Xiaomi desperately rubbed her hair, then lay helplessly on the table. She hated riddles, especially when people spoke half-heartedly. Xiaomi, please head to the strategy room immediately. Professor Schneider is waiting for you there. Suddenly, a notification from Norma popped up on her phone. Strategy room. Xiaomi paused for a moment. She was the Dragon King now. What was wrong with Schneider? Why was she being called to the strategy room? She couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard she thought. Xiaomi just grabbed her phone, threw on a jacket, and hurried downstairs. The distance from the dorm to the strategy room wasn't too far. On the way, she ran into Caesar and Nono. It seemed like after the last incident, the two of them had grown even closer. Did you guys get the message too? Xiaomi raised her phone, asking tentatively. Yeah. Caesar nodded, then glanced to the side and said, it looks like it's about the Pompey situation. Xiaomi followed his gaze and saw Chu Zihang and Luming Fay. The two exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere immediately fell into an awkward silence. Hello. Chu Zihang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Hey, long time no see. Xiaomi waved awkwardly, but for some reason, her mind flashed back to Hilbert's ambiguous expression, and her face turned slightly red. You two can flirt later. Nono suddenly stepped forward, winking at Xiaomi, then grabbed her hand. Let's go. Otherwise, Professor Schneider will start yelling again. I wasn't flirting. Xiaomi's face turned even redder, like a ripe tomato, shy and tempting. Luckily, after entering the war room, Xiaomi finally calmed down, trying hard not to look at Chu Zihang, sitting upright. Schneider still looked as cold as ever, standing in front of the projection screen, his tone heavy. We found Pompey's trace. The first sentence made everyone in the room tense up, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became much heavier. This is a video. I hope after you watch it, you can give me your thoughts. With that, Schneider used Norma's technology to convert the satellite images into a smooth video. On the screen was a turbulent ocean, thunder flashing through the snowstorm, making the whole image blurry. The extreme weather made it hard to see exactly what was happening. However, Luming Fay and the others patiently kept watching. Soon, the raging waves revealed large amounts of bright red blood, like dyed silk, shocking to the eyes. What is this? Luming Fay couldn't help but ask. Keep watching, Schneider signaled for him to be quiet. Then, the waves, seemingly pulled by some force, formed a huge vortex. A figure stepped onto the vortex, slowly emerging from the deep sea. Wait, zoom in on the image. Luming Fay's pupils shrank, unable to control his shout. This time, Schneider didn't stop him but nodded toward the empty space. In the next moment, the area where the figure was located was magnified dozens of times by Norma. A giant creature, dozens of meters long, covered in bite marks, with blood gushing out like a stream, staining a large area of the seabed rocks red. The scene was extremely horrifying. What is that? Nono asked. Luming Fay and Xiami stared at the creature on the screen and instinctively said, the king of the ocean and water. Leviathan. Correct. Although it hasn't been verified, but... Schneider pointed at the giant beast on the screen, as well as the shadowy figure, and said in a serious tone, it's almost certain that the king of the ocean and water, Leviathan. And Pompeii, a few hours ago, in the Greenland region, killed it and absorbed its power. Chapter 420, Chapter 408.1, Testing. How does it feel to step into demigod status? Zeradal placed his hands behind his back, studying Pompeii with keen interest. It's good. Really good. Pompeii sat alone on the stone throne, his body occasionally glowing with a blazing white light, the invisible pressure spreading throughout the entire temple. However, if one looked closely, it was clear that his current state could hardly be described as perfect. His body was covered in black scales, and his lower legs had transformed into tangled, slimy tentacles. And his once handsome face now looked like something that would terrify the women who once adored him. His face had turned a deep black purple, resembling the head of an octopus. His jaw had tendrils like a beard, and his eyes, a mix of crimson and gold, glowed like searchlights in the night, their twisted, maddened gaze sending chills down anyone's spine. Looking down further, one could see Pompeii's condition. It was like a broken porcelain statue hastily pieced back together, covered in jagged, crisscrossing cracks. Occasionally, white light would flash from the cracks, filled with a repressive and violent aura, like the forces of a thunderstorm or tsunami. Zeradal quietly activated his spiritual vision, observing Pompeii's state. The deep, shadowed colors surrounding his mind-body were notable, including deep red, resembling fresh blood, and ominous, dense black. Both were indicators that Pompeii's mental state was far from ideal, dangerously close to losing control. As Zeradal continued observing, he saw that even the starry body and etheric body were surrounded by an aura of complete chaos. The Beyonder pathway system was different from other power systems. Without the protagonist's halo, rushing forward recklessly could lead to future disaster. It's necessary to solidify the foundation at each stage, otherwise, if one missteps even slightly or rushes forward in a reckless manner, the result will naturally be a fall into the abyss, uncontrollably spiraling into madness. Clearly, Pompei didn't understand the stakes involved. Under deliberately designed conditions, he didn't wait for the potion to fully take effect, didn't know how to act the part, nor did he understand the risks of losing control. Instead, he mindlessly pursued power. Though he reached the demigod level, in reality, he had laid the groundwork for a major disaster. Looks like sequence 3 is the limit, Zeradal muttered as he withdrew his gaze, sighing inwardly. Even with a bit of hope, things ended up going awry. Even after devouring the king of oceans and waters, Pompeii's limit remained, at best, sequence 3. Unless given a considerable amount of time to digest the potion within him, there was little hope for advancing to sequence 2. Even if more potion was forced in, the resulting Beyonder characteristics would be tainted and still require finding a suitable host for further purification. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zeradal quickly cleared his mind and turned to Pompei. Congratulations, Saint, you've advanced further and reached the demigod stage. Is this the mythical creature form? Pompei raised one hand, looking at his bloated, scale-covered palm, and then turned to Zeradal. I feel like I can hear his voice now. Is that normal? It's fine. This is a common phenomenon, no need to worry, Zeradal replied with a calm smile. But one thing to note, although the mythical creature form can enhance combat power, it's best not to maintain it for too long. It will put a heavy burden on you. He said this not out of concern, but purely to avoid letting this pawn be wasted too soon. After all, quite a lot of resources had been invested in cultivating Pompei. Is that so? I don't think it's a problem, Pompei grinned, showing an indifferent expression. He really liked his current form, the sensation of power was addictive. However, coupled with his current appearance, it was a bit terrifying. I'm just suggesting it. Whether you listen or not is up to you, Zeradal said, his face unchanged, voice indifferent. Zeradal, I'm curious. Who do you think is stronger now, you or me? Affected by the tyrant pathway, Pompey became extremely agitated and aggressive. His half-closed eyes seemed to provoke Zetsu. In the hall, a heavy atmosphere filled the air, with flashes of white light leaping and rumbling like thunder. "You can try," Zetsu said with a smile, completely unfazed by Pompey's provocation. Those who walk the tyrant path are often irritable and can't tell the difference between joking and mocking. Once their anger erupts, they can completely ignore the bigger picture. That's why, in the book, most readers call him the Angry Brother, and it's a name that truly fits. Heh. Pompey's fighting spirit ignited, his pupils filled with the white light. An invisible pressure spread through the hall like a tsunami. Every stone, every pillar, even the particles in the air seemed to tremble, giving off a mournful cry. Violent winds rapidly swirled through the hall, creating friction with the ions in the air. Zzzzzt, zzzzzt. A visible storm of fear spiraled, mixing with violent lightning, and anything caught in its path was instantly obliterated. Zetsu grinned. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and now you think you're tough. Suddenly, he took a step forward and raised his hand, slapping out. Bang. The tornado that had just formed was shattered by the slap. Then, Zetsu turned and slapped back toward Pompey. Mind lash. Mind lash. Mind lash. Although it looked like a slap, in reality, he had directly formed dozens of spiritual whips, mercilessly striking at Pompey's astral body. Pain. Excruciating pain. This was Pompey's first reaction, a searing pain from the depths of his soul, the sting almost making him scream in agony. Pompey instantly reverted from his mythical creature form back to his original state, his face twisted in agony, blood vessels bulging, and visible sweat beads rolling down his face. But he still gritted his teeth, desperately holding back a scream. After all, it would be too embarrassing. Pompey gasped for air, his eyes looking at Zetsu with a trace of fear. Hey, dealing with this level of opponent was so easy. Zetsu sneered inwardly but maintained a calm, expressionless face. He said lightly, "Looks like I'm still a bit stronger. Saint, you'll need to try harder." The ancient, stubborn Pompey was filled with rage, but the remaining sliver of his spiritual intelligence restrained his urge to fight back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the calm old man as though he wanted to swallow his anger, humiliation, and blood. Zetsu is indeed powerful, ha ha ha. Enough testing, let's return to the main topic. Zetsu stroked his beard calmly, his tone indifferent. I've observed the stars, and I sense that the next day the black star rises will be in 3 days. Where? Pompey immediately grew excited, as if he had regained his confidence. To perform the summoning ritual, the right time, place, and offerings, 3 crucial elements, had to be present. Castle. Zetsu smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Castle. Hey, that's exactly what I wanted. Pompey gripped the armrest of his chair, his hand suddenly swelling with veins as he crushed it into dust, his eyes gleaming with fiery intensity. Perfect. Everything should begin where it started, and end where it began. Chapter 421, Chapter 408.2, I Won't Kill You. Chicago, Castle Academy. Leaving Schneider's strategy meeting room, everyone was in a bad mood. Especially Xiami, whose mood was even worse. After witnessing the tragic scene of her former kind being devoured and their bones and blood consumed, even though they were enemies, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow, as if a rabbit had died and a fox had mourned. Caesar and Nono exchanged a glance, as if they shared a silent understanding, and simultaneously said, "We have something to do, we'll head out first." Then, they dragged the bewildered Luming Fay out, leaving only Xiami and Chu Zihang behind. Chu Zihang sighed heavily, his hand on his forehead. He understood why they left like that, they were probably trying to give him and Xiami some space. It also made sense because he had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Xiami in person. But the way they did it was too obvious. Turning to look at the downcast Xiami, the usually calm Chu Zihang suddenly felt a little anxious for reasons he couldn't explain. How about, we talk for a bit? After a long pause, Chu Zihang finally said the words. Xiami, seeing his helpless expression, couldn't help but chuckle, and her gloomy mood lifted a little. Ahem, if you don't want to, never mind, Chu Zihang quickly added. Luckily, ever since his current appearance, no one could see his expression, or else his face would definitely be flushed with embarrassment. All right. Xiami lifted a lock of hair from her temple, surrounded by the fluttering petals on the campus. In that peaceful moment, with a playful and cute face like an elf, her lips curled into a perfect smile, a smile like the gentle warmth of spring, instantly melting into Chu Zihang's heart. Chu Zihang's emotions stirred, and his mind flashed with a memory. On a rainy day, he walked along a waterlogged street, and a fair arm stretched out, holding a transparent umbrella above him. The quirky girl, lively and playful, skipped along the side of the road, exuding youthful energy, occasionally lowering her head and chatting away. At that moment, he didn't hear clearly what the girl was saying but only smelled a faint fragrance. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Xiaomi stretched out a hand and waved it in front of Chu Zihang's face, frowning and saying, did you even hear what I said? The pale, jade-like hand passed by his face, leaving behind a familiar scent, pulling Chu Zihang back from his thoughts and into reality. Sorry, something just suddenly popped into my head. Chu Zihang showed an apologetic expression and said, could you repeat that? Forget it, I won't hold it against you. Xiaomi crossed her arms and stared at Chu Zihang, saying, come with me, and don't space out again. Oh. Chu Zihang acted very obedient, following behind Xiaomi. They walked for a long time, remaining silent the entire way, until they finally reached the top of a mountain near the academy. Xiaomi then found a spot with a clear view and plopped down onto the grass. I'm exhausted, should have just borrowed a car. The girl complained, tapping her slim legs. Chu Zihang silently sat down next to her. By now, the sky had fully darkened, and countless stars hung in the night sky, the scenery quite beautiful. Ask away. Xiaomi curled her legs, crossing her arms, gazing at the starry sky, and said softly, I know you have a lot of questions for me, but don't rush. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Chu Zihang thought of the first question. He turned and looked at Xiaomi seriously, did we know each other before? Xiaomi fell into a brief silence, then nodded slightly and said, yes, at Sherlon High School, not only did we know each other, but we were also friends. Then why don't I remember? Chu Zihang stared at her intently, a strange look in his eyes. Because I deleted that part of your memory. Xiaomi's gaze grew complicated, unwilling to look at Chu Zihang. She buried her head in her knees and murmured in a muffled voice, I didn't want you to remember those days. Why? Chu Zihang was taken aback for a moment, frowning, feeling confused. Pass. Next question. However, Xiaomi shook her head, crossed her arms, and made a big X, pouting as she said, I refuse to answer this question. Next. Chu Zihang, rejected once again, was left with a head full of question marks. But soon, he pulled himself together and asked, are you really the Dragon King? Of course. No fake, the real Dragon King. At the mention of this, Xiaomi proudly patted her flat chest, wearing a confident smile. I, the King of Earth and Mountains, Jormungandr. Looking at Xiaomi's proud expression, Chu Zihang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was it really okay to shout like that? What if a castle student nearby overheard? The forum would explode the next day. Aren't Dragon Kings twins? Chu Zihang asked. Yeah, so what? Xiaomi replied. No, I'm just curious. I haven't seen anyone else around you, Chu Zihang said. My brother is a bit slow mentally, kind of like a child. He's always stayed in Nibelungen and never comes out. Xiaomi's mood suddenly dropped. When she thought about her brother, she wondered, if she died this time, who would take care of him? Chu Zihang looked at the downcast girl, feeling sorry. Maybe you should talk to the principal. He should be able to help. I once thought that if I died, I'd just seal Nibelungen forever. Xiaomi stared blankly at the stars, radiating a sense of loneliness, and whispered, I don't need him to avenge me. I'm fine living alone like that. I think you don't need to be so pessimistic, Chu Zihang said after thinking for a moment. Since the principal chose to let you go, he must have a way to deal with it. Hey, Chu Zihang. Xiaomi suddenly turned around, her bright eyes seemed to contain deep emotion as she stared at Chu Zihang. If one day, someone forces you to kill me, what would you do? Chu Zihang froze, his mouth opened as if to speak, but he couldn't find the right words. In his mind, it felt as though two little figures were arguing, one shouting, don't kill, while the other shouted, you must kill. Forget it, I was just joking. Xiaomi's eyes dimmed slightly before quickly returning to her playful, mischievous self. She made a funny face and added, don't mind me, I'm just messing around. Then, the girl stood up from the grass, brushed off the dirt and sand from her bottom, and said, let's go, it's getting late. Watching the girl's back as she walked away, Chu Zihang's gaze lowered slightly, almost as if talking to himself. He whispered, I won't kill you. Xiaomi's steps faltered for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure. However, her footsteps seemed lighter than before. Chapter 422, Chapter 409.1, Finger. Time always slips away quietly when you're not paying attention. Lately, Caesar has been glued to Nono, like they've got endless things to talk about. To Luming Fay, that's totally fine. They've always looked like a perfect match anyway. So why should he keep crushing on her from the shadows like he used to? That's just lame. As for Xiaomi and Chu Zihang, it's like they've gotten back on track. But somehow, it doesn't feel that simple. That cold-as-ice senior of his. It's like he's finally met someone who can melt him. He even shows the silly smile sometimes when he's not paying attention. And Xiaomi, when she looks at him, there's this gentle warmth in her eyes. It feels like the whole world soaked in pink bubbles of romance, and Luming Fay can't take it anymore, so he hides away on his own. Back when the little devil was still around, he always thought he was annoying. But now that he's really alone, it feels different. He feels empty, like a piece of him is missing. He doesn't know how to fill that emptiness, so he turns to drinking. Thankfully, after winning a day of freedom, he took over the old student council building. It's totally empty now, filled with nothing but bottles. It looks more like a recycling depot than a lounge. After downing the last sip, Luming Fay staggered to his feet, grabbed the limited edition German pork knuckle he packed from the cafeteria, and headed back to the dorm. The moment he pushed open the door, a tall figure came flying at him. At the same time, a howl burst out, loud enough to rival a ghost's wail. Godfather. Even though Luming Fay was drunk, he casually stepped aside, letting the figure crash straight to the floor. Thud. A tall figure crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Good thing Castle's dorm floors were built sturdy. If it were any normal building, the tiles would have cracked from that fall. Luming Fay walked in like he'd seen it all before, setting down a takeout box on the desk. Just pick this up. Eat it while it's still hot. Godfather, you're my second dad, I swear. The tall guy shot up from the floor like nothing happened, dusting himself off. He rushed into the room in a few quick steps, shut the door behind him, and plopped down at the table. The rich smell of meat made his eyes light up. Whoa. Limited edition pork knuckle. Man, I haven't had this in ages. Luming Fay gave him a sideways glance and sighed. Finger, you were an A rank once. Don't tell me you've fallen so far you can't even afford a pork knuckle. Don't get me started, Finger said, totally unbothered. I flunked a bunch of exams again. Professor Guderian's already thinking of dropping me to G rank. G rank, man. I'm so broke I could chew on the bed frame. If it weren't for you saving me with this, I'd be starving by now. He tore open the box and started devouring the food like a beast, completely immersed in eating. Luming Fay looked at him, a tangle of emotions in his heart. Finger, are you really planning to keep living like this forever? Finger von Frings, Castle's infamous slacker. The guy who single-handedly lowered the Academy's performance baseline and created the concept of F rank. But truth was, this senior of his wasn't always like this. Luming Fay knew a lot about Finger. He used to be a legend at the Academy, once hailed as a super genius, a real man among men. Back then, he was unstoppable, shining like a star. No exaggeration, today's Caesar and Chu Zihong probably still couldn't compare to how dazzling Finger once was. Of course, if the story had ended there, it wouldn't have been perfect, but at least it wouldn't be tragic. But then came the Frozen Sea incident, years ago. Finger lost his girlfriend, his comrades, his glory, everything. Even his confidence shattered. The super genius, the warrior with unshakable will, fell into despair and never stood back up. Finger's hand paused for a second. Then he kept eating, voice muffled by food. What else can I do? Let myself starve. Even though he said it like he had let everything go. Luming Fay sharply noticed a fleeting change in Finger's eyes. Just for a split second, deep within those focused pupils, something shifted. Like a blade slicing through confusion and doubt, what lay beneath was raw anger and hatred. A look in someone's eyes, it really can change everything. From a shameless, cowardly slacker to a man burning with the fire of vengeance. The air in the dorm felt heavier somehow. Luming Fay looked at Finger, who was still gnawing on a pork knuckle, and said softly, I get it. Because I've lost someone important too. If I had the chance to avenge him, I'd give up everything. Finger didn't respond. He kept eating the pork knuckle, but now, he avoided looking Luming Fay in the eyes. He didn't dare to. Because he was afraid. Afraid that flame might stir up the pain and hatred that had long been buried deep in his heart. For some reason, Luming Fay felt like he could truly empathize with Finger. That night, he talked and talked. About the little devil. Nothing major. Just scattered memories. But they wouldn't leave his mind, like a looping tape stuck on repeat. And Finger, he just listened, the whole time. Never interrupting. Until Luming Fay finally fell asleep. Finger quietly covered him, laying a thin blanket over the boy sleeping on the lower bunk. He stared at Luming Fay's furrowed brows, still tense even in sleep, like he was trapped in some kind of nightmare. And sighed softly, eyes filled with loneliness. Maybe it was from hearing too much that night. Finger found himself, almost instinctively, wandering down to the underground level of the castle library. In a room filled with pitch-black servers and tangled pipelines, he leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, staring at the translucent girl projected before him. As if only in this way, could he find a moment of peace amidst the endless pain and anger. Every time something bothers you, you come hiding here. The projected girl wore a dark green school uniform. Her calm, fair face carried a playful hint of complaint. What are you saying? I come to see you even when I'm fine. Finger grinned lazily, can't help it. My girl's the most understanding, after all. Eva tilted her head, one side of her hair falling all the way down to her feet, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I like hearing that. Say more. My girl is the best. Finger threw his fist in the air and shouted. Foo-foo-foo. Eva giggled, amused by his silly antics. Actually, it's Luming Fay. He's like a kid who lost the most important thing in his life. Looks like he's given up hope. Finger's smile faded into bitterness as he spoke softly. I don't know what exactly happened to him, but that feeling, it's too familiar. Eva was quiet for a long time. She looked at the lonely man, reaching out with her data-made hand, gently brushing his hair as if trying to comfort him. You've grown old. The old you never said stuff like this. You were proud, like a wild beast, and never cared how others felt. Ever since I lost you. I've changed. Finger reached out, trying to hold her pale, gentle hand, but in the end, all he touched was air and light. Chapter 423, Chapter 409.2, Odin attacks. He's just like me. The same loneliness. You want to help him? Eva tilted her head again. Maybe. I want to help the old me. Finger let out a bitter laugh. He scratched his messy hair that looked like instant noodles and sighed. There are already too many lonely people. One more won't make a difference. I hope you can let go. Eva stared at the men in front of her with obsession in her eyes. She knew exactly why the men, once proud and wild like a beast, had ended up in such a broken state. I'll let go when I figure things out. Finger smiled. Can I get a bottle of Coke? Coke? In the server room. Eva gave him a playful glare but still granted his request. If only you were still here. Finger opened his arms, as if trying to embrace something that wasn't there. He whispered softly. I am here. I've always been here. Eva leaned gently into him. Under the beam of the projection light, their shadows on the wall looked like they were truly holding each other. But then, a sharp alarm shattered the tender moment between the two lovers. Someone's breaking in. Eva gasped. Seriously? They had to pick now of all times. Finger cursed, his voice full of frustration. Who is it? Where's the intruder? Front gate. Eva's body trembled slightly as she pulled up the feed. The surveillance footage appeared on the wall. Blinding light swallowed 3/4 of the screen, like tons of molten lava bursting through from another world. The light seemed to flow like steam along the shattered road by Iron Forest Lake, where everything was almost indistinguishable in the blinding glow. In the middle of this, stood a shadow, pitch black as night. Intense lightning sparks, like surging waves of anger, surrounded that figure. It was a god, a king, and a devil. Odin. The man was utterly shocked. Dark clouds, as black as ink, loomed over Castle College. Suddenly, the distant clouds began to churn, like restless beasts brewing something, faint thunder rolling across the horizon, as if ancient battle drums from the dawn of time were being struck. The deep, oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the academy. Finally, after the churning clouds reached their limit, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, as though attempting to tear the heavens in half. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire Castle College. Immediately after, the deafening thunder rang out, like the roar of the divine, shaking the earth and hearts alike. Heavy rain followed, driven by the howling wind. The students, once in deep sleep, were suddenly awakened by the strange weather, uncontrollably activating their golden eyes. The soul-shattering pressure, like a tsunami, swept through them. Everyone felt as if a giant stone was pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Boom. In the next moment, the lightning, carrying immense divine power, descended. Like surging waves, it carried destructive force, directly obliterating the entire Iron Forest Lake. The lake water was evaporated by terrifying heat, creating dense smoke. Then, the shock wave from the center of the lake lifted the ground itself, visible gusts of wind and air roared, expanding outward in all directions. The copper bell hanging in the clock tower let out a deep, mournful sound. For a moment, all the students at Castle College, whether they were paying attention to the earlier noise or not, instinctively looked up. The students, enveloped by an oppressive aura, clearly heard the announcement from Norma. Dragon invasion. Dragon invasion. Dragon invasion. The target is the King of Sky and Wind, Odin. One of the 4 great monarchs, the King of Sky and Wind, Odin, has been confirmed to have invaded. The broadcast echoed throughout the entire academy. However, upon hearing the identity of the invader, the students' faces instantly filled with shock. Though they were taught from a young age that slaying dragons was their life's goal, most of them had never even seen a living dragon. Now, they were being told that they were about to slay a dragon, and it was one of the 4 great monarchs, the Dragon King. The absurdity was on the level of a village elder patting a newly equipped warrior on the back and saying, "Congratulations, you're now a qualified warrior. Now, take your new sword and go challenge the final boss, the Demon King." For a moment, most of the students were in a daze. They were going to slay a dragon already. Isn't that a bit too fast? Thunder ripped through the sky, as if composing an intense symphony. The deafening roar shook their souls, and a storm accompanied by heavy rain descended. Silver-white lightning streaked out from the clouds, carrying a violent and destructive aura. The bolts relentlessly struck around them, covering a radius of several hundred meters in a thunderstorm. Everything visible within this chaotic storm was obliterated in the violent lightning forest. It was a terrifying scene, as if the end of the world had arrived. The regulation field that had originally surrounded the academy was replaced by an even stronger field. It felt like a tangible mental pressure, surging through everyone's consciousness like a tidal wave. Students with weaker bloodlines could barely stand under the pressure of this field. All students with bloodlines below A rank immediately proceed to the shelters. The alarm from Eva rang out again across the entire academy. "Lower year students, please be escorted by upper year students to the shelters." Repeat, this is not a drill. Quickly, many of the students who were still able to move supported those who were as limp as mud, rushing hurriedly towards the shelter. Thanks to their usual training, though they were panicked, their evacuation was orderly, and there were no stampedes. Meanwhile, the professors who had no combat ability were running faster than anyone. Standing in the thunder, the king seemed tired of the crowd, like ants, and raised his blessed Gungnir. Castle's history will end today. The terrifying thunder immediately turned into scorching beams of light, tearing through the sound barriers of the air, crashing into the students fleeing. The air was thick with a destructive aura, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. The students couldn't escape in time. No matter how fast their legs could move, they were no match for the lightning and could only await their doom in despair. But just then, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind the crowd. He was holding a sword, wrapped in black flames, and the intense heat warped the air. Then, the person leaped into the air, and his momentum surged upwards explosively, like a long-dormant volcano erupting with unmatched power. The blade suddenly cut through the air, sending out a blazing and pitch-black slash. In the next moment, Odin's thunderstrike was cleaved in two by the sword, and the sword's power continued, slicing through the air to create a transparent tunnel, heading straight for the high-standing god. The spear swung horizontally, effortlessly shattering the blade's force. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Who are you?" "Dragon Slayer," the person carrying the sword said calmly. "Remember it, my name is Finger." Looking at the men with a scruffy face and a disheveled appearance, the students were left dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that it was he who had just saved them with a single slash. Finger, isn't he a useless person? Chapter 424, Chapter 410.1, Religion. The storm pounded against the cracked window, tracing tangled streams of rain across the glass. The principal's office, supposedly the safest place in the entire school, was still within the range of the Dragon King's spiritual domain. The transparent glass reflected a face, old but unwavering. His silver hair was combed meticulously, and his thin frame stood tall in a sharp, neatly pressed suit. Just standing there, he was like an unsheathed blade, radiating a killing intent so intense it made one's heart tighten. In his blazing golden eyes, it was as if molten lava churned. He was the founder of Castle College, the greatest dragon slayer in modern history, the last surviving member of the original Lionheart Society. Hilbert Ron Anjou. For nearly a century, his name had been the nightmare of countless dragon-corrupted death servitors, and the most hated figure among the secret hybrid factions. Now, despite being over 100 years old, his eyes were still sharp as ever. The fire of vengeance burned in his chest, threatening to devour everything, even if it meant consuming himself entirely. "Old friend, it's the final battle. Will you fight alongside me one last time?" Hilbert didn't turn around. His eyes burned with battle spirit as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Sitting lazily in a chair in the office was another elderly man, wearing a colorful plaid shirt, legs crossed like he didn't care about the world. It was hard to believe this casual old man was Castle's vice principal, Leonardo Flammel, Hilbert, trusted friend and right-hand man. Rumor had it Leonardo was even older than Hilbert, and his bloodline was second only to the four monarchs themselves. Leonardo tilted his head at him, deep wrinkles folding over his face as he sighed, "You're really in such a hurry to bury yourself?" To him, Hilbert's decision felt like choosing his own grave. "We can't always let the young ones charge into battle alone, can we?" Hilbert chuckled lightly, his tone carrying deeper meaning. "The old era is ending. Fossils like us should be buried with it." Hearing that, Leonardo was stunned. Then he saw the killing intent in Hilbert's eyes and seemed to realize something. His body trembled slightly. "Hilbert, you're going to make a move on the secret party." "That's not quite accurate." "It's not that I will, I already have." Hilbert's voice carried a chilling edge, filled with cold killing intent. Guess what those people will do when the era of the Dragon Clan ends? Seize power. Leonardo answered without hesitation. Exactly. Hilbert looked out the window, his voice soft. The slayers of dragons will eventually become dragons themselves. Once the Dragon Kings are gone, it's like removing the Damocles sword hanging over every hybrid's head. At that point, what will a species that surpasses humans in every way choose to do? But, wiping out the entire secret party feels a bit extreme, doesn't it? Leonardo sucked in a sharp breath, his face twitching. Even though he could imagine it, once the Dragon Kings were truly gone, the whole secret party world would fall into a mad scramble for power. Maybe even go as far as starting a world war. No. I'm not that cruel. And I wouldn't go that far. Hilbert shook his head and said calmly. The only ones I'm eliminating are the board of directors. As for the remaining hybrids and secret party members, they'll continue to exist, but in a new form. A new form. Leonardo froze. But quickly, he fell into deep thought. Is this connected to your recent actions in Europe? Ever since the Japan mission ended, Hilbert had completely shifted his focus away from dragon slaying. As vice principal, Leonardo knew some of the inside story, but he never understood Hilbert's true intention. After all, Hilbert suddenly began rearranging things in Europe. Using the influence of the board of directors, he directly changed the papal appointment rights in the Vatican. Under the joint approval of the Pope and 12 cardinals, the annotations of scripture were rewritten. Even the image of God was replaced with a completely new symbol. The incident caused a huge uproar. But in the end, it was suppressed under the authority of the Church. To the secret party, it all seemed incredibly strange. But because of the board's vast power and Hilbert's personal authority, the smaller factions of hybrids didn't dare question it. Now that Hilbert was bringing it up again, Leonardo couldn't help but feel even more suspicious. As expected of my closest friend, you really figured it out. Hilbert grinned and turned to look at Leonardo. I'm planning to use the Vatican as the center to redefine faith and doctrine, and to establish a secretive Twilight Hermit order. This order will serve to govern hybrids in the future. That's impossible. Are you insane? Leonardo's first reaction was clear, Hilbert had completely lost his mind. Using religion to control hybrids. That's just a joke, right? Religion is nothing more than a web of lies spun by politicians. How could it possibly control a powerful race like hybrids? This isn't a joke, my old friend. Hilbert spoke softly. In fact, not just Catholicism, the doctrines of Catholicism, Orthodox Christianity, and Protestantism will soon merge into one. Hilbert, what exactly are you planning? Leonardo stared at him seriously, his unease growing stronger. If the three branches of Christianity merged, it would mean controlling over half of the world's believers. With such a massive base of faith, was Hilbert planning to reenact the Crusades? Or, was he preparing to use that power to stand against the secret hybrid party? What I'm doing hasn't changed from the beginning. Hilbert said calmly, I've always aimed to bring the era of dragons to a complete end. Everything I do is for that goal. Even merging the three faiths? Leonardo asked with a deep frown. Of course. Hope glimmered in Hilbert's eyes as he muttered, very soon, the era of dragons will end completely. There will be no more hybrids. No more dragons. Hearing that, Leonardo couldn't sit still, his face changed dramatically. Hilbert, tell me the truth, what's the point of merging the three religions? The point? Hilbert burst out laughing. To bury the old era, of course, and start a new one. As soon as the words fell, the room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible domain. The howling wind and pouring rain, everything slowed down. The elder in a sharp suit stepped forward. In that world where time crawled, he left behind a determined silhouette for Leonardo, one that would never return, as he walked straight into the storm. Chapter 425, Chapter 410.2, Battle. Hilbert, what are you planning? Watching that fading back, for the first time in his life, Leonardo felt a chill that came from deep within. The elder of the new era showed a faint, bitter smile. He let out a long sigh and stood up slowly with support from the desk. Forget it. We're just remnants of the old era. Why think so much? Like you said, how can old guys like us let the young ones do all the fighting? Leonardo Flammel's figure suddenly vanished. Like an arrow shot from a fully drawn bow, he dashed into the rain. You old bastard, wait for me. The tip of Gungnir tilted and pressed against the neck of the long-haired youth. Not long ago, Finger had made a flashy entrance, stunning the students. But in just 30 seconds, the so-called Flame Dragon Slayer had been pinned to the ground and beaten until he turned into crispy chicken. It was a one-sided beatdown. Even though Finger had shown the power of his A-rank bloodline, it meant nothing in front of a true god. One moment he was bold and fearless, the next he was getting smacked around like a rag doll. until the thunder flooded the shores of Iron Forest Lake, leaving Finger nowhere to run. He was struck down and fried like crispy chicken. From high above, Odin looked down. His golden eyes shone with a blazing brilliance, cold and proud. He sneered at the young man half kneeling below. This is the best student Castle College can produce. Ha! Beating me makes you that proud. Even though Finger looked like a total wreck, his whole body charred black by lightning, he still clung to his stubborn pride. He mocked, I'm ranked near the bottom of the whole academy. There are tons of guys stronger than me, so what the hell are you showing off for? TCH. Already roasted like a turkey and still mouthing off. Pompey frowned slightly. He knew the guy was just bluffing, but he still couldn't stop the anger bubbling up inside. Humph, got a sharp tongue, huh? Then I'll give you what you want. Flames roared to life around him. The pressure he unleashed came crashing down like a tidal wave. In an instant, the blue bricks beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Ever since he advanced to Sequence 4, his will could control the weather. The range wasn't large, but it carried the might of nature itself. Rumble. Thunder roared louder across the sky, so wild it seemed to tear through the clouds. It was like the end of the world had arrived. The heavens roared, lightning flashing across the sky. Pompey gripped Gungnir tightly. With a sharp thrust, he drove it straight toward Fingal. As the spear tip grew closer and clearer in his eyes, Fingal's heart finally calmed. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Sorry, my girl. He whispered softly, I can't make it back this time. Maybe I should have died long ago, in that frozen sea. Kid, don't give up so soon. A voice rang out just then. An invisible domain suddenly expanded, covering everything around them. Howling winds, pouring rain, even the thunder blazing from Gungnir, everything slowed down, as if time itself had been stretched. The spear spun forward, dragging spiral currents. The lightning it released carved bright, sharp arcs through the air, like intertwining branches. It all reflected in Fingal's eyes, growing larger and larger. This is time zero. Pompey's eyes flared with fire. In that instant, he knew who had come. The next moment, an elderly man stepped forward through the falling rain. He wore a neatly pressed suit, silver-white hair slicked back, a weathered but unshaken face. His blade danced through the air with practiced grace, slicing through raindrops one by one. A flash of cold steel cut straight toward Pompey's heart. Heh, old friend, I've been waiting for you. Pompey didn't flinch. He stomped lightly, and from beneath the broken stone erupted a surge of molten lava. Thousands of degrees in heat, the lava formed a blazing shield. It forced Hilbert to abandon his strike. Instead, he grabbed Fingal by the collar and retreated from the growing sea of fire. Old friend, it's been so long. Why don't you stay and chat? Pompey's eyes flickered with murderous intent as the gunshot echoed, and the weapon shot out like an arrow, chasing relentlessly. Time zero. It failed. As the Gungnir, moving like a dragon through the air, closed in on him, Hilbert's forehead beaded with cold sweat. In a panic, he drew his folding knife to intercept. Boom. The moment they clashed, the terrifying force caused Hilbert's arm to go numb, and his palm was torn open. The spear's power was immense, and it did not slow down. It continued charging forward, closing the gap quickly. Just as it seemed the spear would pierce Hilbert's body, Leonardo finally arrived on the battlefield. Despite his seemingly elderly appearance, the old man unleashed a shocking power. His dragon blood boiled, muscles bulging and tightening. In an instant, the frail old man transformed into a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall. He raised his hand, fingers clenched into a fist, and struck down with the might of an ancient battlefield warrior. Clang. His fist collided with the tip of Gungnir, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Brilliant sparks flew, and the spear was forcefully knocked downward. The thunderous power embedded within it was transferred into the hard rock ground, causing the earth to tremble and crack as lightning erupted, spreading waves of explosive force. Pompey, holding the spear, felt a violent tremor in his hands and nearly lost grip of it. A feeling of dread crept into his heart. In that 1 second, Hilbert had already managed to escape with Finger from under the spear's deadly path. Leonardo Flammel, Pompey's gaze shifted as he looked at the one who had saved Hilbert. With a cold smile, he added, I never expected you to be the one hiding the most. Not at all. I'm just an old man, getting paid and waiting for death, Leonardo replied, seemingly calm, though his mind was in turmoil. Pompey truly lived up to his title as the Dragon King. He had fully awakened and now wielded both power and authority. To save Hilbert, Leonardo had given it his all, yet he could only barely deflect the trajectory. The force in that spear felt as if he were trying to move a mountain, a weight comparable to pushing an entire mountain range. Is it just the two of you? Pompey scanned his surroundings, his lips curling into a slight, mocking smile. Today, I will end humanity's history. No one can stop me. That's what I say. Hilbert flickered in his pupils as he was about to charge forward with all his might, but his shoulder was grabbed by someone. Principal, you're getting old. Let the younger ones handle this. As the words were spoken, a slightly slender figure in a dark green uniform stepped forward. His features were delicate, and he had black hair. Luming Fay, you finally arrived. The moment he saw the black-haired youth, Pompey's pupils lit up, almost as if driven to madness. Last time, it was you who defeated me, but this time, it won't be so easy. To avenge his previous defeat, he was now full of confidence. What Black King? Today, he would trample everything beneath his feet. Chapter 426, Chapter 411.1, Ming Fay's True Power. Nidhthog. Pompey let out a long, loud howl, and the storm and thunder roared, shaking the sky, as flags fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he finally stopped hiding his true form, intending to use the most violent means to wash away the humiliation of the past. He aimed to crush the high and mighty Black King underfoot and trample him to death. Mythical beast form. Amid the booming thunder, Pompey's entire body underwent a terrifying transformation. His skin was covered with jet black, gel-like scales. From his waist down, his legs transformed into several sticky tentacles. But what was even more frightening was that Pompey's entire face turned into a gelatinous, octopus-like head, with two crimson pupils mixed with gold, shining like searchlights in the storm, casting blinding light. The fiery lightning became his armor, both sacred and eerie. At this moment, anyone who looked directly at Pompey, aside from Luming Fay, felt their mind blur with intense pain, like being pierced by needles. Close your eyes, don't look at him. Luming Fay shouted sharply, waking everyone from their agony. Still shaken from the soul-piercing pain, everyone quickly shut their eyes, afraid to gaze upon Pompey's terrifying form. Looking at Pompey, who resembled a monster, Luming Fay felt a deep, sinking sensation in his heart. Perhaps, this time, it really would be just him. Nidhthog, I used to be very afraid of you. Pompey looked at the boy before him, his mood the best it had ever been, extremely pleased. But now, I just find it laughable. You and the dragon race you created have been abandoned by the times. I'm not him. Luming Fay stubbornly corrected him. Hey, it doesn't matter. Pompey shook his head, seeming a little disappointed. From now on, I will create a new race, and become the true god. With me here, you won't succeed. Luming Fay slammed the bronze sword scabbard he was carrying straight onto the ground and spoke coldly. It doesn't matter. Before the final moment arrives, I don't mind playing with you. Pompey's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes brewing invisible power. He softly spoke, Word Soul Indra. The moment his words fell, a blinding white lightning, so intense that it could occupy half the sky, descended from the clouds like a raging tsunami. The terrifying force ripped through the atmosphere. This was a supreme power that only gods could wield. However, Luming Fay simply stood calmly in place, his brown pupils turning to gold. His voice, regal and solemn like that of an emperor, echoed, Cancel. In the next moment, the overwhelming lightning vanished without a trace. Azure Thunder Control. Cancel. Black Flame Prison. Cancel. Bloodline Link. Cancel. One after another, the word souls were effortlessly erased by Luming Fay with just two simple words. Heh, as expected of the emperor who rules over the dragon clan. Pompey sneered coldly, seemingly unconcerned. He spoke indifferently, mental elements, truly unfathomable. Although their bloodlines were quite similar, it was undeniable that the Black King, Nidhthog, was the absolute emperor in the realm of elements. Even with the combined powers of two dragon kings, trying to shake the ruler on that eternal throne was like an ant trying to move a mountain. The tricks end here, Pompey. Luming Fay's gaze was icy as he drew his sword, Wrath. The blade of the great sword scraped the ground, sparks flying. His voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out the sounds of the torrential rain and thunder. The chilling killing intent was palpable, forcing the rain within several feet of him to part. In the dragon clan, it has always been said that the blood of a king must end with a sword. You should understand what that means, right? Pompey squinted, the killing intent flowing in his crimson gold eyes. The battle between dragon kings can only end with a sword. 100 times. Amplify. The raging power surged through his body, and Luming Fay suddenly transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Lumingza, wait a bit longer. Soon, once this enemy is dealt with, I can safely come find you, the young boy thought to himself. Authority. Power. In that moment, Luming Fay broke the chains that had been bound deep within his soul. The monstrous black dragon, bound for countless eons, raised its head from the unknown abyss of hell and let out a roar that shook both past and future. It had awakened. The dragon emperor, Nidhthog, supreme, mighty, virtuous, who ruled the world with fate, he had finally awoken. Pompey's pupils instantly contracted as he felt the tremor deep within his bloodline. But instead of fear, he burst into wild laughter. Nidhthog, what will it matter now that you've awakened? At this moment, Luming Fay was the supreme ruler. He had reclaimed the lost authority and power. He would spread his wings, adorned with the corpses of the fallen, bringing death and terror to the world. Waves of air surged from Luming Fay's body. Bone spikes visibly grew from him, followed by dark wings. He lowered his body slightly, his legs bent just a bit. Power surged from the ground, his calves, the second heart of the human body, bulged and swelled, growing several times their size. Then he took a step, stomping his foot into the ground. Boom. The next moment, the iron forest by the lake trembled violently. It seemed as if a terrifying giant beast had broken through the layers of rock beneath the surface, sending gusts of fierce wind spreading out with brutal force. The previously flat square suddenly had a massive crater, several meters in diameter. And Luming Fay, who had been standing there, instantly broke through the sound barrier. The alchemical matrix on his wrath was activated, transforming into a near 8-meter-long shape with serrated edges, leaving afterimages in the air. However, just as Luming Fay moved, Pompeii suddenly transformed into lightning, his aura instantly rising and erupting, like an endless ocean or an expansive sky, deep and unfathomable. Crack! It was like lightning tearing through the rain. Pompeii, clearly reacting later, was still faster than Luming Fay, who had made the first move. The spear shot up like a dragon suddenly rising, unstoppable. It tore through the sky, creating a whirlwind behind it, carrying an overwhelming impact that sent Luming Fay flying with a burst of wrath. So heavy. So strong. These two thoughts flashed through Luming Fay's mind. With just one strike, he was shocked. After all, he had used 100 times the usual amplification, and yet the difference was so vast. As his thoughts scattered, Pompeii attacked again. The swinging spear was like a dragon breaking through the sea, its power so immense it seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. Helpless, Luming Fay had to meet it head-on with wrath. Clang! The tip of Gungnir's spear actually pierced through wrath. Then, the momentum of the spear didn't stop. Like a rainbow stretching across the sky, it dragged a visible gust of wind, crashing straight into Luming Fay's chest. In just a few seconds, Luming Fay's chest was pierced, the spear creating a blood hole the size of a fist. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and he was sent flying backward. This was on a whole different level. After being blasted away, a second thought flashed through Luming Fay's mind. Boom. The school bell tower collapsed, shattered by the impact. Chapter 427, Chapter 411.2, Reinforcements. Luming Fay. Hilbert and the others didn't dare open their eyes, not knowing what had happened, anxious like ants on a hot pan. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Luming Fay walked out from the wreckage. The chest wound that had been pierced earlier was healing rapidly. Nidhthog, is this all you've got? Pompeii seemed disappointed. The long-awaited revenge, the end of the nightmare, and now it was at this level. Not enough, completely not enough. Pompeii wanted a stronger Nidhthog. Only then would the battle be truly exciting. Less talk. Luming Fay crouched down, taking a deep breath, 150 times, increase. The air from hundreds of meters around him seemed to be sucked into his lungs. As the enhancement took effect again, Luming Fay's body became even more dragon-like. Boom. The ruins of the bell tower were shattered by the violent shockwave. In an instant, a humanoid figure, like a comet, dragged a terrifying shockwave, breaking through layers of sound barriers, and charged straight toward Pompeii. That's right. Nidhthog. Pompeii's eyes were bloodthirsty and violent, like a madman. He swung his Gungnir with all his might, releasing a trail of afterimages. Luming Fay blocked with his sword, but the moment they clashed, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. The immense force made his bones creak, blood spurted from his arms, and his internal organs felt like they were about to explode out of his body. He was thrown back another several dozen meters. TCH. His feet carved 2 deep grooves into the ground as he barely managed to stop himself. Before Luming Fay could catch his breath, a shadow suddenly covered him from above. Pompeii's figure moved so fast it was almost unbelievable, like lightning pulling out dazzling arcs of light. In the terrifying force behind his spear, it even bent as if ready to strike down with a devastating force. Whoosh! The fierce gale felt like a mountain pressing down on him. The invisible pressure came crashing down, nearly suffocating Luming Fay. The surrounding space twisted like it was collapsing, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open in deep fissures. 200 times, increase. Luming Fay fought back, almost losing his sanity. He knew he couldn't retreat. He pushed his bloodline to the brink of an irreversible abyss. With his foot stomping on the ground, a thunderous sound echoed. The entire lake area, hundreds of meters wide, trembled violently with the booming noise. Shockwaves and gale-force winds shot straight up into the sky, tearing through the air with an explosive sound. The young man clenched his fist, flames burning in his eyes, and struck with fierce determination. His punch shattered the air, creating a sonic boom, as all his belief and strength surged into it, amplified by 200 times, shattering the very heavens. The world-shattering clash had arrived. Boom. The entire academy shook violently, lightning crackling, violent winds swirling. Yet, it could not suppress the eruption of sound in the sky above the iron forest lake, the terrifying shockwave sweeping through, forcing the torrential rain to retreat. Boom. The purest collision of flesh against flesh, a deafening impact that rang like a massive bronze bell. The Pompeii spear swept through, while Luming Fay threw a punch to meet it. In just a few seconds, the two Dragon Kings' battle created a vacuum in the middle of the torrential downpour. The raindrops that splashed out felt like shrapnel, covering the sky, but after a brief pause, the surrounding air pulled the rain back in. The intense sound waves and shock waves shot toward the sky, tearing apart the swirling clouds above. But such a spectacle lasted for less than half a minute. It seemed that Pompeii had finally grown tired of the battle. He suddenly let out a loud shout. Boom. The clash of thunder. Terrifying lightning engulfed Luming Fay. Each bolt of lightning contained a terrifying heat, an ultimate destructive force, ravaging Luming Fay's body, tearing his scales, and leaving his flesh a bloody mess. It's over, my father. Pompeii sneered, directly manipulating the endless downpour, turning it into waves of tsunami-like fury. Boom. Luming Fay was swallowed by the tsunami, the terrifying force crushing his bones to pieces. However, it seemed Pompeii wasn't finished yet. His hair defied nature, standing up sharply, each strand distinct, wrapped in electric sparks. As Gungnir swung, lightning struck directly at the spear's tip. Arrow of thunder. The silver-white lightning instantly cut through the rain, heading straight for Luming Fay. At that moment, the suddenly rising heat was so intense that even the torrential rain couldn't douse it. The entire iron forest lake, including Hilbert and the others, could feel the overwhelming heatwave hit them. Word Soul, King's Blaze. The compressed flames erupted with a thunderous roar. The surging flames, like a tsunami, carried shockwaves, expanding toward the blinding white lightning. At the critical moment, it created an impenetrable wall for Luming Fay. The red flames lit up half the rainy night, instantly triggering a terrifying explosion. It devoured and shattered the white lightning, with shockwaves visible to the naked eye. The force of the blast pushed the rain out of the area, and the high temperatures evaporated the water in the entire space. A figure dashed from behind the group, stepping through the roaring flames, like a king who rules over fire, charging toward the divine figure sitting on the throne. It was Chuzihang. At the last moment, he withstood the impact of the mythological creature's form, an overwhelming mental assault that could drive anyone mad. Not only that, but he even swung his blade, showing great disrespect to the divine figure on the throne. Interesting. Pompeii's lips curled slightly, his expression still as steady as a mountain. He casually raised his hand and waved. The seemingly light motion immediately summoned a violent gust of wind, and a swirling tornado shot up into the sky like a terrifying giant. Its center, with an intense gravitational pull, dragged in all nearby objects, then shredded them into nothing. As Chuzihang was about to be pulled into the tornado, Xiaomi finally couldn't sit still anymore. She leaped forward in one swift motion. What seemed like a natural disaster of a tornado, in her eyes, had a flaw. She clenched her fist, took a step, and struck out. Though the weakest of the Dragon Kings, even so, the Dragon King's physical strength was far beyond that of mere mortals. The seemingly weak fist of the girl cracked out an ear-piercing sonic boom. Boom. The terrifying tornado was instantly dispersed by her punch. Chuzihang turned and looked at the girl, his brows furrowed with concern. What are you doing out here? What? Xiaomi shot him a glance, irritated. Just because you can come, does that mean I can't? You really underestimate the Dragon King. No, that's not what I meant. Chuzihang hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. His real concern was that Pompeii might devour Xiaomi, who was also a Dragon King. I know what you're thinking. Xiaomi's expression remained calm as she said, even if we hide, it won't help. We might as well come out and assist. Besides, the only ones who can help Ming Fei now are probably just us. The others couldn't even look directly at Pompeii, or they would be dragged into the twisted, maddened abyss. As a Dragon King, her status was higher than that of mere mortals, so she could barely look directly at Pompeii. Chuzihang, however, was different. With his inhuman will, he could withstand the terrifying mental shock. It was truly astonishing. Chapter 428, Chapter 412.1, Defeated. Even with the addition of 2 extra fighters, the scales seemed to remain unchanged. The situation still presented an overwhelming despair as Pompeii continued to dominate unilaterally. Luming Fay, can you still stand up? Xiaomi's gaze shifted to the half-dead figure, her brows furrowing as she shouted, is this all you can do? Aren't you the reincarnation of the Black King? Show me your true power. Less talking. Luming Fay, severely injured by Gungnir, struggled to rise, spitting out blood. Xiaomi's eyes, like crescent moons, curved into a light smile as she said, "Good, I'll create the opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. Count me in." Chu Zihang's deep voice followed. He knew very well that he was the weakest among the three. But even the weakest ant, if it finds the right moment, can still create a miracle. "You think you can defeat me?" Pompey calmly waited for their discussion to finish, showing no intention of interrupting. A mocking smile played on his lips. "No matter how many ants there are, they can't shake a god. Is that so?" Luming Fay wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning vicious. "Then, let's see." As if they had made an agreement. The moment the last word fell, Xiaomi, Chu Zihang, and Luming Fay exploded with their full power, each from a different direction. Boom. The ground shook with an earth-shattering explosion, echoing across the lakeside. Heavy debris and stones rose like waves in the air, as the three figures charged towards Pompey from different angles. Word Soul, King's Blaze. Chu Zihang was the first to unleash an explosion, creating a sea of fire with intense heat to obstruct Pompey's vision. Humph. Pompey snorted coldly, his gunblade slicing through the air as if the rain itself had been summoned. Countless streams of water automatically gathered in front of him, forming a high-speed flowing wall of water that blocked all the raging flames produced by King's Blaze. Hiss. The collision between the flames and the water created a thick cloud of smoke. "Do you think a mere smoke screen can stop me?" Pompey's gaze was like lightning, piercing through the dense smoke and directly locking onto Chu Zihang, who was positioned at an angle behind him. The gun's edge rotated, creating an afterimage as it struck. It was so fast, the violent gun's edge carried immense force, smashing heavily onto Chu Zihang's sword. Crack! The Murasame, forged from multiple alloys, couldn't withstand Pompey's blow and shattered instantly. After shattering the Murasame, the spear showed no sign of stopping. It continued its brutal momentum, sweeping across to strike again. Chu Zihang, with his rich combat experience, knew he couldn't fight head-on. Using the force of his feet on the ground, he leaned back just in time to avoid the gun's edge. However, the air pressure from the attack left a cut on his face. As Pompey was about to retract his spear and finish off Chu Zihang, a graceful figure suddenly broke through the smoke. Pompey. The air exploded, and the shockwaves reverberated. The threat from behind felt like needles stabbing into his nerves. Pompey was forced to abandon his plan of impaling Chu Zihang, stepping sideways to turn, and with a mighty force, thrusting his spear forward. However, the spear intended for the graceful figure was intercepted midway by Luming Fay, who, with extreme strength, seized it with his bare hands. The thunderous energy within the spear exploded with terrifying killing power. At the same time, the violent wind swirling around the spear shredded through the hard black scales, leaving Luming Fay's arms covered in blood and torn flesh. But still, he managed to firmly grip Gungnir, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Pompey's expression shifted slightly. It seemed he hadn't anticipated this move. He tried to pull back Gungnir but found it completely immovable. This delay cost him the perfect opportunity. The thick smoke was torn apart as Xiaomi broke through. She no longer hid her Dragon King identity. Her entire body was covered in tough dragon scales, and menacing bone spikes protruded from her back. Her fierce golden eyes signaled that, in this moment, she was no longer just Castle Academy student Xiaomi but the ruler of Earth and Mountain, Jormungandr. Clang. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus, Xiaomi, suddenly clenched her 5 fingers, the scales scraping together with a metallic sound. In her pupils reflected Pompey's figure, and she quickly found the most vulnerable point. Taking a step to gather strength, the dragon blood surged within her, unleashing unprecedented power. All her energy was focused into one point, and with the thrust of her punch, it exploded outward. With fury, Xiaomi struck, pouring all her power into the blow. Her greatest strength wasn't in word soul, but in finding the weakness that exists in all things and using that point to destroy the whole structure. Boom. In an instant, the sound of thunderous explosions spread around the lakeside. The punch seemed to unleash a world-shattering blow, and the surrounding air pressure collapsed with a deafening crash. The immense power forcefully expelled the air around it. The god, who had never been injured, was suddenly sent flying nearly 100 meters by this punch. Pompey's feet carved out a trench 100 meters long in the ground, finally stopping as his spear was driven into the earth. His chest had caved in, and his body, now cracked like porcelain, immediately gave the three of them a glimmer of hope. It can be done. Luming Fay's eyes lit up. But before they could celebrate, Pompey suddenly lifted his head, his entire body radiating an even brighter, blinding white flame. The wounds inflicted by Xiaomi earlier began to heal at a visible speed. Within just a few breaths, Pompey looked as though he had never been injured at all. The expressions of Luming Fay and Xiaomi shifted from joy to shock. Well done. Pompey's gaze was cold, sharp as a blade, sweeping over the three of them. With just one glance, they all felt their hairs stand on end, as if an invisible blade had cut across their bodies, and their breath suddenly caught. Pompey spoke, "You deliberately discussed your tactics loudly, making me think that Luming Fay was the main force. In reality, you let Jormungandr get a sneak attack. Your little trick successfully wounded me, and that deserves praise. But..." He deliberately paused for half a second. Silence brewed with a suffocating tension, a heart-stopping pressure, as if a natural disaster like a tsunami or volcano erupted violently. In an instant, the air seemed to turn into gel. No matter how hard his lungs strained, he couldn't draw a single breath. Under the overwhelming, terrifying force, it felt as though they were thousands of meters deep in the sea, with gravity millions of times heavier, pressing from all directions. The three of them all wore pained expressions. Too weak. The voice, arriving at the same time as the lightning, reached Luming Fay. So fast. A thought barely flashed in Luming Fay's mind, and his body didn't even have time to react. Chapter 429, Chapter 412.2, Super Scion. Pompey raised Gungnir and thrust it forcefully into the boy's body. Puffed. Blood blossomed from his chest. Gungnir dragged the boy's body along, its violent force ripping through the ground like a sea dragon, crashing through the iron forest lake's shore, dragging a fierce wind with it. Then, taking Luming Fay with it, they vanished beyond sight. Lu. Before Xiami could even finish her word, the howling wind echoed. Pompey stepped forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Losing Gungnir didn't mean he was weak. The same punch, but with completely different power. Boom. The energy exploded with a roar like thunder. The terrifying punch, like a mountain-shaking tsunami, tore straight into the girl's chest without any resistance. The air within several dozen meters was instantly stirred into a collapse, like a landslide. The sound of the explosion and the accompanying wind swept everything aside in an instant. The dark blue dragon scales shattered inch by inch, and the girl was sent flying, faster than the eye could track, dragging waves of air, crashing into the ruins. Your turn, insect. Chu Zihang didn't even have time to mourn. His pupils contracted sharply, and it felt like a wave of cold air poured into his body, as if he had been struck with fear. In a daze, he thought he saw a giant rising from the ground, surrounded by storms and thunder. As it swung its fist, immense power pressed down on him like the sky was about to collapse. Chu Zihang felt his vision go black, as if the heavens were falling. Boom. It sounded like thunder striking from the sky, or like a meteor crashing to the ground. Intense flames erupted from the punch, and the overwhelming power crushed everything in its path. The air seemed to be completely emptied. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Chu Zihang's mind screamed warnings, and instinctively, he twisted his body with all his might. It was only a small difference, but that slight movement made the punch miss its vital spot. However, he still felt like his entire body was being torn apart. His flesh shattered inch by inch, and his bones were crushed as if they were being ground into dust. Bang. The ground around Pompey collapsed instantly, creating a crater. The rushing wind scattered in all directions, as if they were mourning the unbearable weight, with dust and debris flying into the sky. When the dust finally settled, Chu Zihang was unrecognizable, his flesh a bloody mess, barely clinging to the last bit of life. Pompey stood, withdrawing his fist. His gaze was indifferent, not even bothering to glance at Chu Zihang as he stepped over him. Am I going to die? Luming Fay, lying in the ruins, was pinned to the ground by Gungnir. He could feel his life slipping away little by little, with his blood staining the ground, creating a tragic scene. It's over. Pompey is just too strong. Luming Fay coughed up blood, and the scene before him blurred. He could vaguely make out Pompey approaching, a vicious and cruel smile on his face, as if he had finally released all the resentment he had been holding in. Sorry, Lumingza. Luming Fay slowly closed his eyes, thinking in his mind, looks like I won't be able to avenge you. He had already given it his all, but Pompey was too powerful. So powerful that it felt hopeless. Even with a 200-fold increase in power, he was still as weak as a chick in front of Pompey, easily crushed. Don't be afraid, big brother. Luming Fay, on the brink of losing consciousness, suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him. At first, he thought it was just an illusion and didn't pay it much attention. But the next moment, what he saw made his eyes widen, and he froze in place. Time seemed to be paused, with the noisy dust, falling raindrops, and the rushing air all moving at a slow pace, as if everything had been slowed down by countless times. In the dazzling lightning, a boy in a suit was smiling and walking slowly toward him. Is it really you? Luming Fay rubbed his eyes hard and then couldn't help but pinch his arm. It wasn't until the pain response hit him that he realized it wasn't a dream. Tears immediately started to uncontrollably flow from his eyes. Wow, big brother, you're actually crying. The boy tilted his head, looking at him trying to wipe away the tears, and teased with a smile, I didn't expect that I was so important to you. No, stop talking nonsense. It's just sand in my eyes. Luming Fay defended himself stubbornly, using his sleeve to wipe his tears away. But his red eyes couldn't be hidden, and it only made his actions look even more awkward, like he was trying to cover up something. Hee, I saw it all, big brother. Luming Fay's brother, Lumingza, was as mischievous as ever, and his playful demeanor helped relax Luming Fay. Now, Luming Fay was sure, it really was Lumingza, not some illusion or ghost. What happened? Do you know? I thought you really died. Luming Fay looked at the boy with resentment. He truly believed that Lumingza had died, and he had been heartbroken, even prepared to die with Pompey in a final act of desperation. Thankfully, Lumingza was still alive. There are many important things that you only realize how precious they are after you've lost them completely. Luming Fay had a deep understanding of this now. I was really almost dead. Lumingza sighed and shrugged. If it weren't for Mr. Adam, you'd probably never see me again. Actually, he wasn't lying to his dumb big brother, he really was on the verge of dying. His strength had been forcibly taken away, and just as his consciousness was about to fade, Mr. Adam had intervened, helping him to reassemble his remaining consciousness. After some recovery, he was finally able to show up at the critical moment. Ah, it was Mr. Adam. I knew it. Luming Fay showed a look of realization but then nervously asked, by the way, the situation is very tense right now. We can't defeat Pompey. Can you ask Mr. Adam to help us? That might be difficult. Lumingza immediately shook his head. Why? Luming Fay's newly sparked hope was extinguished in an instant. He looked pained and asked, is it because he don't want to get involved? No, it's because Mr. Adam has more important matters. Lumingza's expression was serious as he raised his hand to point at the sky, his voice low and grave. Our enemy isn't just Pompey. There are far more terrifying beings outside of Earth. If it weren't for Mr. Adam keeping them at bay outside of Earth, this entire planet would likely be destroyed. Outside of Earth. Luming Fay was shocked. He looked up at the sky in disbelief. Though he couldn't see anything, it felt as if he could vaguely sense terrifying presences lurking in outer space, watching Earth with malicious intent. So, our mission is to defeat that guy. Lumingza smiled. But I'm going to die. Luming Fay snapped back to reality and looked at Gungnir in his chest with a bitter smile. It's okay. I'm here. Lumingza grinned, his voice light as he said, this time, we'll defeat that guy together. Can we really? Luming Fay asked. Of course. When brothers unite, they can break through anything. Lumingza smiled wide and said, do you know Super Scions? Even the mighty Frisia was defeated by a Super Scion. I'm a Super Scion. Luming Fay's lips twitched. Not now, but you will be soon. 100% fusion. Lumingza opened his arms and pulled the boy into an embrace. In the depths of his golden eyes, there was an eternal majesty, as if he had crossed an abyss. A voice from the ancient times echoed in his mind, go, my brother. Now you are a Super Scion. Defeat King Frisia and save the world. Chapter 430, Chapter 413.1, Nidhthog awakened. The thin mist rose like the wind, suddenly sweeping across the ruins. Gradually, a faint golden light mixed into the hazy fog, spreading out from the boy at the center and expanding across hundreds of meters. Pompey's steps came to an abrupt stop, his pupils shrinking sharply. What is this? A suffocating pressure surged like crashing tides, heavy enough to make one's heart tremble. Gungnir, still impaled in the boy's chest, was slowly being pushed out by an invisible force. Then, defying all logic, the boy stood straight up from the ruins, as if surrounded by an unseen domain filled with overwhelming majesty and solemnity. Gungnir was forcefully ejected from the domain and flew back into Pompey's hand. But now, Pompey's face had turned serious, golden flames flickering in his eyes as he stared tightly at the figure. You finally awakened. Nidhthog. Yes, only now did he truly feel that ancient, soul-crushing pressure coming from Luming Fay's body. Your era is over. Pompey's eyes flared wide as he suddenly raised his arms and let out a loud, high-pitched roar. This is my era now. Relic of the old age, step down. Boom. Blinding lightning crashed down from the sky, surging with destructive energy. Its target was the awakened Nidhthog. But the black-haired boy simply raised his right hand, fingers spread, as if he intended to grasp the entire world in his palm. Cancel. The thunder, which had been roaring like a mighty river, paused for a brief moment. Cancel. Cancel. The boy's voice grew louder with each word, sharper and more commanding every time. Under Pompey's shocked gaze, the divine lightning he had summoned with the demigod's authority melted away like snow under the spring sun. This is impossible. He was utterly shocked, waves of fear crashing through his heart. He knew, of course, that the Black King controlled the mental element, and through it, ruled over all other elements. But the problem was, he had bypassed the dragon power system entirely. He had summoned lightning directly using sequence authority. How could that possibly be undone by the Black King? Luming Fay slowly opened his eyes, like awakening from a long sleep, like dying and being reborn. The world became crystal clear in his gaze. Every flowing element, every speck of dust in the air. Even every muscle and strand of Pompey's body was laid bare before him, vividly detailed with nothing hidden. Looking at the reborn Luming Fay standing before him, Pompey's body jolted, as if struck by lightning. He could feel it, the scent of death. Odin, the farce ends now. Luming Fay's voice was cold and emotionless. It echoed with a strange duality, one deep and mature, one still tinged with childishness. You think regaining your power means you can defeat me? Pompey calmed down once again. He was no longer the Odin of the past. He was now a true demigod. Boom. An indescribable fighting spirit surged into the sky. Golden flames coiled around Luming Fay's body. He looked like a super Scion, radiating light that spanned kilometers. Savage, domineering, violent, cruel, and unrestrained, all of these traits flickered within the boy's eyes. As if he had truly become the Black King Nidhthog of the ancient world, the one who ruled fate, who looked down on the world. He raised his hand toward Pompey, as though he meant to seize the mountains, the earth, the skies, all into his palm. Pompey's response was even simpler. A violent wind surged up 100 meters high, enveloping both of them like a curtain. A fierce and overbearing aura burst forth, like a dragon rising from the silent abyss, lifting its head with pride. Let everything end today. The sound of the shockwave rolled like thunder. Pompey stepped forward first, the powerful lightning around him forcing the air to retreat. The divine spear Gungnir carried a deep aura of death. In an instant, it tore through the sky like a blazing comet, carving space itself apart, carrying a force that could shatter mountains and split the seas. Where the spear pointed, even space itself seemed pierced through. Even those hiding inside Castle's shelter felt an unexplainable pressure, a dead silence, and a soul-shaking fear. Blinding lightning filled the air, the friction so intense it gave rise to clouds of smoke and sparks. But while it was fast, Luming Fay was even faster. Under Pompey's gaze, Luming Fay's figure vanished into thin air, without a single warning. Before Pompey could even react, Luming Fay had already crossed space itself and grabbed the incoming spear with his bare hands. His fingers locked around it like steel chains. When did he? Pompey's pupils shrank. Shock and fear surged in an instant, just as an immense force came crashing in. Gripping Gungnir tightly, Luming Fay exhaled sharply. His muscles roared like thunder as he yanked the spear with brute force. Swish. The spear was torn from Pompey's grasp, ripped away with sheer strength. His palm was skinned, the burning pain reminding it this was no illusion. But Luming Fay stepped in again. His right fist charged with power, he punched forward, directly smashing into Pompey's face. A strike of pure, overwhelming force. Boom. Like thunder exploding from nothing. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward like a blast circle, lifting layers of ground. Fierce winds hurled sand and dirt into the sky, all the way to the clouds. Even with Pompey's unusual body, that punch caved in half his head. As stars danced before his eyes and his body went limp, Luming Fay grabbed his right arm. His eyes burned with ruthless fury, and pulled with all his strength, tearing the arm clean off. Rip. Pompey let out a terrible scream, his pupils bloodshot. Nidhthog. Losing an arm ripped his sanity apart, leaving only slaughter in his mind. In a flash, Pompey turned into a wild beast, charging in instead of backing off. Tentacles from his lower body wrapped around Luming Fay as his gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth and writhing tendrils, lunged straight for his throat. In that deadly moment, Luming Fay shifted just enough to avoid the worst, but his shoulder was bitten clean off. Not even the dragon bones could withstand that jaw. A huge chunk of bloody flesh was torn straight out. A wave of searing pain hit. Luming Fay kicked Pompey away, face full of disbelief. Is this guy insane? But then, Pompey, piece by piece, was chewing and swallowing the flesh he had torn off. He wiped his mouth, eyes gleaming with twisted satisfaction, letting out deep growls. It was like he'd become a completely different person. Hurricanes, thunder, and heavy rain, all seemed to be gathering around him, as if summoned by some unknown will. Be careful, brother. Luming Fay frowned, staring at the crazed Pompey. He warned, I don't know what exactly happened to him, but I've got a bad feeling. Right now, this guy is dangerous. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. He used the word dangerous 3 times, just to show how serious he was. Luming Fay nodded. I know. But in a place no one noticed, Zeradal, cloaked in yellow, had golden vertical pupils that shimmered with ripples. TSK, what a waste. All that sequence power, and still useless. Zetsu grinned strangely. Let me show you how a true sequence pathway beyonder fights. The next moment, Pompeii suddenly melted into a stream of water, disappearing into the storm. Chapter 431, Chapter 413.2, Jormungandr's Fate. Gone. Luming Fay instantly raised his guard. But then, a loud, haunting melody rode the wild winds, coming from all directions at once. In that split second, the music dazed Luming Fay. Just a second of distraction, and lightning turned into arrows of light, shooting in from every angle. Cancel. Luming Fay just opened his mouth to undo the elements. But a thunderous boom exploded in his mind, the roar of fury, the howl of the ocean, the scream of the skies. That single thread of thought was shattered again by that terrifying roar. Boom. A bolt of thunderous light pierced straight through his chest. But Pompeii's assault was far from over. A violent hurricane was summoned out of thin air. The storm, spinning at insane speeds, looked like a giant meat grinder. It swallowed Luming Fay whole. The fierce winds slashed at him like sharp steel blades, carving countless wounds into his body. Brother. Luming's golden pupils flared. He broke past Luming Fay's fading consciousness and used a word soul, glazing Brahma City. A defensive barrier formed by the domain barely held the hurricane at bay. Damn it, this guy, it's like he's become a different person. Luming Fay shook his still dazed head, gritting his teeth. Don't tell me, he's cheating. Like summoning a god to play in his place. Chu Zihong struggled to rise again, forcing his broken body upright. Maybe even Pompeii didn't expect this, someone with every bone shattered could still stand back up. His battered body had been healed by dragon blood so many times, he'd lost count. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. All that was left were the stubborn thoughts echoing in his mind. It's enough. Stop getting up. Even if you do stand, what's the point? You're not Luming Fay. You don't have a Dragon King's bloodline. You're just a regular hybrid. The two voices in his head, once arguing, now spoke as one, trying to persuade the stubborn Chu Zihong. Drop your weapon. Give up. Even Luming Fay can't beat Pompeii. What can you do? Even if the world's ending, at least, you did your best. It's okay to let go now. But, is it really okay to give up? No. From the depths of his chest, Chu Zihong roared with every ounce of strength he had left. He wouldn't give up, even if there was only one hand, one foot left, he would fight until the last moment. Blood slowly covered his pupils, his vision turned red. That twisted, hateful figure was doing everything it could to suppress Luming Fay. Their battle blurred in speed, exceeding the retina's limit of capture. All that could be seen were vague flashes and shadows, and blood splattering and tearing apart. It gathered into a flowing river of blood across the rocks and shattered earth. Lightning and golden light intertwined, creating a roaring sound like a tidal wave. This was a battle at the peak of the Dragon Clan, a fight even the four monarchs couldn't interfere with. Each collision between them contained terrifying power, an intensity that even the Dragon King couldn't withstand. The air was shattered into layers of shock waves, accompanied by explosions, pushing everything out of the way. Did you see it? Even if time passes, what can your strength change now? The voice in his head tried to stop him once again. But despite this, Chu Zihong still moved forward. He knew his power might be nothing more than a drop in the ocean, unable to change the outcome. But, what if? He might not be able to help Luming Fay, but if he risked his life, even if it meant creating just 1 second, no, a fraction of a second of vulnerability, it would be enough. Chu Zihong, dragging his broken body, left a trail of blood with every step as he struggled towards the battlefield. Suddenly, through the blood-covered pupils, a familiar figure appeared. Xiaomi. Half of the girl's body was destroyed, and she could only lean against a broken wall. Her golden eyes had dimmed, and her face was pale. She looked at the young man and lightly smiled. What a fool. Chu Zihong fell silent, unsure of what to say. With the Dragon King's vitality, such injuries wouldn't be fatal, but she wouldn't be able to get up in a short time. He was about to continue walking, but the girl stopped him. Wait, fool. Xiaomi smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Come here, I have something to say. When Chu Zihong stepped forward, she pulled him into an embrace. The heat of her breath brushed against his ear. They had never been this close before, feeling each other's heartbeat. I'm dying, Xiaomi whispered softly. Chu Zihong's pupils shrank suddenly, his whole body frozen in shock. No, that's impossible. You're the Dragon King, how could you? He struggled, trying to see her injuries, trying to save her. Don't move. Let me finish, Xiaomi said, though badly hurt, she still held him down. Fool, even the Dragon King can die. It's just this time. I didn't prepare an egg in advance. I guess this is real death, but it's okay. I'm not afraid. No. Hong's heart ached sharply. He gritted his teeth, mixing the blood in his mouth, and almost hoarsely shouted this word. But I can't die without meaning. Xiaomi pressed her cheek tightly against the boy's, feeling the warmth for a brief moment. She whispered, someone once told me that my fate was to die by the hand of someone I love. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. What do you mean? Hong froze at her words. Idiot, just consider this, the last birthday gift I'm giving you. Xiaomi pressed her forehead against the boy's head, her eyes filled with lingering affection and reluctance. Idiot, from now on, don't be so reckless when you're alone. Live well. Saying this, she grabbed the boy's hand and slowly pushed it into her own chest. Blood dripped down like plum blossoms, blooming. Until his fingertips touched her heart, soft yet strong, pulsating vigorously. No, no. Hong realized what the girl intended to do. He desperately howled and struggled. However, he couldn't reverse this process. Goodbye, my idiot. The girl's voice was like a stone thrown into the icy surface of a lake. Suddenly, ripples spread out, the ice melted, and the water swayed, a soft and intangible sensation caressing Hong's heart. The last trace of light in her pupils faded, and she quietly lay in Hong's arms. But in her place, Hong's body erupted with dragon scales, his entire form seemed to fall into the hellish abyss. Sharp bone spikes lined his back, extending like jagged mountain peaks. Then, the massive flesh and blood bulge on his back tore open, and two dragon wings, covered in a thin membrane, slowly spread out. Ah! The boy's roar stirred a soundwave that seemed almost tangible, tearing the clouds apart. Chapter 432, Chapter 414.1, Hong evolves. The violent and overwhelming power flowed from the shattered heart of the girl, reaching the boy writhing in pain and agony. The dragon blood forcibly infused into his body activated Hong's dormant heart, reigniting incredible vitality, like a super piston with 12 cylinders. With each beat of his heart, a large amount of blood was purified, then injected into every capillary throughout his body. The impure blood was completely replaced, allowing him to successfully cross the forbidden line that no one had ever touched in 10,000 years, transforming from human into dragon. Crack! 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 With a series of bone-shattering sounds, Hong repeatedly experienced the cycle from destruction to rebirth. From muscle fibers to bones, tendons, and internal organs, though his exterior remained human, his insides had already undergone a dramatic transformation. Thousands of bones, far surpassing human limits, formed a powerful body, encased in tough muscle fibers, capable of withstanding even stronger bursts of power and resisting impacts. Next, dark black scales overlapped, forming a custom-made armor, fierce and terrifying. When his massive membranous wings spread, the rain was swept away by the gusts of wind, flowing upward into the sky. At this moment, Hong had finally completed his rebirth. His shape was sleek and menacing, like a streamlined black body exuding an elegant yet brutal aura. His wings stretched out, golden eyes shining like undying stars, clearly visible in the storm, radiating an overwhelming light. Though his appearance still retained traces of humanity, it was now incredibly close to the legendary Dragon Clan. The heavy rain didn't touch the girl, as it was blocked by a pair of dark, membranous wings. Hong lowered his head, gazing at the seemingly sleeping girl. The sealed memories flooded back into his mind, like a flock of birds returning to their nest. The girl with a high ponytail, wearing high heels and boots, dancing on the side of the basketball court, cheering and shouting for him, the girl wearing a white dress, with a bright and radiant smile, watching movies with her, the old house they visited countless times, with a large phoenix tree growing at the entrance, the girl practicing yoga on the mat behind him. The blurry faces gradually became clearer. Yes, he remembered it all. That girl was Xiaomi. They had known each other for a long time, childhood sweethearts, having spent their youth together. But, that girl, in the end, died in his arms. Her long black hair scattered like a waterfall, her youthful, pale face bearing a final peaceful smile as her eyes closed forever. Hong crouched down, carefully reaching out to wipe the rainwater off her face, gently fixing her disheveled hair. He gazed at her tenderly and whispered, "Wait for me, Xiaomi." After lifting Xiaomi into his arms and placing her in a safe spot, he slowly walked away. His black wings spread, every muscle fiber stretched tight with power. His claws, like sharp talons, gripped the rocky ground beneath him, his body stretching and adjusting, every bone and muscle compressed to form a perfect silhouette of power. Boom. The hard ground instantly crumbled into dust, accompanied by a loud, deafening roar. A shadow suddenly disappeared. The sky exploded, the airwaves surged like a tsunami, crashing and swirling toward him. Pompey immediately felt like a needle in his back, an intense sense of danger ringing in his mind. He controlled the rapidly spinning hurricane around him, forming a protective barrier. However, the barrier only held for less than half a second before it was forcefully torn apart by the incoming threat. The pitch-black, menacing figure, like an enraged dragon, flapped its wings, sending powerful winds swirling around it, surrounded by a terrifying domain. Intense ionization and magnetization effects broke down the dust particles in the air. The gathered metals moved like thick liquid, swirling rapidly around its body. As the metals collided, they heated up from friction, eventually igniting. The pure, high-temperature domain was enough to crush any intruders. It was the ultimate flame, the word soul, King's blaze. The high-temperature field, melting the metal, forcibly neutralized, or rather, obliterated the barrier created by the hurricane. Swish. A pair of jet-black, scale-covered claws suddenly tore through the last remnants of the barrier. "Hey, Odin!" Pompey turned around and saw an incredibly ferocious face, with violent golden eyes burning with fury. Domain, explode. Hot black flames erupted, as if they were releasing all the anger within. The void twisted and distorted in the sudden rise of temperature. The ground melted like lava, and in the black-haired boy's mind, images of past goodbyes flashed, finally locking onto a calm and serene pale face. The claws, like human fingers, clenched as if they were going to crush the surrounding air with a single grasp. With the stretching of muscles and bones, a sound like a bowstring snapping rang out, carrying with it melted iron slag, guilt for the girl, longing for his father, and disdain for death. At that moment, the boy's mind held only one thought: to throw this punch, a full-force strike. Arcs of electricity ripped through the air, dancing with the storm. The molten iron slag and the fierce wind howled. But in the next moment, the mighty force of heaven and earth seemed to gather within him. Uchiha clenched King's Blaze's domain in his fist. "It's over, Odin." The punch shot forward like a meteor tearing through the sky. Pompey's pupils contracted slightly, but the corners of his lips curled into a strangely sinister smile. Then, with all of Uchiha's power, the punch landed directly on his body. Boom. The moment of impact, arcs of electricity and flames surged inside Pompey. He was terrified beyond measure. He didn't understand what had happened, feeling dizzy for a moment. Then, suddenly, he was struck by this punch. It felt like he had lost consciousness in between, with no memory of what happened. Uchiha. Pompey glared at that face, deeply regretting why he hadn't killed this guy first. But, it was too late. A brief breath, Uchiha clenched his fist again, the intense light burning fiercely between his fingers, as if he was holding the sun in his palm. In an instant, an unprecedented brilliance burst forth, dispelling the darkness of the night. Like a blazing sun, the power of his punch, carrying a storm and molten metal, swept through the elements of the world, unleashing with no reserve. The furnace-like flames completely consumed Pompey. The next moment, a blinding light tore through the dark sky, a massive mushroom cloud rising into the air. Chapter 433, Chapter 414.2, Forcing. Boom. The massive shockwave seemed to flip the entire lakeside, with dust and shockwaves shooting up into the sky. A terrifying heatwave, carrying flames hotter than thousands of degrees, churned like a raging tsunami, devouring everything within hundreds of meters. Amid the deafening roar, the destructive field of King's blazes filled the entire area, with extreme heat destroying everything in its path. When the smoke and dust finally settled, Uchiha lay on the ground, his scales shattered, looking as if he were dead, in a crater over 10 meters wide and nearly 15 meters deep. The entire crater had been crystallized by the intense heat, with melted iron slag and lava everywhere, and at the center of the explosion, Pompey was in equally bad shape. Enduring such a large-scale explosion, even a demigod body wouldn't have survived. Moreover, the mythical creature form came with massive side effects. The intense pain in his soul made Pompey unable to maintain the mythical creature form. Not only that, he could clearly feel his will being consumed by some invisible force. Just at this critical moment, Uchiha's choice of Luming Fay had completely avoided the damage from the explosion, standing unharmed in front of him. "Leave it to me now, senior brother." Luming Fay stepped forward, standing before Pompey, his eyes cold and determined. "Pompey, you're finished." No. Pompey clutched his head, the sharp pain and his consciousness sinking deeper, making him feel incredibly weak. "No, we must retreat. Given the current situation, fighting head-on with Nidhthog is like seeking death." Pompey immediately made a decision and without hesitation, turned around, controlling the winds and lightning, trying to escape into Nibelungen. As long as he could get into Nibelungen, even the Black King Nidhthog would never catch him. Pompey thought to himself, the plan was perfect. But, can Luming Fay really let him have his way? The space rippled, but just as Pompey was about to reach it, Luming Fay grabbed his arm, his eyes cold. "I knew you'd try to escape. Senior brother, Xiaomi. After so many sacrifices, there's no way I'm letting you run away." Golden pupils blazed, and without hesitation, the young man threw a punch. Boom. The void seemed to turn into a lake, the air rippling like water, making a sound like crashing waves. Pompey felt the world go dark. He raised his arm to block, but in an instant, immense force hit him. His arm, along with his ribs, shattered, and he was punched so hard that his chest caved in. Next, he was sent flying like a cannonball, trailing a sonic boom, crashing into the edge of a pit, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Luming Fay stomped his foot onto the ground again, and with a thunderous explosion, his figure moved as fast as a startled swan, covering dozens of meters in an instant, pouncing on Pompey like a fierce tiger. Wait. Before the word could leave his mouth, what awaited Pompey was a storm of punches. In that moment, the air cracked and exploded, the sky filled with overwhelming punches, and the fierce winds cleared the surrounding air, leaving only the sound of repeated heavy hits. Even though Pompey resisted the blows, he couldn't withstand Luming Fay's relentless hammering. In an instant, he was reduced to a bloody pulp. Boom. Dust rolled in all directions, and the enormous tremors caused the pit to collapse once again. In the ruins, Pompey's arms were broken, blood flowing freely, and his body lay collapsed in the mud. It was hard to tell how many punches he'd taken, his form barely resembled a human anymore. Huff. Huff. Luming Fay gasped for air, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Pompey. Even so, he could not shake his anger, desiring nothing more than to tear him apart, crushing his bones. That's enough, brother. Luming Fay spoke softly. It wasn't out of pity for Pompey, but because he didn't want to see his brother fall further into the path of slaughter. Zetsu, save me. Pompey, on the brink of death, shouted for help once more. Not a chance. Luming Fay's expression changed drastically. He'd fallen for this trick before, there was no way he'd be fooled again. With that, he clenched his fist and struck toward Pompey's head, his speed almost beyond comprehension. But once again, the same outcome appeared before him. An elderly man, draped in yellow robes, appeared out of nowhere and easily stopped his punch with just a finger. Damn it. A vein popped on Luming Fay's forehead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push forward even an inch. Immediately, Zetsu grabbed Luming Fay's wrist and threw him harshly toward the other side of the pit, slamming him down. After finishing that, he turned toward the half-dead Pompey on the ground, his lips slightly pursed. Pompey, you really disappoint me. I gave you such great power, yet you were still defeated by a few kids. Save me, Zetsu. Pompey, though deeply ashamed, knew his life came first and had no choice but to beg. You can't lose me. I'm the Holy Son, only I can hear the voice of the Lord. Of course, you are the Holy Son. I should save you. Zetsu stroked his beard and smiled lightly. However, your repeated failures have deeply disappointed the Lord. What do you mean? Pompey was horrified, faintly sensing the strange tone in Zetsu's voice. Not much to it. Zetsu took out a crystal bottle from his chest, inside which was a deep blue potion. He smiled and said, you have to prove to the master that you still have value. What is this? Pompey had an idea, but he still didn't dare to speak it out loud. Sequence 3, Sea King. Zetsu smiled and said, drink this, and you'll advance to Sequence 3. No, I can't. Pompey forced down his inner desire, fear evident in his eyes as he said in horror, I can feel it, my consciousness is being devoured by something. If I drink this, I'll completely disappear. I can't drink it. Power always comes with risk, doesn't it? Zetsu tilted his head, gazing at Pompey with a meaningful look, and said faintly, once you drank the first potion, there was no turning back. The only choices left for you are, drink it, or I'll pour it into your mouth myself. Zetsu, I'm the Holy Son. Pompey finally realized that the old man before him was no savior. The power of the potion hid dangers he had never imagined. All right, Holy Son. Zetsu crouched down and snapped his fingers, then let me help you take the potion personally. No, no. Pompey didn't want to open his mouth, but his body couldn't be controlled. His mouth involuntarily opened, his pupils constricting in shock and fear as he cried out, what have you done to me? Nothing, just a little measure. Zetsu smiled and shoved the entire crystal bottle into Pompey's mouth. With the dragon race's digestive system, even a crystal bottle was nothing. Zetsu. Pompey's pupils expanded. He could clearly feel the potion merging with his body. Chapter 434, Chapter 415.1, Sequence 3. Ah. Pompey's agonized screams echoed through the entire castle academy. Even Luming Fay, upon hearing the chilling cry, couldn't help but shudder, as if every hair on his body stood on end. What did he make Pompey eat? He looked at Pompey, who was twisting and convulsing, continuously sprouting sticky tentacles, as if he had completely mutated. He said in horror. No, I don't know. Luming Fay swallowed hard and said with difficulty, I guess it's probably related to Pompey's power. But what could it be that could turn a dragon into that monster? Could it be that Luming Fay and Luming Fay had a sudden telepathic connection? Both instantly thought of the strange entities Mr. Adam had mentioned, those eerie beings from the depths of the starry sky. Zetsu. Pompey's scream, filled with resentment and hatred, twisted into a mental pressure that weighed down on them. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through. Both Luming Fay and Luming Zetsu simultaneously felt the mental impact. The twisted, ugly, and loathsome terrifying scream felt as though countless tentacles were wrapping around their souls, dragging them into the pitch-black abyss. "Don't look, brother!" Luming Zetsu shouted loudly. Both of them closed their eyes at the same time, not daring to look at Pompey any longer. Ah, ah. Pompey's wailing cry lingered in the clouds, not ceasing for a long time. He himself was facing a terrifying transformation. A gel-like substance covered his body, and fine scales grew continuously. More and more sticky tendrils sprouted from all parts of his body, writhing wildly. At the ends of these tendrils, blood-red eyes opened one by one. Sequence 3 was the threshold before entering the angel stage. Under normal circumstances, digesting the potion would take a long time. But having neither fully digested the potion, nor mastered the transformation technique, and being completely unaware of any spiritual concepts, Pompey, without conducting any ritual, recklessly drank the potion and entered Sequence 3 potion, which was equivalent to completely handing over his soul and mind to the potion for control. The price of such an action was complete insanity. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom exploded in the sky, accompanied by the wailing winds of a violent storm. The gathering dark clouds formed into a face, eerily similar to Pompey's, but quickly twisted into the image of a monstrous octopus-like creature. The power is beginning to manifest. Zetsu looked up at the sky, his expression unchanged from beginning to end. Whether he can successfully step into Sequence 3 depends on his willpower. Silver-white lightning snakes flickered through the clouds, carrying an aura of destruction and tyranny. The hurricane howled wildly between heaven and earth, and the terrifying mental field expanded to hundreds and thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space trembled. Everyone could feel the weight of a massive stone pressing down on their hearts. The terrifying mutation continued. Pompey's body began to swell, from its original human size to a horrifying form several dozen meters tall, like a massive hill. Though it still vaguely resembled a human figure, it now had a head resembling that of an octopus, with numerous tentacles. His body was covered in scale-like, gel-like substance. His giant toes crushed the ground beneath him, and behind him sprouted a pair of narrow, elongated wings. His bloated, grotesque body continuously emitted a disgusting, slimy substance. Ah, hey. That's copyright infringement. Zetsu looked at Pompey, now fully mutated, his face twitching slightly. Wasn't this just the image of Cthulhu? Why would a mythical creature from the Tyrant Path transform into this? But before he could think much more, the enormous creature locked onto him as its target. Zara. Tull. Despite the consciousness being on the verge of collapse, hatred remained deeply engraved in his bones. Pompey's face twisted, but in his crimson eyes, there was a deep hatred and resentment. Zetsu calmly lifted his head, locking eyes with Pompey. Their gazes collided, creating ripples in the void. "Oh. You actually made it through." He was slightly surprised. Through spiritual observation, he found that Pompey had managed to briefly suppress that madness with his hatred. He was a bit astonished. Zara. Tull. Thunder roared, and a brilliant flash of lightning seemed as if it would tear the sky apart. Pompey looked down from above, gazing at the tiny old man below as if he were an insignificant ant. A cruel smile appeared on his face. "I will kill you." "I'm almost reluctant," Zetsu sighed lightly, watching the almost mad Pompey. "If you were given a bit more time, and with my help from the side, it might actually be possible to suppress the madness completely. You might even advance to Sequence 2, Angel, who knows?" Pompey's potential was unquestionable. Without the ability to digest the Beyonder potion through the acting method, he had still managed to suppress the madness of Sequence 3. That was impressive in itself. If he were given more time, with a spectator assisting him, it might not be impossible for him to step into Sequence 2, Angel. But it was ultimately impossible. Setting aside the time issue, the requirements to exchange for Sequence 2 were too expensive to afford. Forget it, Sequence 3 is enough. Zetsu dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind and his pupils turned a calm, faint gold. It's time for the harvest. Zetsu. Pompey roared in fury as he suppressed the madness. Then, the sky, filled with dark clouds, thundered with a deafening roar, accompanied by fierce winds and rain. Silver-white lightning gathered thickly in the clouds, pouring down in overwhelming torrents, the destructive aura flooding the area for hundreds of meters, as if a thunderstorm forest had appeared. Dream weaving. The next moment, Zetsu's figure slowly shattered like foam. He traversed the void of dreams, dodging a large-scale lightning strike, then stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched, easily grasping the mental gate of Pompey's empty consciousness, manipulating it to open, silently and like a ghost, slipping inside. In a direct confrontation, he definitely wouldn't be Pompey's match. After all, he was a tyrant path, Sequence 3, a Beyonder powerhouse who, in Lord of Mysteries world, would be considered a local tyrant. However, the spectator path never engages in direct confrontation. Especially when facing a Sequence 3 who has no defense at the mental level, infiltration is almost too easy. The realm of the subconscious appeared before him, an island of consciousness, shrouded in a thunderstorm. That was Pompey's mental island. But Zetsu did not rush in. Every living being's mental island has some form of subconscious resistance. And the Dragon Clan's spiritual domain has the embodiment of power and authority. Unless the true body is called, with his current ability, if he entered Pompey's mental island, he'd likely return to his true form in a matter of moments. Chapter 435, Chapter 415.2, Discerner. Luckily, I prepared in advance. Zetsu inherited the caution of the true body and had already planted the plague seed within Pompey's mental island. Of course, it wasn't the usual plague, but a mental-level plague. Once it erupted, it could silently spread through the collective subconscious sea around the individual, infecting them with various psychological disorders and extreme madness. And because it originated from within, even a Beyonder at the angel level would find it difficult to fully block it. After all, every Beyonder on the potion pathway has, to some degree, mental issues. Such an attack is a particularly dangerous method for any Beyonder in the potion system. With just a little nudge, a normally stable person could instantly descend into complete madness due to an imbalance, losing control of their extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, I'm a spectator. Zetsu remained calm and composed, subtly influencing the plague seed within the mind island from a distance. The seed, buried deep in the heart of the mind, quickly blossomed, releasing the psychological disorders and extreme madness contained within, causing an instant outbreak. Plague storm. In an instant, the plague storm formed within the mind surged forward, ruthlessly invading and corrupting Pompey's mind island. The balance that had already been teetering on the edge of madness was shattered, dragging Pompey's consciousness toward an irreversible descent. Pompey finally realized what Zetsu had done. But it was too late. He could sense the changes occurring within his mind, but he had no idea how to react or how to stop it. He could only helplessly watch as countless self-destructive, cruel, and violent emotions, mixed with chaotic thoughts, fully unleashed the madness he had just suppressed. Zetsu, I hate you. You despicable bastard. I won't let you off even if it costs me my life. Completely driven mad, Pompey's body began to fall apart. The accumulated Beyonder characteristics within him spiraled out of control, turning inward to devour him, the master himself. His flesh was consumed, and the resulting mutation twisted him into a state of madness. His mind was continuously influenced by the plague storm, creating terrifying thoughts of complete self-destruction and the obliteration of his spirit. His remaining sanity flickered like a candle in a storm, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Pompey struggled desperately, but in the end, he was powerless to resist, consumed by the storm of negative emotions. Barely having reached Sequence 3, Pompey hadn't even tasted the power it offered before his body collapsed under the uncontrollable madness. Until only the glimmering dragon bones remained, extracted from the Beyonder characteristics. Success. Zetsu's eyes sparkled, and he swiftly collected the dragon bones into his possession. The Beyonder trait of the Tyrant Pathway, Sequence 3, as long as the suitable candidate is found, it can quickly nurture someone into a Sequence 2, or even Sequence 1, Angel. Looking at Pompey, who had returned to his human form, he completely lost interest. It's time to report back. Consciousness strolls. In the next moment, Zetsu's figure vanished into the sky. Pompey fell from the sky and crashed into the pit. At this point, his Beyonder traits were extracted, and he had completely become an ordinary person, no, even less than that. The power of the dragon bone, also a Beyonder characteristics, was similarly removed, leaving him with nothing but an empty shell. At that moment, Luming Fay and the others suddenly woke from their hypnosis. They couldn't remember what had just happened. All they could vaguely recall was that Zetsu suddenly appeared, threw them away, and then disappeared. Where is he? Luming Fay looked around but couldn't find the figure in yellow robes. All that remained was the gaunt Pompey. He probably was abandoned, Lumingza said softly. How do we kill him completely? Luming Fay's body was surrounded by an overwhelming killing intent. His eyes were red, filled with rage that took over his mind once more. Use Gungnir. Stab it into his heart. Lumingza slowly said, only in this way can you completely kill a Dragon King. All right. Luming Fay turned and walked toward the abandoned Gungnir, leaving a trail of blood with each step. The divine spear was pinned in a ruin. Without its master, it had lost its luster, and the faint golden inscriptions had become dull. But a bloody hand gripped the spear tightly. buzz. Gungnir seemed to resist, its faint golden inscriptions flickering. Quiet. Luming Fay coldly shouted, as if a decree had descended. Originally resisting, Gungnir seemed to fear the young man's bloodline and immediately became silent. Clang. Luming Fay pulled out Gungnir and began walking back toward the abyss once again. Pompey seemed to regain some awareness as he looked at the approaching young man. But his gaze wasn't really fixed on him, it seemed more like he was looking at someone else. I see now. We're all pawns. You're the one, the final victor. No one present seemed to notice the young man dressed in a white robe, holding a cross, with slightly curled blonde hair. He stood within the abyss, his vertical pupils faintly glowing with a soft gold, as clear and bright as an infant's eyes. A subtle smile curved on his lips. Pompey, of course, knew him. He was Adam. At this moment, his mind suddenly cleared, and the entire situation seemed to make sense. From meeting Zeradal, to taking that vial of Beyonder potion, and now, at this very moment, having everything taken away. It's you, isn't it? Pompey's eyes turned red as he stared at Adam. Huh. Luming Fay was stunned, a bit curious, who's he talking to? Suddenly, he grinned widely, wrong. Everything is wrong. We're all wrong. The tip of the spear dragged across the ground, sparking brilliant flames. Luming Fay's face remained expressionless, his pupils blood-red and chilling, as if he had no feeling. Step by step, he advanced toward Pompey. Ha 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 ha. We're all wrong. Pompey laughed wildly, as if completely unconcerned with death. His voice cracked with madness, his cries like those of a broken man. It's you, isn't it? Tell me, this is all you. Wait, brother. Luming Fay froze for a moment, sensing that Pompey's words meant something more. He wanted to stop Luming Fay. But Luming Fay turned a deaf ear, raising Gungnir high. The pale golden inscriptions lit up one by one, releasing an aura of deathly silence. Don't. It was too late. Luming Fay drove Gungnir straight into Pompey's heart with a mighty thrust. Blood poured out like a spring, blossoming like a vibrant flower before it dripped to the ground. With his heart pierced, Pompey's pupils suddenly contracted, but his gaze remained fixed on the empty space, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he gasped and muttered, "Wrong." Clang. Luming Fay forcefully snapped Gungnir in half. Then, he drove the remaining half of the spear deep into Pompey's skull. The disgusting head exploded with a loud bang, splattering a nasty mixture of red and white goo everywhere. The Dragon Clan was finished. At the exact same moment, inside the grand and majestic corpse cathedral, Uchiha Sogetsu, sitting on the massive bronze throne, calmly drank the potion in the final moments of this era, as he had anticipated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have ascended to Sequence 2, the Discerner. Reward, 0 to 17, Angel of Concealment. Ding. Main quest, ascend to Sequence 1, the Author. Completion ceremony, write a book that creates a real world. The story must involve tens of thousands of lives as the core and compel them to act according to your will. In the end, we've a false world with real rules. Reward, Spectator Pathway Sequence 1 Beyonder Characteristics plus Uniqueness. Chapter 436, Chapter 416.1, Farewell. An endless sea of ice stretched out before him, and Luming Fay walked on the frozen ocean. Above him, the Milky Way spanned across the sky, and the giant shadow of a whale moved beneath the ice. In the distance, on the frozen surface of the sea, there was a large, white moon. The bright and pure round moon reflected off the crystal-clear ice, as if it formed a perfect, seamless circle. The boy in a suit sat in the moon's shadow, fishing. His long fishing rod hung from the edge of a cliff, with a fishing line as thin as a strand of hair, hanging into the bottomless ice abyss below. Is this a dream? Having gone through many trials, Luming Fay quickly realized that this was not the real world. He walked a few steps to the boy's side, then sat down at the cliff's edge. He glanced at the ice abyss below, unsure how deep it was. If this had been him in the past, he wouldn't have dared to look down, but after all he'd been through, he had completely transformed. From the unlucky child, he had become a true warrior, one who was willing to bear responsibilities and sacrifice for justice. Blood and fire had turned him from a little boy into a man. His once delicate and handsome face had been marred by a cruel scar running from his brow to his lips. Yet, instead of looking ugly, it gave him a distinct manly charm. Luming Fay casually teased, "So, what's the game this time?" "This is the scene I specially prepared, pretty impressive, right?" Luming Fay smiled, looking at the black-haired boy beside him. "What do you think? Isn't it breathtaking?" "Ah, yeah, it's super shocking." Luming Fay responded while lying flat on the ice, using his hands as a pillow and gazing up at the dazzling Milky Way that spanned the sky. "The Dragon King is dead. Even if you covet my soul, it's useless. Or do you plan to try something else?" "Brother, I'm leaving." Suddenly, Luming Fay spoke, his tone calm. "Oh, when will you be back?" Luming Fay wasn't surprised. The little devil always disappeared mysteriously, only to return again, right? At his words, Luming Fay silently set down the fishing rod, turned to face Luming Fay, and softly said, "I'm not sure. Maybe soon, maybe never coming back." After a moment of silence, Luming Fay sat up again, studying the serious expression on Luming Fay's face. "What do you mean? Never coming back? Our contract is over, isn't it, brother?" Luming Fay smiled faintly, his expression still calm, and slowly said, "You know, I'm a devil, right? There's no business here, so I'll have to go elsewhere to make a living. Don't try to fool me with those childish lies." Luming Fay was getting anxious, he could clearly feel that the little devil was serious this time. What's really going on? "Didn't you say you'd always be with me?" "Big brother, I didn't expect that I'm actually so important to you," Luming Fay sighed and said, "but unfortunately, I've already been assigned elsewhere. It's your fault for being so stingy, not giving me any chances. This might be our last meeting. Goodbye, maybe forever, woo woo woo." As he spoke, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, pretending to be very sad. "Stop it, just tell me the truth." Luming Fay twitched his mouth, clearly seeing through the little devil's poor acting and ruthlessly exposing him. "I was just trying to lighten the mood." Seeing that he couldn't deceive him, Luming Fay flashed a bright smile and said, "Okay, the real reason is simple. Mr. Adam is leaving, and I plan to leave with him. My goal is to expand my business into the stars and become the strongest devil." As he spoke, he clenched his small fists, put his left hand on his hip, and raised his right hand toward the sky, striking a familiar pose, "Frisia, the man who will become the king of the universe." It was a great performance. "Next time, don't do that," Luming Fay thought, holding back the urge to make a sarcastic remark and focusing on the key point, "You're leaving with Mr. Adam." "Why?" Just as Luming Fay was about to speak, Luming Fay interrupted him forcefully, locking eyes with him and saying in a deep voice, "I want to hear the truth, don't lie to me." Luming Fay, who had been grinning and joking around, fell silent as soon as he met Luming Fay's serious gaze. Luming Fay was anxious and frustrated, grabbing the little devil's shoulders, urgently asking, "What's going on? Is this what Mr. Adam wants? I can plead with him. Part of it is because of that, but the main reason is..." Luming Fay shook off the hands and finally answered seriously, "It's because I asked Mr. Adam if I could go with him." Hearing this, it was as if a thunderbolt struck Luming Fay's mind, and he felt completely blank. After a moment, he slowly processed the information, staring in disbelief as though he had been abandoned, and stammered, "Why? Why do this? Why leave me? Didn't you say you'd always be with me?" Luming Fay. "Don't be so worked up, big brother." Luming Fay sat down cross-legged again, gazing at the moonlight, and softly said, "The reason isn't as complicated as you think. I just want to see the broader world. I've been living for revenge all this time, and I'm really tired. After handing the power to you, I can finally let go of those burdens. But I can go anywhere with you." Luming Fay's pupils shimmered with a faint, desperate light. For the first time, he spoke in a softer tone, tugging at Luming Fay's sleeve, "So, please don't go. Brother, every gift of fate has its price, marked in the shadows." Luming Fay turned his head to look at the boy, who had lowered his head with eyes full of pleading. His expression softened slightly, and he sighed. "From the moment Mr. Adam resurrected me, it was destined that I couldn't stay in this world. Without reclaiming my lost power and authority, and without Mr. Adam's strength, I will soon completely disappear. And no one will remember me." There was a hint of sorrow in the boy's eyes as he spoke, his mood heavy. "Truly, I'll be completely erased from this world. Erased, forgotten." Luming Fay panicked and cried out, "Then I'll give it back to you." "That's impossible, brother." Luming Fay shook his head, speaking softly, "From the moment you awakened, it's become an inseparable part of your soul. It can never be separated again."